Oh. Did you find out about her relationship with old man Ning? The one family head asked with concern. Grandpa, that woman said that she took her mother's surname. I'm guessing that she might be the ancestor's illegitimate daughter. Ning Chi was not willing to be ignored and quickly said. Chi don't talk nonsense without evidence. Ning Haran scolded loudly. Brother, how am I talking nonsense? Isn't it all over Ning City now? Ning Chi pouted her red lips and said unhappily. An illegitimate daughter? With that old man's disposition, it's not impossible. The one family's master muttered to himself for a moment before he spoke slowly. Actually, the reason why he thought this way was because the great elder of the Craftsmen's Guild had said that Leng Ruoxue was his god-granddaughter. However, what he couldn't understand was that if Leng Ruoxue was old man Ning's illegitimate daughter, why would old man Ning let his own daughter be the great elder's god-granddaughter? Wasn't this a difference in seniority? Grandfather, this. Ning Haran was speechless. How could his grandfather take such nonsense seriously? Could it be that the old ancestor had a past record in this area? Ran in your eyes, old man Ning is high and mighty, unattainable, but in my eyes, he's just an ordinary old man. When he was young, he was much more flirtatious than he is now, but now. His cultivation is higher, and he's older, so his need for women is less. However, he has the most children in our generation, you should know this. The head of the one family said with a hint of jealousy. Yes. Ning Haran nodded. Of course, he knew that. Otherwise, the Ning family would not have so many people. However, just keep this matter in your hearts. If this matter were to come out of your mouths, that old thing would not be happy. Master Wan reminded. After his words, he further confirmed the relationship between Leng Ruoxue and Master Ning. Grandfather, this matter is no longer a secret in Ning City. Ning Chi reminded. Then you're not allowed to talk nonsense, especially you, Chi. Watch your mouth, or else trouble will come from it. The one family head said worriedly. Yes, Grandpa. Ning Chi replied obediently. As for whether she could do it, only God knew. Grandpa, when are you taking us out of here? Ning Chi asked again, looking at her grandfather with anticipation. I don't intend to take you away. I'm only here to see you today. The one family head said honestly. What? Grandfather, I want to leave this place. I don't want to stay here anymore. When Ning Chi heard this, she immediately started to plead in a low voice. Chi, grandfather is an outsider after all. Your punishment was given by the Ning family, so how could I take you away without permission? If old man Ning were to find out, I'm afraid he would be even more dissatisfied with you. The one family head explained patiently. But Ning Chi refused to give up and wanted to continue begging. However, she was interrupted by Master Wan with a wave of his hand. Chi, you should be more sensible now that you're an adult. So, you have to help your brother as much as possible and don't cause him any more trouble. And that Leng Ruoxue, not only are you not allowed to be rude to her, you have to fight to be good friends with her. The head of the one family warned. Of the two children, he was most worried about Ning Chi. Yes. Ning Chi nodded unwillingly. In fact, she was still very resistant to the idea of becoming friends with Leng Ruoxue. However, she had seen many such things in the family, so it was not completely unacceptable to her. Besides, although she was willful, she was not stupid. She was very clear that if she insisted on doing things her own way and did not follow Grampy's instructions, her status in the family and the one family would definitely plummet. This was not what she wanted. Therefore, she could only compromise. Good girl. Ran, you guys can stay in the godly mainland for now. Remember. Don't act rashly. The head of the one family reminded him before he stood up and left Ning Haran's room. After the one family head left the room, he went straight to the third floor. The purpose of his visit was naturally to have a chat with the first elder. In the living room. The first elder, Master Ning, Mo Yen, Lu Feng, and Lu Yu all looked at Master Wan, and none of them spoke. Grand Elder, can I have a word with you in private? After a long while, the one family head spoke indifferently. There's no need to talk alone. Don't be afraid. They're not outsiders, so they won't leak the contents of our conversation. The first elder promised with a serious expression. Oh. Actually, I have something to ask you, Grand Elder. The head of the one family said after a pause. I don't dare to ask for advice. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't waste everyone's time. The great elder reminded. In fact, he also had something to ask this old pestilence. We haven't seen each other for so many years, but the great elder is still so direct. The head of the one family teased. Yup. I'm a rough person, if you want me to be as erudite as you, I really can't stand it. The great elder said proudly. Obviously, he took the old god of plagues' words as a compliment. First elder, I've heard some things, so I want to confirm it with you. The head of the one family changed the topic. Oh, then what do you want to confirm? As long as I know, I will tell you the truth. The first elder said generously. I heard that Master Ning has an illegitimate daughter. The head of the one family did not beat around the bush and asked directly. Who did you hear this from? The great elder's forehead was full of black lines, and he looked at Master Ning again before asking. This matter is no longer a secret in Ning City. I heard about it the moment I entered Ning City. The one family head said very honestly. Of course, he couldn't say that it was Ning Qi who told him about this. Otherwise, the old man of the Ning family would make things difficult for the Qi siblings. I've been in Ning City for quite some time. Why haven't I heard of it? The great elder was puzzled. Was this considered a case of, there's no smoke without fire? However, who was the one who started this wind? In reality, they had not heard of this matter mainly because they rarely left the inn. Furthermore, no one dared to gossip in their ears. After all, the rumors were about the master of the main family. Who would dare to gossip in front of Leng Ruoxue and the others? Wasn't that courting death? Therefore, those who knew about this matter naturally kept it a secret. Previous chapter. I guess no one dares to say it in front of you. By the way, where is Master Ning now? The one family head asked again. I don't know where old man Ning is, but I can tell you for sure that he doesn't have any illegitimate daughter, so don't take those rumors seriously. The great elder looked at Master Ning and said with a smile. Then why is his token in the hands of a woman? Did something happen to him? The head of the one family guessed with a puzzled look. Old god of plague. If old man Ning were to hear this, aren't you afraid he'd beat you up? The grand elder asked curiously. Unless you sell me out, there's no way he'll know. The head of the one family said confidently. He was certain that the people present would not reveal his words to old man Ning, unless they really wanted to shed all pretenses of cordiality with him. If I tell you that even if we don't say anything, he will know, would you believe me? The great elder asked in a low voice. He peeked at Master Ning's face, which was getting darker, and laughed in his heart. How is that possible? If he knows about our conversation today, then it's you who said it. The head of the one family said with certainty. Old god of plagues, don't you wrongly accuse me. I'll tell you the truth, even if we don't say anything, old man Ning already knows what we've said today. The first elder said with a face full of smiles. Could it be that he has arranged for spies? The head of the one family guessed. Yes, you're right. Do you see him? He's old man Ning's spy. The great elder pointed at Master Ning and said mysteriously. Is that so? Master Wen squinted his eyes, and then his aura surged and attacked Master Ning directly. However, Master Ning only waved his hand gently and blocked Master Wen's pressure. He even rolled his eyes at Master Wen with disdain, as if he despised his behavior. Are you trying to provoke me? Master Ning asked calmly. Who are you? The head of the Wen family was in disbelief. Even in the divine world, there were not many people who could easily nullify his attack. Although he could not exert 100% of his strength on the divine mainland, their pressure was 100%. However, this extremely ugly person in front of him not only ignored his pressure, but also easily nullified it. This was unbelievable, and it also hit his self-confidence. Who I am is not important. However, I am very interested in your provocation. Why don't we go out and have a one-on-one fight? After saying that, Master Ning grabbed Master Wen's arm and disappeared in the blink of an eye. AI. You guys wait for me. The great elder shouted loudly, and also turned into a stream of light and chased after. Seeing this, Mo Yen and the other two could only resign themselves to their fate and stay in the inn. Although they also wanted to join in the fun, the safety of Leng Ruoxue and the others was more important. Master Ning dragged Master Wen to a remote valley. After letting go of him, he looked at the person in front of him with disdain and said calmly, let's do it here. Who are you? The head of the Wen family was shocked. His mind was filled with question marks. Since when did such a person appear in the divine realm? Why had he not heard of him before? Could it be a reverent god who had hidden from the world? It doesn't matter who I am. But since you want a one-on-one fight, I'll fulfill your wish. Master Ning said straightforwardly. After hearing Master Ning's words, Master Wen was completely depressed. Damn it, why was it me who wanted to fight one-on-one? It was clearly you who dragged me here. However, what made him even angrier was that he couldn't resist. Wait a moment. Suddenly, the first elder's voice entered their ears. Then, the first elder's figure appeared in their sight. Wait for me. I'm here to cheer you on. The first elder said with a face full of anticipation. He was looking forward to the old god of plagues being beaten black and blue by old man Ning, his head bleeding, and his appearance of not daring to see anyone. What are you doing here? When the Wen family head saw the first elder, the anger in his heart rose. Damn it, this old man actually didn't tell him this person's strength, causing him to be in such a passive position. Now, he actually still had the face to come and watch the show. He was really about to die of anger. Old god of plagues, you're getting old, are your ears not good? Didn't I say that I'm here to watch the show? The first elder said with a regretful expression. What are you here for? You're forbidden from watching. The head of the Wen family said angrily. TSK, what you say doesn't count. The great elder didn't think much of it. After looking at the two of them, he said as if he was making a judgment, alright, you can start the battle now. You must show me a wonderful battle. Don't worry, you'll definitely be satisfied. Master Ning narrowed his eyes and struck first. A light blue ray of light flew out from his palm like a ribbon. It spun in an arc in the air and flew directly towards the Wen family head. Seeing this, the Wen family head quickly added a shield in front of himself. The first elder had long jumped out of their battle range to avoid being affected by the innocent. One should know that a battle between reverent god-level cultivators was not a small fight. If one was too close, one would definitely die. Fortunately, they were on the divine mainland, which restricted their power. Otherwise, the Ning family's divine territory would have been destroyed. Come on, beat him up. The great elder shouted. His words caused the two people in the battle to be unable to help but have black lines appear on their foreheads. Damn it, shut up. The head of the Wen family said angrily. He wouldn't think that the first elder's words were meant for him, but the first elder hoped that he would be the one to be beaten up. Old god of plague, freedom of speech, do you understand? Also, you have to focus. Otherwise, if you're beaten up too badly, you won't be able to show your face to anyone. The first elder said in an infuriating manner. You. The head of the Wen family was so angry that he couldn't speak. However, his mind was a little distracted, and his shield loosened a little, giving the light blue ray an opportunity. The light blue ray and the shield collided violently, and the collision ignited countless sparks. Immediately, the light blue ray disappeared, and the shield in front of him cracked. Following that, a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Master Wen swallowed the sweet taste in his mouth and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He glared at the first elder, who was dancing with joy, and then turned his eyes to Master Ning. You're very strong. The head of the Wen family spoke with some fear. You don't need to tell me that. Master Ning said disdainfully. Ha ha ha. Old god of plague. I've already told you to focus. The first elder said with some schadenfreude. You shut up. Master Wen was furious and was about to attack the first elder, but he was stopped by Master Ning. I'm your opponent. Master Ning reminded. Stand aside. I need to teach this old man a lesson first. The head of the Wen family roared in exasperation. No, you can't touch him. Do you want to be enemies with the Craftsman's Guild? Master Ning reminded him. At a critical moment, the identity of the great elder was very useful. After hearing Master Ning's words, Master Wen suppressed the anger in his heart and once again targeted Master Ning. Humph. He truly didn't want to become enemies with the Armament Guild headquarters. Moreover, this damned old man had a grandson who was the vice president of the Alchemist Guild headquarters. When he thought of this, he was a little envious, jealous, and hateful. Why didn't their Wen family have such an outstanding descendant? Hee hee. Good luck, you guys. The great elder continued to jeer. However, this time, the Wen family head did not even spare him a glance. A battle between experts would usually not be a life-and-death struggle. Usually, they could decide the outcome within a few moves because the strong valued their lives more than ordinary cultivators. However, Master Ning wanted to teach Master Wen a lesson in his heart. Hence, even if he was stronger than the other party, he did not intend to stop easily. However, in this realm, he could not fight to his heart's content. Hence, he felt that it was not enough and directly punched the Wen family head. Instantly, a loud bang was heard in the empty valley. Bang! The sound of collision. The reverend god's body was very strong and hard, but Master Wen still felt a little pain, which showed how heavy Master Ning's punch was. Damn you, you barbarian! The Wen family head was furious. How could this ugly freak be the same as old man Ning, not stopping even after winning, and even using his fist to beat him up, truly preposterous. He was filled with hatred. You're right, I'm a barbarian. Master Ning smiled evilly, and this smile made him look even uglier. Ha ha ha. Old god of plague, you're so unlucky. Why do I get beaten up so often? How are you going to face others now? The first elder could not help but burst into laughter when he saw the bruised and swollen face of the Wen family's head. One should know that this old god of plagues was quite good-looking and was also a well-known handsome man in the divine realm. However, now he had become a pig's head. How could he not be happy? However, he still felt a little regretful. It would be great if he could kill this old god of plagues. Unfortunately, Reverend God wouldn't die so easily. When did I get beaten up so often? Hearing this, the Wen family head could not help but clench his teeth and roar. And because he was distracted, he took another punch to the face. Hee hee. As far as I know, you've been beaten up by old man Ning a lot. Now, you've been beaten up by someone else. The first elder reminded with an evil smile. He's the same as old man Ning, they're both barbarians. The head of the Wen family was furious, but he couldn't avoid the attack of this ugly woman. This made him even angrier. And began to climb up. F***ck, was this person from the same sect as the old man of the Ning family? No matter how he beat people, he always used the same technique, specifically to hit people's faces. It was really too wicked. Although he didn't think of himself as a good person, he couldn't do such a bad thing. You're right. After Master Ning gave the last punch, he stopped. The reason was simple, he was tired. Hee hee. Hearing the Wen family head's words, the great elder laughed to himself. Of course, he was the same as old man Ning. It was because they were the same person. However, he would not tell the old god of plagues about this. He would let the old god of plagues think that they were two different people. Old god of plague, I beat you up today. I know you must hate me. It's okay, I'll give you a chance to take revenge. Master Ning said with an evil smile. Alright, just you wait. I'll come and find you one day. The head of the Wen family said angrily. He was indeed not this ugly person's match now. However, he would remember today's humiliation and the first elder. One day, he would also deal with him. Humph. Today's sudden battle had disrupted the Wen family head's plans. He had lost everything and was too ashamed to return to the inn. He had no choice but to leave the godly mainland. The first elder and Master Ning went back to the inn in a good mood. The old god of plagues was gone, so they could relax a little. However, the old god of plagues' subordinates were still here, so they had to be vigilant. At least before the little girl and the others came out of seclusion, they could not take it lightly, in case someone took advantage of them. After going back and telling Mo Yen and the other two about what had happened, the five people's days returned to peace. However, the Ning siblings ran to them even more frequently, reporting almost every day, making the five of them extremely annoyed. Don't come here anymore, the little girl is still in seclusion. The first elder, who was sitting in the living room, looked at the Ning siblings in front of him, who were fawning over him, and said in a somewhat annoyed tone. Grand elder, we've come to see you. Ning Haran said with a smile. You don't have to come every day to see us. There are no flowers on our faces. What's there to see? The great elder had a headache. He had lived for so long, but this was the first time he had met someone so thick-skinned. What was surprising was that this pair of brother and sister actually didn't know what rejection was. They clearly knew that they were not welcome, but they still came to report every day. It was really unbearable. Grand elder, Grandpa taught us a lesson before he left. He told us to respect you, so we don't dare to show any neglect. Otherwise, Grandpa won't let us off. Since Ning Haran brought up his grandfather, he expected that the first elder would give him some face. You can treat the words of that old god of plagues as farts. The first elder said in a rough manner. 2 drops of cold sweat fell from Ning Haran's forehead. He was speechless. The great elder didn't even give his grandfather any face. However, he didn't dare to say that it was because of his grandfather's poor popularity. Previous chapter. You guys should leave quickly. We still have other things to do. I don't have time to accompany you. The great elder attacked as if he was chasing away a fly. Grand elder, if there's anything you need us to do, just tell us. Ning Haran did not seem to understand the first elder's words and continued to speak. The only thing we want you to do is to leave this place as soon as possible. The great elder said unhappily. Recently, he had been tormented by this pair of brother and sister until his patience was somewhat exhausted. That's right, you guys should hurry up and leave. Don't be an eyesore here. Lu Feng said in a very impolite manner. Then we'll take our leave first. We'll come back tomorrow to pay our respects to the elders. Ning Haran said with a smile, then left with Ning Qi. After the Ning siblings left, the eyes of the great elder and the others all focused on Master Ning. Their man-eating eyes made Master Ning's hair stand on end. Don't look at me like that. I didn't ask them to report here. If you want to settle the score, go to the old god of plagues. Master Ning said fearfully, it's none of my business. Why do I have to be blamed? The old god of plagues ran away after being beaten by you. First elder warned. Then do you want me to go to the divine realm and bring him back? Master Ning asked, trying to please him. No need, you just need to get rid of this pair of brother and sister. First elder suggested. No, their punishment hasn't been revoked yet. They still have to stay on the godly mainland. Master Ning refused. Then quickly revoke their punishment, or deal with them. Choose one. You do as you see fit. The first elder pouted his mouth and said indifferently. It was definitely impossible to revoke the punishment so quickly. Otherwise, the Ning family would follow suit in the future. In addition, he had to find a good reason to deal with them. They've been very well behaved recently, and I can't find an excuse even if I wanted to. Master Ning also said helplessly. In fact, he was also annoyed to see the brother and sister every day, but he didn't have a good reason. It seemed that he could only wait for the little girl to come out of seclusion. With that little girl around, she would definitely be able to arouse Ning Qi's strong fighting spirit. This way, it would be easier for him to find trouble. You're really useless as the head of the family. First elder's face was full of contempt. What do you know? Do you think it's that easy to manage a big family? Master Ning said with a wronged face. Then who can you blame? Who asked you to give birth to so many? The great elder had touched a sore spot. Damn old man, you think I don't regret it? Master Ning said gloomily, but it was too late to regret now. He couldn't strangle so many descendants to death. I don't care. You have to take care of the Ning siblings. I don't want to see them again. The great elder requested. Master Ning was silent. In the bracelet. Leng Ruoxue's cultivation had already reached the final stage. At this moment, she was surrounded by spirit qi and was charging forward with all her might. Countless spiritual qi was absorbed into her body for her own use. Not long after, the spiritual qi in her body appeared to be in a state of saturation, and then it was converted into divine power by her. Just like that, the cycle repeated again and again. After an unknown amount of time, the divine power in her body also reached saturation. At this time, her body slowly became translucent, and there was a milky white liquid flowing inside her body. This was the divine power that she had finished converting. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue could clearly feel that her heaven-defying art was about to break through. In one go, she charged towards the barrier. The divine power in her body was gathered into a thread thinner than a strand of hair. It spun quickly in her body, and after countless cycles, it focused on one point to attack. The attacks were so concentrated that it was impossible to see them with the naked eye. Leng Ruoxue, who was controlling her divine power, was in a state of pain. She had to continuously absorb the spiritual energy in the bracelet to ensure that the divine power in her body was abundant. After countless attacks, the thin yet tough barrier was finally broken. The divine power in Leng Ruoxue's body was also emptied in an instant. However, after breaking through to the 6th level of the heaven-defying art, her body had once again undergone the transformation of the heaven-defying art. It had become even more perfect, without a single trace of impurity. Her natal divine flame had also evolved once again, becoming even more small and exquisite. However, Leng Ruoxue could feel that her body, which was a bottomless pit, required even more spirit qi. After absorbing it for 3 days and nights, she had not even reached 10% of the required spirit qi. This discovery made her a little depressed because it also meant that she would need even more spirit qi to break through in the future. Evildoer and Wu, who had been standing guard outside the purple bamboo house, knew that Xue had broken through when they saw the spirit qi in the medium swarming towards the purple bamboo house. They also knew that Xue needed a terrifying amount of spirit qi, so they were not surprised that Leng Ruoxue did not come out immediately after her breakthrough. Half a month later, the door of the purple bamboo house finally opened. Leng Ruoxue walked out with a smile on her face. Xue. When the demon saw Xue, he quickly stood up and walked towards her, hugging her tightly in his arms. Evildoer, I've missed you so much. Leng Ruoxue said affectionately. I missed you too. The demon's eyes were filled with deep affection as he stared unblinkingly at Leng Ruoxue. This time, he did not go into closed-door cultivation with Xue. Instead, he chose to stay outside to protect her. One could only imagine how much he missed her. Cough cough. Suddenly, 2 coughs were heard. Wu appeared in front of them with a smile and couldn't help but tease, can you guys not be so mushy? I can't stand it. You're just jealous, I don't blame you. The demon rolled his eyes and replied. Can you please consider how I feel being all alone? Wu said helplessly. I don't want to. The demon laughed evilly. Big sister, quickly help me break the seal. At this moment, Qingju, the 3rd wheel, appeared as well. Naturally, the little black dog also appeared with him. All right, he said. Leng Ruoxue replied with a smile. Following that, she waved her hands and cast a few unsealing spells. Following the unsealing of the seal, the space trembled once again. The area expanded by several times, and the spiritual qi inside appeared to be solid. However, what made Qingju the happiest was that he had dozens more pieces of land. Once he saw those pieces of land, he did not even bother to tell Leng Ruoxue what new abilities he had and ran over with the black puppy. Previous chapter. Next. When Leng Ruoxue saw how anxious Qingju was, she could not help but shake her head and laugh. He was clearly an artifact spirit, so why was he so keen on farming? However, before she could finish sighing, Qingju ran back again. There were still a few drops of sweat on his cute little face, and it was obvious that he had just worked. Sister, I haven't told you what new ability I have. Hee hee. Qingju said, a little embarrassed. Oh. You still remember? Leng Ruoxue teased. Well, sister, my extra ability this time, that. I don't think it'll be of much use to you. Qingju scratched his head and said in embarrassment. What is it? Leng Ruoxue was very curious. Transformation, to put it bluntly, means you can change your appearance and gender. Qingju explained. Even the gender can be changed? Leng Ruoxue was very surprised. Yes, I am. Qingju nodded. His sister had the disguise pill, so she basically did not need this ability of his. Hee hee. I'll give it a try when I have the chance. Leng Ruoxue asked with great interest. You're not allowed to try. The demon was a little anxious when he heard that. If Xue changed her gender, what would happen to him? He didn't want to hug a man. Just thinking about it was terrifying. I'm just trying to play. It's not like you can't change back. Leng Ruoxue quickly consoled him. No, I don't want to hug a man. The demon strongly protested. Then what do we do? Leng Ruoxue really wanted to try out what it felt like to be a man. However, even if the evildoer didn't agree, she couldn't force him. She didn't want to have a conflict with him over such a small matter. Hee hee. Sister, you can turn him into a woman. Qingju suggested with an evil smile. It can also change the gender of others? Leng Ruoxue asked in surprise. Yes, yes. Qingju looked at the demon and nodded. Demon, I'll turn you into a woman. Hee hee. Leng Ruoxue suggested. I don't want to. I'm a man and you're a woman. This is a fact that no one can change. The demon said with a slight headache. How could Xue have such a thought? This was truly too dangerous. If this matter were to spread out, how would he convince the masses in the future? Therefore, he was determined to resist to the end. Then we'll both be men. Just let me play once, okay? Leng Ruoxue acted coquettishly as she tugged at the evildoer's arm and pleaded. That delicate and pitiful look of hers was definitely not something that one could bear to reject. All right. However, don't even think about making me a woman. The demon said very seriously. Yes, let Wu Dang be a woman. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. What does it have to do with me? Wu said gloomily. Why did he get shot while lying down? He felt so wronged. Of course it's your business. We'll only be able to protect you if you're a woman. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. He couldn't understand why women had to have flower guardians. You should just sacrifice yourself. The evildoer looked at Wu sympathetically with a hint of warning in his eyes. Since Shui wanted to play, then Wu could only cooperate. He could not refuse or else he would be the one in trouble. Then you can't tell anyone about this, he said without any conditions. He gave in to the warning look of the demon. Yes, yes. Don't worry. Only the three of us know about this. The demon promised. I also know that. Qingju saw that the demon did not include him and protested with a little dissatisfaction. You're just a child, so you don't count. The demon said proudly. Humph. You're bullying a child, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Qingju pouted his little mouth, turned around, and walked away aggrievedly. Ha ha ha. Leng Ruoxue and the other two laughed heartlessly when they saw Qingju's cute expression when he was throwing a tantrum. After that, Leng Ruoxue brought the evildoer out of the bracelet. As soon as they reached the living room, they were surrounded by the 5 guys who were waiting anxiously and had nothing to do. The first elder looked at Leng Ruoxue as if she was his family member and said, "Little girl, you're finally willing to come out." Leng Ruoxue's face was filled with black lines as she looked at first elder. She didn't know what to say. She had only been in closed-door cultivation for a few months, so why did first elder look as if she had abandoned him? This was too terrifying. Shui, you've broken through. Master Ning sized Leng Ruoxue up and realized that she was actually a spirit god. He could not help but ask curiously. Yes, I can break through now, but I haven't officially advanced yet. Leng Ruoxue explained with a smile. Her heaven-defying art had indeed broken through, but even Master Ning, who was a reverent god-level cultivator, could not tell. The power that she was displaying now was still at the profound divine stage, but the divine power stored in her body was enough for her to advance. Little fox, why didn't you finish your advancement before coming out? Lu Feng's face was filled with suspicion. I don't plan on breaking through here. Leng Ruoxue spoke the truth. If she were to break through in this inn, she would not be able to keep a low profile anymore. The last thing she wanted right now was to be in the limelight. Then which gene do you want to go to? Lu Feng was a little puzzled. With them around, if Leng Ruoxue were to break through, no one would dare to disturb her. Furthermore, it would be very safe. Hence, he could not guess what this little fox was thinking. Of course we're looking for a place with no one around. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Lu Feng was speechless. He should have seen it earlier. This little girl liked to go to places with no one. Hee hee. First elder, godfather, Mo Yen, Luyue, I'm going to find a place to break through. If you have anything to say, we'll talk when we get back. After Leng Ruoxue greeted them, she pulled the evildoer out of the inn. Meanwhile, Lu Feng looked at Leng Ruoxue and Leng Xiaoqing's back with a face full of hidden bitterness. He muttered to himself in an aggrieved tone, "Detestable little fox, why did you leave me behind?" Ha ha ha. When the others heard Lu Feng's complaint, they couldn't help but laugh. When Leng Ruoxue and the evildoer left the inn, they summoned the little peacock. The two of them sat on the little peacock's back and went off to search for a place where they could advance. The little peacock flew for half a day, even out of the Ning family's divine territory, before it finally found a place that Leng Ruoxue was satisfied with. Leng Ruoxue lifted her beautiful eyes and sized up the deep ravine in front of her. The area of this ravine was extremely large and it was surrounded by stone walls. Furthermore, one could only land here from the sky. It could be said that it was absolutely safe. She nodded her head in satisfaction, then moved her beasts out of the bracelet. She found a huge rock and sat down cross-legged. Leng Ruoxue mobilized the divine power in her body and broke through the barrier of the mystic divine realm in one fell swoop. She advanced to the early stage of the divine being realm. Following that, the rules of the heaven and earth descended from the sky and enveloped her body. The monsters and beasts held their breaths and stared at Leng Ruoxue. After a long time, the heaven-earth law slowly disappeared, and the beast tide also arrived. In an instant, thousands of laws of heaven and earth descended from the sky, and their dazzling light illuminated the dark abyss. After an unknown amount of time, the fluctuating laws of heaven and earth slowly disappeared from the world, and the valley was completely dark. After the spiritual beasts had broken through, they all began to regulate their breathing. Their advancement had brought Leng Ruoxue endless benefits. Leng Ruoxue had been sitting on the same spot the entire time, regulating the divine power in her physical strength and not opening her eyes. Almost at the same time, Leng Ruoxue and her spiritual beasts finished recuperating. She opened her eyes and looked at her spiritual beasts' cultivation. She nodded in satisfaction. With this advancement, all of Leng Ruoxue's spiritual beasts had advanced to the sacred beast realm. Although most of them were only class 1 sacred beasts, she was still very satisfied. Among them, Baisu, Fengzhan, and Mei had all advanced by 1 rank. Baisu was now a 4th level sacred beast, Fengzhan was a 3rd level sacred beast, and Mei had advanced to a 2nd level sacred beast. As for the old phoenixes, even though they did not manage to advance, the spiritual energy in their bodies had almost doubled. They were very satisfied with this result. The happiest ones were Baby and the other beasts. After they advanced, they immediately mimicked Leng Ruoxue's arms and acted coquettishly, rubbing against her. Master, I'm also a sacred divine beast, hee hee. Baby said happily. Yes. Leng Ruoxue touched this and touched that. She was also in a very good mood. Shui. At this moment, the evildoer also walked over and smiled. Evildoer, let's go back. Leng Ruoxue said. They had been out for a long time, and if they didn't return soon, those old men would be worried. Thinking of this, she moved the bracelet out again. Beginner God, Advanced God. Not bad. After Wu came out, she looked at Leng Ruoxue's cultivation and laughed. It wouldn't be long before Shue's strength would surpass his, and he now. Yes. Hearing Wu's words, Leng Ruoxue also sensed her own strength. Hee. When she opened her eyes, she only saw the strength of the beasts and did not notice her. Shue, are you going back? He asked. However, he did not understand why Shue had asked him to come out. Ever since he had arrived at the godly mainland, he had rarely left the origin space. Yes, I am. Leng Ruoxue smiled evilly and nodded. Then let's go. Wu said hurriedly. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling that nothing good would come out of Shue getting him out. Wait. Wu, you have to cooperate with me. As soon as Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, she had a change of mind. The evildoers and beasts saw a tall, handsome man transform into a weak, devastatingly beautiful woman. Even though she was not as beautiful as Leng Ruoxue, her figure was still very hot and alluring. Feeling the strange gazes on him, he subconsciously lowered his head. When he saw his sexy and enchanting figure, he almost fainted. Although he had pretended to be a woman before, it was all fake. Now, his body had become a real woman. He could even feel the elasticity of his chest. This. What should he do? What a stunning beauty. She's even more beautiful than Leng Ruoxue looked Wu up and down, admiring her own masterpiece. She was extremely satisfied. However, Wu had to have a good foundation. Otherwise, it was impossible to turn an ugly man into such a beauty. Wu. She looked at Leng Ruoxue unreservedly. Her beautiful eyes were limpid like autumn water, and she looked extremely attractive. She's even more beautiful like this. I can't help but pity her. Leng Ruoxue gasped in admiration. Wu felt even more depressed after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. Pitiful? He clearly wanted to cry but had no tears, okay? Alright, we can go back now. None of you should reveal Wu's identity. Leng Ruoxue reminded. Yes. The demon and the beasts nodded in unison. Who would dare to say that? They were afraid that Leng Ruoxue would change their gender if she was unhappy. This was too terrifying. Leng Ruoxue placed the beasts into her bracelet, then she, evildoer, and Wu sat on the little peacock's back and returned to Ning City. It was already the next morning when they arrived at P City. Leng Ruoxue and the other two alighted from the little peacock's back and walked straight into the inn. When Ning Xiao saw them, he quickly came up to greet them. Miss Leng, you're back. And this is? Ning Xiao saw an unfamiliar face and could not help but ask. She's my friend. Leng Ruoxue gave a simple introduction. Oh. Do you need to arrange a room for her? Ning Xiao asked for Leng Ruoxue's opinion. No need, we have enough rooms. Leng Ruoxue then ordered Ning Xiao to bring breakfast to her room and the three of them went upstairs together. First Elder and the rest were having their breakfast in the living room. They were elated to see Leng Ruoxue return. However, when they saw Wu standing behind evildoer, their faces darkened. I say, little girl. Why did you bring a woman back? The First Elder was the first to ask, his face full of disapproval. In his opinion, this strange woman's background was unknown, and he should not have brought her back. That's right, little girl Shue, you've only been in the divine realm for a short time, and it's hard to fathom a person's heart. It's better to be careful. As for those stray cats and dogs, try not to bring them home. Master Ning said. Little fox, I thought you were quite smart. Lu Feng said in disappointment. Although Mo Yen and Lu Yue did not say anything, they kept shaking their heads. It was obvious that they did not approve of Leng Ruoxue bringing a woman back. When Leng Ruoxue saw their reactions, she couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Although she was very touched that these people were so concerned about her, weren't they looking down on her a little too much? Did she really have such poor taste? Not to mention, that woman was a man. Thank you for your concern, but I know this woman. She's fine, don't worry. Leng Ruoxue consoled. Oh. Hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, First Elder and the others didn't say anything else. However, they didn't give her any face. Wu was depressed and felt even more aggrieved. Wu. Who did he offend this time? These people were actually giving him attitude. When he thought of this, his resentful gaze kept drifting over Shue's body. If you dare to stare at Shue again, be careful of your eyes. The evildoer whispered into Wu's ear. However, because the two of them were too close to each other and their voices were extremely soft, this became ambiguous in the eyes of others. What are you guys doing? Acting all lovey-dovey in front of us, you don't want to live, do you? Master Ning's lion roar startled Leng Ruoxue and the other two. Leng Ruoxue's forehead was filled with black lines. She thought to herself, isn't Godfather's reaction a little too big? However, after thinking about it, she could understand. After all, if she did not know Wu's identity, she would also be angry when she saw the evildoer whispering so intimately with another woman. When she thought of this, she had a better impression of this cheap Godfather. Little girl. I think we should send this woman away. First Elder suggested. No need. Actually, she's that evildoer's older sister. Leng Ruoxue wiped away the cold sweat on her forehead and said hurriedly, Wu, did he go overboard this time? She really didn't expect that her godfather and the great elder would be so repulsed. Should he tell them Wu's identity? However, it was hard to explain how she had changed her gender. Now, she felt that she couldn't back down. It seemed that she could only arrange an identity for Wu. Little girl, don't lie to us. It's for your own good that we let her go. The first elder said worriedly. I know, she's really the sister of a demon. Leng Ruoxue bit the bullet and said guiltily, sob. I didn't mean to lie. However, it wasn't easy to explain the reason for its invincibility. After all, he couldn't let them know about the cosmic bangle yet. Kid? She's really your sister? Master Ning pointed at Wu Wen unhappily. Yes. The demon nodded helplessly, then looked at Shui with a hint of resentment. We've known each other for so long, why haven't I heard you mention it before? The great elder's face was full of doubt. In his opinion, this pair of siblings did not have the slightest bit of similarity, so how could they be relatives? We have been separated for a long time. We met by accident yesterday. The demon said after thinking for a while. What a coincidence. Did your sister also ascend from the Hao continent? Lu Feng asked calmly. Yes. The demon nodded. When did she ascend? Where have you been all these years? Lu Feng continued to ask. I ascended earlier than them, so I've been staying in the Ascender Alliance. Wu replied calmly. Alright, Lu Feng, you don't have to check her identity. She's really fine. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. If Lu Feng continued to ask, the truth would definitely be revealed. I did it for you, you heartless little fox. Lu Feng glared at Leng Ruoxue and said with slight displeasure. I know. Thank you for your concern. You must believe in my judgment. Leng Ruoxue reminded. Since the little fox said so, let's believe her. Lu Yue chuckled and tried to smooth things over. At the same time, there was a knock on the door. Ning Xiao had brought their breakfast to their room. Everyone, let's eat. Leng Ruoxue urged and changed the topic. After breakfast, Master Ning and the others were shocked to find out that Leng Ruoxue's cultivation base was actually at the early divine being advanced stage. Before this, their attention was all on that strange woman, so they did not have the time to check on this little girl's strength. Little girl, you're advancing really fast. You're actually an early divine being. Master Ning exclaimed in admiration. This girl was really amazing. On the godly mainland, there were 3 levels of deities: mysterious god, elementary deity, intermediate deity, and advanced deity. The early, intermediate, and advanced deity levels were further divided into upper, middle, and lower. Most of the time, those who advanced from mysterious god to elementary deity would only be at the early beginner deity level. Only a small number of them could directly advance to the middle early deity level. As for those who advanced to the high deity level, although it was not unheard of, it was extremely rare and could be ignored. Not bad. The great elder also nodded in satisfaction. Although they were both elementary gods, there was still a huge gap between elementary and advanced gods. The most intuitive manifestation of this was in divine power. If elementary gods could only accommodate twice the divine power of their bodies, then advanced elementary gods could accommodate almost 3 times the divine power of their bodies. In simple words, the more divine power they could accommodate, the more divine skills they could use in battle. Divine power could not be used limitlessly. Hee. Little fox, hurry up and become a deity so you can come with us to the deity world to play. Lu Feng said with a face full of anticipation. You think it's that easy to advance? Leng Ruoxue rolled her eyes at Lu Feng as she spoke, feeling a little speechless. The amount of spiritual qi she needed to advance was something that no one else could imagine. However, it was fortunate that she had the universal bracelet. Otherwise, she really didn't know how long it would take for her to advance by 1 level. Hee. You're a little fox, not an ordinary person. I believe you. Lu Feng said with a light smile. When Leng Ruoxue heard Lu Feng's words, she was deeply speechless. I really don't know where this guy's confidence comes from. After that, everyone started to talk about what had happened during this period of time. When Leng Ruoxue found out that the Ning siblings were still in the divine mainland, she couldn't help but be surprised. She couldn't understand why her foster father hadn't dealt with the siblings after such a long time. His godfather's efficiency was too low. Little girl Shui, hee. I'm waiting for you to come out and help me. Master Ning said, a little embarrassed. Godfather, this is your family matter. It's not my place to interfere. Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless. Why was this old man so lazy? If it wasn't for Master Ning's face, how could the brother and sister have reached this point? And now that she had recognized Master Ning as her godfather, it was even more inconvenient for her to make a move. Shui, are you really not going to help me? Master Ning said with a wronged face. Godfather. As the master of the Ning family, do you need my help to deal with 2 juniors? Life or death is all up to you, old man. Leng Ruoxue reminded him. He really didn't know what this old man was so conflicted about. Little girl, this old man is very ambitious. How could he be satisfied with just dealing with 2 juniors? However, the big fish he wanted to catch didn't take the bait, so he could only wait. The great elder said. He was clear in his heart that old man Ning had been biding his time because he wanted to clear the obstacles for his successor. The other party had not made any big moves, so it was not good for old man Ning to make a move. Oh. Godfather, I'm not good at hook fish. I can't help you. Leng Ruoxue said with a faint smile. She wasn't stupid, so she naturally didn't want to get involved in the Ning family's storm. Besides, this wouldn't do her any good. Instead, it would bring her endless trouble, which wasn't what she wanted. I'm such a poor old man. Master Ning pretended to be pitiful, but unfortunately, he was ignored by everyone present. Little girl, when will Fengda and the others come out of seclusion? The Grand Elder asked curiously. It should be soon. Why? Is there something you need, old man? Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she asked. Let's leave this place after they come out of seclusion. As for old man Ning, just let him stay here with the Ning siblings. First Elder suggested with a smirk. All right, he said. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Shwe, you little girl. Master Ning called out pitifully. However, Leng Ruoxue turned her head to the other side and said to the crowd, let's go for a walk on the streets. Then, he pulled Evildoer and Wu Li out of the living room. After leaving the inn, Leng Ruoxue and the other two strolled aimlessly on the streets. Actually, going out for a walk was just an excuse. She really didn't want to be pestered by Master Ning. Shwe, where are we going? Walking on the street without any awkwardness, he asked uneasily. I'll just walk around. Wu, relax, don't be so nervous. Leng Ruoxue laughed. Looking at his sneaky appearance, people who didn't know would think that he had done something bad. I want to go back to the inn. Wu said softly. The gazes of the pedestrians on the street made him feel very disgusted. He just came out. We haven't had a good tour of Ning City, have we? Leng Ruoxue asked. There's nothing to get better here. Let's go back. He said without any requirements. Who says there isn't? I heard that there's a waterfall not far from the main city. Let's go there and take a look. Leng Ruoxue suggested. Yes. The demon nodded. He would not reject any of Shwe's requests. As for none under Leng Ruoxue's beautiful gaze, he could not say a single word of rejection. Therefore, he could only accept his fate and risk his life to accompany the gentleman. The three of them asked around for the exact location of the waterfall on the street, then headed in the direction of the waterfall. The waterfall was located on the outskirts of Peace City. Although it was called the outskirts, it was quite a distance from the main city. The three of them sat on the little peacock and flew for nearly 2 hours before they arrived at the waterfall. In the air, Leng Ruoxue and the other two looked down at the vast and majestic silvery white waterfall from above. It was as if their mood had suddenly soared to the clouds. Furthermore, the slight breeze that the waterfall brought with it was exceptionally cool when it blew on their bodies. After ordering the little peacock to land, Leng Ruoxue was the first to jump down from its back. She walked to the side of the waterfall impatiently. From a closer look, the waterfall was even more beautiful. It was as if a silver ribbon was hanging in the air. The pond under the waterfall was clear, and the bottom could be seen. The fish were swimming around happily. Other than the waterfall in her bracelet, this should be the only waterfall she had seen in the other world, and it seemed to be much bigger than the one in her bracelet. Leng Ruoxue found a huge rock and sat down, enjoying the cool breeze. With a thought, she took out her beastie from her bracelet. The moment the shape-shifting beasts came out, they immediately occupied the space in Leng Ruoxue's arms. Evildoer and Wu saw that her body was covered in cute beasts and could not help but laugh. After Ling came out, he saw the clear water and looked at his master's wrist that he had snatched with great difficulty. He couldn't choose. Seeing how conflicted it was, Leng Ruoxue could not help but find it funny. Among her beastie, Ling was one of the ones who preferred water. If you want to go, then go. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Yes, I'm just going down to swim. Ling Huan nodded her little head happily and kept promising. After he finished speaking, he plopped. He jumped into the water and started swimming. My lovely master, I want to taste the fish in the pond. Baby looked at the fat fish in the pond and drooled. All right, Ling, bring a few fish up. Leng Ruoxue ordered Ling Wan, who was happily swimming in the pond. The fish is here. Ling Tian instantly enlarged his body and swung his thick tail, causing the fish in the pond to rush towards the shore. Master, is that enough? Ling asked loudly. Yes, that's enough. Leng Ruoxue was speechless as she looked at the small mountain of fish by the shore. She didn't know what to say, but the fish were still alive and kicking. Baby, take the beasts and clean up the fish. We'll make fish to eat later. Leng Ruoxue said. After arranging the beastman's work, Leng Ruoxue was in charge of starting the fire and roasting the fish. Fengda and the rest were still in closed-door cultivation, so they could only do it themselves. Baby waited for the beast to clean up the fish before skewering them and placing them over the fire. Leng Ruoxue only had to watch the fire and add the seasoning. After a short while, the fragrant fish was ready. Leng Ruoxue had also cooked some rice and 2 large pots of delicious fish soup. The fragrance of the fish had roused the appetites of the people and beasts. Ling, stop swimming. Come up and eat. Leng Ruoxue called out to Ling when she saw that he was still in the water. Hee. Master, I'm coming. After Ling finished speaking, he prepared to go ashore. Suddenly, the calm water in the pool became turbulent. Waves appeared on the surface of the water and formed whirlpools. Under the push of this unknown force, Ling was like a lonely boat in the wind and rain. Ling. Quickly come up. Leng Ruoxue, who felt a sense of danger, quickly shouted. Master, I can't move. Ling swung its body left and right, but it couldn't get rid of the buoyancy that trapped it in the water. Furthermore, there seemed to be a force that was constantly pulling it down, which made it a little anxious. Don't be afraid, I'll help you. After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, she intended to go into the pond to help Ling. However, she was pulled back by the demon. Xue, you stay here. I'll go down and help it. The demon stopped Xue and said. Then you have to be careful. Leng Ruoxue said hurriedly. Yes. The demon nodded and went into the pool. Ling, relax. The demon hugged Ling Shuo's huge body and kept comforting it. I'm so uncomfortable. Ling said painfully. It even felt that breathing was becoming more and more difficult. Can you transform into your mimicry appearance? The demon asked. Ling was too big for him to carry. I'll try. Ling said. However, after trying for a long time, it still couldn't mimic it. No, I can't move. Ling Tian said disappointedly. What was going on? Don't worry, I'll think of a way. The demon consoled. Ling had been following Xue ever since they were on the Wind Edge continent, so he was very clear about the feeling Xue had for these beasts. Naturally, he wouldn't let anything happen to Ling. However, with Ling in such a state, it would be very difficult for him to get him out of the water. Before the demon could think of a solution, the water in the pool began to move again. This time, it was even more violent than the previous time. Waves half the height of a person rolled up high, directly enveloping the demon and Ling. Be careful. Leng Ruoxue looked at this unusual wave and was extremely nervous. She wanted to go up and help, but she was blocked by an unknown force. She could not reach the edge of the pool at all. After the wave disappeared, the evil spirit and Ling also disappeared. Demon Ling. Where are you guys? Leng Ruoxue saw that the water had returned to its calm state. She quickly ran to the side of the pool and jumped in. However, other than the clear water and the fish that were swimming around in the water, there was no sign of evildoer or Ling. The man and beast had disappeared into thin air. Xue, don't worry. With that demon around, nothing will happen. Wu Yi jumped into the pool and consoled her, her eyes constantly sizing up the pool that did not seem to have any abnormalities. It was so strange. Why did they suddenly disappear? Wu An pondered, but he couldn't understand. My lovely master, don't worry too much. They'll be fine. Treasure also consoled him after searching around. I know, Leng Ruoxue nodded. She had a soul contract with Ling. If something happened to Ling, she would have sensed it. But now, it was as if something was blocking the connection between her and Ling. This was something she could not figure out. However, with the demon around, she could rest assured. Girl, there doesn't seem to be anything unusual here. The old phoenix, Fengzhan, said after scanning the area with a secret technique of the Phoenix clan. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded and took out Yu from her bracelet. The current Yu had almost recovered to its peak. After Leng Ruoxue explained the situation to Yu, he walked around the pond. Then, he jumped into the pond and looked around. In the end, he shook his head in regret. Master, I didn't find much here. However, if I'm not wrong, there should be a formation here and the disappearance of Captain Yi and Ling must be related to that formation. Yu expressed his thoughts. A formation? Yu, did the people of the divine realm in the past know how to set up formations? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Yes, master. However, that was a long time ago. I'm afraid that there are fewer and fewer people in the divine realm who know about formation techniques now. Yu sighed. When he said few, he did not mean that there were very few people who knew about arrays. Instead, he meant that there were very few people who were proficient in arrays. Although he had been sealed for many years, he had not found many artifact masters who were especially proficient in arrays when he returned to the divine world this time. Of course, the few from the Artifact Masters Guild were still passable. Then are you proficient in array formations? Leng Ruoxue could not help but ask. Master, I only have a superficial knowledge. However, compared to the people of the divine world, I definitely know more. Yu said humbly. Then can you tell what kind of formation is set up here? Leng Ruoxue said, feeling a little depressed. The fact that Yu was able to discover the array here was enough to prove that his array skills were above hers. After all, she had not discovered any signs of an array here. Master, the formation here gives me a very strange feeling. I can't really put my finger on it. Yu said guiltily. He felt extremely sorry for not being able to help his master. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head, deep in thought. After a while, Leng Ruoxue raised her head and looked at the worried faces of the Wuha beasts. She said softly, let's go back first. All right, he said. Wuha and the other beasts nodded their heads in unison. They did not dare to mention this matter anymore, afraid that they would touch on Leng Ruoxue's sore spot. Leng Ruoxue kept the spirit beasts into her bracelet and returned to the inn with Wu on the little peacock. After briefly explaining the situation to the Grand Elder and the rest, she returned to the waterfall with the Grand Elder and the rest. Even though Leng Ruoxue had repeatedly assured them that she was fine, they were still worried. Hence, all of them had followed her. The 5 of them walked around the pond a few times, knocking here and there, but they didn't find anything unusual. Xue, little girl, you'd better come back to the inn with us first. When you go back, ask the Ning family to send someone to look for you. We'll definitely return you the demon and the little snake in perfect condition. Master Ning promised. Godfather, Ling isn't a snake, it's a flood dragon. Leng Ruoxue corrected him. She was really helpless about them following her. However, she could not reject their concern. Previous chapter. Next. Good, good. It's a flood dragon, so it doesn't matter what it is. Let's go back first. I'll have the Ning family send people to look for them, and I'll definitely return you a complete evildoer and flood dragon. Master Ning wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and comforted him. Godfather, you guys go back first. Don't worry about me, I'll find them. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. How can we do that? How can we be at ease leaving you here alone? Master Ning and the Great Elder said in unison. Godfather, Great Elder, I'm not alone. Leng Ruoxue reminded. How could it not be? The two of them looked at each other and said with certainty. After hearing their words, Wu Ku laughed bitterly. So these two didn't even treat him as a human. He was depressed. However, it was not the time to refute them. Godfather, doesn't your Ning family still have things to deal with? Go back to your work. I'll really be fine. Leng Ruoxue was speechless. The Ning family's matter is important, but my goddaughter's matter is equally important. Unless you come back with me, we'll keep you company. Master Ning said stubbornly. He had a feeling that something was not right here, but he could not put his finger on it. Hence, how could he be at ease leaving Leng Ruoxue here? Little girl. Why don't you come back with us first and wait for old man Ning to deal with his family matters, then we'll come back with you. The Great Elder discussed and winked at Master Ning. They had the same opinion, that was, they couldn't let the little girl stay here alone, in case she encountered danger. Yup. Shua, come back with us first. Give me 2 days, I'll send people from the Ning family to look for him. 2 days later, we'll come together. Master Ning suggested. All right then. Leng Ruoxue replied helplessly. She realized that if she didn't agree, these two old men wouldn't even let her stay here. Then let's go back quickly. It's getting late today. The two of them immediately said. After that, everyone returned to the inn together. After returning to the inn, Leng Ruoxue greeted First Elder and the others before entering the bracelet with Wu. Sitting on the stone chair in front of the purple bamboo house, Wu looked at Leng Ruoxue worriedly and comforted her. Shua, don't worry. They'll be fine. Yes, I know. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Rather than saying that she was worried about the demon and Ling's whereabouts, it would be better to say that she was not used to not having the demon by her side. However, she believed that the demon must be thinking about her right now. Shua, what are your plans? Wu asked again. As you can see, if I didn't agree to come back with them, they wouldn't have let me stay there to look for Yao Nian and Ling. We can only let them have their way now. Leng Ruoxue sighed softly. Towards those who truly cared about her, she could never harden her heart. Hence, she naturally could not reject the two old men's kind intentions. It'll be much safer with them around. Wu said softly. Although Shua had a lot of life-saving means, it was not appropriate to expose all of them now. If they had the protection of Master Ning and the Great Elder, their actions would be much smoother. I know, Leng Ruoxue nodded. Wu, rest early. Said Leng Ruoxue. After she finished speaking, she returned to the purple bamboo house. Meanwhile, in another room in the inn. The Grand Elder, Master Ning, and the other four were still not resting. They were gathered together and discussing something. I say, Old Man Ning, you really didn't find anything? The Great Elder asked curiously. Old Man Ning's strength was above his. What he didn't discover, Old Man Ning might be able to discover. No, it's just that that place gives me a very strange feeling. Why didn't I notice it before? Master Ning frowned and asked in confusion. TSK, don't you know how many times you've been to the godly mainland? Besides, you've been to that waterfall. The First Elder said. Master Ning was speechless. In fact, what he meant was, why didn't his divine sense that there was something wrong? How could he have been everywhere? Old Man Ning, since you haven't found anything, then don't think about it. You should quickly finish your work. I don't want the little girl to get anxious and run away. The First Elder said worriedly. Yes, I'll ask my subordinates to come over tomorrow and explain the things here to them. Then, I'll go with Shua, to find the person. Master Ning thought for a while and said. You'd better look for Qiuqiu for the antidote first. Otherwise, if your subordinates don't recognize you, it'll be a joke. The Great Elder teased. How is that possible? Master Ning was a little speechless. Who couldn't recognize him? It was impossible for his own subordinates not to recognize him. After all, compared to his descendants, his subordinates were the people who had spent the most time with him. Hee. It's hard to say. The Great Elder laughed evilly as he finished speaking. He then stood up and patted his butt before leaving. However, the Great Elder's concern was obviously unnecessary, because when the trusted subordinates of Master Ning arrived, they recognized Master Ning at a glance, which made Master Ning extremely proud, and even slightly provocative to the Great Elder. Old man, I told you my subordinates wouldn't recognize me. This was just an accident. The First Elder disapprovingly said. TSK, I know you're jealous. Master Ning said with a happy smile. Master Ning's subordinates listened to the conversation between the two people, and cold sweat dripped down from their foreheads. They couldn't help but secretly think, Master, we've been with you for so long. If we still can't recognize you, wouldn't that be a dereliction of duty? So, there was really nothing to be proud of. Old man Ning, let's get down to business. The great elder didn't want to argue with Master Ning and reminded him. Yes. Master Ning nodded and explained the situation to his subordinates. Then, his subordinates split into two groups. One group went to the waterfall to check, and the other went to the VIP room on the 5th floor to find the Ning siblings. When the Ning siblings saw Master Ning's subordinates, they were dumbfounded. These people were the closest people to the old ancestor, and their arrival was enough to show that the old ancestor was also here. Previous chapter. Next. By the orders of the patriarch, I'm bringing you back to the divine realm to await your punishment. A black-robed man said coldly. We want to see our ancestor. Let us see our ancestor. Ning Haran was struggling on his deathbed. He knew that if his ancestor sent these people out, they would not be pardoned even if they returned to the Ning family. In the hands of these people, the brother and sister would probably die. You want to see the patriarch? However, I don't know if the patriarch wants to see you. The grave and stern black-clothed man said with a somewhat difficult expression. Please let us see our ancestor. Ning Haran begged. All right then. However, I'll have to ask the patriarch first. After the man in black finished speaking, he gave the others a look and went out for a walk. Then, he returned to the room where the Ning siblings were. The patriarch agrees with you. The man in black said in a cold tone. In fact, before he came here, the family head had told him that if the brother and sister wanted to see him, he had to bring them here, but he couldn't agree to it easily. That was why he deliberately pretended to be in a difficult position. Thank you, senior. Ning Haran said gratefully. The siblings were then brought to the living room on the 3rd floor. The two of them looked at the few people sitting there and looked at the man in black in confusion. Their eyes were filled with question marks. Didn't you all want to see the master? The black-clothed man said indifferently. But there's no ancestor here. How could you lie to us? Ning Chi, said unhappily. Who says there isn't? This subordinate greets the patriarch. The man in black saluted Master Ning with respect. Yes. Master Ning nodded and turned his eyes to the Ning siblings. O old ancestor. Ning Haran was so scared that he stuttered. How could this be? How could this person be the old ancestor? He could not believe it. However, it was impossible for the man in black to recognize someone else as his master. However, he could not accept this result because it meant that the old ancestor would not let them off. This extremely ugly man had seen everything that Ning Chi had done with his own eyes. This was enough to show that the old ancestor would not allow them to quibble. How is this possible? How can you be the ancestor? Ning Chi shouted, dumbfounded. She couldn't accept this fact at all. This accident was too big a blow to her. She never dreamed that the ugly woman she was talking about was actually the ancestor that she had always wanted to please. She had actually scolded her own ancestor. What? What should she do? When she thought of this, she was really a little scared. Why can't I be the Ning family's old ancestor? Ning Chi, you've scolded me before. Master Ning reminded. I didn't know you were the ancestor. Ning Chi, argued. I don't want to hear this reason. Ning Shan, bring them back to the divine realm to await punishment. Without my orders, no one is allowed to pardon them, and even more so, no one is allowed to let them out. Master Ning ordered. Yes, master. The black-clothed man, Ning Shan, replied very respectfully. Also, you can deal with Ning Rong, and the others as well. Ning Fei will be the head of the Nings in the godly land. Master Ning arranged. Yes. Yes, master. Ning Shan responded, then bowed respectfully to Master Ning, and planned to leave with the Ning siblings. However, Ning Chi, suddenly broke free from his control and ran to Master Ning, asking loudly, Old ancestor, what is your relationship with Leng Ruoxue? What's wrong? You're still concerned about her identity? Master Ning was speechless. Did Ning Chi really mind the existence of this little girl? Even at a time like this, she still did not forget to question him. Old ancestor, please tell me. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest in peace. Ning Chi, said loudly. She's my goddaughter. Are you satisfied with this answer? Master Ning asked with a faint smile. Goddaughter. Why did you take her in as your goddaughter? Ning Chi, didn't know where she got the courage from, but she shouted at the top of her voice, burning with jealousy. Do I need your permission to accept someone as my goddaughter? Master Ning squinted his eyes and asked unhappily. I didn't mean it that way. Old ancestor, you've misunderstood. Ning Chi, quickly explained in fear. Ning Shan, take them away and tell the people from the main family to behave themselves. Otherwise, I don't mind dealing with them as well. Master Ning looked at Ning Chi, with a look of disgust and instructed Ning Shan. Yes, master. Ning Shan quickly responded. In order to prevent Ning Chi, from escaping again, he took out a rope from his storage ring and tied the Ning siblings into a bundle. Then, he bowed slightly to the first elder and the others, and led them out of the living room. After Ning Shan left with Ning Haran and his sister, First Elder looked at Master Ning and complained, if you had dealt with them earlier, the little girl's man and beastie would not have gone missing. AI. How can you blame me for this? How could I have known that this would happen? Master Ning said with an aggrieved face. Master, what's the point of saying all this now? The most important thing is to find Yechen and that little beast. Mo Yen reminded. Don't worry, I've already sent people to look for him. Master Ning consoled. The man and the beast had gone missing, which made them feel quite down. Godfather. Where did they take Ning Haran and his sister? Suddenly, Leng Ruoxue's voice entered the ears of the 5 of them. I've sent people to bring them back to the divine realm. Shui, little girl, I've already sent people to guard the waterfall. If they discover anything, they will immediately return to report. Master Ning said quickly. Oh. Have you finished dealing with Godfather's matter? Leng Ruoxue asked calmly. Godfather's speed was really fast this time. It was settled in less than 2 days. It's over. Master Ning said helplessly. It seemed that this little girl was really impatient. Then let's go to the waterfall. Leng Ruoxue said hurriedly. The 5 of them had an expression that said, as expected. Hee hee. Since the little girl is so anxious, let's go. The first elder laughed. After that, they greeted Ning Xiao and made all the necessary arrangements, then headed straight for the waterfall. When they arrived at the waterfall, Leng Ruoxue realized that the people her godfather had sent had already set up the tent. They must have planned to keep watch there. When she saw this, her heart was filled with warmth and she was moved beyond words. Godfather. Thank you very much. Leng Ruoxue said softly. Silly girl, this is nothing. It's just a small matter. Master Ning said disapprovingly, but not everyone could enjoy such treatment. Leng Ruoxue nodded and didn't say anything else. She knew that there were some things that didn't need to be said out loud. She then summoned the Mei and the other spirit beasts to help her set up the tent. Master Ning then introduced Leng Ruoxue to his subordinates. At night, after Master Ning and the rest had gone to bed, Leng Ruoxue entered the bracelet and instructed Qing Ju to wake Fengde and the rest up. After Fengde and the rest woke up, Leng Ruoxue explained the situation to them. Everyone turned pale with fright. Miss, what should we do? Suizhu worriedly tugged at Leng Ruoxue's arm. Don't worry, they should be fine now. It's just that I can't really be at ease without finding their whereabouts. Leng Ruoxue spoke the truth. Knowing that they were fine was one thing, but whether or not she could be at ease was another. Miss, what do you need us to do now? Fengde asked calmly. He was very clear about Regiment Commander Ye's ability, so he wasn't very worried about their safety. However, he had the same thoughts as the Mississippi. He felt that they should find them as soon as possible. Otherwise, everyone's heart would be in suspense. We need you to come out of your seclusion. We can leave this place at any time. This was also the main reason why she had asked Qing Ju to wake them up. Otherwise, when it was time to leave, she would not be able to explain it to Master Ning and the First Elder. Then, we'll exit seclusion early in the morning tomorrow. Fengde said. Then, everyone discussed what they would say after they came out of seclusion. After making arrangements, they returned to their rooms. The next morning. Leng Ruoxue then bade farewell to Master Ning's subordinates and returned to the inn. After that, he brought Fengde and his grandfather over. Shui, have they all come out of seclusion? Master Ning and the Great Elder looked at the people in front of them and said in surprise. Yes, I was the one who woke them up, Leng Ruoxue said. Hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Master Ning and First Elder instantly understood. It seemed like this little girl was afraid that they would leave at any time, so she had to plan ahead. Little girl, you've told them? The First Elder said. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded, but she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It wasn't easy to bring them here. He had to put on a show for them, but he had no choice. You don't have to worry too much. We've been sending people to look for him. Master Ning looked at the crowd and said. We're not worried. Fengde and the others quickly said, and then set up the tent. After lunch, Leng Ruoxue stood by the pond alone. She looked at the calm water and was deep in thought. Shui, don't think too much about it. You should believe in Yechen's ability. Leng Ruohan walked over and consoled her. Big brother, I'm not worried about their safety. It's just that I'm not sure if I can see them. Leng Ruoxue said softly. Shui. Leng Ruohan had just uttered 2 words when she noticed a small whirlpool in the center of the calm pool. Leng Ruoxue also noticed the situation and jumped into the pond without hesitation. Leng Ruohan saw this and followed suit. Not far away, Fengde and the rest noticed the abnormality and ran towards the pond. When Fengde and the others arrived at the edge of the pool, the originally imperceptible whirlpool became more and more obvious and bigger. They did not think and jumped into the water together. Seeing this, Master Ning and the First Elder had to follow them, so as not to lose these people again. Not long after, a huge wave rolled up from the pond, engulfing Leng Ruoxue and the others. Leng Ruoxue and the rest lost consciousness as well. When they woke up, they realized that they were in an unfamiliar place. Where is this place? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings. When she realized that her own people were all around, she relaxed and started to observe this unfamiliar environment. As far as the eye could see, this place was full of trees and the environment was very quiet and peaceful. There were mountains and water, the climate was gentle, and the spiritual qi was very rich. It was a good place to live in seclusion. Miss, the environment here is not bad. Fengde's eyes were wide open as he looked around curiously. Everyone, be careful and pay attention to your safety. Leng Ruoxue warned. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Old man Ning, can you tell where we are? The great elder asked suspiciously. He had lived in the divinity for a long time, but he had never known that there was such a place in the divinity. It was truly unbelievable. No, I don't have any impression of this place. Master Ning shook his head, his handsome face full of question marks. Let's go over there and take a look. Leng Ruoxue pointed to a small green stone path not far away. This path was not wide, and both sides of the path were filled with trees. At most, 2 people could walk side by side. Furthermore, there was only one path in front of them. Hence, Leng Ruoxue guessed that this should be the entrance to somewhere, but she did not know what was inside. Yes. Everyone nodded. Since they had been brought here, they couldn't come for nothing. They had to figure out the situation here. Otherwise, wouldn't they have come for nothing? The situation inside is unclear. Everyone, please be careful. Leng Ruoxue reminded him worriedly. Then, he walked toward the entrance of the small path. The first elder and Master Ning quickly followed by Fengde and the others. After Leng Ruoxue and the rest had walked for a while, they finally found a teleportation array at the end of the path. At this moment, the teleportation array was shining with an intimidating white light, proving that it could be used. Leng Ruoxue and the rest stood by the teleportation array, looking at each other. Previous chapter. Next, after some time, Leng Ruoxue stepped in. With a flash of white light, she disappeared. When the others saw this, they did not want to fall behind and also stepped in. With the continuous flash of white light, everyone disappeared in a moment. When Leng Ruoxue and the rest appeared on the other side of the teleportation array, they could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief. Compared to the beautiful scenery just now, this place was clearly a ruin. Not only that, the place was filled with a thick blood-red mist, and the air reeked of blood. Godfather, can you tell where we are? Leng Ruoxue asked cautiously. Shue, I don't have any impression of this place at all. However, this place looks like a battlefield no matter how I look at it. I'm sure many creatures have died here in the past. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a strong blood chi here. After observing for a while, Master Ning cautiously said. Standing here, his mind was a little restless, which showed how heavy the murderous chi was. However, what made him curious was that Shue, and the others didn't seem to have any abnormalities, which was really incredible. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head, deep in thought. Shue, don't you feel restless? Master Ning couldn't help but ask. No, I just feel a little uncomfortable. Leng Ruoxue said honestly. You guys don't have any either? Master Ning asked Fengde and the others with wide eyes. No, I just feel that my breathing is a little rough. The air here isn't good. Fengde made an important conclusion that resonated with everyone. You're all freaks. All of you are abnormal. The Grand Elder was speechless. Even the deity emperors and hierarch experts felt their hearts trembling, but these little brats only had breathing difficulties. Woo. This was too unfair. How could this be? Fengde and the others were speechless. They just didn't feel restless, and that was abnormal? In their opinion, they didn't sense it because they were too weak. First Elder, Godfather, let's discuss how to leave this place. Leng Ruoxue ignored the grudges of First Elder and the others as she reminded them. Little girl, are you sure you still want to go further in? The Great Elder asked. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head with certainty. This was because this was their only hope of finding the Demon Prince and Ling. It was not easy for her to be brought here by the huge wave, so how could she be willing to return empty-handed? Then this old man will risk my life to accompany you, little girl. However, the situation here is unclear, so you must not act rashly. First Elder warned. Yes, we will. Leng Ruoxue promised. Shue, follow behind me. I'll lead the way for you. Master Ning said. Thank you, Godfather. We're not that weak. We'll take care of ourselves. Leng Ruoxue chuckled helplessly. The 2 old men were treating them like children. That's good. Let's go. Master Ning and the Great Elder looked at each other and walked in front of the group. Master Ning's subordinates Nemo Yen were arranged to walk at the back, while Leng Ruoxue and the others walked in the middle, receiving their protection. After walking for a while in the blood-colored fog, Leng Ruoxue and the rest suddenly realized that there were countless light spots floating towards them. When the light spots got closer, they realized that they weren't light spots at all. Instead, they were humans and beasts. However, these humans and beasts were all transparent and their eyes were still shining with a green light. Shue, they are all vengeful spirits. Be careful not to be possessed by them. Master Ning had a headache when he saw the vengeful spirits surrounding them. There were at least 1,000 vengeful spirits, which was several times more than their number. Moreover, vengeful spirits were very difficult to deal with, and it was even more difficult to kill them. Seeing these vengeful spirits, Master Ning didn't know what to say. However, he didn't expect that there would be so many vengeful spirits here. No wonder the fog here was blood-red. Vengeful spirits were extremely annoying creatures and were difficult to eliminate. Vengeful spirits were mainly formed by the vengeful aura of humans or beasts after they died. Vengeful spirits were neither humans nor ghosts and were not tolerated in all realms. However, they were allowed to exist by the rules of heaven and earth. Therefore, anyone who encountered vengeful spirits would have a headache. However, they did not expect to encounter so many of them at once. It was difficult to exterminate even one vengeful spirit, let alone so many of them. Wasn't he trying to tire them to death? Master Ning couldn't help but complain in his heart. Little girl, old man Ning and I will hold them off for a while. You take these little guys and quickly return the way you came. The first elder chimed in. In his opinion, letting Leng Ruoxue and the others deal with these vengeful spirits was no different from sending them delicious food. Hence, he could not let the little girl and the others take the risk. Great elder, there's a saying that goes, we should share good fortune and misfortune together. At this moment, how can we abandon you and live alone? Leng Ruoxue shook her head in disagreement. Previous chapter. That's right. We're not leaving. Fengde and the others quickly nodded. Little girl, these vengeful spirits aren't easy to deal with. You're too weak, so you won't be of much help even if you stay here. If you're possessed by these vengeful spirits, the consequences will be unimaginable. The great elder advised earnestly. Although he was pleased with the words of the little girl and the others, he could not let them stay here out of his love for them. Great elder, godfather, there are so many vengeful spirits here. Let's not talk about whether we can escape or not. Even if we can, you can't possibly deal with all of them. If there were only a few vengeful spirits, they could leave if they were told to. However, there were at least 1,000 vengeful spirits here. If they really left, godfather and great elder would have a hard time dealing with them no matter how high their cultivation was. This. Leng Ruoxue's words left First Elder and Master Ning speechless. They knew very well that this little girl was right. There were too many vengeful spirits here, and they were not able to deal with them. They had chased Leng Ruoxue and the others away only because they wanted to help them block the attack and give them a chance to escape. After all, they were still young. Godfather, great elder, we appreciate your good intentions, but we can't leave. Leng Ruoxue was touched. Even though she had not known these people for a long time, the fact that they had done so much for her and her group meant that she had already completely acknowledged them. Schwer, you won't be of much help here. Master Ning said a little anxiously. Seeing those vengeful spirits getting closer and closer, and staring at them like a tiger watching its prey, he was very anxious. Godfather, how can you look down on us? Leng Ruoxue pretended to be displeased as she pouted her pink lips. Actually, after seeing these vengeful spirits, she had already asked Qing Ju to find a way to deal with them. You guys are still young. Master Ning said helplessly. This wasn't the time to discuss this. Sister, I found it. At this moment, Qing Ju's voice rang out in Leng Ruoxue's mind. Is there any way? Leng Ruoxue asked in surprise. Sister, there's only one way to eliminate the vengeful spirit in this world, and that's to purify it. To put it bluntly, it's to burn it. However, the flame that can kill the vengeful spirit is not an ordinary flame. There are only two kinds of flames in the world that can kill the vengeful spirit. One is the divine fire of the underworld, and the other is the divine fire of chaos. Both of these divine fires were born from the heaven and earth, and can be called the kings of fire. Their ranks are even higher than the fire spirit. Qing Ju explained. Qing Ju, does this mean that we won't be able to deal with these vengeful spirits? This was the first time she had heard of the flame that Qing Ju had mentioned. She had no idea where to find it. Furthermore, she did not have the time to look for it now. Sister, don't count on the netherworld divine fire. It's impossible for the divine realm to have it. I can find it. Qing Ju smiled mysteriously and kept her in suspense. Where are we going to find it? Leng Ruoxue asked hurriedly. Sister, when you reach the 9th level of the heaven-defying art, your natal flame will evolve into a chaos divine flame. Qing Ju said honestly. Stupid Qing Ju, what do we do now? Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. She was asking about now. However, she was surprised that her flame could evolve into a chaos divine flame. Sister, although your flame hasn't reached the level of chaotic divine flame yet, these vengeful spirits aren't very strong. It's more than enough to deal with them. Qing Ju said. Are you sure? Leng Ruoxue asked worriedly. Unless she had no other choice, she was not willing to enter the bracelet at the first sign of danger. Yes. Qing Ju nodded. Sister, as the king of fire, I can tell you with absolute certainty that your natal flames can deal with these vengeful spirits. Suddenly, the fire spirit's voice rang in Leng Ruoxue's mind. Little fire spirit, you're awake? Leng Ruoxue said happily. When they left the floating cloud city, the little fire spirit had temporarily gone into closed-door cultivation. It had just broken through and needed to go into closed-door cultivation to digest what it had obtained from the breakthrough. At the same time, it needed to sort out its inherited memories. However, she didn't expect the little fire spirit to wake up so quickly. Yes, sister. Vengeful spirits are most afraid of fire. However, ordinary flames can't deal with them. Even I have some difficulty dealing with high-level vengeful spirits. However, these vengeful spirits aren't very strong. Your natal flames will definitely have no problem dealing with them. The fire spirit said in an extremely serious manner. After coming out of seclusion this time, he was keenly aware that his sister's flames had become stronger, and there was a faint trace of pressure in the flames, causing him, the king of fire, to feel pressured. However, after pondering for a while, he saw that his sister's natal flame was different from the rest. That was because the flame was the chaos divine flame that had not advanced completely. He could not help but feel surprised. One must know that the chaos divine flame was of a much higher level than his. What was even more unbelievable was that the chaos divine flame was actually his sister's natal divine flame. This was simply too outrageous and he could not understand it no matter how hard he tried. Thank you, little fire spirit. With Green Vessel and the little fire spirit's words, Leng Ruoxue felt much more at ease. Since her flames were able to deal with these vengeful spirits, there was nothing to be afraid of. Godfather, Great Elder, I have a way to deal with these vengeful spirits. Leng Ruoxue cut off the connection with Green Vessel and the little fire spirit, then turned around and said to them. Little girl, you really have a way? The first elder asked in surprise. Shue, you don't have to comfort us. Vengeful spirits have been difficult to deal with since ancient times. Master Ning also reminded him. He didn't want his precious goddaughter to die here. Godfather, Great Elder, I won't show off. You have to believe me. Leng Ruoxue was helpless. Did she look that untrustworthy? Miss, we believe you. The moment Leng Ruoxue's words fell, Fengde and the rest immediately supported her. Master Ning and the Great Elder didn't know what to say, and they couldn't help but think in their hearts. These people's trust in Shue had reached an unparalleled height, and they were far behind. In order to prove that her words were true, Leng Ruoxue no longer tried to convince them. Instead, she used her actions to prove it. There was a small flame dancing on her fair fingertips. The flame was not even as big as a baby's little finger, but the temperature was frighteningly high. Fengde and the others saw this and immediately distanced themselves from her to avoid being roasted by the flame. The temperature of this flame is so high. Master Ning and the Great Elder wiped the sweat off their foreheads and kept a distance from Leng Ruoxue. Little girl, is this your life flame? The first elder asked in surprise. This was the first time he had seen Leng Ruoxue's flames. He did not expect this little girl to have such a hidden hand. He couldn't help but think to himself. However, what he didn't know was that Leng Ruoxue had more than one trick up her sleeve. Well, I need fire to destroy these vengeful spirits. My fire should be able to deal with them, right? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. No problem, the Grand Elder said hurriedly. If the flames with such high temperatures were still unable to deal with the vengeful spirit, then their flames could commit suicide by banging their heads against the wall. Then we can stay, right? Leng Ruoxue asked again. Yes. Master Ning nodded as well. Seeing Leng Ruoxue's flames, he thought that perhaps Shue was the most suitable person to deal with these vengeful spirits. It seemed that he was really old. He was actually feeling emotional. Great Elder, Godfather, you two work with me to gather all these vengeful spirits together. I'll set fire to destroy them. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Alright, you guys stay here to protect Fengde and the others. Leave these vengeful spirits to us. Master Ning replied, and then ordered his subordinates. Unless you have a flame like the little girl you must listen to our arrangements. Afraid that Fengde and the others would refuse, First Elder quickly added. We'll stay here obediently. Fengde quickly expressed his position on behalf of the others, but he couldn't help but feel disgusted in his heart. They were overconfident and liked to show off. That's good. Little girl, let's begin. The First Elder looked at Leng Ruoxue and said. Then, he was the first to charge at the vengeful spirit. Seeing that the First Elder had taken the lead, Master Ning also rushed out, not to be outdone, and Mo Yen followed closely behind. When Leng Ruoxue saw the vengeful spirits being gathered by the three elders, she quickly executed the fire dragon dance and infused her natal divine flame into it. In an instant, everyone saw a blazing fire dragon flying towards the vengeful spirits. Following Leng Ruoxue's rank advancement, the might of the fire dragon's dance had also increased. The fire dragon's dance that was infused with her natal flames seemed to have been infused with a soul. It became more vivid and human-like. Human-like. The fire dragon danced in the sky above the vengeful spirits, then slowly descended, wrapping countless vengeful spirits in its own flames. Suddenly, a series of painful wails came from the flames. After a short while, the vengeful spirits that were surrounded by the fire dragons disappeared from this world. Seeing this, the First Elder, Master Ning, and Mo Yen were even more motivated. More vengeful spirits were driven together by them, and the fire dragon waiting quietly at the side was responsible for purifying them. The cooperation between the two sides was seamless. After a long time, the vengeful spirits around them had finally been purified. However, before they could celebrate, an angry roar entered their ears. Who killed my children? I want you to pay with your lives. The roar came from far away, and there was a pressure in the voice, causing Fengde and the others to feel a little breathless. A vengeful spirit that can talk, this. The Great Elder's expression changed. He only managed to finish half of his sentence before his heart sank and he could not continue. King of Vengeful Spirits. Master Ning's face was also very ugly. He had never dreamed that he would encounter a king of vengeful spirits here. Generally speaking, vengeful spirits were not of a high level, and most of them did not have spiritual wisdom, only acting on instinct. Even so, vengeful spirits were not easy to destroy. Unless everyone had a life flame like Shue, otherwise, if they could not escape, they could only wait to become the food of vengeful spirits. However, this king of vengeful spirits was completely different. They had spiritual intelligence, and their intelligence was not lower than that of humans. They were also very strong. If one wanted to destroy them, flames alone were not enough. Just as Master Ning was feeling depressed, the king of vengeful spirits had already arrived in front of them. It was in the form of a beast, with a huge body and an extremely ugly appearance. It had the characteristics of countless beasts. Not only was its head full of horns, but there were also many pairs of eyes on its head. Dark green mucus dripped from its body and it emitted an unpleasant smell. Leng Ruoxue and the others almost vomited when they saw it. What the hell is this? It looks so disgusting. Fengde and the others covered their noses and mouths, and couldn't help but complain. You guys are the disgusting ones. I'm the great king of vengeful spirits, and you dare to insult me and kill all my children? Humph. I won't let you off. You're dead today, haha. It's been a long time since I've tasted such a delicious soul. The king of vengeful spirits laughed heartily, drooling non-stop from its mouth. Shua, this is going to be troublesome. This is actually a king of vengeful spirits with the strength of a deity emperor. I wonder if your flames can deal with it. In a while, this old thing and I will keep it busy while you find an opportunity to purify it with flames. Otherwise, if he doesn't die, we'll be the ones to die. Master Ning whispered to Leng Ruoxue with a serious face. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head, her beautiful eyes staring at the vengeful spirit king with vigilance. Stinky old man, I don't want to die with you, so don't drag me down. Master Ning reminded the great elder with a wicked smile. You old thing, I don't want to die with you either. Don't be lazy. The great elder replied, unwilling to be outdone. Their eyes met in midair, and countless sparks flew. With that, the two of them prepared to charge forward together. However, they were stopped by Leng Ruoxue. Godfather, great elder, please wait a moment. I have some questions for him. Leng Ruoxue said softly. I don't think it will tell you the truth. Master Ning said with certainty. The vengeful spirit king had intelligence and was born from vengeful energy. It was more cunning than humans, so how could it answer Leng Ruoxue's question honestly? Previous chapter. Next chapter. It's okay, I'm just asking. Leng Ruoxue said softly. After she finished speaking, she turned her gaze towards the vengeful spirit king, who had also treated them as prey and was staring at them intently. Vengeful spirit king, how long have you been here? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. Why should I tell you? The king of vengeful spirits asked instead of answering. There's no reason. I'm just curious. However, I don't think you remember. After all, you're just a vengeful spirit. It didn't know how to count, so it couldn't be considered a real soul. How would I remember all this? Leng Ruoxue said with a look of understanding and a hint of disdain. Who said I don't know how to count? Who said I don't remember? This king has been here for almost 1,000,000 years. Humph. Human, you're underestimating this king. The king of vengeful spirits roared in anger. That long? Then why are you still so weak? Leng Ruoxue was confused. How is my strength low? Humph. This king doesn't need to waste any effort to deal with you. The king of vengeful spirits was infuriated. It glared at Leng Ruoxue and roared. Low in every aspect. Not only is your strength low, but you're also ugly. You've cultivated for 1,000,000 years, but you've never made a breakthrough? Why didn't you make yourself look better? Leng Ruoxue was confused. Damn human, what do you know? I'm the most handsome one among the vengeful spirits, you're the ugly one. Not only is he ugly, but he also has no taste and is not aesthetically pleasing. The king of vengeful spirits retorted unceremoniously, cursing in its heart. Humph. An ugly monster actually dared to look down on it, it was really unreasonable. King of vengeful spirits, who told you about vengeful spirits? You may be handsome among vengeful spirits, but you don't fit the aesthetic standards of us humans. In the eyes of us humans, you're ugly. So, you'd better accept this reality. Good girl. Change into a better looking one so that we won't have nightmares at night. Leng Ruoxue chuckled in a calm manner. However, it was impossible for her not to feel depressed after being called ugly, blind, and unscrupulous by a vengeful spirit. As the first elder, Master Ning, and the others listened to Leng Ruoxue and the king of vengeful spirits' verbal battle, they could not help but feel speechless. They thought to themselves, this little girl is really too strong. She can even chat with vengeful spirits and even start bickering. However, in comparison, Fengde and the others were very calm. In their hearts, what was the point of their mischatting with the king of vengeful spirits? If it wasn't for the fact that this king of vengeful spirits was so ugly and disgusting, they might have even encouraged the young lady to form a contract with it. Human, you're dead. The king of vengeful spirits gritted its teeth after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. What's wrong? He flew into a rage out of humiliation. Vengeful spirit king, you still need to train. How can you get angry so easily? Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. You. The king of vengeful spirits was so angry that it couldn't speak. Its huge body trembled in anger, and the mucus on its body dripped to the ground, burning black holes in the ground in the blink of an eye. Please reading on myboxnovl.com. Vengeful spirit king, you're too restless. Seeing the vengeful spirit king's anger, Leng Ruoxue ridiculed it. By the way, have you seen any other humans before us? Seeing that the king of vengeful spirits was so angry that it ignored her, Leng Ruoxue changed the topic and asked another question. This question was actually what she really wanted to ask. So what if I've seen him? The king of vengeful spirits did not doubt that he had his own way. What kind of person? Leng Ruoxue probed. There wasn't a single trace of abnormality on her beautiful face. Actually, she was extremely nervous, but she couldn't let the vengeful spirit king notice anything amiss. It was a man. The king of vengeful spirits said in an unpleasant tone. Only one man? Leng Ruoxue continued asking. I only saw a man. Wait. Why do I have to answer you? The king of vengeful spirits had only said one sentence before it reacted and was no longer willing to cooperate with Leng Ruoxue. You have to do your best as a host. This is your territory, and we're your guests. So, out of courtesy, you have to answer my question honestly. Leng Ruoxue replied matter-of-factly. Her words stunned the vengeful spirit king. It had never heard of such a statement before. You are my food. I will not answer any more questions from you. The king of vengeful spirits glared at Leng Ruoxue. Vengeful spirit king, you can't be so ungentlemanly, you know? Tell me, where is that man now? Leng Ruoxue pretended to reprimand him as she asked. Dead. I ate that man. The king of vengeful spirits said with a fierce look in its eyes. You ate it? Leng Ruoxue squinted her beautiful eyes. Even though she did not believe the vengeful spirit king's words, the anger in her heart still burned uncontrollably after hearing its words. Of course, all the people and beasts that come to my territory are my food. If I don't eat them, do you think I'll keep them? The king of vengeful spirits asked. That makes sense. Since that's the case, you can die too. Leng Ruoxue said coldly. She then directed her fire dragon and flew towards the vengeful spirit king. Seeing this, First Elder, Master Ning, and Mo Yen also quickly attacked. At the same time, in another secret place, two extremely handsome men were staring at the light screen in front of them, observing every move inside. Of the two men, one was as handsome and elegant as a banished immortal, while the other was as terrifying as a demon. Although the two men had slightly different styles, they were both at the level of a troublemaker that could make women go crazy. However, the banished immortal man's handsome face always had a faint smile, while the other man's face was as cold as ice. The immortal slaying man sat down on a stone chair not far away from them and poured himself a cup of tea. Then, he called out to another man, come over and have some tea. You've been looking at it for a long time. What exactly do you want to do? The cold man asked with a straight face. The anger in his heart was uncontrollable. He scurried upwards. At this moment, he really wanted to strangle this seemingly relaxed man in front of him. What do you think? The immortal execution man laughed as he ignored the cold intent that was being emitted from the other party's body. You're courting death. The frosty-looking man said coldly. How can you accuse me? I'm doing this for their own good. The immortal execution man's face was filled with grievance as tears continuously flickered in his beautiful eyes. Don't pretend to be pitiful in front of me, unless you want to die. The cold man said with a face full of disgust. He was so disgusted that all the hair on his body stood up. Don't you like to act pitiful like this? If you can, why can't I? The immortal execution man felt very wronged. Sob. This was clearly a difference in treatment. How could he treat him like this? You dare to compete with me? The icy cold man narrowed his eyes as he spoke in an unfriendly manner. How would I dare? But you can't bully me, or I'll tell on you. The immortal execution man warned shamelessly. The man opposite him was so angry that he gritted his teeth. You're getting more and more daring, even threatening me. The cold man sighed and said helplessly. However, the immortal execution man knew that this was a sign that the man in front of him was going to get angry. Therefore, he did not dare to play with fire. Otherwise, he would be the one in trouble. Don't scare me. I'm very timid, so I don't dare to threaten you. The immortal execution man said fearfully. Humph. I'll remember this. The cold-looking man squinted his eyes and said coldly. Then, he turned his eyes back to the screen. It's obvious that you can't beat me now. The immortal slaying man couldn't help but mutter to himself. However, he couldn't unleash his full strength on the divine continent, so it was hard to say who would win between him and the man in front of him. Moreover, this man. Vengeful Spirit King. Why is there such a thing here? Seeing the disgusting creature that suddenly appeared on the screen, the cold man's eyes narrowed and his tone suddenly became cold. At this time, he could no longer control the anger in his heart. He grabbed the immortal execution man who was leisurely drinking tea in his hand and questioned him fiercely. Calm down, there's already one here. The immortal slaying man said honestly. Then, he added in his heart, there's more than one. However, he didn't dare to say this now. The king of vengeful spirits wanted to eat him. If he really told the truth, it was hard to say whether he could live to see the sun tomorrow. For the sake of his life, he had better remain silent. Then why didn't I meet him? Speak. Is this your doing? The man, who was emitting a cold aura, questioned with a dark and handsome face. I'm innocent. You can't possibly think that I can control those vengeful spirits, right? If I had that ability, I would have left this place long ago. The immortal execution man defended himself with an aggrieved expression. Don't tell me that you don't have any friendship with those vengeful spirits. The cold man said in disbelief. Even if we are friends, I can't control them. We're neighbors who don't mind each other's business, that's all. The immortal execution man spoke the truth. He had paid a price for being able to live in peace with those vengeful spirits. Please reading on myboxnovl.com. What do we do now? The cold man asked with a cold face. Wait. Wait for them to destroy the vengeful spirit king. The immortal execution man said. Aren't you talking nonsense? The cold man said in an unpleasant tone. Do you have a good idea? The immortal execution man blinked his bright eyes and asked with a faint smile. If I had a way, would I need to ask you? The cold man roared in anger. I have no choice. I think we should trust them. Besides, even if we want to help, we have to be able to get out of here first. The immortal execution man reminded. This place wasn't a place where one could come and go as they pleased. Unfortunately, he didn't know about it at that time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here. After hearing the immortal slaying man's words, the cold-looking man didn't say anything else. Instead, he started to sulk. Actually, you don't have to worry too much. They'll be fine. The immortal slaying man said in an understanding manner. That little girl had many life-saving methods in her hands. Otherwise, how could he be so relaxed? Unfortunately, a certain someone's concern made him confused. However, he didn't dare to say this out loud. Otherwise, the petty man would definitely make things difficult for him after this. Keep a close eye on this place. If they lose a single hair, I'll hold you responsible. The cold man warned, then turned around and left. When the beautiful man heard the other party's words, he could only guard the light curtain without complaint, not daring to relax for a moment. Otherwise, he had no doubt that if something happened to these little guys, that savage man would definitely cut him into 8 pieces and throw him to some cold place to let him die. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Woo. Previous chapter. After the cold man left, he walked to the side of a road that led to the outside world. He stopped and looked at the road that seemed a little unsightly because this was a road that only allowed entry and not exit. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel anger in his heart. Black divine power slowly gathered in his palm. As more and more divine power gathered in his hand, he threw the ball of divine power toward the intersection. A bang was heard. The sound of a collision rang out and the place they were at shook violently. The immortal slaying man who had heard the sound also ran over from the light barrier and said with a pale face, "Are you crazy? Quickly stop. I want to go out." The cold man's face was filled with anger. But you can't force it. That formation can't be destroyed at all. The immortal execution man said speechlessly. There was a formation at the entrance of the road. They could only get out after the formation was broken. However, the two of them didn't seem to be proficient in formations, so they could only be trapped here. How would you know if you don't try? The cold man said, unwilling to give up. I've tried. If it could be destroyed, would have left long ago. The immortal slaying man said honestly, implying that he should not waste his energy. At least, with your current strength, you can t. The immortal execution man added. The cold man stared at the path for a long time. In the end, he could only helplessly return to the light screen. At the same time, Leng Ruoxue and the rest were already engaged in battle with the King of Vengeful Spirits. Master Ning, First Elder, and Mo Yen were in charge of distracting the King of Vengeful Spirits, while Leng Ruoxue was in charge of purifying it with her natal divine flame. The 4 of them worked together, and soon, the King of Vengeful Spirits was left with only a bunch of vengeful spirits. Don't kill me. Let me go. Wah. The King of Vengeful Spirits pleaded as black tears the size of a fist flowed out from the many eyes on its head. It looked extremely pitiful right now, but Leng Ruoxue and the rest would not pity a vengeful spirit. Let you go? Stop dreaming, just like how you won't let us go when we're in your hands, and we naturally won't let you go. Leng Ruoxue laughed lightly. The flame on her fingertips flickered continuously, giving the King of Vengeful Spirits a huge amount of pressure. Then what do I have to do for you to let me go? The King of Vengeful Spirits asked. Although it was a vengeful spirit, it had the intelligence of a human. It knew very well that among these people, the only one who could hurt it was this human woman in front of it. Therefore, it naturally placed its hopes on her and negotiated with her. I won't let a single vengeful spirit go. Leng Ruoxue said emotionlessly. Then, she took the baby out of the bracelet. Sister. The baby rubbed against Leng Ruoxue's chest like a spoiled child. Baby, read its soul. Leng Ruoxue transmitted her voice and instructed. Previously, she had tried to use her mind-reading technique on the King of Vengeful Spirits, but she realized that it did not work. Furthermore, Baobao's current strength was not comparable to this vengeful spirit, so it would be difficult to search its soul. That was why she had summoned Baobao when she had beaten the king to the point where it was only left with a vengeful spirit. Yes. Baby Su nodded. Her large, bright eyes scanned the vengeful spirit king's almost transparent body like a searchlight. Not long after, she came to a conclusion and gave Leng Ruoxue a look. Leng Ruoxue understood and threw the flames in her hands onto the vengeful spirit king. Ah! With a painful howl, the vengeful spirit king disappeared from the world forever. As soon as it disappeared, the blood-red mist around them faded a lot, revealing the tip of the iceberg. They also saw a teleportation array not far away. Baby, how is it? After dealing with the King of Vengeful Spirits, Leng Ruoxue was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, she asked about the results of Baby Su's investigation. Big sister, the demon and Ling have indeed been here, but they have already left through the teleportation formation. The Vengeful Spirit King is also very timid. When the demon and Ling came, he was so scared that he didn't dare to show his face. Bao Bao covered her mouth and laughed secretly as she transmitted her voice. Then why did it dare to show its face when we came? Do we look like we're easy to bully? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. Sister, I know from the memory of the king of vengeful spirits that the evildoer has killed many of its subordinates, but not all of them. We have caused it to become a general without an army, so it can't hide even if it wants to. Bao Bao explained. Moreover, sister, there's more than one vengeful spirit king here. If it doesn't dare to avenge its subordinates, I'm afraid it'll be laughed at by the other vengeful spirit kings. Bao Bao added. And there's more than one? Leng Ruoxue was depressed. One vengeful spirit king was already hard to deal with. If there were more, wouldn't they be exhausted to death? Yes, although it's not over 100, it's almost there. Bao Bao said. What should he do then? Leng Ruoxue was in a difficult position. Although she really wanted to use the teleportation array to find the demon, she was afraid that Fengde and the rest would be hurt. She was also hesitating whether she should send Fengde and the rest into the bracelet. Shui, what's wrong? Master Ning could not help but ask when he saw Leng Ruoxue's conflicted expression. Godfather, although the vengeful spirit king is dead, there should be more here. So, I'm thinking if we should continue moving forward. Leng Ruoxue spoke the truth. Even though she had acknowledged the position of the Grand Elder and Master Ning in her heart, it did not mean that she would let them know of the universal bangle's existence now. After all, they were not alone, and the bangle was of great importance. Therefore, before she had absolute power, it was not appropriate for her to let the people of the firmament know of its existence. What? More than one? How did this happen? Master Ning's expression changed when he heard Leng Ruoxue's words. If it wasn't for Shui, it wouldn't have been easy for them to deal with the vengeful spirit king. However, they could deal with one vengeful spirit king, but if there were too many of them, they would probably be helpless. I'm dead tired. This should be the place where vengeful spirits are sealed. They've stayed here for at least millions of years, so naturally, there are many vengeful spirit kings. What we have to decide now is whether we should continue moving forward. There may be a lot of danger waiting for us ahead. Leng Ruoxue said honestly. Previous chapter. Miss, is guild leader Yi in front? Fengde asked the most crucial question. He was very clear about the young Miss's ability, so he didn't doubt the truth of Leng Ruoxue's words. Yes, Leng Ruoxue nodded her head. This was also what she was struggling with. Then let's continue forward. Isn't it just the king of vengeful spirits? With young Miss here, there's nothing to be afraid of. Fengde said disapprovingly. His words made Leng Ruoxue break out in cold sweat. Wasn't Fengde and the others a little blind in their trust in him? Miss, what is the king of vengeful spirits? We have so many people, and Commander Yi is alone. If there are many vengeful spirit kings, won't he be in more danger than us? Lin Yuan analyzed. Yup. Lin Yuan's words are not without reason. Leng Qingtian chimed in. Seeing that her grandfather and the rest were all in favor of continuing forward, Leng Ruoxue could not help but turn her gaze towards Master Ning and the rest. Little girl, don't look at me like that. I'm here to accompany you. If you want to go, then go. First Elder quickly declared. Yup. Let's go. Isn't it just the king of vengeful spirits? Let's deal with them one by one. I don't believe we can't kill them. Master Ning also said heroically. With the experience of killing the king of vengeful spirits, he was not so disgusted with the killing of the king of vengeful spirits. Miss, if there are more vengeful spirit kings, you can let us have a practice. Fengde requested before he stepped into the teleportation formation. Alright, this is a rare experience after all. If I don't let you participate, you'll regret it to death. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Her group of subordinates were all battle maniacs. They must have been itching for a fight after watching their battle with the vengeful spirit king. Hee hee. That's great. Everyone chatted and laughed with ease as they stepped into the teleportation formation. Following the flash of a dazzling white light, Leng Ruoxue and the others were transported to a nameless place. The difference between this place and the blood-red mist was that this place was black. Miss, it's so dark here. Looking at the gloomy and dark sky, Fengde said gloomily. The atmosphere here was too depressing, and he didn't like it. Moreover, the smell of vengeful spirits here seemed to be even stronger than the blood-red land. Everyone be careful, the baleful force here is very heavy. Master Ning reminded him, and couldn't help but curse in his heart. Damn, what the hell is this place? How could there be such a heavy aura of death? Compared to the place just now, this place was even worse. Please reading on mybo.xnovl.com. As soon as Master Ning's voice fell, pairs of green eyes appeared around them, accompanied by harsh laughter. A terrible atmosphere suddenly shrouded everyone's heart. What a disgusting sound. Lu Tao covered her ears and complained. Leng Ruoxue summoned a flame to light up the place, revealing the owner of the eyes. They were still vengeful spirits, but their strength should be much higher than the ones in the blood-red land. These vengeful spirits were just fellows who had just gained sentience. Although their intelligence was not high, when the flame on Leng Ruoxue's fingertip lit up, they instinctively felt a trace of fear. They curled up their bodies and showed signs of running. However, how could Leng Ruoxue let them have their way? Humph. How could he not pay the price for daring to appear and scare them? At the same time, the dancing flames on Leng Ruoxue's fingertips had already flown towards the vengeful spirits. The vengeful spirits were so frightened that they fled in all directions. However, they were still no match for the speed of the flames. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the vengeful spirits had been destroyed. Those who were still alive were covered in wounds and looked at Leng Ruoxue with fear in their eyes. In one go, Leng Ruoxue released a few more flames in succession, thoroughly purifying the vengeful spirits. Once the vengeful spirits died, a lot of the yin qi dissipated, and the place turned from gloomy and dark to a dusky gray. However, even though the vengeful spirits were dead, Leng Ruoxue and the rest knew that the matter was not over yet. There were so many vengeful spirits here, so there should be a vengeful spirit king. When the king of vengeful spirits appeared in front of everyone, they knew that they had guessed wrong. There was not only one king of vengeful spirits here, but nearly 100 of them. Looking at the nearly 100 vengeful spirit kings in front of them, everyone couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. Humans, how dare you kill our subordinates? One of the vengeful spirit kings said angrily, and the other vengeful spirit kings also let out AO sounds in agreement. These vengeful spirits were their subordinates and also their food. This was because vengeful spirits could devour each other. This was also a way for them to advance in rank. The strong were respected among vengeful spirits. Now that this damned human had killed all the vengeful spirits, it meant that they had no food and no source of advancement. Therefore, they hated this human to death. So what if I kill him? Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. If they didn't kill those vengeful spirits, how were they supposed to survive? Kill them, and you can stay here. The king of vengeful spirits was furious. It was impossible for a vengeful spirit to be born in less than 100 years. Therefore, in its eyes, even if all these humans were killed, it would not make up for their losses. What if I refuse? Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly as her beautiful eyes kept sizing up the vengeful spirit king that had spoken. This vengeful spirit king was slightly different from the others. It had very few eyes on its head, only 5 pairs, and it didn't have a horn. However, when it spoke, the other vengeful spirit kings could only echo, but they didn't dare to interrupt. If she didn't guess wrong, this king of vengeful spirits that was speaking should be the head of these vengeful spirit kings. It could also be said that it was the emperor of vengeful spirits. You still have to die. The king of vengeful spirits roared, and its words resonated with the other kings of vengeful spirits. Actually, Leng Ruoxue's guess wasn't entirely correct. Even though this vengeful spirit king's status was much higher than the other vengeful spirit kings, it had yet to reach the level of becoming a sovereign. Right now, it was between a king and a sovereign. However, if Leng Ruoxue and the others had arrived a few million years later, it might have really become a sovereign. It seems like we can't reach an agreement. In that case, let's start fighting. Leng Ruoxue didn't waste any more time and said in a slightly provocative tone. Oh whoa. Brothers, let's go and exterminate these humans. Hearing Leng Ruoxue's provocation, the king of vengeful spirits was enraged. Be careful, everyone. Leng Ruoxue turned around and reminded Fengde and the others softly. The flame in her hand was ready to be fired. Little girl, let's use the old method. The first elder transmitted his voice. The old method he was referring to was the same as before. They would be in charge of dealing with the king of vengeful spirits while Leng Ruoxue would be in charge of purifying them. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head slightly. At the same time, she sent a voice transmission to the others, telling them to do the same. As the king of vengeful spirits swarmed forward, Leng Ruoxue and the others quickly dispersed. Everyone summoned their own beasts, planning to attack the king of vengeful spirits one by one. Everyone automatically split into groups of 5, each of them bringing along 2 orcs. They set one of the vengeful spirit kings as their target and began to gang up on it. In an instant, the sky was filled with flames. All sorts of divine powers danced in the air like ribbons. The vengeful spirit king's painful howls could be heard everywhere. Leng Ruoxue took the opportunity to channel her natal flames into the fire dragon's dance and threw it towards the weakest vengeful spirit king. After a long time, with everyone working together, 2/3 of the vengeful spirit kings had died. Those who survived were all covered in injuries and looked at Leng Ruoxue and the rest with vigilance. Killing 2/3 of the king of vengeful spirits had also consumed a lot of divine power from Leng Ruoxue and the others. Hence, they took the opportunity to stuff many pills into their mouths to recover their physical strength and divine power while the 2 sides were staring at each other. Vengeful Spirit King, it seems that you and your brother failed to kill us. Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she continued to provoke him. Damn humans, I won't let you off. After a short rest, the Vengeful Spirit King charged towards Leng Ruoxue in anger again. However, Master Ning would not give it a chance. He stopped it halfway and said with a faint smile, I'm your opponent. Don't even think about my goddaughter. Get lost. I'm going to kill that woman. The king of vengeful spirits, whose path had been blocked, roared angrily. In fact, it was a little afraid of the person in front of it, so it did not want to have the opportunity to fight with him. Although the other party could not kill it, it would not be at an advantage either. Please reading on myboxnovl.com. I've said it before, your opponent is me. AI. A vengeful spirit is a vengeful spirit, you're really too rude. Master Ning grumbled. His handsome face was still full of hidden bitterness, but he was already laughing in his heart. He never knew that killing vengeful spirits could be so easy. This made him feel a sense of achievement. Although the main force to eliminate vengeful spirits was Leng Ruoxue, she was still his goddaughter. He was also honored. You should die too. The king of vengeful spirits was enraged, and it lost its mind and attacked Master Ning fiercely. However, it was weaker than Master Ning by a level. Hence, after the two of them had exchanged more than 10 blows, it showed signs of losing. Leng Ruoxue then found the right opportunity and purified it in one fell swoop. With the death of the most powerful vengeful spirit king, the rest of the vengeful spirit kings were left without a leader. They fled in all directions in a panic. However, Leng Ruoxue and the rest would not let them escape. After recovering their physical strength and divine power, they swarmed forward and surrounded the vengeful spirits. Bang bang bang. Following a few loud sounds, the vengeful spirit kings that were still alive were beaten to the point of dying. Naturally, they could not escape the might of Leng Ruoxue's flames. A moment later, all the vengeful spirit kings were annihilated, and the sky where they were became brighter and brighter from the gray. However, this place had been occupied by the vengeful spirit kings for a long time. Hence, it had been corroded to an unsightly state. Everywhere she looked was in a complete mess. Only the teleportation array that was shining with a dazzling light was intact. This was probably the only thing that made Leng Ruoxue happy. "Miss, shall we go?" Lu Tao asked as she looked at the teleportation formation. She really did not want to stay here any longer. Although the vengeful spirits had been eliminated, the unpleasant smell would not be gone in a short time. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded and was the first to enter the teleportation array. The rest of them followed closely behind. After another round of teleportation, Leng Ruoxue and the rest opened their eyes and realized that they had been teleported to a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. Not only were the mountains and waters beautiful, but there was also a faint mist floating in the air. Not only were there no vengeful spirits here, but the environment was also unbelievably beautiful. Compared to the first place they had been to, this place was simply a paradise on earth. "Welcome to my territory." All of a sudden, a clear yet slightly resentful voice rang in the ears of Leng Ruoxue and the others. Leng Ruoxue and the rest lifted their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a beautiful man standing not far away. He was like a banished immortal. The man was shrouded in a translucent mist and seemed to be filled with immortal qi. However, this man's face seemed to be slightly green. Although it wasn't very serious, it still stood out on his extremely handsome face. "Who are you?" Leng Ruoxue looked warily at this stunningly beautiful man who had suddenly appeared. After hearing this celestial-like handsome man's words, Leng Ruoxue's face was filled with black line. "I'm Bing Yao. You can call me Brother Yao." The beautiful man said softly, revealing a smile that could topple cities. She thought to herself, what a fellow who comes to know others by himself. However, she didn't have the habit of calling someone brother the first time they met. "May I know where this is?" Leng Ruoxue asked after some thought. "This can be considered my residence." Bing Yao frowned and replied. You're actually neighbors with vengeful spirits? Why didn't you get eaten by those vengeful spirits?" Leng Ruoxue was simply too curious. However, she could also tell that this man's cultivation was extremely high, probably not below that of her godfather. "Little Shui, do you really want me to be eaten by the vengeful spirits?" Bing Yao asked with an aggrieved expression. His bright eyes were filled with resentment, as if Leng Ruoxue had said something she shouldn't have. "Go away, who allowed you to call my little girl Little Shui?" When Master Ning heard how Bing Yao had addressed him, he couldn't help but get angry. Leng Ruoxue was also speechless. She wasn't even close to this man, yet he called her Little Shui. However, what she wanted to know more was how this handsome man knew her name. "How do you know my name?" Leng Ruoxue asked after some thought. "I just know. And I know everything about you." Bing Yao smiled but didn't say anything. His face was mysterious, and his eyes sneaked a glance at the bracelet on Leng Ruoxue's wrist. His actions did not escape Leng Ruoxue's eyes. Hence, she was on high alert and secretly hoped that this man would not have any ideas about the universal bracelet. Otherwise, she would have to fight to the death. "Little Shui, I'm not a bad person." Bing Yao could feel Leng Ruoxue's wariness and quickly tried to defend himself. A bad person would never admit that there's a problem with his character. Besides, a bad person doesn't know how to write on his face. Leng Ruoxue answered honestly. In other words, it was useless for her to say that she was not a bad person. The moment Leng Ruoxue's words left her mouth, Feng De and the rest were instantly on their guard. They stared at the immortal-like man with suspicion, as if they were prepared to attack if he dared to act rashly. Little Shui, I'm really not a bad person. I even know this little guy from the Ning family." Bing Yao said helplessly. The little guy from the Ning family? Who was he talking about? Everyone looked at each other, their faces full of question marks, because among them, besides Master Ning, only his subordinates were from the Ning family. They didn't know which one he was talking about. Master Ning also looked at his subordinate in confusion and couldn't help but ask, "Do any of you know him?" "Patriarch, we don't know any of them." Master Ning's subordinates said in unison. "Of course they don't know me. I'm talking about you, the little guy of the Ning family." Bing Yao looked at Master Ning and said with a smile. Lightning. Earth-shaking lightning. Leng Ruoxue and the rest felt like they were struck by lightning when they heard Bing Yao's words. However, they wanted to laugh more because the head of the Ning family, the head of the 8 great divine domains in the divinity, had lived for countless years. The head of the Ning family had a very high status in the divinity, yet he was called a little fellow by a handsome young man who looked to be in his 20s. How could they not be surprised? When Master Ning heard Bing Yao's words, he was a little dumbfounded. After a moment of shock, Master Ning was depressed. Wu, how did he become a little guy? In his memory, there was no such person. However, this detestable man called him a little fellow in front of so many people. This made him a little angry from embarrassment. Damn it, you're not allowed to call me little fellow. Master Ning roared, and the way Fengde and the others were trying to hold back their laughter made him even more furious. Then what should I call you? Little thing? Bing Yao teased Master Ning on purpose. Ha ha ha. After hearing what Bing Yao said, the great elder couldn't hold it in anymore. Damn it, this was too funny. He didn't think that old man Ning would have such a day. He laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. Old man, are you done laughing? Master Ning glared at him and shouted. I'm sorry. I don't want to laugh, but it's too funny, little guy. The first elder could not help but ask. Damn it. I want to fight you one-on-one. Master Ning glared at Bing Yao. This man in front of him was too despicable. However, what made him even angrier was that he couldn't see through this man. No matter what, he had to teach him a lesson for calling him a little guy. Humph. He would let this man know who the little fellow was. Are you sure? It's been many years since we last met, and the little fellow's temper has grown. Bing Yao still had a smile on his face, as if he was kind to a junior. I'm very sure. Master Ning said with certainty. For the sake of his face, he didn't want to be a little guy in this man's mouth. Otherwise, those old things would laugh at him in the future. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comments. Tip, you can use left, right, A and D key. If that's the case, then I'll fulfill your wish. However, if I injure you, don't cry. Bing Yao said helplessly, which made Master Ning even angrier. Damn it, who is this person? They hadn't even started fighting yet, was he planning to anger her to death? Master Ning couldn't help but curse in his heart, his anger boiling. It gushed up to his head. The next moment, Master Ning rushed out like an arrow. Bing Yao calmly received Master Ning's divine skill, and the two of them were entangled. After a while, the two of them had already fought for dozens of rounds. However, as the battle went on, Master Ning became more and more impatient, while Bing Yao still looked relaxed and calm. In Leng Ruoxue's eyes, Bing Yao was clearly toying with Master Ning. It looks like old man Ning is going to lose. The great elder who was watching the battle whispered. This old man Ning had always been strong. If he really lost to this young man, he was afraid that he would lose face. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Bing Yao's strength is indeed above Godfather. Even though they were both Reverend God level cultivators, their abilities were different. Bing Yao's abilities were definitely at the top of the Reverend God level. Who is this Bing Yao? Why are you here? Feng Da's face was full of question marks. In fact, these questions were also what everyone wanted to know. Little guy, you've lost. Bing Yao said with a faint smile after blocking another wave of divine power. I admit defeat. Master Ning said gloomily. He wasn't someone who couldn't afford to lose, but he was upset to lose to this man who called him little guy. Little guy, I haven't seen you for many years. You've improved a lot. Bing Yao consoled. In fact, he didn't want to hurt the confidence of the little guy from the Ning family. Humph. Master Ning snorted and turned away, not looking at Bing Yao anymore. Hee, you're angry, little guy. Bing Yao chuckled. Don't you dare call me little fellow. Master Ning gritted his teeth. He didn't want to pay attention to this man, but he kept calling him little guy, so he couldn't ignore him. It was really infuriating. Please reading on myboxnovl.com. But, in my eyes, you're just a little guy. Don't you agree? Little Shui. Bing Yao turned his head, his deep and bright eyes staring at Leng Ruoxue. How would I know? I don't even know you. Leng Ruoxue rolled her eyes and said in a speechless manner. Little Shui, you actually said you don't know me. I'm so sad. Bing Yao's tears quickly welled up in his eyes, but they did not fall. Leng Ruoxue looked at Bing Yao, who was as handsome as a fairy, and she didn't know what to say. She wanted to shout, image. Pay attention to your image. You're a beautiful man, how can you pretend to be pitiful? Should I know you? Leng Ruoxue asked after a moment of silence. Yes. I've known you for a long time. Of course, you know me too. Bing Yao revealed a bright smile and said as a matter of course. What kind of logic is this? Leng Ruoxue was depressed. Who said that she had to know this man just because he recognized her? I really don't know you, said Leng Ruoxue. She felt extremely helpless in her heart. Although she didn't want to break this immortal-like man's fantasy, she still didn't know him. Sigh. What a pity. Such a beautiful man with such high strength was actually mentally unstable. It was a good thing that Bing Yao did not know how to read people's minds. Otherwise, if he knew that Leng Ruoxue thought that he was mentally unstable, he would probably bang his head against the wall in frustration. Little Shui, I'm so sad to hear you say this. My heart is broken. Bing Yao said pitifully, but his words gave Fengde and the others goosebumps. Suddenly, bang. A loud sound was heard, and the place where everyone was at shook violently. Immediately after, an angry roar resounded through the clouds. Break your head. Damn you, you bastard. A tall figure rushed out from behind Bing Yao and threw a punch at his face. Leng Ruoxue and the rest widened their eyes as they looked at the violent man who had suddenly appeared. They could not help but shout, "Freak! Guild leader Yi!" The violent man who had just punched Leng Ruoxue turned around when he heard the shouts. He looked at Shui, who was not too far away. He left Bing Yao behind and ran towards Leng Ruoxue. "Shui, I missed you so much." The demon hugged Shui tightly and said affectionately. "Freak! Are you alright?" Leng Ruoxue asked worriedly. "Yes, I'm fine. Ling is fine too." The demon said hurriedly. "Shui, I've made you worry these past few days." The demon said as he hugged Leng Ruoxue even tighter. Cough cough. At this time, 2 clear coughs sounded in everyone's ears. Only then did they remember that there was an outsider here. Needless to say, it was Bing Yao. At this moment, Bing Yao had a huge dark eye ring on his left eye after being punched by the evildoer. It was hanging on his handsome face. When the crowd saw his appearance, they couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Are you guys done laughing? Bing Yao's eyes were wide open as he asked unhappily. Then, he turned his resentful eyes to the demon and said, "You've forgotten your friends at the sight of a woman, how can you treat me like this? You're always getting slapped in the face, woo." "Evildoer, you know him?" Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. "We can be considered acquaintances. However, I'm not familiar with him, so there's no need to pay attention to him." The demon said indifferently. "How can you do this to me, little Shui? You have to be my judge." Bing Yao asked for help. I can't help you." Leng Ruoxue rejected, but her heart was filled with suspicion. She was curious and wary about Bing Yao's identity. "Little Shui, you really break my heart." "Woo, master. What should I do if junior sister doesn't acknowledge me?" Bing Yao sighed. His words shocked Leng Ruoxue and the others. Everyone looked at Bing Yao in disbelief. What he said just now had them all dumbfounded. "Master? Junior sister? What was going on? What did you just say?" Leng Ruoxue narrowed her eyes and asked cautiously. "I said, junior sister doesn't want to acknowledge me." Bing Yao laughed evilly. "I gave you a fright. Who's your junior sister?" Leng Ruoxue could not help but ask. "Of course it's you. Little Shui, come and let senior brother hug you." After Bing Yao finished speaking, he opened his arms and made a hugging gesture. He looked at Leng Ruoxue expectantly, but he was ignored by her. "What evidence do you have?" Leng Ruoxue asked cautiously. Even though her master had said that she had 2 senior brothers, she did not know what they looked like. Hence, she could not believe Bing Yao, this senior brother who had just appeared out of nowhere. Fengde and the others also looked at Bing Yao in surprise. They kept looking at him up and down. Was this man really her young missed senior brother? Do we still need evidence for this? Bing Yao was depressed. Why didn't little Shui believe him? Did he look like a scammer? Of course I do. I can't just acknowledge that he's my senior brother just because he says so. Leng Ruoxue replied matter-of-factly. He can be my witness. Bing Yao pointed at the demon and said. To be honest, he couldn't produce any evidence when little Shui asked him to. After all, they didn't have any token of trust between them, and master probably didn't show little Shui their faces. Otherwise, little Shui would have recognized him. Everyone turned to look at the evildoer with question marks on their faces. The crowd could not understand why Bing Yao said that Yi Chen could prove it. They weren't close. Shui, this guy is indeed your senior brother. The demon said helplessly and glared at Bing Yao, blaming him for dragging him into this. Since you say so, then he is. Leng Ruoxue didn't doubt his words. Even though she didn't completely believe Bing Yao's words, she believed that the demon would not lie to her. Little Shui, you're too biased. Why don't you believe me when I say it, but you believe everything he says? Bing Yao said gloomily. Please reading on myboxnovl.com. Because he's my man, and you're just a stranger. Leng Ruoxue replied matter-of-factly. That's true, so now you know that I'm your senior brother. Come. Call me senior brother. In fact, he had wanted to have a junior sister for a long time, but unfortunately, master's standards were too high, and he had never taken in a female disciple. Senior brother. Leng Ruoxue called out softly. With such a powerful senior brother, it did not seem like it was a loss to her. Be good. Bing Yao laughed happily, his hand uncontrollably reaching out to touch Leng Ruoxue's head, but was slapped away by the demon. Don't touch me. Otherwise, be careful of your claws. The demon glared at him and warned. She's my junior sister. Bing Yao reminded. Shouldn't a senior brother dote on his junior sister? Why couldn't he even touch her head? She's my woman. If you dare to touch a single strand of her hair, I'll chop off your claws. The demon said viciously. Junior sister, this man is too violent and terrifying. Let's change to another one. I'll find you a gentle one. Bing Yao said, not afraid of death. What did you just say? The demon narrowed his eyes and asked with an unfriendly expression. Then, without giving Bing Yao a chance to reply, he threw a punch at his face, and everyone heard a bang. Bing Yao's right eye was punched again. This time, both eyes were symmetrical, and Bing Yao looked like a giant panda. Ha ha ha. The crowd couldn't help but laugh again when they saw Bing Yao's face, and the one who laughed the most was Master Ning. Then, there were more bang bang bang. After a few loud sounds, Bing Yao's handsome face turned into a pig's head after being greeted by the demon. Master Ning, who was gloating, looked at the evildoer with admiration. He thought to himself, he's really an evildoer. He could actually beat a reverent god into a pig's head. He was his idol. Damn it, how many times have I told you, you're not allowed to hit my face? Bing Yao couldn't help but roar. This was really infuriating. This man liked to hit people's faces every time he hit them. However, he narcissistically thought that this guy was jealous of him. The other parts are too hard. With my current strength, I can only hit your face. The demon laughed evilly before he threw a few more punches. Looking at the two men who were chasing after him, Feng De walked to Leng Ruoxue's side and asked softly, Miss, is that Bing Yao really your senior brother? The evildoer said yes. It should be true. Leng Ruoxue replied. Although she knew that the evildoer was hiding a secret from her, who wouldn't have a secret? As long as they had no ill intentions, it was nothing. If the demon didn't tell her, she wouldn't ask. This was the most basic trust between them. Sister, that Bing Yao is the old master's disciple. Although I don't have his face in my memory, I still remember his aura. At this moment, Qing Ju's voice rang out in Leng Ruoxue's heart. As a weapon spirit, he wouldn't pay attention to what was going on outside all the time, but what was happening outside couldn't be hidden from him. As soon as Bing Yao appeared, he felt a familiar aura. However, before Bing Yao's identity was revealed, he wouldn't say anything. After all, his memory of Bing Yao was very vague. Qing Ju, you haven't seen Master's other two disciples either? Leng Ruoxue asked in surprise. I can't say that I've never seen them before. It's just that when I saw them, I had yet to develop my own intelligence, let alone transforming into a human form. After I gained my own intelligence and could transform into a human form, they went to other realms to train and rarely returned to the divine realm. Thus, I can't be considered to be very familiar with them. Qing Ju explained. The old master had been managing his two disciples like a herd of sheep. After giving them what they could learn, he had thrown them into another realm and left them there. When the old master had met with an accident, he had not seen his two disciples return. Now that he thought about it, perhaps the old master had sent them to another realm to protect them. Previous chapter. Next. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head. At this moment, the evildoer was done beating her up and returned to Leng Ruoxue's side. He hugged her tightly in his arms once again. She's my junior sister. Bing Yao looked at the man who was holding his junior sister and complained in a low voice, Ooh, why is my junior sister being held by that violent man when I can't hold her? It's so unfair. She's my woman. The demon also said. Alright, stop quarreling. Since you're my senior brother, why are you here? Can you explain? Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Even though she had acknowledged this senior brother of hers, she still had many questions. Hence, she had to clarify them. Let's find a place with no one around. Bing Yao smirked and brought Leng Ruoxue away. The demon looked at his empty arms and instantly, his anger rose. Damn it, he actually dared to snatch someone from his arms, he was really looking for death. Seeing the evildoer's dark face, everyone tacitly stayed away from him to avoid being implicated. They did not want to become someone else's scapegoat. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue had been brought to a wooden house by Bing Yao. Leng Ruoxue lifted her beautiful eyes and sized up the room. The room was not very big, but the air in the room was filled with dense spiritual energy. The decorations in the room were also very particular. As for the wood used to build the wooden house, it was the rare 1,000-year-old Nanma wood, which was extremely precious. You can start now. Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Little Shui, can you take me to the universal bracelet to have a look? Bing Yao requested, his deep eyes looking at the bracelet on Leng Ruoxue's wrist. Sure. Leng Ruoxue nodded. With a thought, she brought Bing Yao into the bracelet. Bing Yao stood on the ground of the medium, his eyes filled with deep nostalgia. He took a deep breath and left Leng Ruoxue behind to wander around the bracelet alone. After a long time. Please reading on myboxnovl.com. Bing Yao had returned, his eyes still a little wet. Leng Ruoxue didn't need to ask to know that this fellow had gone to find a place to cry. Little Shui, I want to take a look at the purple bamboo house. Bing Yao requested. The current owner of the purple bamboo house was Leng Ruoxue, so without her permission, he could not enter. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded and brought Bing Yao into the purple bamboo house. The decorations in the purple bamboo house were the same as before. It was exactly the same as in his memory. Bing Yao looked at the familiar scene in front of him, and the tears in his eyes flowed out again. Master. I'm back to see you. As he cried, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed a few times. Then, he lay on the ground and started to cry. When Leng Ruoxue saw this, although she wanted to comfort him, she didn't know where to start. She was very clear that this cheap senior brother had been with her master for much longer than she had. His feelings for her master must be deeper than hers. AI. Just let him cry as much as he wanted. Leng Ruoxue thought to herself. After a while, Bing Yao stood up and looked at Leng Ruoxue with embarrassment. Little Shui, I've lost my composure. It's fine. Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. Little Shui, I've been by master's side since I was young and have always treated him as my father. However, when master was in trouble, I wasn't able to stay by his side. This is my life's regret. It had been so many years, and he thought that his heart had calmed down. However, after seeing these familiar things today, he realized that he had always felt guilty, but he had hidden it. Then where were you at that time? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Little Shui, I am your eldest senior brother. You also have a second senior brother. Back then, when we grew up, Master sent us to another world. So, we did not know when Master met with an accident. Later, when we found out that Master had passed away, my junior brother and I secretly returned to the divine world. After we found out the truth of the matter, we wanted to avenge Master. However, we were too weak at that time. Not only did we not manage to avenge Master, we even almost lost our lives. After that, my junior brother and I were separated, and I fled here. This was the place where Master sealed the vengeful spirits. The people who chased me didn't dare to come in, and I almost died here. Later, the vengeful spirit king and I didn't want to hurt each other, so we came to an agreement to mind our own business. Bing Yao explained. Then what was that formation that sucked us in? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. That formation was controlled by me. I was also the one who brought you guys in. Bing Yao hesitated for a moment before he spoke. His beautiful, bright eyes looked at Leng Ruoxue fearfully, as if he was afraid that she would be angry. What did you just say? Leng Ruoxue squinted her beautiful eyes and said in an unfriendly tone. I was the one who brought you here. Bing Yao shrunk his neck and whispered, I don't understand why he's so afraid of junior sister. One must know that his junior sister was only a beginner divine being while he was already a reverent god. You know that there are vengeful spirits here, yet you still dare to bring us in. What if we die here? Leng Ruoxue suppressed her anger and questioned him. You won't die here. Don't you have the universal bracelet? If you really can't defeat those vengeful spirits, just enter the bracelet. Moreover, your flames are the nemesis of those vengeful spirits. They'll be more than afraid of you. How can I kill you? Bing Yao said honestly. Honestly. What about that demon and Ling? What do you say? Leng Ruoxue's face was stern as she spoke coldly. That guy will be fine. Those vengeful spirit kings won't dare to show themselves when they see him. Bing Yao was speechless. What a difference. This was the difference. Thinking back, he had fought so hard. However, that person actually found this place without any effort. Oh. Then what do you want to do by bringing us in here? Leng Ruoxue asked again. Of course it's to meet you. It wasn't easy for you guys to get to the waterfall, and I don't know when I'll see you guys again. I don't want to miss this opportunity. Bing Yao said honestly. I can't leave this place, so I can only let you in. Bing Yao added. What do you mean you can't leave this place? Leng Ruoxue had a look of suspicion. Little Shui, actually, the array here only allows you to enter but not leave. I only realized that I couldn't leave after I entered, so I had no choice but to bring you in. Bing Yao said awkwardly. You're allowed to enter but not leave? Then why did you bring us in? Leng Ruoxue was speechless. Right now, she really wanted to beat Bing Yao up like a demon. This guy was too despicable. He knew that they couldn't get out of here, but he still brought a large group of people in. Among them were the people from the Ning family. If they couldn't get out in the future, the Ning family would be in chaos. I can't get out because I don't know about formations, but you're different. I believe that you will be able to bring us out of here. Bing Yao was very confident and said with certainty. Don't get your hopes up. My formation is only half complete. Leng Ruoxue rudely poured cold water on Bing Yao's head. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She really didn't know how this fellow could be so confident in her. How could the formation that Master used to seal the vengeful spirit be so easily broken? It's fine. I've been here long enough anyway. Now that I have you guys to accompany me, I don't mind when I can go out. Bing Yao said with a proud smile. You don't mind, but I do. Leng Ruoxue rolled her eyes and thought to herself. After hearing Bing Yao's words, her urge to beat him up became even stronger because he was really asking for it. Little Shui, whether we can leave this place or not all depends on you. Bing Yao said with a smile. You still haven't told me where we are. Leng Ruoxue asked calmly. Didn't I say that this is the place where Master sealed the vengeful spirit? Bing Yao asked in confusion. I know. I'm asking about where we are now. Leng Ruoxue explained. This is the center that controls the entire sealing formation. After I entered, I've been in control of this place. However, in order to prevent the vengeful spirits from escaping, Master did not leave behind the spell to unseal the seal. Bing Yao said. Oh. Let's leave this place first. I don't want to make the others wait. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Yes. Bing Yao looked at everything in the purple bamboo house. Although he was a little reluctant, he would have a chance to come in the future. Please reading on myboxnovl.com. Then, Leng Ruoxue left the bracelet with Bing Yao. After that, they left the wooden house and returned to the crowd. When they saw Leng Ruoxue and Bing Yao, Feng De and the rest quickly surrounded their lady and looked around as if they were looking for something. Then, they looked at Bing Yao with caution. Don't look at me like that. I can guarantee that she's not missing a single hair. Bing Yao felt everyone's unfriendly gazes and quickly explained. Humph. How dare you kidnap my family's young miss, brothers, attack. Beat him up. Under Feng De's command, the people who were surrounding Leng Ruoxue changed their target. They all rubbed their fists and glared at Bing Yao with a murderous look. In the next second, they all swarmed up and started punching and kicking Bing Yao. However, as a reverent god, it was impossible for them to hit Bing Yao. Bing Yao knew how important these people were to his adorable junior sister. Hence, he didn't dare to hurt them other than dodging. Otherwise, he was afraid that Leng Ruoxue would fight him to the death. Leng Ruoxue was kind enough not to add insult to injury when she saw the crowd and Bing Yao chasing each other. However, she did not stop them. Instead, she leaned into the evil man's arms and watched the show. Fengde and the others could not hurt Bing Yao, and it was impossible for Bing Yao to do anything to Fengde and the others. So, she was not worried that they would both be injured. Schwaber, did that guy tell you everything? The demon asked. Yes, I roughly said a few things. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Then, do you want to know about my relationship with him? The demon asked with a smile. I'll listen to you. If you don't want to tell me now, I don't have to know. Leng Ruoxue replied nonchalantly. She was very clear that there were some things that the demon would tell her sooner or later. He didn't tell her now probably because it wasn't the right time for her to know. Then we'll talk about it in the future. It's a little early now. The demon said after thinking for a while. Alright. By the way, evildoer, we've already destroyed the king of vengeful spirits here. Are we not able to leave? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. I can't get out unless I can break the seal here. The demon said honestly. But this seal was set up by Master. I'm not confident. Leng Ruoxue said softly, feeling depressed. Schwaber, don't worry. If we can't get out, we'll just cultivate here for the time being. There's a spirit gathering array here. Although the spiritual chi here can't be compared to the space, it's much better than the outside world. The demon consoled. He didn't care if he could go out or not. As long as he was with Schwaber, it didn't matter where he was. Previous chapter. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. After Fengde, Bing Yao, and the rest were done with the chase, Leng Ruoxue explained the situation to them. Everyone was dumbfounded. Schwaber, what do you mean we can't get out? Master Ning said with a surprised face, and thought in his heart, Did little Schwaber mean what he was thinking? He couldn't believe it. This place only allows entry and not exit, so we can only stay here. Leng Ruoxue sighed softly, her beautiful face filled with helplessness. Arg. Schwaber, we can't stay here. Master Ning was sure this time and quickly said. Godfather, I want to go out too, but the truth is that we can't go out now. Leng Ruoxue spoke the truth. In other words, she wanted him to accept reality. What should we do? We really can't stay here. Master Ning sighed gloomily. If he was trapped here, the Ning family would think that something had happened to him. At that time, the Ning family would be in a mess. Miss, do we really have to stay here forever? Fengde also asked. Calm down, it's not forever. Whether we can get out or not, it all depends on little Schwaber. Bing Yao said with a smile. Aren't you the one controlling this formation? What does it have to do with my young miss? Fengde's eyes were wide open as he said unhappily, humph. Don't think that just because this guy is my Mrs. Senior brother, I have to respect him. No way. He was still brooding over the fact that he had brought them in without permission. I only know how to control this formation, but I can't break the seal. Otherwise, would have left long ago. Why would I still be here? Bing Yao shrugged and explained with an innocent face. Whether or not this seal can be broken, it all depends on little Schwaber. Bing Yao added. Little Schwaber, your godfather is counting on you. Master Ning stared at Bing Yao and said helplessly. Godfather, I can only say that I will try my best. However, I'm not sure when we can get out. Leng Ruoxue said honestly. It doesn't matter. It's better than never being able to get out. Master Ning said quickly. He didn't want to be trapped here forever. Please reading on myboxnovl.com. Godfather, there's only one wooden house here. You can arrange for them to build a few houses. We'll be staying here for the time being. I'll go and study this formation. Leng Ruoxue thought for a moment before she pulled the demon into the wooden house and commandeered it. That's my room. Bing Yao could not help but whisper as he watched Leng Ruoxue and the demon enter his house. If my family's young miss uses it, it's my family's young miss. Fengde roared in a domineering manner. Bandits. He wasn't afraid of Fengde and the others, but he was afraid of that violent man. That guy was also the only one among them who could cause him harm. Woo. Don't be so calculative, come and build a house with us. Master Ning grabbed Bing Yao's arm and pulled him away from the place. Fengde and the others also started to get busy. After Leng Ruoxue and the demon entered the wooden house, they immediately teleported into the bangle. Sister. Qingju appeared in front of the two. Qingju, I'll go and study the formation here. You pay more attention to the movements outside. After giving her instructions, Leng Ruoxue entered the purple bamboo house. Leng Ruoxue stayed in the purple bamboo house for 3 days. For the past 3 days, the demon had been sitting on the stone chair outside the purple bamboo house, guarding Leng Ruoxue. This was the scene Leng Ruoxue saw when she came out of the purple bamboo house. Freak. Leng Ruoxue walked to the evildoer's side and gently wrapped her arms around his waist from behind. She then rested her head on his shoulder. Schwaber, you're out so quickly. How is it, any clues? The demon asked with concern. Not yet, I don't have a single clue, sigh. Leng Ruoxue sighed and said helplessly. She had been concentrating on her research in the cultivation room in the purple bamboo house for a few days. However, she had not made any progress at all. This made her feel a little dejected. Don't give yourself too much pressure. This sealing formation is used to suppress those vengeful spirits, so its power is definitely much stronger than other formations. Otherwise, if even a single vengeful spirit were to escape, it would bring disaster to the divine realm, the demon consoled. Yes, I know. Evildoer, let's go out and see them. Leng Ruoxue suggested. After researching for a few days without any leads, she also wanted to relax. All right, he said. The demon chuckled as he replied. Sister. At this moment, the fire spirit arrived in front of them and called out softly. Little fire spirit, what's the matter? Leng Ruoxue asked as she hugged the adorable little doll. Sister, there's a method to temper one's body with divine flames in my inherited memories. It can transform the disheveled old man's life divine flame. The little fire spirit explained. He wanted to tell his sister about this when he came out of closed-door cultivation. However, at that time, his sister was busy fighting those vengeful spirits and then studying the sealing array here, so he didn't have the chance to tell her. Really? Is there any danger? Leng Ruoxue asked in surprise. Yes, sister. There will definitely be danger. However, with me around, the danger will be minimized. Furthermore, the success rate will be greatly increased. The fire spirit said. But we don't have a divine fire right now. When Leng Ruoxue thought of this, she was in a difficult position. Sister, I'm the king of divine flames. With me around, why would you need divine flames? The little fire spirit said a little arrogantly, its proud tail almost reaching the sky. Since that's the case, let's go out and tell them the good news. Then, we'll choose a time to refine our bodies with divine flames. Leng Ruoxue said hurriedly. She knew that the disheveled old man had been waiting for this day for a long time. Yes. The little fire spirit nodded. Then, the three of them left the bracelet together. After Leng Ruoxue and the other two walked out of the wooden house, they realized that there were many more exquisite houses around them. They did not need to guess to know that these were definitely built by Fengde and the others. Miss, why did you come out so quickly? Suizhu's sharp eyes saw Leng Ruoxue and the other two, and she could not help but ask curiously. Silly girl, you're still complaining that I came out too early. Leng Ruoxue laughed lightly as she teased. Miss, I didn't mean it that way. I thought you would be in seclusion for a long time before coming out. Suizhu quickly explained, afraid that Miss would misunderstand her. Ha ha ha. You're indeed a silly girl, little Shui was just joking with you. Bing Yao smiled. Then, he walked to Leng Ruoxue's side and said with a charming face, little Shui, have you thought of a way to unseal the seal? No, I came out for other things. Leng Ruoxue laughed. What's the matter? Bing Yao asked curiously. At this moment, Fengde and the rest had gathered around and were looking at Leng Ruoxue with question marks on their faces. The little fire spirit has thought of a way to improve the disheveled old man's life flame. Leng Ruoxue laughed lightly. The reason why she said that it was the little fire spirit's idea was also because the Ning family was here. She didn't want to explain too much. Really? This is great. Lu Feng looked excitedly at the little fire spirit in Leng Ruoxue's arms. His gaze was so hot that it was as if he was about to skin the little fire spirit alive. In comparison, the disheveled old man was much calmer. Yes, but it'll be very painful. Rotten old man, you must be able to bear it. The little fire spirit reminded him. Even with him around, the body tempering process with divine fire was still painful. However, he could at least guarantee the safety of the disheveled old man's grandfather. I'm mentally prepared. The disheveled old man nodded. Their words confused Master Ning, but there was no one to clear his doubts at this time. Then let's choose a time and start. The little fire spirit said after some thought. Can we do it now? Although the disheveled old man looked calm on the surface, he was actually very nervous deep down. Sure. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Bing Yao, you're more familiar with this place. Help them find a quiet place. Leng Ruoxue said to Bing Yao. Alright, follow me. Bing Yao nodded. You all wait here. Don't send too many people, just me, the demon, First Elder, Mo Yen, Lu Feng, and the old ancestor will do. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Refining one's body with divine flame was equivalent to advancing one's cultivation realm, so she was more afraid of being disturbed. Furthermore, she did not want too many people to see the disheveled old man in pain, so it was enough for the few of them to stay by his side. Yes. No one had any objections to this. After all, they wouldn't be of much help even if they went. Then, Bing Yao brought Leng Ruoxue and the rest around a few corners and arrived at a cave. This cave was extremely dry and refreshing. It was about 2 meters high and extremely spacious. When Leng Ruoxue saw this place, she nodded her head in satisfaction. Then, she gave the little fire spirit and the disheveled old man a look. The two of them then sat down cross-legged facing each other and prepared to start cultivating their bodies. The little fire spirit extended its fair and tender little hands and conjured a few spells in the air. Immediately after, the disheveled old man's body burst into flames. In the blink of an eye, the flames turned into a sea of fire, enveloping the disheveled old man within. The flame was controlled by the little fire spirit. It could be big or small, and the temperature could be high or low. However, no matter what the situation was, it was still painful for the disheveled old man. After all, the fire was really burning his body. The bone-piercing pain made him cry out in pain. Ah! The disheveled old man cried out in pain, causing the few people present to feel sorry for him. This was too cruel. Moreover, this was not quite the same as the divine fire body tempering that they knew. The divine fire body tempering that they knew was to fuse the divine flames. However, the current situation was clearly the little fire spirit using the fire to burn the disheveled old man. In other words, the disheveled old man was being burned inside and out by the scorching flames. However, since this was the Flame King's method, they could only keep their doubts to themselves for the time being, no matter how many questions they had. He's so pitiful. Let's burn him a little longer. This person. Under Leng Ruoxue's glare, Bing Yao could not finish his sentence. However, everyone understood what he meant because that was what they were thinking right now. Sigh. We must believe in the little fire spirit's method. Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Other than this, she didn't have any other methods. However, the methods that the little fire spirit knew of were indeed quite frightening. She just didn't know what the effects would be after refining her physique. Yes, yes. Bing Yao nodded and shut his mouth. After a long while, the flames on the disheveled old man's body gradually became smaller. As the little fire spirit cast a spell, the flames gradually extinguished. At this moment, the disheveled old man's entire body was charred black. However, his eyes were still closed and he was completely unaware of his own condition. Sister, this is only the first time. There will be more. Before anyone could say anything, the little fire spirit quickly explained. Oh. Leng Ruoxue and the rest nodded. However, no one asked any more questions in case they disturbed the person who was cultivating his physique. After waiting for a while, the little fire spirit started its second round of body tempering. As it cast its magic art, the disheveled old man's body caught on fire again. This time, the fire was even bigger than the first time. Even though Leng Ruoxue and the rest were far away, they could still feel the scorching heat. They could not help but worry for the disheveled old man. Slowly, the disheveled old man's cries of pain reached everyone's ears. However, none of them could help. This made them anxious and worried for the disheveled old man. After an unknown period of time, the flames on the disheveled old man's body were finally retracted by the little fire spirit. Immediately after, the little fire spirit began the third body tempering of the disheveled old man. Just like that, he repeated this process countless times. A week later, when the little fire spirit retracted his flame for the last time, he also told Leng Ruoxue and the others that he had succeeded in body refinement. Now, the disheveled old man's life flame was already a divine flame. When Leng Ruoxue and the rest heard the news, they were elated. However, the disheveled old man still showed no signs of waking up. At this moment, his body was also wrapped in a huge, black, circular cocoon. Hence, they could not see the disheveled old man's current state. The only thing they could do was to wait for the disheveled old man to wake up on his own. Previous chapter. A day later. The disheveled old man broke out of his cocoon and finally woke up. When Leng Ruoxue and the rest saw the disheveled old man's appearance after he woke up, they could not help but be shocked. This was because none of them had expected that the divine flame that the little fire spirit had mentioned would actually have the effect of beautifying one's body. The disheveled old man in front of them had become at least 10 years younger. Right now, he looked to be in his early 40s at most. This was simply too unbelievable. Ha ha ha. My life flame is finally at the divine flame level. The first thing the disheveled old man did when he woke up was to check on his natal flame. When he saw that his natal flame had advanced as he wished, he could not help but jump up in joy. After feeling happy for a while, he then realized that Leng Ruoxue and the others were looking at him strangely. Girls, why are you looking at me like that? The disheveled old man asked in confusion. There was even a hint of fear on his face. See for yourself. Leng Ruoxue took out a mirror from her bangle and passed it to the disheveled old man. Arg! Who is this? The disheveled old man took the mirror and looked at it. He could not help but exclaim. Of course it's you. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. However, from the corner of her eyes, she saw that the little fire spirit was on the verge of fainting. She quickly ran over and hugged the others. Little fire spirit. Leng Ruoxue called out softly. Seeing this, the rest of the people surrounded her and looked at the little fire spirit with concern. Sister, I'm fine. I just want to sleep. The little fire spirit said in a half-awake state. It was too tired. Little fire spirit, thank you. Have a good rest. The disheveled old man said gratefully. He was so happy that he forgot about the little fire spirit after his body refinement was successful. Damn it. He felt a little guilty. Yes, I'll be fine after a nap. After the little fire spirit finished speaking, it closed its eyes and fell asleep. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue immediately placed the little spirit fire into the bracelet and handed it to Green Vessel. Then, the few of them returned to their residence together. Miss, you're finally back. We were so worried. When Fengda and the rest saw Leng Ruoxue and the others, they quickly surrounded them. Please reading on myboxnovl.com. I'm sorry to have made everyone worry about me. The disheveled old man said apologetically. From Leng Ruoxue's words, he found out that he had used up close to 10 days to temper his body with divine flames. Who? Who are you? Feng De and the others looked at the middle-aged man who spoke and asked in confusion. This person looked a little familiar. I'm a rotten old man. The disheveled old man rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. He suspected that these people were doing this on purpose. Sob. Were they just teasing him? However, he had really wronged Feng De and the others this time because they did not expect that the disheveled old man would become younger after his body was refined by the divine flame. Therefore, they naturally did not think that way. Arg. It can't be. Feng De and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. They thought to themselves, isn't it body tempering with divine flames? Could it be that it had changed to divine fire beauty treatment? If you don't believe me, you can ask the girl and see if I'm the one. The disheveled old man pouted his lips and said with an aggrieved look. New novels chapters are published N. Young Miss. Feng De and the rest turned their gazes towards Leng Ruoxue and called out softly. He's the rotten old man. Leng Ruoxue said with certainty. However, she was laughing to herself inside. Wasn't it just that the rotten old man had become a little younger? Did they have to have such a big reaction? Then what should we call him in the future? What's wrong? Feng De asked dumbly. He couldn't call the old man anymore, could he? He did not expect the young old man to be so handsome. However, he was not as good looking as him. Of course, I'm called rotten old man. The disheveled old man said hurriedly. He felt that this form of address was familiar. If he were to change it to something else, he would not be used to it. Congratulations, old man. Seeing the disheveled old man in a bad mood, the old man rejoiced in a weird tone. Hee. There's no need to congratulate me. You guys go ahead, I'll go back to my room and try out this life's origin divine flame. After the disheveled old man finished speaking, he whizzed away. Then, he entered his room. Why is this old man so restless? Lin Liang could not help but tease the disheveled old man when he saw how anxious he was. Hee. Just understand him. Leng Qingtian said with a smile. After waiting for so long, his natal flame had finally advanced. Anyone would be excited. Miss, do you want to celebrate tonight? Feng De asked expectantly. They hadn't celebrated for a long time, and today was a good reason to have a big meal. Okay, go and prepare. Leng Ruoxue nodded. All right. Yes, Feng De replied. After that, he took Lin Yuan and the others to prepare dinner. They were busy for 2 hours and finally prepared the food for dinner. At night, everyone was happy and lively for the whole night. It was not until the next morning that their spirits slowly dissipated and they went back to their rooms to rest. After that, Leng Ruoxue hid in the purple bamboo house and focused on studying the seal's formation. Time passed. Very quickly, a month's time passed. For the past month, Leng Ruoxue had not left the purple bamboo house at all. Every day, she would stare at the miniature ceiling formation in a daze. When she got tired of it, she would study other formations. Even though she was still unable to unseal the formation, her attainments in the field of formations had improved by quite a bit. She had also learned from some of her master's records that there were 2 conditions to unseal this sealing array. One was to destroy all the trapped vengeful spirits in the array, and the other was to find the array eye of the sealing array. She had already fulfilled the first condition a long time ago. However, she had not been able to find the formation's eye in the second condition. Moreover, there were no hints in her master's records. Therefore, she had been searching for the formation's eye for the past month. She had tested it many times on the miniature ceiling formation. However, the formation's eye was always hidden and refused to show itself. This made Leng Ruoxue feel a little annoyed. She knew that she shouldn't continue searching in her current state. Otherwise, not only would she find nothing, but it would also affect her mood. With this thought, she turned and left the purple bamboo house. Leng Ruoxue walked over to the demon who was still sitting on the stone chair and sat beside him. No harvest? The demon understood. I didn't find the formation core. Leng Ruoxue asked, feeling a little depressed. Don't push yourself too hard. We're not in a hurry to leave this place. It's not bad to cultivate here. The demon laughed as he consoled her. He didn't want Shui to give him too much pressure because she was in a hurry to bring everyone out of here. Accompany me for a walk. Leng Ruoxue requested. All right, he said. The demon nodded. Then, the 2 of them took out the bracelets together. When Feng De and the others saw them outside the room, they did not go forward to ask about the situation of breaking the seal. Instead, they continued to do their own things. Leng Ruoxue and the demon held hands as they walked around the large area. Then, they found a huge green rock by the river and sat down. That huge rock was close to 2 meters tall. It was squarish and its surface was extremely smooth and flat. Leng Ruoxue sat on it and leaned against the evildoer's chest. She looked down from above and observed the place as far as she could see. The space enclosed by the ceiling formation was not very large. Besides, other than a wooden house, a few stone chairs, and a stone table, the only decoration was probably this large green stone. Generally speaking, the array core was hidden in the array and operated with the array. She had tried many times on the miniature seal array but found nothing. However, she naturally did not doubt the effectiveness of the miniature array. After all, the miniature array was a miniature of the entire seal array. The effect of undoing the array on it was the same as undoing the array on the seal array. Could this huge green rock that she was sitting on be the formation's eye? Leng Ruoxue pondered to herself as countless thoughts ran through her mind. Although she was suspicious of the stone, she did not find anything suspicious after careful observation. Then, she turned her eyes to other places. She had ruled out the huge green stone, so there was only the wooden house and the stone table and chairs in the yard. She didn't know if these things had existed before Bing Yao came, or if he had built them himself. At the thought of this, Leng Ruoxue called Bing Yao over. "Senior brother, what do you have here?" Leng Ruoxue asked calmly. Please reading on mybox.com. Little Shui, when I came here, this place was exactly what you saw. I didn't touch anything. However, after you guys came, there were more houses here. Bing Yao said after some thought. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Since she had set the eye of the array outside the array, then the wooden house and the stone table and chairs in the courtyard had become her biggest suspects. Little Shui, why are you asking this? Bing Yao asked curiously. I'm looking for the formation's eye, Leng Ruoxue replied. Formation core? Shouldn't the formation's core be together with the formation? Why are you thinking about the house and the tables and chairs? Bing Yao asked in confusion. Because I couldn't find the formation's eye in the formation, so I could only target them. Leng Ruoxue said innocently, her beautiful eyes looking past Bing Yao to observe her target. Bing Yao and the demon saw how focused she was and did not disturb her, only staying by her side silently. Leng Ruoxue's gaze shifted from the stone table to the stone chair, but she didn't feel any difference. Then, she turned her gaze back to the wooden house. The wooden house did not look big from the outside, but it was a completely different world inside. It was complete, and there was a faint trace of spiritual energy in the wooden house. Spiritual qi? The spiritual qi in this wooden house was very rich. However, this was because there was a spirit gathering array in the wooden house. As a result, the spiritual qi in this place had also become rich. Spirit gathering array. All of a sudden, Leng Ruoxue had an idea. As if she had thought of something, she exclaimed, "Woof." Then, he stood up from the huge green rock and ran straight to the wooden house. After entering the wooden house, Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes scanned her surroundings. After a long time, her beautiful face revealed a smile that could topple cities. What's wrong? Is there anything unusual about this wooden house? Bing Yao and the demon asked in unison. There's a spirit gathering array in this wooden house, right? Leng Ruoxue asked instead of answering. Yes, operating the ceiling formation requires the support of a large amount of spiritual energy. That's why Master specially set up a spiritual energy gathering formation here. Bing Yao replied. That's right. In fact, this wooden house is not only a spirit gathering array. It is also the array eye of the entire ceiling array. All this time, I have been looking for the array eye in the miniature ceiling array, but the array eye was not on the ceiling array. Leng Ruoxue explained. But this wooden house can't possibly be the formation's eye, right? Bing Yao asked suspiciously. Even though he didn't know much about formations, he had heard of them before. He had never seen anyone whose formation's eye was not on the formation. Moreover, he had been sleeping in this room all this time. If this room was really the formation's eye, then he would be sleeping in the formation's eye. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Why not? Leng Ruoxue asked. I've never heard of it. Bing Yao said matter-of-factly. Previous chapter. Just because you've never heard of it doesn't mean it's impossible. Besides, not everyone can set up the formation's eye outside the formation. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. That's true. Master's attainments in formations are unparalleled, but I still think it's a little too far-fetched. Bing Yao was still in disbelief. Since you still don't believe me, then let's try. Leng Ruoxue suggested with a smile. Yes. Bing Yao nodded. As the saying goes, what you hear is false, but what you see is true. If one had not seen it with their own eyes, it would be very difficult to believe such a mysterious thing. Then, the three of them left the wooden house. Leng Ruoxue stood in front of the wooden house. She kept on releasing the hand seals from her white and tender fingertips. When Feng De and the rest saw this, they were also attracted over. However, they were tactful and did not say a word to avoid disturbing Leng Ruoxue. As for the method of unsealing the seal, she had tested it many times on the miniature array, so she had long memorized it by heart. As he cast over 1,000 spells, the wooden house was gradually enveloped by a white light. Slowly, the wooden house was completely submerged in the white light. All Leng Ruoxue had to do next was wait. After a long time, the dazzling white light finally disappeared. Without the spirit gathering formation that was set up with the wooden house as the center, the spiritual qi in this place gradually became less and less. However, the seal formation that had been blocking them had also disappeared, and the scenery outside was fully displayed in front of them. Where is this place? Feng De and the others widened their eyes and were stunned again. Ugh! How could they be on the top of a nameless mountain? Without the protection of the seal, the cold wind from the surroundings directly blew on them. Everyone couldn't help but shiver and ran into the wooden houses at the same time. It's so cold. What the hell is this place? Everyone could not help but complain. Originally, with the protection of the seal formation, this place was as warm as spring and the scenery was pleasant. However, once the seal formation disappeared, the real situation here was presented before everyone's eyes. This place was not just any ordinary cold. Please reading on mybox.com. Hehe, if I'm not wrong, this place shouldn't be far from that 10,000-year-old snow mountain. Master Ning said happily. Little guy, you're right. We're only 1,000 meters away from the 10,000-year-old snow mountain. Bing Yao explained, but the words, little guy, angered Master Ning again. Damn it, I told you not to call me little guy. Master Ning jumped up and down, shouting at the top of his voice, not caring about his image. As for his subordinates, they all lowered their heads and did not dare to look at their master. In my eyes, you're just a little guy. Bing Yao said innocently. Shuai, your senior brother is bullying me. He's really rude. Master Ning ignored Bing Yao and turned to Leng Ruoxue to complain. Let's discuss the next step of our plan. Leng Ruoxue changed the topic. The two of them gave her a headache, so it was better for her not to get involved in their conflict. Little Shuai, what are your thoughts? Bing Yao asked with a smile. You're the senior brother, of course I have to listen to you. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Actually, she didn't have any other thoughts. She just didn't want the two of them to quarrel, so she just said it casually. I think we should find a place to settle down. We can't always be on the godly mainland. Bing Yao thought for a while and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, little fox. He actually said he didn't have any thoughts, humph. He was really cunning. There's nothing wrong with the 4 seas being your home. At the very least, if we provoke a powerful enemy, they won't be able to find us. Leng Ruoxue retorted with a smile. Yes, what Miss said makes sense. Fengde and the rest immediately agreed while the evildoer and the rest looked at Leng Ruoxue with smiles. Little Shuai, there's no way we can gain a foothold in the divine realm if we run around everywhere. Many great powers would not be willing to cooperate with us. Bing Yao reminded. It doesn't matter. As long as we have the strength, no one will dare to look down on us. Leng Ruoxue asked nonchalantly. Wasn't strength the most important thing in the immortal realm? Since that was the case, wouldn't it be enough for them to have the strength? That's not the same. Although strength is important, territory is equally important. Otherwise, why do you think the 8 great divine domains have such great power in the divine realm? It was because they occupied a large territory. As long as a top-notch force doesn't have a fixed territory, it's not easy for them to establish themselves in the divine realm. Bing Yao explained. That sounds reasonable, but all the better places on the godly mainland have been occupied. What else can we get? Leng Ruoxue asked again. Her beautiful face seemed to be in a dilemma. The godly mainland is not small. Although most of the places have owners, little Shuai, formations, so the location is not important to us. We just need to find a place that has no owner and is large enough. Bing Yao said after some thought. Is there such a place on the godly mainland? Leng Ruoxue had a look of suspicion. I've chosen a few places. Everyone can choose one of them. With that, Bing Yao took out a map of the godly land from his storage ring and showed it to everyone. The places marked with red dots are all occupied. We won't consider them for the time being. The few places I've chosen are all marked in blue. One is here. This is a wide plain. The area is very large and there are few people here. It's more suitable to be a territory. Bing Yao explained. And here, this is the northernmost part of the godly mainland. It's made up of 3 mountains and a forest. It's a huge area, but the forces here are more complicated. Other than the big clans that send people here to train and explore, the beasts here are the strongest on the godly mainland. And finally, this place. It's located at the southernmost part of the godly continent. It's warm all year round and the scenery isn't bad. It's the best of the 3 places I've chosen, but it's not as big as the first 2. It's a pity. Bing Yao continued. How could such a good place not be occupied? Leng Ruoxue asked in disbelief. Little Shuai, there's something you don't know. This place isn't very big, and it's quite far from the center of the divine continent. It's hard to get there, so the powerful forces don't even care about this place. The small forces can't occupy this place either, so as time goes by, this place became ownerless. Bing Yao said. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Little Shuai, you can choose one of these 3 places to be our territory. After all, a power without a territory would not be able to truly establish itself in the divine realm. Bing Yao said with anticipation. Then let's do it here. Leng Ruoxue replied without hesitation. The situation here is very complicated. Bing Yao said helplessly. Just as he had expected, little Shuai had really chosen this place. This restless little girl. However, it was just what he wanted. What are you afraid of? With you around, what can't we do? Leng Ruoxue had put a high hat on Bing Yao. It was obvious that she wanted to be a hands-off manager again. Little Shuai, you can't be so irresponsible. I'm just one person. Bing Yao quickly said. Don't be afraid. I'll get Fengde and the others to help you. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. What about you? Bing Yao asked in a daze, his handsome face full of innocence. I'm here to watch the fun. Leng Ruoxue replied calmly. You can't just watch. Bing Yao protested. Why not? I've already lent you my subordinates, and you're still not satisfied. Leng Ruoxue teased. You're the head of the family. Bing Yao said softly. Only the head of the family can be a hands-off shopkeeper. The matters at home will naturally be left to you to run. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. For some reason, her words resonated with Master Ning's subordinates. Some of them even felt that she was right. All right then. Bing Yao accepted his fate. Sob. It seemed like the violent man was right. Little Shui was a lazy person. Please reading on myboxnovl.com. After deciding on the location of their territory, everyone sat on the back of the little peacock and set off for their destination. After flying for almost half a month, they finally arrived at the place that Bing Yao had mentioned. As it was located in the northernmost part of the godly continent, the temperature here was slightly lower than the other places. Looking down from the sky, they saw 3 towering mountains, and a large, lush forest surrounded the 3 mountains. Shui, although this place is a little remote, it's backed by mountains and forests. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. The resources are also rich. It's a good place. It'll be perfect if we can conquer the surrounding cities. Master Ning said after a moment of silence. There are a total of 5 cities closest to this place, all of which belong to small families. Those 5 cities are also the only way to this place, so naturally, they have to be subdued. Bing Yao said matter-of-factly. In fact, the territory he mentioned included the 5 cities, but he didn't say it out loud. Since that's the case, I'll subdue all 5 cities at the same time. Leng Ruoxue agreed. Little Shui, these 5 small cities are the Dark Wind City, Fuliu City, Northern Yen City, Southern Yen City, and Linjiang City. The Northern Yen City and Southern Yen City belong to the same family, and this family can be considered the most powerful among these small forces. Why don't we start with them? Bing Yao suggested. You decide for yourself, you're the one running the errand. Leng Ruoxue's focus was on participation. As for running errands, she would naturally leave it to her senior brother Bing Yao. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Bing Yao smiled bitterly and gloomily, while Fengda and the rest laughed to themselves. Let's first go to Yanbei City to take a look. Bing Yao said helplessly. When he said that he wanted to take a look, he didn't mean it was just a casual look. Yes. Everyone nodded. Then, the little peacock turned around and headed toward the direction of Northern Yen City. Yanbei City was an unremarkable small city in the northernmost part of the godly continent. It was unremarkable because its area was too small. However, as the saying goes, relying on the mountains to survive, because of the mountains and forests behind it, Yanbei City was very rich. The economy of the city was quite developed. Although there was still a big gap between it and the big cities, its prosperity was definitely one of the best among the small and medium-sized cities. After paying the entrance fee, Leng Ruoxue and the others walked on the streets of Northern Yen City. Looking at the bustling pedestrians and the shops on both sides of the street, the crowd could not help but sigh. For a small city to be able to have such a prosperous economy, it was clear that the city lord had put in a lot of effort. The total permanent population of Yanbei City was less than 1 million. However, Yanbei City received nearly 10 million people every day. Among those people, nearly 90% were foreigners. Therefore, there were many inns in Yanbei City. It could be said that one could see an inn after taking 2 or 3 steps, and almost every one of them was fully occupied. Leng Ruoxue and the rest chose a slightly larger inn to stay in. Due to the limited number of rooms in the inn, they had to share a room with 5 people. However, this was nothing to cultivators. Once they became deities, they could forget about sleeping. After settling down, Fengda and the rest split into 3 groups and went to the city to gather information. Leng Ruoxue and the demon stayed in the inn. In the bracelet. Leng Ruoxue and the evildoer leaned on each other and did not speak for a long time. However, deep affection surrounded the two. Shui, you've already planned to find a territory, right? The demon said. Well, I can't hide anything from you. Actually, as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter if I have a fixed residence or not. However, I have to think about those people on the Haotian continent. Since they have followed me, I can't let them wander around and be bullied after coming to the godly land. If we have a fixed territory, it will be easier for them to find us. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Hee hee. However, you're really bad to let Bing Yao handle this matter. The demon laughed evilly. This was his suggestion. Although I like it, I can't be too obvious. After all, there are still outsiders here. Leng Ruoxue sighed. The outsiders she was referring to were naturally Master Ning's subordinates. Although Master Ning was her godfather and she had acknowledged him, this did not mean that she would acknowledge his subordinates. Then how do you plan to conquer these 5 small cities? Kill all the city lords? The demon asked curiously. Subdue those that can be subdued, kill those that can't be subdued. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. She was a good child and would not kill people easily. Those who were killed by her would naturally have a reason to be killed. The city lords of these cities have occupied this place for many years, they must have some tricks up their sleeves. The demon said. Moreover, the place we've set our eyes on is famous for being a dangerous place on the divine mainland. Otherwise, these small cities would have changed owners a long time ago. The demon added. How dangerous is it? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Although that place is surrounded by tall mountains, the forest in the mountains is the main body. It is called the Nightmare Forest. From the name alone, you can imagine that it is very dangerous. The demon explained with a smile. As for how dangerous it was, of course, Shui had to experience it herself. A nightmare and an illusion? Since it's so dangerous there, why are there so many people taking the risk? Aren't they playing with their lives? Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. She had always thought that the bigger the head, the bigger the hat. Trying to put on a brave front would only cost her life. Isn't there a saying that, wealth comes from danger? The more dangerous a place is, the greater the opportunity. Since that's the case, it's naturally incomparably attractive, and those who take the risk, how many of them don't want to get lucky? The demon explained. This should be considered a common disease of humans. In my opinion, he's clearly looking for death, Leng Ruoxue said disdainfully. If one wanted a good opportunity, they had to see if they had the life to enjoy it. Otherwise, it was no different from seeking death. As the two of them were chatting, Qing Ju appeared in front of them and said, Sister, Feng De and the others are back. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded and brought the evildoer out of the bracelet. In the living room, Feng De and Bing Yao were already waiting for them. Senior brother, Feng De, you're back so soon? Leng Ruoxue was a little surprised. Shui, a small matter has happened. Bing Yao chuckled, very happy. Please reading on myboxnovl.com. You're still so happy when something happened? Could it be that this matter is beneficial to us? Leng Ruoxue said. Yes, yes. Bing Yao nodded. Then don't keep me in suspense, tell me what's the matter. Leng Ruoxue urged. Miss, Wuha Green Peach has been captured. Feng De said directly. Who took her? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. By a big pervert, humph. I wasn't there at the time, otherwise, would have cut him into 8 pieces. He dared to capture my woman, he's really courting death. Feng De said indignantly, but he wasn't too worried. After all, it wasn't easy to take advantage of his green peach. He was captured by the city lord's young master. We were not present at that time. However, I heard from the onlookers that the city lord's young master took a fancy to Wu's beauty, so he took him and Lu Tao back to the city lord's mansion. Bing Yao said, gloating. However, he did not deny that the city lord's son had good taste, because Wu was indeed a beauty that men could not refuse. What do you mean by falling for Wu's beauty? That city lord's young master is clearly falling for my family's Lu Tao's beauty. Feng De explained with a little dissatisfaction. After hearing Feng De's words, Leng Ruoxue's face was filled with black lines. It turns out that you don't care about Wuha Green Peach being captured, but who the city lord's young master wants to capture. She was really speechless. Sigh. Couldn't her subordinates' thinking be more normal? There was also the poor Wu. After the incident with evildoer and Ling, she wanted to turn Wu back into a man, but she realized that she could not. She asked Qing Ju and found out that there was a time limit for her transformation, and the time limit was at least 3 months. Therefore, Wu had to live as a woman for 3 months. There was still about a month left before Wu could turn back into a man. However, Wu was snatched away by a lecherous man, hee. Wu must be depressed to death at this time. No matter whose beauty they have taken a fancy to, in short, it is a fact that they have been captured by the city lord's son. Let's discuss how to make use of this matter. Bing Yao said excitedly, hee. He was just thinking of a reason to break into the city lord's mansion. This really didn't take any effort at all. What kind of person is the city lord? Leng Ruoxue asked after hearing what Bing Yao said. Miss, I heard that the city lord is a good person and has a good management. Otherwise, this little Yanbei city would not be so prosperous. The people in the city are very supportive of him. Feng De told him everything he knew. A good person? The definition of a good person was very broad. Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly and turned her gaze to Bing Yao. Northern Yan City and Southern Yan City belong to the Yan family. The Yan family has established their main family in Southern Yan City. The Lord of Northern Yan City is the younger brother of the current Yan family head. However, the Lord of Northern Yan City is a concubine's son. As for the young master of the city lord, his background is also very suspicious. Bing Yao chuckled, his handsome face filled with mystery. How many cities does the Yan clan own? Leng Ruoxue asked. Only 2. In the divinity, there are countless small clans like the Yan clan. Bing Yao said. Since the Yan family only has 2 cities, why would the head of the Yan family let a younger brother born of a concubine become the lord of a city? Or is he very confident that this younger brother's prestige won't overshadow his, the head of the family? Leng Ruoxue was confused. The city lord of Northern Yan City was decided by the previous clan head, their father. Therefore, even if the current Yan clan head wants to object, he has no chance. Furthermore, after the Yan clan head became the clan head, his illegitimate younger brother has already gained a firm foothold in Northern Yan City and is deeply loved by the people. Thus, even if the Yan clan head wants to use any despicable means, he will not have the chance. Bing Yao explained. Oh. Leng Ruoxue finally understood. Furthermore, there is more than one young master in Yanbei City. However, the one he loves the most is the one who snatched Wuha Green Peach away. Bing Yao chuckled. Senior brother, what are you going to do? Leng Ruoxue asked with an evil smile. Shui, we'll have to ask that cheapskate ancestor of yours to handle this matter first. I've heard that the other son of the city lord of Yanbei City is quite talented in forging artifacts. Bing Yao suggested. It's just a small clan, is there a need to go through so much trouble? Wouldn't it be easier for you to just charge into the city lord's mansion and save them? Leng Ruoxue suggested with a smile. That's not right. The lord of Yanbei City is very prestigious among the people. If we use force to obtain the city, those permanent residents will not be convinced by us. Moreover, this lord can be considered a talent in management. With him around, we can worry less in the future, right? Bing Yao said as he rolled his eyes at Leng Ruoxue. He thought to himself, this little fox clearly didn't plan to use force to occupy this city, but she still said that on purpose. How despicable. That makes sense. Then let's let the cheap ancestor take action. Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. In fact, if she wanted to occupy a city, it was not enough to just rely on martial arts. What she wanted was someone who could continue to manage the city in the future. Therefore, unless she had no choice, she would not attack the city lord. At the same time, in the guest room of the city lord's mansion, Wu Zheng was pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot nest. Wu. Can you please stop loitering around? I'm getting dizzy. He leaned back comfortably on the recliner and kept nibbling on the green peach fruit. He sighed helplessly. Wu Zhen was not calm at all. I'm very annoyed. Wu said, a little depressed. What's there to be annoyed about? Miss will come and save us. Lu Tao said disapprovingly. I will definitely save him, but I don't know when. He was clear that their capture to the city lord's mansion was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Leng Ruoxue and the others. How could those cunning foxes let it go? But he didn't want to face someone who would pester him every day. What was even more infuriating was that the person was a stinky man. Although he was a woman now, he was a real man in his bones. He felt disgusted just thinking about how he could endure a man's attention. Sob. Stinky Schwa, it was all her fault. Calm down. There's good food and drinks here. Let's just treat it as a vacation. Lu Tao consoled, her heart filled with sympathy for Wu, but unfortunately, she was unable to help. I can't stay calm. If you're being pestered by a stinky man, you'll understand how I feel. Wu roared in anger. Wu, do you understand how I feel? AI. I'm a real woman, but my charm isn't even half as good as you, a fake woman. How am I supposed to face this? I feel inferior in front of you. Lu Tao said half-truthfully. Of course, she was not feeling inferior, but she was really depressed. Looking at Wu, who could cause the downfall of a city, which man would not be moved? Then let's switch. Let that stinky man pester you, and don't bother me. Wu suggested. Please reading on MYB Oxen OVL, com. Wu, your wish is good, but reality is cruel, because that guy has fallen for you. As for me, he also said that if you agree to marry him, he will be kind enough to let me be his bed-warming servant. Otherwise, I am not even worthy of being his bed-warming servant. Lu Tao reminded. These words were personally said by the city lord's son. Although she really wanted to beat up this self-sentimental guy after hearing it, she also knew that now was not the time. However, there would always be an opportunity and she was not in a hurry. Someone's coming, shush. Suddenly, Wu made a shushing gesture and the two of them immediately stopped talking. In the study of the city lord's mansion. The city lord Yan Kun was in his study dealing with official business. However, he suddenly received a report from his subordinate that someone wanted to meet him. He opened the note that his subordinate had handed him and his eyes widened in disbelief. He then asked anxiously, where is he? Wait outside the door. The subordinate reported. Damn it, hurry up and invite him in. Yan Kun said in a slightly annoyed manner. Yes. The subordinate turned to leave, but was stopped by Yan Kun. Wait, I'll invite him personally. Go find the second young master and ask him to come to the living room. There's an important guest here. Yan Kun ordered. After that, he hurried to the gate of the city lord's mansion and invited the guest into the main hall. Your Excellency Leng Xiaoyu, I really didn't expect that you would come to our northern Yan city, hehe. Your arrival has really brought glory to our city lord's mansion, and I'm very lucky. Looking at Leng Xiaoyu, who was sitting opposite him, Yan Kun was so excited that he forgot himself and was incoherent. City lord is too kind, I'm just a small blacksmith. Leng Xiaoyu said disapprovingly. Hehe, you're too humble, Yan Kun said with a smile, but he couldn't help but wonder in his heart, is there a little blacksmith that everyone in the divine continent knows? Furthermore, even in the divine realm, Leng Xiaoyu was quite famous. Who asked her to have a master who was the deputy president of the Armament Guild headquarters and was also a talented armament refining genius? After hearing Yan Kun's words, Leng Xiaoyu smiled but did not say anything. Her starry eyes kept sizing up City Lord Yan. City Lord Yan looked to be about 50 years old. Although he was approaching his middle age, it was not hard to tell that he was a handsome young man when he was young. Although he was only a mid-level deity, he had a shrewd and capable look. Father, do we have a guest? Suddenly, a clear voice entered Leng Xiaoyu's ears. She could not help but raise her head and see a young man walking in from the door. The young man was about 20 years old and had a handsome face. Although he was only the young master of a small family, he had a calm and magnanimous appearance. His strength had already reached the middle level of the early divine realm. It was clear that Yan Kun had spent a lot of effort on him. This young man should be the city lord Yan Kun's second son, the one with the talent for refining weapons. Leng Xiaoyu thought to herself, but she looked at Bing Yao who had come with her without saying anything. Then, a faint smile appeared on her handsome face. Is this the city lord's son? Leng Xiaoyu asked despite knowing the answer. Hehe. It's my son. Tao, quickly come and greet Her Excellency Leng Xiaoyu. Yan Kun introduced with a smile. Yan Tao greets Xiaoyu. When Yan Tao heard his father's words, he suppressed his excitement and bowed to Leng Xiaoyu respectfully. Young Master Yan, you're too polite. Leng Xiaoyu said politely as she looked at the young man who was full of admiration. Hehe, you might not know this, but my son has loved refining weapons since he was young. Therefore, he has a special admiration for you. It's just that he has never had the chance to meet you. Yan Kun explained with a smile. Although he really wanted to ask Leng Xiaoyu to stay in Yanbei City for a few more days, he was afraid that it would be too abrupt and would make her unhappy. Oh, City Lord, I will be staying in northern Yan City for a few days. If young Master Yan is free, you can come to the inn and look for me. I can also give you some pointers. Leng Xiaoyu said, taking advantage of the situation. That's great. Thank you, Miss Xiaoyu. Yan Kun was overjoyed. If he could get close to Leng Xiaoyu, then his son would not be bullied in the City Lord's mansion in the future. Yan Tao thanks Lady Xiaoyu for her love. Yan Tao was so excited that his eyes were filled with admiration for Leng Xiaoyu. Young Master Yan, you don't have to be so polite. It's nothing. Leng Xiaoyu was very calm. Please reading on MYB Oxen OVL, calm. Actually, I've come here to ask for a favor from the City Lord. Leng Xiaoyu said with a troubled expression. If there's anything you need, just say it. As long as it's within my power, I'll do my best. Yan Kun said with great sincerity. It's like this, 2 of my juniors were robbed on the streets yesterday, so I want to ask City Lord Yan to help me find them. I don't know if this matter will make things difficult for City Lord Yan. Leng Xiaoyu said, a little embarrassed. The reason why they had only come to the City Lord's residence a day later was to make the City Lord feel that they had no one to look for, and had come to him for help. Who's so bold as to steal a junior from Lady Xiaoyu? Yan Kun couldn't help but be shocked and ask in disbelief. I don't know him either. I heard from an insider that the one who snatched him was a young master. He even said that he was some tyrant of northern Yan City. After all, we are outsiders, so we have no choice but to ask City Lord Yan for help. Leng Xiaoyu said helplessly, his extremely handsome face showing his depression at the right time. Don't worry, Your Excellency Xiaoyu, I'll do my best to help you find the person. Yan Kun promised. However, he could not help but feel shocked, especially when Leng Xiaoyu mentioned the tyrant of Yanbei City. His uneasiness grew stronger and stronger. Then I'll thank the City Lord first. Leng Xiaoyu smiled as she expressed her gratitude. You're too kind, Miss Xiaoyu. Yan Kun quickly said. After that, the 2 of them chatted for a while more before Leng Xiaoyu found an excuse and left with Bing Yao. After sending off Leng Xiaoyu and the other man, Yan Kun summoned the butler with a gloomy expression and ordered him to find the eldest young master. Father, could it be that you suspect Big Brother of doing this? Yan Tao guessed. Humph. Who else could it be if not him? Other than him, who else would dare to do as they please in northern Yan City and call themselves a king? Yan Kun said, holding back his anger. In the past, he could turn a blind eye to his eldest son's actions. However, he couldn't do it now because his unfilial son had provoked Leng Xiaoyu. He even suspected that Leng Xiaoyu had already found out about this matter. Therefore, he had to deal with it properly. If it was really Big Brother's doing, what does father plan to do? Yan Tao could not help but ask. Of course we'll hand him over to Her Excellency Leng Xiaoyu. Our Yan family cannot bring disaster to ourselves because of him. Yan Kun said coldly. In fact, he didn't say anything. For the future of his second son, he had to hand over his eldest son. This was also a way of showing his goodwill to the other party. Hearing his father's words, Yan Tao no longer spoke. Tao, don't you think that father is too heartless? Yan Kun looked at his second son and thought to himself, this child is too kind. Sigh. No, I know father is doing this for my own good. After a moment of contemplation, Yan Tao said. His words also made Yan Kun feel quite comforted. It's good that you can understand father's painstaking efforts. Yan Kun let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, the eldest young master, who had received the butler's order, also came to the living room unwillingly under the butler's supervision. Father, why are you looking for me? The Yan family's eldest young master asked unhappily as he sat down opposite Yan Kun. Unfilial son, did I let you sit down? Yan Kun said angrily when he saw his eldest son's rascally appearance. Father, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm very tired. The Yan family's eldest young master did not notice his father's anger and urged him on. Unfilial son. Kneel down. Yan Kun roared, but the young master of the Yan family did not take it seriously. He continued to do what he wanted and even picked up the fruit on the table to eat. Butler, make this unfilial son kneel down. Seeing that his eldest son didn't even take his words seriously, Yan Kun couldn't help but become even angrier. Yes, City Lord. The butler replied. Just as he was about to move, he was stopped by the Yan clan's eldest young master. Audacious slave, who dares to touch me? The Yan family's eldest young master glared at him and roared. Eldest young master, your subordinate apologizes. The butler said apologetically. Then, he kicked the eldest young master's stomach. The eldest young master's knees gave way and he knelt on the ground. Dog slave, you dare to offend your superior? I am the young master of northern Yan City, and you dare to disrespect me. The Yan family's eldest young master said in anger. I'm sorry, young master. I'm only following the orders of the city lord. The butler didn't even look at the eldest young master as he spoke indifferently. Unfilial son, let me ask you, did you snatch people from the streets again? Yan Kun asked directly. So what if I am? It's their good fortune to be liked by me. Yan Kun said disapprovingly. TSK, he thought it was something big. It turned out that his father had called him over for such a trivial matter. This was really too much. Unfilial son, you're really audacious. You actually dare to rob anyone. You want our Yen family to be praised by you, don't you? Yen Kun roared in anger. Father, please calm your anger. Yen Tao saw that his father's expression was not right and quickly comforted him. Master, please calm down. The butler quickly said. Only the Yen family's eldest young master was unconcerned. He casually said, is it that serious? Father, you're exaggerating. Housekeeper, go and get the family law. Today, I will beat this unfilial son to death, so that he won't bring disaster to our Yen family. Yen Kun was infuriated, especially when he saw the disapproving look on the young master's face. He was so angry that he couldn't keep this unfilial son of his alive any longer. Yes. The butler replied and turned to retrieve the family law. Please reading on myboxnovl.com. The so-called family discipline was nothing more than a tool used by the great families to carry out punishment. When the Yen family's eldest young master saw the stick in the housekeeper's hand, which was thicker than his arm, his face turned green with fear. It must be known that this was not an ordinary stick, but a holy weapon passed down in the family. It was also specially made by a blacksmith hired by his father for the use of family discipline. As far as he knew, many people who had violated the Yen family's rules had died under this stick. He did not want to be hit, nor did he want to be a dead soul under the stick. Execute. Yen Kun said emotionlessly, humph. The person he had offended this time was Leng Xiaoyu. For the good of the Yen family, he could not keep this son. Father. Don't. Father. I was wrong, mother. Help me. When the steward staff landed on the Yen family's eldest young master, the young master let out an earth-shattering cry for help. Arg. It hurts so much, mother. Save me, father is going to kill me. The Yen clan's eldest young master howled. His howl had indeed attracted the attention of the servants, and some of them even went to inform the eldest young master's mother, the lady of the city. Not long after, the city lord's wife arrived. When she saw her son's bloodied body, the anger in her heart exploded. Without thinking, she rushed forward and gave Yen Tao a slap. Yen Tao, who had been slapped, did not say a word, nor did he dodge. His pair of starry eyes stared straight at the city lord's wife. Damn you little *****, you didn't even help when you saw the city lord beating up your big brother. The city lord's wife didn't dare to blame the city lord, so she could only vent her anger on Yen Tao, this son of a concubine. I wonder how auntie would like me to help. Yen Tao sneered and questioned. How dare you? Is this how you speak to your elders? The city lord's wife bellowed. This was truly heaven-defying. Never in her dreams would she have thought that the second young master who had always been cautious in front of her would actually dare to question her. This made her feel that her authority had been challenged. If you want others to treat you as an elder, then you have to act like one. Otherwise, no one will respect you. Yen Kun looked at Yen Tao with heartache and said in a cold tone, humph. This woman was getting more and more out of control. He had tolerated her for so many years, but she kept challenging his bottom line. This was outrageous. What does the city lord mean? Are you blaming me for hitting your precious son? The city lord's wife asked. Isn't Tao your son? You gave him a slap the moment you came up, and you still want him to respect you? Yen Kun sneered. Isn't that Qi, your son? How could you be so cruel? The city lord's wife retorted sarcastically, not showing any weakness. After she ran into the living room, the guests stopped the execution under the city lord's eye signal. I've pampered him too much in the past, and now he's caused an irreparable disaster. If I don't give him a good beating, how am I going to explain it to the other party? Yen Kun said angrily. Humph. You have the final say in this northern Yen city. What kind of disaster can't be fixed? Obviously, the mayor's wife didn't believe Yen Kun's words. She even believed that Yen Kun wanted to kill her son so that the little **** could get the mayor's position. You really are a woman with long hair and short knowledge. I am merely the city lord of this little northern Yen city. In the entire divine continent and even the divine realm, there are many people that we cannot afford to offend. Do you really think that I, as the city lord, can do whatever I want? Yen Kun mocked. What did that chief do? I can't believe I made you so angry. After hearing Yen Kun's words, the mayor's wife's heart sank, but she also calmed down a bit. He snatched another woman yesterday. Yen Kun glared at his unconscious eldest son and said. So what if I snatched a woman? At most, we'll just let him go. The city lord's wife said disapprovingly. In the past, Qi had done this kind of thing many times. After the city lord found out, he only gave a small punishment, then gave the woman who was robbed some money and let her go. Therefore, she did not think that this kind of thing was a big deal. That's easy to say. Do you know whose girl he's snatching this time? Yen Kun said angrily. Who's that? The city lord's wife's face was full of question marks, her mind constantly turning back and forth, and secretly thought, could it be that the girl who was robbed had a very big background? If that was really the case, it was no wonder that the city lord would lose his temper. She's a junior of Her Excellency Leng Xiaoyu. Yen Kun growled. Leng Xiaoyu? Which Leng Xiaoyu? The city lord's wife didn't react for a moment. How many Leng Xiaoyus can there be? Yen Kun roared. City lord, are you sure it's that Leng Xiaoyu? Are you a fake? The mayor's wife had a look of disbelief on her face. If it was really the famous Leng Xiaoyu, why would she come to a small place like the northern Yan city? She really couldn't understand. Why don't you try pretending? Yan Kun said in an unpleasant tone. What do we do now? Hearing Yan Kun's words, the city lord's wife had no idea what to do. Although she was used to being domineering at home, she would definitely be the first to panic if something serious happened. You're asking me, but who should I ask? Yan Kun said with his eyes wide open. In fact, he had an idea in his heart, but he would not say it out easily. Father, the most important thing right now is to send back the girl that big brother snatched. Otherwise, if Lady Xiaoyu blames us, our entire Yan family can't afford to be punished. Yan Tao said calmly. Tao is right, but sending her back won't be enough to appease her anger. Yan Kun said after a moment of silence. Master, what should we do? I only have one son, you have to save him. The city lord's wife pleaded with tears in her eyes. At this moment, she had long lost her strength, and only had fear. Qi is my eldest son and the next city lord of Yanbei City. Do you think I would want something to happen to him? Yan Kun sighed and said helplessly. Madam, since that girl was snatched by Qi then I'll have to trouble you to personally release that girl. You're both women, so it's easy for you to talk to each other. This way, we can also show our sincerity. Yan Kun said after thinking for a while. Alright, master, I'll go now. After the city lord's wife finished speaking, she left the living room in a hurry, not even caring about her injured and unconscious son. Not long after the city lord's wife left, she came back dejectedly. Yan Kun and his son looked at each other and understood. Please reading on myboxnovl.com. Madam, why are you back so soon? Has that young lady settled down? Yan Kun pretended to be confused. Master, I wanted to arrange for that girl to leave the city lord's mansion, but she still refused to do so. The city lord's wife said gloomily. Actually, she still had one more thing to say. Not only did she say some nice things, but she had also threatened and bribed him. Who knew that he would not be moved at all and would insist that the city lord uphold justice? What did the lady say? Yan Kun asked anxiously. She asked you to seek justice. The Yan family must give her an explanation. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The city lord's wife said with an ashen face. She had always been a woman of her word in northern Yan city, but now, a little girl was not giving her any face. How could she not be angry from embarrassment? However, due to the other party's status, she had been holding back. Father, it seems like you have to make a trip down personally. After hearing the city lord's wife's words, Yan Tao spoke. Fine, I'll go and meet this girl. With that, Yan Kun strode into the guest room. When he first saw Wu, the first thing he felt was beauty. She was too beautiful. No wonder his incompetent eldest son wanted to snatch her back to his residence. However, this was a thorny beauty. How could she be so easy to snatch? If it was not resolved properly, he was afraid that all his years of business would be destroyed in one day. This was something that he absolutely could not tolerate. I am the city lord of Yanbei City. May I know your name, young lady? Yan Kun said in a friendly manner. How can my family's young lady's name be casually revealed to others? Wu did not say anything and just sat quietly on the chair. Lu Tao replied on his behalf. I've been presumptuous. Yan Kun looked a little embarrassed. City lord, my family's young miss isn't that easy to snatch. I'm afraid you can't afford the price of snatching our young miss. Lu Tao did not waste any words and went straight to the point. Miss, please state your conditions. As long as it's within my power, I will not let you down. Yan Kun said in a fawning manner. Oh, really? Since that's the case, then hand over the pervert who stole my family's young miss. As for the other conditions, we'll let you know when we've thought of them. Lu Tao said after some thought. Master, you can't hand the chess pieces over to them. Upon hearing Lu Tao's words, the city lord's wife quickly said. She was very afraid that Yan Kun would hand over his son in order not to offend Leng Xiaoyu. It seems that the city lord is not very sincere. Since that's the case, there's no need for us to continue our discussion. Lu Tao said with a hint of ridicule. You better shut up. How dare you threaten the city lord? I think you must be tired of living. Let me tell you the truth. Except for the few of us, no one knows that you are being imprisoned in the city lord's mansion. If we kill you, no one will know. So, you'd better be tactful. Don't blame me for being merciless if you annoy me. The city lord's wife couldn't help but threaten again. Her words made Yan Kun's face turn extremely ugly. This D***mn, stupid woman. At this time, Yan Kun really wanted to strangle her. However, as the saying goes, dirty laundry should not be spread in public, so he didn't think it was a good time to deal with his first wife. However, he also couldn't let his blind wife offend the two women in front of him. However, before he could open his mouth, Green Peach spoke first. Is the city lord's wife threatening us? If we were to lose even a single strand of hair, I'm afraid that the entire Yanbei city would be buried with us. That's right, I forgot to tell you that the other young lady in my family is the goddaughter of the current Ning clan head in the divine realm. Hearing Lu Tao's words, Yan Kun's heart, which was already in a state of panic, thumped even harder. All of a sudden, he sank to the bottom of the valley. At this time, he also had the heart to die. Wasn't it enough to offend Leng Xiaoyu? Now, the master of the Ning family was involved as well. Did he want to die? The Ning clan was a great crocodile of the divine realm. How could a small clan like them afford to provoke them? When the city lord's wife heard Lu Tao's words, she was obviously stunned. Then, she laughed wildly and said, "Ha ha ha. Little girl, you're quite good at guessing. If you're the goddaughter of the master of the Ning family, then I'm the goddaughter of the divine master." Obviously, the city lord's wife didn't believe Lu Tao's words, but Lu Tao didn't mind. At least, she had achieved her deterrent effect, which was enough. She didn't expect the other party to believe her. "You shut up!" Yan Kun shouted after hearing his wife's words. "Old master, these two are clearly liars. They actually used the master of the Ning family to scare us. We can't let these two people live." The mayor's wife said to Yan Kun with a murderous look. "City lord, you have to choose carefully." Lu Tao also reminded with a faint smile, not a trace of anger on her beautiful face. "I'm sorry, my wife's mental state is a little abnormal. I think her illness has acted up. I hope you two don't mind too much," Yan Kun quickly said after hearing Green Peach's words. "Master." The city lord's wife was about to get angry, but she was knocked unconscious by Yan Kun, who suddenly attacked. Looking at the city lord's wife who was lying on the ground, Wu smiled and asked in confusion, "City lord, what do you mean by this? The words just now were all nonsense when Furin's illness acted up. I hope that the two of you do not mind too much," Yan Kun said as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "Don't mind. That's impossible." He paused for a moment before speaking. "Then how can young lady's anger be appeased?" Yan Kun asked helplessly. "Didn't my maidservant say that she wants you to hand over the person who snatched me? Of course, if the city lord is unwilling, I will not force you," Wu said calmly. "All right, I will hand that useless son over to the young lady to deal with." "Yes." Yan Kun agreed without hesitation. "City lord is a straightforward person, I am very satisfied. However, just this is not enough." Wu Yu chuckled. "What other conditions does Miss have?" Yan Kun couldn't help but ask. Please reading on myboxnovl.com. "The city lord's son snatched me away and caused serious damage to my body and mind. You should at least give me some compensation," Wu said as a matter of course. "Don't worry, miss. I won't let you down," Yan Kun quickly promised. "City lord, I haven't finished my words, don't be too anxious. I understand the city lord's difficulties. I wonder if you have any thoughts of changing the current situation," Wu said with a faint smile. Wu's words were very subtle, but he believed that Yan Kun, who had been the city lord for many years, would understand. Moreover, he did not want Yan Kun to think that he was a person who would take things by force. Although they were interested in Yanbei City, it was only for the sake of better management of the territory that they had chosen. After all, for them, if the only way to the Nightmare Forest was in their hands, then their safety factor would greatly increase. The reason why Lu Tao had revealed that they were related to the Ning family was also to let the city lord understand how big his power was. If he had chosen this place, he could still get it by force. Sure enough, after hearing Wu's words, Yan Kun's expression changed drastically, but he still remained calm and said, "I naturally want to change the current situation. However, Yanbei City is, after all, left behind by our ancestors. Therefore, I can't be an unfilial descendant. Please allow me to consider it." Yan Kun's words were neither accepted nor completely rejected. They had made preliminary contact and had fully revealed their intentions to Yan Kun. Now it was up to Yan Kun to make his own choice. After the initial contact between the two sides, Yan Kun personally sent Wu Green Peach back to the hotel. Of course, his incompetent eldest son was also involved. However, he did not feel distressed. After all, in his opinion, it was a good deal to sacrifice his eldest son to keep the whole family safe. After returning to the city lord's mansion, Yan Kun locked himself in the study. "Father, what happened?" Yan Tao gently knocked on the door twice, then pushed it open and walked in, asking with concern. "Tao, the Yan clan is in big trouble this time," Yan Kun said with a headache. Then, he told Yan Tao about the other party's plan. "Father, if the other party is really as powerful as you say, they could have killed us all and then occupied this northern Yan city. However, they did not do so, which means that they are not bloodthirsty people. After all, the lives of the Yan family are the most important." Yan Tao thought for a while and advised. "Tao, how can I face my ancestors like this? Besides, I've kept the position of city lord for you," Yan Kun said with a sigh. "Father, our Yan family is not even worth mentioning in the divinity. If we really anger the other party, won't the Yan family be the one to suffer? Moreover, it's not the same if we give up the city of our own accord as if they've taken it away. After all, the divine world is ruled by the strong. If we don't have the ability to defend our own territory, in the eyes of others, we'll only be regarded as incompetent. And my eldest uncle has always been eyeing Northern Salt City covetously. I admit that I am not cut out to be the city lord. Rather than letting Northern Salt City fall into my eldest uncle's hands, would rather give it to an outsider." Yan Tao was very honest. In fact, he did think so in his heart. He did not want to be trapped in this city. He loved refining weapons the most, and once he became the lord of a city, he would not be able to focus on being a weapon master. Moreover, he knew his uncle's character. His uncle had planned for many years, how could he let the meat by his mouth benefit a bastard son like him? "You don't regret it?" Yan Kun watched his second son very seriously as he asked. "Father, you should know that this is not my goal," Yan Tao said seriously. "All right then. Then we'll do as you say, AI." If Her Excellency Leng Xiaoyu is willing to accept you as a disciple, father will be even more at ease. Yan Kun said after thinking for a while. Dad, I'm already very satisfied that Lady Xiaoyu is willing to give me pointers. Why would I be so greedy? Yan Tao said with a smile. Hehe, I was too greedy. Tao, it's rare that you can see it clearly, but you must grasp this opportunity. Remember to come to the inn more often when you're free. Yan Kun reminded. Okay, I'll go find Her Excellency Xiaoyu tomorrow morning. Yan Tao said impatiently. In the room of the inn. Leng Ruoxue looked at Wu, who was sitting opposite her, and teased, Wu, no one took advantage of you, right? Bad girl, do you really want me to be taken advantage of? They all asked. Why would I? Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly before asking, how do you plan to deal with the city lord's son? I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Wu said through gritted teeth. Can I plead on his behalf? Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Please reading on MYB oxen o. Of course not. Wu glared at Leng Ruoxue and said fiercely. Alright then. However, I still have use for that fellow. Don't play him to death. Death. Leng Ruoxue reminded. Yes, I know what I'm doing, Wu nodded and left the room. Not long after, Leng Ruoxue and the rest heard a series of howls coming from the room next door. The howls were so miserable that it made their hair stand on end. The howls had also attracted the attention of the inn's manager, waiters, and even the guests who were staying in the inn. Leng Ruoxue and the rest heard the noise outside and walked out of the room. When the shopkeeper saw them, he immediately came forward to welcome them and said with some difficulty, Miss, I wonder what happened in that room? It's nothing. One of my subordinates' old illness acted up again. I'm really sorry to have disturbed the other people in the shop. Leng Ruoxue looked at the people in front of her and said guiltily. May I know what illness young lady subordinate is suffering from? The shopkeeper asked with an awkward expression. He's crazy. He's always delirious and likes to talk nonsense. He even likes to bite people when he's crazy. Leng Ruoxue explained with a smile. Arg. Miss, he won't run out of the room and scare the other guests, right? When the innkeeper heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. To be honest, he really wanted to ask this beautiful lady in front of him if she could ask that person to move to another place to stay. However, he didn't dare and didn't want to offend these people who didn't seem to be easy to deal with. Shopkeeper, don't be afraid. He won't run out of the room. It's just that when his illness acts up, his voice will be a little loud. However, it doesn't happen often. You can let the guests in the shop bear with it. Or, you can ask them to stay in another inn. Feng De put his arm around the manager's shoulder and suggested. I'll tell them. The innkeeper said with a long face. Wu, how could he let a guest stay in another inn? Wouldn't that be sending money to others? How could he be so foolish? Hee. Long live understanding. Feng De chuckled. Then, Leng Ruoxue and the rest closed the door and ignored the matter. The next day, when Yan Tao came to the door, he heard the miserable scream. The voice was familiar, but he ignored it. Instead, he went to Leng Xiaoyu and asked her for advice. That afternoon, Yan Kun came to visit Leng Ruoxue and the others. Sitting on a chair in the living room, Yan Kun felt a little nervous when he was faced with the probing gazes of the crowd. The young woman sitting opposite him was especially nervous. He was so nervous that he broke out in a cold sweat. Needless to say, that woman was Leng Ruoxue. This was his first time meeting Leng Ruoxue. Damn it, what was going on? Although he didn't dare to say that he was knowledgeable, there was no need for him to be so nervous and uneasy about a little girl. This was really too strange. May I know why City Lord Yan has come to visit? Leng Ruoxue asked knowingly. A few days ago, that unfilial son of mine committed a mistake. As his father, I am willing to compensate him. Therefore, I am willing to give Yanbei City to all of you. Yan Kun carefully thought of his words and then said. City Lord Yan, I really don't care about such a small city. In fact, I'm interested in the Nightmare Forest and want to make it my territory. However, the cities around it are the main roads into the forest, so I have to control them. Leng Ruoxue spoke the truth. Since Yan Kun had already made his choice, there was no need for her to hide her purpose. After all, she intended to take Yan Kun in for her own use. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Yan Kun's eyes flickered. He did not reply immediately, but seemed to be deep in thought. Miss Leng, are you planning to take over the cities around the forest for your own use? Yan Kun asked after a while. Yes, I am. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Miss Leng, the Nightmare Forest is not a suitable place to be a territory. Otherwise, it would have been occupied by others long ago. Yan Kun couldn't help but remind her and secretly thought, this young lady has a big appetite. He actually wanted to make that forest his territory. In fact, in the past millions of years, it was not that no one had ever tried to take that forest, but they had never succeeded. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Why not? Because it's dangerous? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. On one hand, it's dangerous. On the other hand, many forces go there every year to train and explore. If Miss Leng takes it as her private territory, I'm afraid it will cause opposition from all the major forces. At that time, Yan Kun didn't finish his words, but he believed that the young woman in front of him would understand. I am not a person who is afraid of trouble. Since I have decided to make that place my territory, I will not change my mind. City Lord Yan, I will now give you two choices. One is to leave Yanbei City, and the other is to continue to manage the city for me. I will give you 3 days. Make your choice. Leng Ruoxue said directly. Of course, if you're willing, I can also hand over Yannan City to you. Leng Ruoxue added. Yan Kun was shocked, but he did not say anything. He chose to leave and said that he would give Leng Ruoxue an answer within 3 days. After seeing Yan Kun off, Fengde looked at his lady with confusion and said, Young lady, why are you treating Yan Kun so differently? It's not like we can't find someone to manage this small city. I told you to mind your own business, what are you doing? Leng Ruoxue rolled her eyes at Fengde. I don't care. Fengde waved his hand repeatedly, afraid that his young lady would give him this task. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to follow the young lady. That would really be a loss that outweighed the gain. The Yan family has been living in Yanbei and Yannan City for at least several thousand years. They have their roots here, so of course Yan Kun would not be willing to leave. However, for the sake of the Yan family, he easily compensated us with Yanbei City. If he continued to stay in Yanbei City, wouldn't he become the uncrowned city lord? How could I keep him here? The only chance for him to stay here is to continue to manage Yanbei City for me. In the eyes of outsiders, Yanbei City still belongs to the Yan family. We just need to be the masters behind the scenes. Leng Ruoxue explained. Her ambition was not in northern Yan City, so she would not spend too much effort on such a small city. However, she had to let Yan Kun know that she was the true owner of northern Yan City. Will Yan Kun agree? Fengde asked curiously. He has no reason not to agree. He has deep feelings for Yanbei City, and he has put too much effort into this city. How could he not agree? Leng Ruoxue was sure that Yan Kun would agree to this. Therefore, she stopped paying attention to the city lord's mansion. At this time, Yan Kun had also returned to the city lord's mansion and was sitting in his study. His mind was in turmoil. He had not expected that he could continue to be the city lord. He could even take over Yannan City. Was this possible? Yannan City was the main city of the Yan clan. Moreover, his elder brother would not hand over the control of the city so easily. If that was the case, wouldn't the Yan clan in Yannan City be in trouble? One must know, looking at that Miss Leng's appearance, it was obvious that she was determined to get the few cities around the forest. Sigh. How could this be good? When he thought of this, he quickly summoned his confidant, gave him some instructions, and sent him to do something. In the bracelet. Leng Ruoxue leaned into the evildoer's embrace, enjoying the rare peace and quiet. Please reading on myboxnovl.com. It's been 2 days, but Yan Kun still hasn't given us an answer. The demon chuckled. It doesn't matter. He'll agree sooner or later anyway. Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. Everyone knew about the hidden heart, and Yan Kun was no exception. In fact, Yan Kun had sent his confidant out of the city, and her senior brother had found out about it and informed her. She had not wanted to pay attention to the Yan family situation, so she had to arrange for Qingju to observe the movements in the city lord's mansion. Sister. Qingju appeared in front of Leng Ruoxue and the demon. Qingju, what's the matter? Leng Ruoxue lifted her beautiful eyes and asked with a smile. Sister, some people from Yannan City have come to the city lord's mansion. Yan Kun is in trouble. Qingju reported. Oh. Let me know when Yan Kun's life is in danger. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Did sister know that Yan Kun's life would be in danger? Qingju's face was filled with surprise. He cared about the brotherhood, but unfortunately, the other party never treated him as a brother. So, he expressed the wrong feelings. This time, let's just treat it as a lesson for him. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. She was well aware of Yan Kun's intention. He wanted to persuade her brother to hand over Yannan City so as not to bring disaster to his clan. However, if he heard this, not only would he not thank him, but it would also arouse his anger. However, since she had chosen Yan Kun, she would not watch him be killed. At the same time, the city lord's mansion acted just as Leng Ruoxue had expected. Yan Kun looked at his elder brother, his heart filled with disappointment. Although his brother's character wasn't great, he didn't expect the other party to not care about the big picture at all. He was sending his clansmen to their deaths. Yan Kun, how dare you collude with outsiders to betray the Yan family? The head of the Yan family roared with a righteous look. This patriarch of the Yan family was about 50 years old. Although he looked upright, his slightly gloomy eyes revealed his true nature. He was a narrow-minded and jealous villain. Family head, not only did Yan Kun betray the Yan family, but he also handed Qi over to the other party for a bastard. You have to seek justice for Qi Suddenly, a sobbing middle-aged woman ran up to Patriarch Yan and began to complain. Yan Kun, what do you have to say? The patriarch of the Yan clan asked. I have nothing to say. Since Big Brother has made up his mind, I won't say anything more. I, Yan Kun, have a clear conscience to the family. Yan Kun said indifferently. He had already done what he needed to do. Therefore, he could no longer decide what would happen to the Yan family. Men, take Yan Kun down and punish him according to the family law. The patriarch of the Yan family shouted after hearing Yan Kun's words. I'll see who dares to move. Uncle, if you dare to touch a single hair on my father's head, I will make this woman die a terrible death. Suddenly, Yan Tao's voice rang in everyone's ears. The city lord's wife, who had been crying and complaining, was now in his hand, and the bright knife was now held against the city lord's wife's neck. "Master, save me!" The city lord's wife cried out in shock. "Are you threatening me?" The Yen family head narrowed his eyes, his heart filled with anger. He had always thought that this kid was easy to manipulate. He didn't expect that he would reach out his claws today. In that case, don't blame him for being merciless. The people of the Yen family who had come with the head of the Yen family were speechless when they saw that Yen Tao had actually grabbed their own stepmother to threaten the head. Had this Yen Tao gone crazy? He had actually grabbed their father's wife to threaten the head of the family. What was this? At this moment, they all subconsciously thought that Yen Tao had been scared silly. How would I dare to threaten Big Uncle? Big Uncle can't be like the others and think that I'm scared silly, right? Seeing the reaction of the Yen family, he could guess what they were thinking. He was not interested in this city, but he did not want it to fall into his uncle's hands. Therefore, he would rather give it to an outsider. Unfortunately, his father was too stupid. He cared about the safety of his family, but he was killed by his family. This was something he would never allow. What do you want? The patriarch of the Yen clan asked with some anger. He hated Yen Tao so much that he was grinding his teeth. All of you, leave northern Yen City immediately. This place no longer belongs to the Yen family. If Miss Leng and the others find out about this, don't even think about returning to southern Yen City alive, Yen Tao warned. Unfortunately, his words didn't scare the Yen family. On the contrary, they were united against a common enemy. What young lady Leng? Why would our Yen family be afraid of him? Someone from the Yen family said. His words resonated with the others. Not afraid? You will regret this. Yen Tao laughed coldly. He had been in contact with Leng Ruoxue and the others for a few days and was very clear about how terrifying the identities of those people were. Unfortunately, his words carried little weight and no one took his words seriously. Tao, quickly leave this place. Seeing that Yen Tao had kidnapped his wife, Yen Kun quickly said. It didn't matter if he died, but he only had one son and he couldn't die here. Now it was obvious that the father and son were at a disadvantage. All the guards in the mansion had been subdued by his so-called elder brother. Father, if we're going to die, we'll die together. I won't leave here. Yen Tao said stubbornly. Tao, Yen Kun was both angry and anxious. He knew that his son was very stubborn, but he did not expect Tao's temper to come up at this critical moment. Since you want to die together, I'll fulfill your wish. Hearing Yen Tao's words, the patriarch of the Yen family said coldly. Master, save me. At this time, the city lord's wife shouted again. Sister-in-law, it's not that I don't want to save you, nor do I want to kill you. If you want to blame someone, blame your own husband and this little bastard. The patriarch of the Yen clan said emotionlessly. You're the bastard. And a bastard who doesn't even let his own sister-in-law off. Yen Tao said with a look of disdain. Please reading on myboxnovl.com. What nonsense are you spouting? The head of the Yen family was shocked to hear Yen Tao's words. He had always kept his dignity and had a high prestige in the family. Naturally, he did not want any scandals about himself to spread out. Then, he turned his eyes to Yen Kun. Seeing Yen Kun's calm face, he could not help but wonder how much Yen Kun knew. Uncle, am I talking nonsense? However, I'm quite impressed that you could disguise yourself for so many years. Aren't you tired? Yen Tao mocked. Auntie, it seems like the patriarch is planning to get rid of our family of 3. Don't you have anything to say? Yen Tao looked at the panic-stricken city lord's wife and asked. Master, I've done so many things for you, how can you be so heartless? Even if you don't care about me, you have to save your son. The city lord's wife said sadly, as if she had aged 10 years in an instant. She had thought that the man she had been thinking about was here to save their son. Who knew that they were actually here to seize the city? They had waited for so many years, could it be that they were still in a hurry? What are you talking about? Shut up. The patriarch of the Yen clan roared in anger. Hee, Big Uncle is really heartless. It seems that in your heart, your woman and son are not important. This northern Yen city is the most important. It's a pity that we have already given it away. Yen Tao chuckled. Damn it, what are you guys doing? Quickly execute these 3 traitors on the spot. The patriarch of the Yen family was furious. After he finished speaking, he released his divine power and attacked Yen Tao and the governor's wife. In an instant, several rays of colorful divine power were released from different directions at the same time, and their targets were all Yen Tao and the city lord's wife. Tao, be careful. After Yen Kun blocked the divine skill that was aimed at him, he saw several divine powers flying toward his son. He immediately shouted nervously. However, his warning was still too late. Yen Tao's hand was holding the city lord's wife, so his reaction was much slower than usual. Those divine skills were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Yen Tao and hit him and the city lord's wife. Tao, Seeing Yen Tao fall to the ground, Yen Kun's heart ached. The hatred in his heart was ignited in an instant. He had endured for many years so that Tao, could grow up safely. However, he did not expect that today, he would still watch his only son die. At this moment, his heart was full of regret. Why did he have to send the message to the other party on account of the relationship between his clan? Originally, he wanted to avoid the casualties of his clansmen, but he didn't expect that these so-called clansmen would turn around and deal with him. He gave up. Tao was right, they were not worth it. I'll send you and your father to hell to reunite. The Yen family head said coldly. Then, he waved the knife in his hand and slashed at Yen Kun. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the saber in his hand. Then, an angry roar rang in everyone's ears, "You killed my mother, I'm going to kill you." Suddenly, everyone saw Yen Qi holding a sword in his hand and stabbing straight at the head of the Yen family. However, Yen Qi had been ignorant and incompetent since he was a child. Naturally, he was no match for the head of the Yen family. In just one round, Yen Qi was knocked to the ground, then spat out blood and passed out. It's said that even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. It seems that the head of the Yen family is even worse than a wild beast. A faint mocking voice rang out. At this moment, the crowd finally noticed that there were still people beside Yen Qi. It was a pity that their attention was all on Yen Qi, hence they did not notice the presence of these people. In fact, this was also because Leng Ruoxue and the others had deliberately reduced their presence. Who are you people? This is the Yen clan's family matter, so it's best if you don't meddle in other people's business. Offending our Yen clan in this northern Yen city will not do you any good. The head of the Yen family looked at Leng Ruoxue and the rest warily and warned them. Yen family head, are you planning to kill us? Leng Ruoxue understood. She really didn't understand what was there to fight over between two small cities. They were actually trying to kill each other, even though they were not born from the same mother. After observing in the dark for a while and using her mind-reading technique, Leng Ruoxue was able to sort out the grudge between the two brothers. It was nothing more than the former head of the Yen family giving Yanbei City to the illegitimate son, which had caused the dissatisfaction of the first wife's son. Therefore, the first wife's son, who was the current head of the Yen family, had tried his best to take back Yanbei City. However, he had not expected that his plan of many years would be ruined by her. Yen Kun had even advised his brother to be sensible and hand over the control of Yannan City to avoid bringing disaster to the family. This had angered the head of the Yen family. However, who could say that Yen Kun did not do it on purpose? However, he didn't expect that the head of the Yen family would be even angrier than he had imagined. At the same time, he had also brought disaster upon himself. So what if I kill you? Yanbei City is our Yen clan's territory. The Yen clan head said disapprovingly. Miss Leng. Yen Kun wanted to say something but stopped. The hatred on his face was obvious. You are the young lady Leng who wanted to take over the Yen clan city? The patriarch of the Yen family narrowed his eyes and said angrily. Doesn't this world respect the strong? There's nothing wrong with me taking a fancy to your city. Leng Ruoxue said with a faint smile. It was obvious that she wanted to anger him to death. You will regret provoking the Yen family. The Yen clan head said furiously. Oh, really? But we've already provoked him, what else can we do? Leng Ruoxue shrugged her shoulders and said nonchalantly. Everyone of the Yen family, hear my order. Kill all these people who want to take the Yen family's property. The head of the Yen family ordered angrily. The Yen family members he had brought with him swarmed forward. Fengde and the others, who had been waiting impatiently, accepted the challenge. In an instant, both sides were in a chaotic battle. However, in the blink of an eye, the Yen family was annihilated, leaving the patriarch of the Yen family alone. Leng Ruoxue looked at the Yen family head with a half-smile and asked, Patriarch Yen, I'm sorry, but you're all alone now. What do you plan to do? While Leng Ruoxue was speaking, Fengde and the rest surrounded the Yen family head. You. Don't do anything stupid. I'm the patriarch of the Yen family. The patriarch of the Yen clan said with some fear. Leng Ruoxue didn't even look at the Yen family head. She immediately released a red divine force and sent it flying towards him. In an instant, the Yen family head spat out a mouthful of blood and half knelt on the ground. Miss Leng, can you hand him over to me? At this time, Yen Kun pleaded, his face full of shame. Sure. Leng Ruoxue was very generous. She had no interest in being the Yen family head, so she was naturally happy to do Yen Kun a favor. Thank you, Miss Leng. Yen Kun said gratefully. Then, he picked up the sword on the ground and stabbed it into the body of the Yen family's patriarch. This was what he had wanted to do for a long time. Unfortunately, he could not bring himself to do it. Now that his only son had died in the hands of his elder brother, he had no more worries. Miss, Yen Tao seems to still be breathing. Fengde, who was cleaning up the scene, suddenly said. What? Yen Kun, who had just killed his enemy, was disheartened. However, after hearing Fengde's words, he immediately ran to Yen Tao's side and checked his breath. He's indeed angry. Miss Leng, I beg you to save my son. I'm willing to do anything for you and acknowledge you as my master. Tao Er's injuries were too severe and couldn't be treated with ordinary healing medicine. That was why he had to seek help from Leng Ruoxue in this desperate situation. Feed him this pill. Leng Ruoxue took out a white pill from her ring and handed it to Yen Kun. Thank you, miss. Yen Kun took the elixir and was surprised to find that the elixir was flowing with a seven-colored light. He could tell that it was extraordinary at first glance. Therefore, he stuffed the elixir into his son's mouth without hesitation. Not long after, Yen Tao slowly woke up. When he saw Yen Kun, who was covered in blood, in front of him, his tears immediately flowed out and he cried out, Father, why are you also? Yen Tao could not finish his sentence. Yen Kun looked at his son and chided him, silly boy, why are you crying? We're not dead yet. Arg. Really? Yen Tao's face was full of surprise. He thought he was dead for sure, but now that he knew he was still alive, his mood of ups and downs was really bad. It was Miss Leng who saved us. Yan Kun said with embarrassment. If he didn't care about the friendship of his clan, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened in the city lord's mansion. At this moment, only the word regret could express his feelings. Thank you for saving my life, Miss Leng. Yan Tao said gratefully. Young Lady Leng, I'm willing to represent the Yan clan and recognize you as our master. Yan Kun said. Can City Lord Yan represent the entire clan? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. The branch of Yan Nan City has suffered countless casualties. Now that they are a group of dragons without a leader, it is the best time to subdue them. As the head of the Yan family, after the head's death, I will naturally be the head of the family. Therefore, I can make the decision. Yan Kun said confidently. In his generation, he and the patriarch had the highest prestige. Now that the patriarch was dead and those who could oppose him had gone with the patriarch, who could stop him? If that's the case, then you and your father will follow Fengde to conquer the Yan family in Yannan City. Those who submit will prosper, and those who resist will perish. Don't disappoint me. Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. Miss, don't worry. Yan Kun knows what to do. Yan Kun promised. After a while, the father and son of the Yan family followed Fengde and the others to Yannan City, while Leng Ruoxue and the others returned to the inn. In the inn. Can we trust this Yan Kun father and son? Leng Qingtian asked worriedly. Yan Kun had brought this upon himself, so he didn't feel any sympathy for him. Please reading on myboxnovl.com. Grandpa, don't worry. He has already given up on the Yan clan in Yannan City. I have also saved his precious son, so he naturally has to perform well this time. Leng Ruoxue said. I hope so. However, if he dares to play any tricks, I will definitely not let him off. Leng Qingtian huffed. Hee. Grandfather, he doesn't have the guts. Even if he did, I wouldn't be afraid. Leng Ruoxue said confidently. That's good. Leng Qingtian was very assured of his granddaughter. 3 days later, Fengde and Yan Kun had finished dealing with the matters in southern Yan City and returned to northern Yan City. In the living room, Fengde was reporting to Leng Ruoxue about the situation in Yannan City. Yan Kun and his son were standing beside him. After Fengde was done reporting, the father and son knelt down together and swore by their bloodline that they would forever be loyal to Leng Ruoxue and would never betray her. After the contract was over, the Yan family had officially become Leng Ruoxue's subordinates. Since the two cities of Yanbei and Yannan had been united, Yan Kun was still the city lord. However, other than himself and some of Master Ning's subordinates, no one knew that Yan Kun and the others had already belonged to Leng Ruoxue. Their next plan was to conquer Netherwind, Willow, and Linjiang. Miss, I'm a good friend of the city lord of the Dark Wind City, and I also have business dealings with Fulia City. Why don't you let this subordinate try out these two cities? Yan Kun quickly said after knowing the next step of the plan. Alright, I'll leave these two cities to you. Leng Ruoxue nodded. She knew that Yan Kun was eager to show off, so she was happy to give him a chance. Please wait for the good news, miss. Yan Kun turned around and left. Half a month later. Yan Kun had brought back two people. They were none other than Ming Feng and the city lord of Fulia City. The first thing Yan Kun did when he returned to Yanbei City was to bring them to the inn to see Leng Ruoxue. In the guest room of the inn. The two of them sat on the chair with Yan Kun. They looked at Leng Ruoxue uneasily and were so nervous that they could not speak. Yan Kun was also deeply affected by this scene because he was also very nervous when he first met Leng Ruoxue. Yan Kun has told you my conditions, right? Submit to me, and you'll help me manage Dark Wind and Willow trees. You'll become my subordinates, and I'll naturally not mistreat you. Leng Ruoxue was the first to speak. Miss Leng, City Lord Yan has already spoken to us. After some discussion, we are willing to acknowledge you as our master. However, our family now has an enemy who is also eyeing Dark Wind City like a tiger watching its prey. So, I'm afraid that acknowledging you as our master now will only bring trouble to you, Miss Leng. The City Lord of the Dark North Wind City, Chimu, said with a troubled expression. In fact, he really wanted Miss Leng to help him eliminate his enemies, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Moreover, he was also afraid that this devastatingly beautiful young lady would not be a match for his enemy. In reality, he still did not know Leng Ruoxue's true strength. Yan Kun did not tell him in detail either. He only told him that Miss Leng was very powerful and it would not be wrong to acknowledge her as his master. At the same time, he was in a situation where he was trapped inside and outside. There were tigers and wolves outside, and his clansmen were in a state of panic. Hence, he had no choice but to agree to acknowledge her as his master. What's going on? Leng Ruoxue asked calmly, her beautiful eyes sizing up Chimu. This city lord of Dark Wind City looked to be in his 40s, but he had an honest look on his face. He was an upright person. A few days ago, my clan's team that went to the Nightmare Forest for training accidentally discovered a heavenly treasure. I don't know how, but the news somehow reached the enemy's ears. The other party wanted to buy it by force, but I naturally refused. Therefore, the two sides were in a stalemate. In recent days, our Qi clan's clansmen have been injured or killed for no reason, which made me suspicious. After investigation, I found out that it was the enemy's doing. Chimu said angrily. The enemy's family is very powerful on the godly mainland. My Qi family is just a small family. Of course, we're not their match. Chi Mu added. He had agreed to the master's request only because he wanted to seek protection. However, after seeing Leng Ruoxue, he was a little hesitant. Could such a delicate young lady protect their Qi family? He did not want to implicate Leng Ruoxue because of the Qi family's disaster. Is your enemy from the 8 great divine regions? Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she asked. No. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Chi Mu's forehead was full of cold sweat. He thought to himself, if the other party is from the 8 great divine regions, no matter how unwilling I am, I would have to hand over the treasure with both hands. Moreover, the other party's purpose is not just this. What's there to be afraid of? Leng Ruoxue replied nonchalantly. In reality, even if the other party was from the 8 great divine regions, she was not afraid. Chi Mu was confused. Was he worrying for nothing? Chi Mu, since you're willing to recognize me as your master, your enemies are naturally mine as well. I'll take care of them for you. Leng Ruoxue laughed. Thank you, miss. I, Chi Mu, would like to represent the Qi family and recognize you as our master. Chi Mu quickly said. Then, he sent a blood contract to show his loyalty. After recognizing her as his master, the big stone in his heart was finally lifted. Since Miss said that she would take care of the enemy for him, he had nothing to worry about. After dealing with Chi Mu, Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes turned towards the city lord of Fuliu City. She smiled and asked, City Lord Lu, do you have any difficulties? Why don't you tell me? This subordinate does not have any difficulties. City Lord Lu Yong hurriedly said as if he was a subordinate. The Lu family was in a state of decline, so he wanted to find a backer. It just so happened that Leng Ruoxue had sent Yan Kun to negotiate with him. He had known Yan Kun for many years and they were in a cooperative relationship. Therefore, he naturally trusted Yan Kun's judgment. After discussing with the clan members, he decided to recognize Leng Ruoxue as his master. Following which, Lu Yong also issued a bloodline contract, officially acknowledging Leng Ruoxue as his master. After subduing 2 more cities, Leng Ruoxue's only target was Linjiang City. However, Leng Ruoxue wasn't in a hurry to take over Linjiang City. Instead, she planned to strengthen the defenses of the 4 cities that she had already taken over. Hence, she decided to add a defensive formation to each of the 4 cities. With the city lord's residence as the core of the defensive formation, its defensive capabilities would naturally be multiplied. After spending close to a month's time, Leng Ruoxue had set up a defensive formation in 4 cities. The group then headed to the last city around the Nightmare Forest that had not been conquered, Linjiang City. Linjiang City was located to the north of the Nightmare Forest. It was the largest city out of the 5, but it was not the most prosperous. The public security in Linjiang City was very poor. There were all sorts of people in the city. When Leng Ruoxue and the others walked on the streets, they would see fights happening from time to time. Please reading on myboxnovl.com. Miss, the governor of Linjiang City is muddle-headed and incompetent. He's not someone worth subduing. Yan Kun, who had accompanied Leng Ruoxue and the others to Linjiang City, said. Oh. Let's wait and see. Leng Ruoxue said calmly. If the governor of Linjiang City was as Yan Kun had said, she would naturally choose another governor. The crowd immediately found a hotel. However, when they asked for the price, they were all shocked. How much do you think a night is worth? Feng Die's eyes were wide open as he asked in disbelief. 1 night stay will cost 1 top-grade crystal stone. The inn manager said as he rolled his eyes at Feng De. He was secretly lamenting in his heart. Looking at the clothes of these people, they were clearly poor, so he naturally did not intend to entertain them well. Why is it so expensive? Is there anything special about your inn? Feng De looked at the decorations in the inn and found that they were quite ordinary, but the price was shockingly high. No, if you want to stay, pay up quickly. If you don't want to stay, please leave. Don't delay my business. There are so many people in Linjiang City now, I don't have to worry about not having enough people to stay in my inn. The inn manager said confidently. Why are there so many people in Linjiang City? Leng Ruohan could not help but ask. On the street, Yan Kun had said that there seemed to be more people in Linjiang City than usual. As for why, he did not know either. Now that the inn manager had said the same thing, he naturally wanted to ask. Don't tell me that you're not here for the city lord's daughter to choose a husband. The inn manager asked in disbelief. We're not. We just arrived at Linjiang City today. Leng Ruohan said honestly. He could not understand. Linjiang City was not that big. If the governor's daughter wanted to find a husband, was there a need for so many people to come? Then you've come to the right place. Our city lord is looking for a son-in-law for his daughter, so you should quickly go and register. Today is the last day. The shopkeeper reminded. Why do we need to register? Feng De didn't understand. Whoever marries the city lord's daughter will be the next city lord of Riverbank City. Such a good thing is like a pie falling from the sky. If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't meet the requirements, would have signed up for it long ago. The shopkeeper said with a face full of regret. Feng De was speechless. He was deeply ashamed of the shopkeeper's thoughts. He couldn't understand why so many men would covet a mere city lord's daughter. Could it be that men nowadays have fallen to the point where they need to rely on women to achieve success? One had to know that he looked down on men who lived off women the most. Do you guys want to stay here or not? Don't delay my business. The shopkeeper couldn't help but ask. Of course we're staying, get us a room. Leng Ruoxue said. All right. Hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, the shopkeeper immediately beamed with joy. His expression changed so quickly that Fengde and the others looked down on him. After entering the room, Leng Ruoxue took a look at Fengde and the rest. She could not help but tease, whoever wants to be the son-in-law of Linjiang City can go and register. Today is the last day. Miss, don't joke with us. We won't sign up. Lin Yuan said with a bitter face. Not to mention that they still didn't know whether the daughter of Linjiang City was round or flat. Even if she was an absolute beauty, they didn't want to live off a woman. Hehe, you guys do as you please. I'm going to rest. After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, she pulled the evildoer into the room. Fengde and the others had nothing to do, so they took Yan Kun as a guide and went for a walk on the street. They didn't return from the streets until evening. When they saw Leng Ruoxue, Fengde and the rest could not wait to tell her what they had seen and heard on the street. Young miss, we went to the city lord's mansion today. Before Fengde could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Leng Ruoxue. Previous chapter. Are you going to register? Leng Ruoxue asked with an evil smile. Of course not, we're just going to watch the show. The people who are registering in front of the city lord's mansion are lined up for almost 2 streets. I really couldn't tell that the daughter of the governor of Linjiang City is so attractive. Fengde said, speechless. Those people aren't after the city governor's daughter, so they don't care what she looks like. Leng Ruoxue said. My lady, the governor of Linjiang City is named Jiang Fan. He is a greedy and lecherous man. Although he has many wives and concubines, he only has one daughter. However, I really don't understand. With the long lifespans of cultivators, why is he in such a hurry to find a husband for his only daughter? Yan Kun asked with a puzzled look. You don't have to understand. This has nothing to do with us. Our target is Linjiang City. Therefore, we just have to find a way to make Linjiang City our own. Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. Miss, why don't we just snatch it? Lin Yuan suggested. Then aren't we bandits? Leng Ruoxue retorted. Lin Yuan was speechless. Could it be that Miss is still counting on the city lord of Linjiang City to hand over Linjiang City? Hehe, there's no rush. Let's observe for a few more days. Leng Ruoxue was very calm. Then, she ordered Yan Kun, go to the city lord's mansion tomorrow and see that Jiang Fan. Find out what his purpose is. Yes. Yan Kun replied. The next day. Yan Kun brought Fengde to the city lord's mansion. With his status as the city lord of Yanbei City, the Jiang family steward invited him into the city lord's mansion with great respect. After sitting in the living room for a while, Jiang Fan appeared. Hehe. City Lord Yan has come to visit. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. Jiang Fan said very politely. Jiang Fan looked to be around 50 years old. He was slightly chubby, had ordinary facial features, and his steps were a little weak. It was obvious that he was addicted to beauty all year round. Please reading on myboxnovl.com. City Lord Jiang is too polite. Actually, I was just passing by, so I came to see you. Yan Kun said. In fact, he and Jiang Fan were only acquaintances who nodded at each other. It was a bit far-fetched to say so. Oh. Jiang Fan nodded and didn't think much about it. City Lord Jiang, after I entered the city, I heard that you were going to choose a husband for your daughter. You even promised to give the city lord's position as a betrothal gift? Yan Kun asked out of curiosity. Yup. I should also find her a husband, and I can't sit on this city lord's position forever, I have to find a successor. Jiang Fan said matter-of-factly, and his words were also reasonable, so no one could find any fault with them. Why didn't City Lord Jiang pass the position of city lord to his daughter? Wouldn't this mean that the Jiang family still owns the city? Yan Kun suggested. At the same time, he was testing the waters. Even if it's passed down to my son-in-law, Linjiang City will still be the Jiang family's. I won't let Linjiang City fall into the hands of outsiders. Jiang Fan said confidently. City Lord Jiang, don't blame me for being meddlesome. I always feel that even if a man married into the family, he might not be of the same heart as Miss Jiang. So, passing the city lord's position to his son-in-law is really not a safe choice. If that man has other thoughts, City Lord Jiang would be raising an ungrateful wolf. Yan Kun said worriedly. He didn't forget to observe Jiang Fan's reaction as he spoke. When he saw Jiang Fan only frowning slightly, the doubt in his heart deepened. Hehe. I've also thought about City Lord Yan's considerations, but my daughter is not cut out to be a city lord. I have no choice. Jiang Fan said with a depressed look. Then City Lord Jiang should open your eyes wide and choose carefully. Yan Kun reminded. City Lord Yan, don't worry. I still have good judgment. Jiang Fan nodded seriously. After a while, Yan Kun and Fengde left. On the way back to the inn, Yan Kun looked at Fengde and couldn't help but ask, what do you think? Isn't the official selection of son-in-law 3 days later? We'll know when we go and take a look. Fengde said with a smile. He didn't care who the son-in-law of the Jiang family was, but he didn't mind watching the show. 3 days passed by quickly. On the day of the selection, Leng Ruoxue and the rest arrived early. As the selection of the son-in-law was open to the public, Jiang Fan had specially ordered people to build a stage in the most lively city center. He had even posted a thread to the famous people of Linjiang City, inviting them to be judges. As the city lord of Yanbei City, Yan Kun was naturally among the invited. As a judge, Yan Kun naturally had to sit in the judge's seat. As Yan Kun's companions, Leng Ruoxue and the others also got better seats. It was said that there were thousands of men who had signed up this time. After an initial screening by the city lord's office, only the most outstanding 200 were left, and the son-in-law of the Linjiang city lord would be chosen from these 200. The selection was divided into 3 days. The first day's process was mainly self-introduction and the display of their best talents. Finally, the judges would decide the 100 men who could participate in the second day's selection. After the 200 men had finished their self-introductions, Green Peach asked quietly, "Miss, who will win?" "I don't know," Leng Ruoxue said uninterestedly. She didn't think that Jiang Fan would use the process of a beauty pageant to choose a husband for his daughter. It seemed like he placed a lot of importance on the selection of a husband. Hee. I'm quite optimistic about that number 3. Lu Tao said with a smile. Because I'm handsome? Leng Ruoxue understood. Number 3 had a handsome face, and it was indeed very easy for women to be attracted to his appearance at first glance. However, he was a restless man, so Leng Ruoxue did not have a good impression of number 3. Yup. It's only pleasing to the eye when you're handsome. Lu Tao said, unafraid of death. What's the use of being handsome? He's just a pretty boy. When Feng De heard Lu Tao's words, he said with jealousy burning in his heart. He knew that Lu Tao was deliberately angering him because he was very curious about the appearance of the city lord's daughter. How is it useless? It's good to see it. Lu Tao said in an unpleasant tone. Green Peach. Feng De looked at Green Peach pitifully. His expression was as aggrieved as he could be. Previous chapter. Miss, today's selection has ended. Let's go back. Lu Tao ignored Feng De's pitiful act and said to Leng Ruoxue. Yes. Leng Ruoxue smiled and nodded. Following that, everyone returned to the inn. Leng Ruoxue and the rest did not go to watch the competition on the second day. After all, they had seen all the candidates and they were not very interested in who would win. On the last day, Leng Ruoxue and the rest left the inn and went to the selection venue. After 2 days of selection, there were only 20 candidates left. These 20 people could be considered as 1 in 10,000 elites. Whether it was their appearance or cultivation, they were the best among the applicants. After 2 rounds of demonstration, only 10 of these 20 people were left, and number 3, who Green Peach had a better view of, was naturally among them. Immediately after, the host of this selection invited the city lord's daughter out. As it turned out, as the most outstanding candidates, the last obstacle that the 10 of them had to pass was to gain the favor of the castellan's daughter. To put it bluntly, it was up to the castellan's daughter to decide who she fancied. Whoever she fancied would be the future governor of Linjiang City. Lu Tao and the others who were sitting below the stage stretched their necks to see the true face of the city governor's daughter. However, after waiting for a long time, they still did not see a woman walking up the stage. Miss, this city lord's daughter is so haughty. Lu Tao said with a dissatisfied expression. Hee, she's a girl. Of course, I have to be more reserved. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. As soon as she finished speaking, someone in the audience shouted that the castellan's daughter had arrived. Instantly, everyone's eyes were drawn to her. Not long after, everyone saw a moving round ball rolling up the stage. The reason why she rolled was because the city lord's daughter accidentally fell down when she was walking up the stage. Coupled with her slightly fat figure, she rolled directly to the feet of the male candidates. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but laugh in their hearts. The appearance of the city lord's daughter is quite special. Lu Tao was speechless. No wonder the governor of Linjiang City was in such a hurry to choose a husband for his daughter, and even used Linjiang City as a betrothal gift. Without Linjiang City, it would not be easy for the daughter of the governor to get married. When the city governor's daughter crawled up from the ground, everyone saw her appearance even more clearly, and instantly, the people present couldn't help but retch. Please reading on myboxnovl.com. F***ck, is he even human? Not only was she fat, but she was also so ugly. What was even more unbearable was that she was drooling as she stared at the 10 men on the stage with a dazed expression. When the 10 men saw the appearance of the city governor's daughter, 4 of them immediately expressed their intention to forfeit and withdraw from the competition. In the blink of an eye, there were only 6 candidates left on the stage, and they had been hesitating. The city lord's daughter was a little disappointed that 4 beautiful men had left, but when she remembered that she still had 6 choices, she immediately became elated. However, before she could be happy, 3 more men who were hesitating announced that they had forfeited. The city governor's daughter looked at the 3 remaining men on the stage and pointed her finger without hesitation, choosing her future husband. The man she chose was number 3, whom Green Peach had a better opinion of. When the other 2 men saw this, they seemed to be relieved and walked down the stage in high spirits. In fact, if they were not from Linjiang City, they would have forfeited as well. However, when they thought of the authority of the city lord, they had no choice but to stand on the stage and let the city lord's daughter choose. Seeing that his daughter had made her choice, Jiang Fan happily walked up to the stage and announced the identity of the 3rd man as the future city lord. Then, he decided to hold a banquet in the city lord's mansion to celebrate and invited all the citizens in the city to attend. However, Leng Ruoxue and the others were not interested in this, so they went back to the inn. The next morning, Leng Ruoxue and the others went to the restaurant to have breakfast. The moment they entered the restaurant, they heard some guests whispering. Although their voices were very soft, they still managed to make their way into their ears. What were you guys talking about? Leng Ruoxue pretended to be confused and asked. Faced with such a beautiful woman's question, the two men who were talking immediately replied politely, young miss still doesn't know. Something happened in the city lord's mansion yesterday, and many people died. The person who spoke had a face full of regret, but at the same time, there was a trace of relief. Wasn't yesterday a good day for the city lord's daughter to choose her husband? Leng Ruoxue probed. Yup. It was supposed to be a happy occasion, but in the end, it became a funeral. Sigh. It's really too pitiful. None of the people who went to the city lord's mansion for the banquet yesterday were spared, and the city lord's family was completely annihilated. The man said. Previous chapter. Next chapter. How could this be? Then wouldn't Linjiang City be a group of dragons without a leader? Leng Ruoxue asked worriedly. I don't think so. The future city lord is still alive, even though he's heavily injured. The man said with an envious look. The future city lord? Didn't he not marry the city lord's daughter yet? Would the people of Linjiang City allow him to be the city lord? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was filled with confusion as she asked. I think so. After all, the future city lord was personally appointed by the city lord himself. There's no one else in Linjiang City who's suitable for this position. The man said after thinking for a moment. Oh. After a simple chat and getting to the bottom of what they wanted to know, Leng Ruoxue and the rest had a simple meal and returned to the living room. After returning, everyone could not help but ask the question in their hearts. Miss, it's only been one night, how did all the people in the city lord's mansion die out? It's so strange. Fengde said in surprise. It's a good thing I didn't go to the city lord's mansion yesterday. Otherwise, I would have been one of the people who died today. Yan Kun said fearfully. Old Yan, you've saved your life. It seems like you can't eat random things. Fengde patted Yan Kun's shoulder and consoled him with a smile. Yup. Yan Kun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was obviously shocked. Who said that all the people in the city lord's mansion are dead? Isn't the former city lord's new son-in-law still alive? Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she reminded him. Everyone was speechless. They weren't fools and could easily figure out the hidden trick in this matter. Fengde, take some men with you to check the situation. Also, check if there are any other surviving members of the Jiang family. Leng Ruoxue thought for a moment and ordered. Yes, miss. Yes, master. Fengde replied. Then, he left the inn with Lin Yuan and the others. After 3 days of secret investigation, Fengde and the others confirmed that no one survived in the city lord's mansion. However, it was said that the dead Jiang Fan had a younger brother. However, that younger brother made a mistake decades ago and was exiled to the countryside of Linjiang City to fend for himself. Please reading on myboxnovl.com. After that, Leng Ruoxue sent Fengde and the rest to look for her clan brother. 2 days later. Jiang Fan's younger brother was brought back by Fengde and the others. In the living room, Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes were observing her clan brother. She saw that he had a nervous expression and did not even dare to raise his head. Furthermore, his clothes were torn and tattered, and his strength was not high. He was only at the initial level of deity. From the looks of it, he did not have a good life. The moment she saw him, Leng Ruoxue knew that he couldn't have been the one behind the incident at the city lord's residence. Firstly, he didn't have the ability to do so. Secondly, he didn't have such a powerful influence. You're Jiang Nuo? Leng Ruoxue asked despite knowing the answer. Yes, I'm Jiang Nuo. Jiang Nuo whispered. You should know about Jiang Fan's matter, right? Leng Ruoxue asked indifferently. Yes, Captain Feng has told me about it. Jiang Nuo quickly replied. Do you know what I want you to do? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. Miss. Are you planning to let me replace you? Jiang Nuo asked carefully, his heart pounding. Could there be such a good thing? He didn't dare to believe it. That's right. I need Linjiang City and someone to help me manage it. So, you must recognize me as your master and I will help you get Linjiang City. Leng Ruoxue stated her conditions. Good. However, on my way to the city, I heard that there's a new city lord in Linjiang City. I'm afraid. Jiang Nuo was a little worried and did not finish his sentence. You're a member of the Jiang family, that person isn't, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Then I'll listen to Miss. Jiang Nuo promised. He then issued the bloodline contract and officially recognized Leng Ruoxue as his master. Alright, go and have a good rest now. I'll ask Fengde to help you take back Linjiang City tomorrow. Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. Yes, this subordinate will take his leave. Jiang Nuo said as he turned around and left the living room. He's really lucky. This is a meat pie that fell from the sky. Fengde sighed. None of you like to eat pies, so I'll have to find someone else. Leng Ruoxue rolled her eyes at Fengde and said helplessly. Hee hee. Fengde laughed awkwardly. Miss, Jiang Fan has forced Jiang Nuo to the countryside to fend for himself for decades. Can he manage Linjiang City well? Yan Kun said worriedly. Don't worry. He'll be fine. Leng Ruoxue said with certainty. If it wasn't for the fact that he had scruples about his clan brother's abilities, Jiang Fan wouldn't have found an excuse to dismiss him. She was very clear that Jiang Nuo was still holding a grudge in his heart. She had given Jiang Nuo this good opportunity, and he would definitely seize it. The next morning, accompanied by Feng De and the others, Jiang Nua headed to the city lord's mansion. When they arrived at the city lord's mansion, the crowd killed number 3 and his subordinates with lightning speed. Then, they announced to the public that Jiang Nua was the only member of the Jiang family and would be the next city lord of Linjiang City. The people in the city were in an uproar. However, due to Feng De and the others' ruthless methods, no one dared to raise any objections. At the same time, Feng De showed evidence of number 3 killing Jiang Fan and the others, which aroused the public's anger. Jiang Nua's ascension to the city lord's position was even more successful. Miss, it's done. After taking care of everything, Feng De rushed back to the inn alone. Well, there might be people walking into the trap in the next few days. You have to be more vigilant at night. Leng Ruoxue nodded as she reminded. Don't worry, miss. We've already set up an inescapable net and are just waiting for the fish to take the bait. Feng De laughed evilly. For the next few days, they would stay with Jiang Nua in the city lord's mansion and deal with those who had bad intentions. However, after waiting for a few days, there was still no movement from the city lord's mansion. On the other hand, Jiang Nua was getting more and more familiar with the affairs of Linjiang City. In the room of the inn, Leng Ruoxue leaned against the window and looked at the pitch-black night sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, and it looked like it was about to rain. She couldn't help but smile and turn to the demon. Today is a good day to do bad things. Hee hee. This kind of weather can indeed make people lower their guard, but I don't like to do bad things in the rain. The demon said with a look of disdain. Even if you don't like it, it doesn't mean that others don't like it. The city lord's mansion is very lively now, let's go and take a look. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. She had just received Qing Ju's voice transmission and knew that there was a guest at the city lord's mansion. Let's go. The demon smiled helplessly and left the inn with Leng Ruoxue. Naturally, those who wished for the world to be in chaos also left with them. When they arrived at the city lord's residence, Leng Ruoxue saw Feng De and his men in black fighting with a group of men in black. The number of men in black was more than twice that of Feng De and his men. Isn't this bullying the few with numbers? It's so unfair. When Leng Ruoxue saw this scene, she said with slight dissatisfaction. When Cheng Wu heard his lady's words, the corner of his mouth twitched. He thought to himself, why do I feel like this is bullying the many with the few? From the looks of Feng De and the others, they were clearly having a great time killing. No, he had to join in the fun. When he thought of this, he took the initiative to help Leng Ruoxue before she could say anything. Seeing that Cheng Wu had joined the battle, Song Di and the rest did not want to be outdone and rushed into the battlefield. In an instant, the situation turned into a one-sided battle. When Feng De and the rest, who were having fun bullying the many with their numbers, saw this situation, they could not help but shout as if they were protecting their food, don't fight with us, these people are ours. Hee hee. Whoever sees it gets a share. Cheng Wu and the rest laughed evilly. As the blade in their hands fell, the man in black instantly fell to the ground and lost his life. Yan Kun and Jiang Nua, who weren't very clear about their fighting strength, couldn't help but widen their eyes when they saw this scene. They secretly thought to themselves, these people are so ruthless. AI. How did the unlucky man in black end up in their hands? At this moment, they felt a deep sense of sympathy for the group of men in black who had unknown origins. Not long after, most of the men in black were eliminated. However, Feng De and the others still kept one alive and locked the remaining man in black in the prison of the city lord's mansion for a good interrogation. With the ownership of Linjiang City, the 5 cities surrounding the Nightmare Forest were now in Leng Ruoxue's possession. After setting up a defensive formation for Linjiang City, Leng Ruoxue and the rest headed towards the forest. Sitting on the little peacock, Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes surveyed the 3 towering peaks. She chose a relatively flat mountain as the main peak for her group. The environment here is really good, hee hee. I'm going to build a house here too. I'll come over to stay when I'm free. Master Ning looked at the lush green scenery in front of him and was in a good mood. Godfather, you can come and live here anytime you want. Leng Ruoxue reminded him helplessly. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, did this old man think that I wouldn't let him stay here? Hee hee. Are you the master? Of course, I have to say hello to you. Master Ning said matter-of-factly. In fact, he was just being polite, because he knew that little Shui would not refuse him. Godfather, I can't be considered the owner of this place yet. Leng Ruoxue reminded him. To own a territory, it wasn't something that could be considered as one's own. One had to obtain the acknowledgement of half of the factions on the godly mainland. Otherwise, the territory wouldn't truly belong to one's own. If I say it is, then it is. I'll see who dares to object. Master Ning's eyes widened, and he roared aggressively. He didn't believe that anyone would dare to oppose his precious goddaughter's decision to take a piece of land. Please reading on myboxnovl.com. Godfather, let's just build the house first. Leng Ruoxue wiped away the cold sweat on her forehead and changed the topic. Alright, but I'm telling the truth. Master Ning reminded. Yes. Leng Ruoxue agreed helplessly. However, with Godfather around, there wouldn't be too many people who would object. Miss, the wood has been cut. At this moment, Feng De came back and said. Let's do it. Leng Ruoxue took out a few blueprints from her bracelet and passed them to Feng De. Back in Linjiang City, she had drawn up a few blueprints based on everyone's opinions. The house they were going to build, the courtyard, and the interior of the house, was similar to the house in the water margin continent. This request was naturally to satisfy her grandfather's homesickness, but there were also new things added, so it was not exactly the same. The location they chose as the main residence was located halfway up the mountain. It was an unusually large and flat area, and the main residence was surrounded by a river. The river was not very large, and from the outside, it looked like a silver ribbon, full of a faint chill. The river was so clear that fish could be seen swimming happily in it. After more than half a month of hard work, the main residence was finally completed. Everyone moved into their rooms happily and celebrated. Shortly after, Leng Ruoxue announced to the godly mainland that the nightmare forest was taken. Instantly, it caused a huge commotion on the mainland. At the same time, Leng Ruoxue set up a defensive formation around the mountain peak they were staying at. The defensive power of this formation was much stronger than the one she had set up before. Bang bang bang. After a few loud sounds, the defensive formation did not move at all. Master Ning, who was testing the power of the defensive formation, said in surprise, "Shue, your array is so powerful. I can't even break it. Godfather, you can't display your true power on the divine continent." Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but remind him. Actually, this array didn't seem that powerful to her. However, it was true that no one in the godly mainland could break through it. "I'm still a reverent god. Come, let's try attacking together." Unwilling to give up, Master Ning called his subordinates and planned to attack again. "Yes. Yes, Master Ning." Master Ning's subordinates replied. Then they attacked the defensive formation together. Bang bang bang. There were several more loud sounds, but the defensive formation was still operating as usual. Hee hee. This formation is so sturdy, I can rest assured. Master Ning said with a little pride. This array was set by his goddaughter, and he, as her godfather, was also honored. In fact, he had spared no effort to test the defensive power of this array because he was afraid that someone would bully his precious goddaughter when he was not around. Now that he had tested it, he was relieved. If he could not break the array, then unless the Divine Master came personally, no one could break in. Little girls, to congratulate you on obtaining your own territory, this is my gift to you. The first elder took out a small and exquisite house from his ring and passed it to Leng Ruoxue. Why is it a high-grade divine artifact? Stinky old man, you're too stingy. Old Master Ning looked at the palm-sized house and said with disdain. What do you know, you old thing? A high-grade divine weapon is just right for them to use. Furthermore, my house can grow. When the little girl's strength is high, the level of this house will also increase. The first elder said with a smug look. How could he possibly only gift a high-grade divine weapon to that lass, Leng Ruoxue? With his status, how could he take it out? He felt that this house was suitable for Leng Ruoxue and the rest. To put it bluntly, he had prepared this house for Leng Ruoxue when she entered the god world. This house and the storage ring were both spatial artifacts, but there were still some differences. The storage ring could only store non-living objects, but this house could be used for living. It should be known that such a spatial artifact was absolutely priceless in the divine realm. It was a good item that could not be bought even with money. The main reason was that it could be carried around, and it was very convenient to carry it wherever you went. However, it was also very difficult to refine such spatial equipment. Not only did it require a lot of materials, but it also depended on the artifact master's proficiency in the refining technique. Moreover, the success rate was very low. If Leng Ruoxue didn't have the universal bracelet, this house would be very useful to her. However, she was still very grateful for the first elder's kind intentions. As a weapon craftsman, she was very clear how difficult it was to craft a spatial type equipment. Furthermore, the first elder had been hiding in his room for the past few days, so he must have been busy crafting this house. Really? Let me see. Master Ning took the house from Leng Ruoxue's hands and observed it carefully. It was fine with a glance, because he realized that this house was exactly the same as the main residence they were living in now. It seemed that this old thing was quite thoughtful. First elder, thank you. This is for you. Leng Ruoxue took out a milky white object the size of a baby's fist and looked soft, and handed it to first elder. This is. The first elder looked at the soft white object and couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face full of disbelief. The item that Leng Ruoxue gave him was called essence qi. It was a type of natural treasure that was born from the heavens and earth. It was mainly produced in the glaciers of the deep sea. Not only was it rare, but it was also difficult to pick. Hence, the price of essence qi was only higher than the house that he had given Leng Ruoxue. Moreover, only with the primary breath could one refine space-type equipment that could accommodate people, because the primary breath's greatest effect was to create air that was suitable for human breathing. However, the vital breath he had used to refine this house was only the size of a fingernail, while the one Leng Ruoxue had given him was the size of a baby's fist. He could not help but feel embarrassed to take it. Even though it was not easy to obtain his own vital breath, such a large piece of it could be used to refine a few spatial-type equipment. He did not deserve it. Girl, this is too expensive. I can't take it. Although the first elder was envious, he did not take the piece of origin breath. Compared to the great elder's kind intentions, this is nothing. Leng Ruoxue replied nonchalantly. This elemental breath was one of the many ingredients that her master had left for her. Furthermore, she had chosen the smallest piece for the grand elder. Otherwise, the grand elder would have fainted from shock. Mo Yen and Lu Feng probably don't have such equipment either. This should be enough for you. Leng Ruoxue added. In other words, she was saying that this item was not for you alone. They just happened to be lacking this elemental breath. The first elder was a little speechless. This little girl had already seen through their thoughts, so how could he still refuse? He took the piece of primordial breath and was about to put it into his ring, but Master Ning snatched it away. This is elemental breath? Let me take a look. Master Ning's face was full of curiosity. Although he had lived for a long time, he had never seen this thing before. Who asked him to not be interested in refining weapons? Holding the vital breath in his hand, Master Ning looked at it carefully, and then kept poking the soft vital breath with his fingers, playing with it. Old man, this is not for you to play with. Seeing this, the head elder snatched back the vital breath and looked at Master Ning like he was guarding against wolves. Stinky old man, don't be so stingy. It's such a big piece of primordial chi, and it's a gift from my goddaughter. When you make another spatial equipment, you have to give me one. Master Ning took advantage of the situation. This is a gift from my god-granddaughter. It's none of your business. The first elder rolled his eyes and said in an extremely calm manner. Stinky old man, how can you do this? After all, we've been friends for so many years. You can't even bear to give me a house? Oh. Just make it according to my house in the divine realm. Master Ning continued, obviously wanting a share of the loot. It's not impossible if you want the house, but you have to prepare the materials yourself. The great elder said without any room for discussion. In his heart, he kept thinking, if this bandit had the materials, he would have made one for himself long ago. Would he still need to live in a tent? I can provide the materials myself, but you have to provide the essence energy. Master Ning wasn't stupid. The most important material for making inhabitable spatial equipment was this vital breath, and vital breath was something that was hard to find and couldn't be bought on the market at all. Therefore, he could only be lazy to deal with this stinky old man. Elemental breath? Master Ning, if you want this old man to provide the breath, why don't you arrange people to search in the glacier yourself? At this time, Lu Feng's voice interrupted. Stinky brat, it's easy for you to say, but do you think primary breath is like cabbages? If it was so easy to find, I would have sent people to look for it. It wasn't easy to go to the glacier to find the breath of vitality, because the breath of vitality was produced in the depths of the glacier. Unless one had the strength of a reverent god, they couldn't resist the cold of the glacier at all, let alone go down into the extremely cold water. Then why did you still let this stinky old man provide you with essence breath? He knew that his grandfather did have a small piece of vital breath in his hands. It was a precious treasure. If it wasn't for the fact that his grandfather didn't have enough materials, he would have refined it into a piece of equipment long ago. How could it be coveted by others? Little Shui gave him a piece the size of a baby's fist. It's enough to share with me. Master Ning said matter-of-factly. What? Lu Feng's eyes widened as he looked at Master Ning. A piece the size of a baby's fist, was that even possible? Not only him. Even Mo Yen and Lu Yue, who had come with him, were stunned. They all looked at Master Ning in disbelief. They were suspicious of the truth of Master Ning's words. Why are you all looking at me? I don't have any elemental breath in my hands. The elemental breath has been kept by this stinky old man. You guys can go and ask him for it. Master Ning said with an evil smile. Grandpa? Lu Feng called out softly. Master. Mo Yen also called out. Although Lu Yue did not shout, she looked at First Elder with anticipation. The girl did give me a piece of primordial breath. The First Elder didn't deny it, but he still glared at Master Ning in secret. The girl said that she's going to help us refine some living equipment. The Great Elder added. For us? Lu Feng was pleasantly surprised. This little fox still had some conscience. However, since it was for them, they couldn't let Master Ning keep an eye on it. Thinking of this, Lu Feng smiled and said to Master Ning, Uncle Ning, looks like you don't have a share of the essence breath, I'm really sorry. Who said I didn't? My goddaughter gave it to you. Master Ning reminded them, unwilling to give up. They couldn't even think about getting rid of him. Grandfather, is that essence chi really the size of a baby's fist? Lu Feng asked helplessly. It seemed that old man Ning was too lazy to give it to them, and he was the little fox's godfather, so he really couldn't refuse. Yes. The Great Elder nodded, then stared at Master Ning and said, Old man Ning, I've said it before, you have to prepare the materials yourself. I can provide the origin energy. No problem. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Master Ning also laughed happily. However, the First Elder, who had been robbed, was not in a good mood. Leng Ruoxue looked at the two adorable old men fighting and could not help but smile helplessly at the demon. She then took the room back to her room to study it. In the bracelet. The demon watched as Shui took the small house and looked it up and down, then dripped her blood on it to recognize it as her master, and placed the room on an empty space in the space. In an instant, the house grew from small to large, exactly the same as the main residence they had built. As Leng Ruoxue and the demon walked into the house, the beasts that were attracted followed them closely out of curiosity. They looked around the rooms one by one and then sat down in the garden. Shui, the spiritual chi here is not dense enough, but it's enough for living. The demon said with some regret. Demon, your requirements are too high. Actually, this house is not bad. If you want more spirit chi, you can set up a spirit gathering array inside. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Yes, that's a good idea. With this room, we won't need to live in tents when we travel around the continent. Moreover, we can also live in this room when there are outsiders. The demon smiled. Although this house couldn't be compared to Shue's interspace, it wasn't as convenient for them to enter the interspace when there were outsiders around. Therefore, this house was a good choice. Sister, Feng De is looking for you. Just as the two of them were chatting, Qing Ju suddenly appeared. Oh. Leng Ruoxue had an idea and left the bracelet with the evildoer. Feng De was waiting for her in the room. What's the matter? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. The area of the nightmare forest was rather large, so she had sent Feng De and the rest out for the past few days. Other than investigating the situation inside the forest, she had also done so to confirm their private territory. After all, if they were to completely occupy a place where they could train, it would only lead to a collective attack from all the major factions. She did not want to be in the limelight now, so she decided to open up a piece of land. It was open to the public, but it had to be under her control. The reason why she had such an idea was also based on the rules of the Green Dragon Mountain. Miss, I've received news from City Lord Yen. The number of people entering the city has increased several times over the past few days. I'm guessing they're from the major forces. Feng De reported that no one knew that the 5 cities, including Yen Bei, belonged to them. That was why they could easily grasp the movements of those forces. That's normal. It would be strange if they didn't come. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. These factions had arrived at the right time. She was just about to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. Otherwise, she would not have asked her godfather to disclose their relationship. Otherwise, if Master Ning had said that his goddaughter had taken a fancy to the nightmare forest, who would dare to object? Previous chapter. Hee hee. This time, we'll let them know how powerful we are. Feng De said with a smirk. Yes, Feng De. Go and prepare yourself. We're going to welcome our guests. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. All right. Miss, I'm going out. After Feng De finished speaking, he turned around and left. 2 days later. All the major forces in the nightmare forest had gathered. Not only that, but the Wen family, Fan family, Yao family, Cheng family, Ning family, and Qi family from the 8 god domains had all sent people here. The other forces also seemed to see them as the leaders. The various forces gathered in groups of 3 to 5. There were also those who hated each other and opposed each other at first sight, such as the Wen family and the Fan family. The arrival of the Ascender Alliance seemed to have raised this disharmonious atmosphere to a new height. After they set up their tents in the encampment chosen by the various forces, the familiar forces began to chat with each other. The purpose of their conversation was nothing more than how to deal with this matter. After all, the nightmare forest originally had no owner, and anyone could come as they pleased. Now that it was occupied, how could they accept it? It was like something that didn't cost any money suddenly belonged to someone else. Even if one didn't want it, one would feel extremely unbalanced. It was because of this imbalance that they came here together. Qi Rui was the head of the Qi family's representative in the nightmare forest. However, he was not here to condemn anyone, but to congratulate them. Naturally, the Ning family had the same intention as him. Ning Fei came in person. Except for the first elder who stayed in the main house, almost all the other elders of the Ning family came. They came here to congratulate and also to meet the ancestor of the Ning family. However, they didn't head straight for Leng Ruoxue and the others' residence. Instead, like the other major factions, they set up a simple camp in the forest. The Qi family and the Ning family's bases were next to each other, so the people of the 2 families were now gathered together and chatting. Why did Master Ning come in person? Qi Rui looked at Ning Fei in confusion. He more or less knew about the Ning family's situation, and he was also clear that Leng Ruoxue had something to do with the blood reformation of the Ning family. Could it be that Ning Fei came here personally because of this? My family's old ancestor is here, of course I'm here. Ning Fei said nervously. He was afraid of his serious ancestor, but he wanted to be treated differently by his ancestor. Therefore, he was very conflicted. Master Ning hasn't left the godly mainland yet? Qi Rui said in surprise. When Master Ning had sent people to take Ning Rong, and the others away, the Qi family had thought that Master Ning had already returned to the divine world. No, he's always been with Miss Leng. I'm afraid that Miss Leng's decision to make the nightmare forest her territory has caused public anger. Ning Fei said worriedly. However, with the great ancestor's support, those forces would not dare to make things difficult for Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue wouldn't be afraid. Although he had not spent much time with Leng Ruoxue and the others, he was well aware of their fearless nature. Some of the forces that came today would probably not be able to return. Yup. There's nothing to be afraid of about Miss Leng. Old Grand Madam will definitely support her. Ning Fei said. He thought that Qi Rui said that Leng Ruoxue wouldn't be afraid because of their ancestor, so he couldn't help but agree. Master Ning, you've misunderstood. Even without your Ning family's old ancestor, Leng Ruoxue and the others won't be afraid. Qi Rui explained. That's true. If Miss Leng was a timid person, my family's old ancestor would not have accepted her as his goddaughter. Ning Fei sighed. How good would it be if he could make the old ancestor see him in a different light? Unfortunately, the thought of meeting the ancestor made him extremely nervous. Goddaughter? When did this happen? Qi Rui's eyes widened in disbelief. The Ning family's elder, who was not easy to get along with, had actually taken Leng Ruoxue in as his goddaughter. They had not heard of this at all back in Qi City. I don't know, Ning Fei was also confused. He didn't dare to inquire about this matter. Otherwise, the old ancestor would definitely eat him. As the two of them were chatting, they suddenly heard a few loud sounds. They looked up at the same time and saw a few people fighting not far away. From the clothes of the people in the chaotic battle, they should be from the Wan and Fan families. Seeing this, Qi Rui and Ning Fei didn't think much of it, because they knew very well that these two families had never liked each other. Sometimes, they might maintain a friendly relationship on the surface, but in private, they often fought. But this time, they actually started fighting in front of so many forces. It must be a big deal, Qi Rui and Ning Fei secretly guessed at the same time. Very quickly, the people who were in conflict were pulled apart by the people from their respective families. However, those people still glared at each other. Who allowed you to fight without permission? The sixth elder of the Wen family who was leading the group glared at his own junior with a face full of anger. Damn it, they actually fought in public. The Wen family had lost all face. Sixth elder, the Fan family has gone too far. They've actually stolen our prey. A young man from the Wen family said indignantly. Who stole your prey? We were the ones who got it first. The man from the Wen family had just finished speaking when someone from the Fan family immediately retorted. We saw it first, the man from the Wen family shouted. Who can you blame if you didn't see it? Don't you know the rules? Of course, it belongs to whoever hits it. A member of the Fan family said with a proud expression. Sixth elder, the Fan family has gone too far. Don't stop us. We must teach them a good lesson. The Wen family was enraged by the Fan family's provocation. Have you all forgotten why we came to the forest? I didn't bring you here to cause trouble, so you'd better behave. The sixth elder roared in anger. In the face of his might, the Wen family did not dare to speak. At this time, the elder leading the Fan family team also said with a smile, hee, as one of the 8 great divine regions, we should help each other and fight against a common enemy. How can we fight among ourselves first? Yup. We can't use internal coaxing. Someone immediately echoed. Their purpose for coming here was naturally to discuss Leng Ruoxue's matter of marking the Nightmare Forest as her territory. There was a tacit understanding between the various factions. This time, they had to use pressure to chase Leng Ruoxue and her group out of the forest. This forest belonged to everyone on the godly mainland. How could it become a private territory? It must be known that their respective families would send people here almost every year to gain experience and obtain a lot of resources from the forest. Therefore, none of them were willing to let this natural treasure house become the territory of any one force. This was a serious violation of the interests between them, and it was not allowed by the major forces. With the help of the elder of Fan family and the agreement of the others, the people who were in conflict with the two families had to calm down. Although they were all unwilling, no one dared to doubt the words of their elder. However, what they did not know was that their every move in the forest was within Leng Ruoxue's grasp. In the living room of the Leng family's main residence, Leng Ruoxue sat on a chair and chuckled as she explained what had happened in the forest to the crowd. Instantly, the crowd burst into laughter. Miss, they're clearly here to cause trouble for us. However, they're coaxing us before they even see us. It's really too funny. Fengde said with a smirk. He had prepared some gifts for those forces in the forest, but he didn't know if they could take it. He didn't want to die before he even saw them. He would be very disappointed. Those forces are all gathered together because they have a common interest. Of course, their hearts are not united. However, this is more beneficial to us. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. This time, she intended to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. However, she had to choose the chicken carefully. It couldn't be someone from the 8 great divine regions. After all, she didn't want to have too big of a conflict with the 8 great divine regions yet. Moreover, the other party's power couldn't be too small. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to serve as a warning to the monkeys. Who should she choose? Leng Ruoxue was conflicted. Leng Ruoxue was in a dilemma. However, the various factions in the forest had also received their first gift from Fengde. The various forces, forest encampments. It was time to prepare dinner, and some forces had already started to eat. Suddenly, a buzzing sound entered everyone's ears. What's that sound? Everyone raised their heads in unison and couldn't help but ask each other. However, no one could give them an answer. Master Ning, do you recognize this voice? Qi Rui asked Ning Fei in a low voice. There were naturally many poisonous insects in the forest, but the sound was like that of bees, so he was not sure. It should be a bee type. Master Ning said hesitantly. In fact, it was normal for bees to appear in the forest, but the sound was still far away. However, the buzzing sound reached their ears, so it could be imagined how many bees there were. I think we should make early preparations. Qi Rui reminded. Yes. Ning Fei nodded, and then he gave the elders a look, and they immediately became alert. Not long after, the buzzing sound got closer and closer, and everyone's hearts were on tenterhooks. In the blink of an eye, everyone saw a dark cloud in the sky flying towards them. Heavens! They're poisonous bees, and there are so many of them. All the major powers were dumbfounded when they saw the tens of thousands of poisonous black bees. Although they had a lot of people, no one was confident that they would not be hurt by these poisonous bees. Moreover, there was more than one type of poisonous bee, and even the most powerful black queen bee was among them. The timid ones were already trembling in fear. Quickly eat the antidote pill. At this time, someone shouted. When everyone heard this, they quickly took out an antidote pill from their storage rings and quickly stuffed it into their mouths. Although they didn't know if this antidote pill would be effective against the poisonous bees, it was better than nothing. As for the poisonous bees nearby, after seeing their actions, they didn't immediately attack, and even gave them enough time to eat the detoxification pills. However, everyone was a little too nervous, so no one noticed the abnormal behavior of the bees. After they finished eating the antidote, the swarm of bees officially began their attack. In an instant, everyone present was surrounded by the swarm of bees. There were at least 1,000 poisonous bees around each person, and those who had never seen such a scene before immediately fainted from fear. Even so, the swarm of bees did not let them go. After the thousands of poisonous bees stung them, they flapped their wings and flew away with a look of disgust. The Qi clan and Ning clan members were treated differently by the swarm of bees. Although they were surrounded by many poisonous bees, these bees did not take the initiative to attack them, but instead stared at each other. Even so, the Qi clan and Ning clan members were extremely nervous and looked at the swarm of bees surrounding them with vigilance. Master Ning, did the bees attack you? Qi Rui, who felt that something was wrong, couldn't help but transmit his voice. No, they didn't attack you. Ning Fei couldn't help but ask. He couldn't help but wonder, what the hell do these bees mean? They surrounded him but didn't attack him. Could it be that they wanted to have a mental battle? However, the situation in front of him was indeed quite frightening. Since the bees were not attacking, he did not dare to act rashly. He did not want to anger the bees and the consequences would be more serious. At the same time, Ning Fei sent a message to his elders to ask about their current situation. The answer he got was that the bees didn't attack, which made him confused. But he didn't forget to remind the elders that if the bees didn't attack, they shouldn't attack first, or it would be bad if more bees were attracted. The bee colony glared at them for a while before flapping its wings and flying away. Master, what's going on? The Ning family's elder was so puzzled that he was about to frown. I don't know, Ning Fei was also confused. Could it be said that they had good character? Master Ning, let's not think about this for now. Let's think about how we'll explain it when others ask. Qi Rui reminded. So many people had been stung by the poisonous bees, and they were the only ones safe and sound. It would definitely arouse suspicion. Previous chapter. What's there to explain? We have a good character. Others can't be envious of us. Ning Fei said disapprovingly, humph. He wanted to see who would dare to question him. Master is right, we have a good character. As soon as Ning Fei finished his words, some elders immediately agreed, and the other elders also nodded in agreement. Looking at the proud faces of the Ning family, Qi Rui couldn't help but feel a few black lines slide down his forehead, and couldn't help sighing. This Ning family, from master to elder, was a little too narcissistic. This has nothing to do with character, okay? However, since the Ning family felt that it was because of his good character, then they would use this reason for the time being. As for whether others believed it or not, it was none of their business. After the bees finished their sting, they flew away as if they had completed their mission. Apart from the Ning clan and Qi clan, the rest of the people present were all covered in wounds and were in a terrible state. Their faces were covered in countless red spots of different sizes, and many of them had even fainted because their cultivation was low, unable to resist the corrosion of the poison. Why are you all fine? The elder of the Yao family couldn't help but roar in anger when he saw Ning Fei, Qi Rui, and the others were perfectly fine. This was really infuriating. They had all been stung beyond recognition, but the people of the Ning family and Qi family were fine. How could he not be envious and jealous? Ning Fei and Qi Rui looked at each other, sharing the same thought. The troublemaker had indeed come. However, the two of them were prepared and said in unison, we have good character. You can't be envious of our character. As soon as the two finished speaking, not only was the Yao family elder angry, but almost all the major forces were angry. In an instant, the people who had been stung less by the poisonous bees all gathered in front of the Ning family and Qi family's encampment and stared at them with unfriendly expressions. Humph. Do you think we will believe your nonsense? Those poisonous bees must be related to you. Otherwise? No matter what their reactions were, the swarm of bees did not intend to let them go. After stinging them again, the swarm of bees swaggered away. The bees are definitely with you. The Yao family's fifth elder, who had been stung all over his head and body, hatefully said. Elder Yao Wu, even though we sympathize with you, you can't wrong us like this. Qi Rui said with an aggrieved expression. This time, the bees left and returned, and the one who was stung the most was the fifth elder of the Yao family. However, he did not sympathize with him at all. Instead, he was gloating. It would be good if the sting was more vicious. That's right. Elder Yao Wu, are you sure you want to blame your misfortune on us? Ning Fei asked with a smile. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comments. Tip, you can use left. The Yao family's fifth elder was taken aback by their question. In truth, he didn't really want to blame it on them. It was just that he felt unbalanced when he saw that the people from both families were unscathed. Everyone, I hope that all of you can make your own judgments and not be affected by others. Also, don't forget that we have always been with you. How can we collude with the bees? Besides, have you ever heard of anyone who can control bees? Qi Rui rolled his eyes at the fifth elder and said to the others. Yup. This is simply impossible. The fifth elder of the Yao family must have gone mad with anxiety. Someone heard Qi Rui's words and quickly tried to smooth things over. Your injuries are not light, and it's already night time, when the poisonous insects in the forest are the most active. So, everyone, quickly heal your injuries. Qi Rui kindly reminded again. As for whether or not people would not appreciate it, that was not within his scope of consideration. After hearing Qi Rui's words, everyone became anxious. They couldn't be bothered to watch the show anymore and quickly took out their best antidotes and ate them. However, their antidotes couldn't completely remove the poison from the wasps. Everyone's face was still red and swollen, but it wasn't a big deal. After spending the night in fear, the swarm of bees that they were so afraid of did not bother them anymore. The next day, the various major forces could not wait any longer and began to search for Leng Ruoxue and the others. They had come here with the intention of launching a surprise attack to catch Leng Ruoxue and the others off guard. However, they did not know the exact location of Leng Ruoxue and the others. Hence, they could only wander around the forest like headless flies. However, after searching for a day, they did not find anything. Hence, they could only return to the encampment. After dinner, everyone went to bed early. Midnight. The people who were not sleeping well were woken up by the rustling sound. However, when they opened their eyes, they almost fainted from fear because they were surrounded by giant spiders. Each of them was the size of a millstone, and their lantern-like eyes were staring at them. They clearly saw them as prey. Ah! The screeches reverberated in the forest. These spiders were more disgusting than the poisonous bees, and they were more terrifying. When the Qi family and the Ning family heard the scream, they quickly came out of their tents. The people from the two families looked at each other, curious about what those people had encountered. What happened? Qi Rui quickly asked when he saw someone running out of the tent. Spider. A giant spider. Help me. When that person saw the Qi family and Ning family, he ran towards them, and there were several large spiders chasing after him. Qi Rui, Ning Fei, and the others were a little unhappy when they saw that the man had actually led the spiders to their side. However, they were still prepared to fight. Who knew that those big spiders actually ignored their existence and only chased after their target? They didn't even look at Qi Rui and the others. Seeing this, Qi Rui and the others had no choice but to let down their guard. It wasn't that they didn't want to save him. It was the spiders that ignored them. Qi Rui and the others couldn't help but think. However, the things that had happened in the past 2 days had been too strange. Whether it was the poisonous bees or the poisonous spiders, they had all turned a blind eye to them, which made them suspicious. However, at this moment, they did not link the strange incident that they had encountered to Leng Ruoxue. This was indeed not Leng Ruoxue's fault. In the bracelet, Leng Ruoxue and the others, who had a panoramic view of everything through the light screen, all laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. What an unlucky fellow. Let's see if they still dare to be smug now. Fengde said with a gloating expression. He was extremely satisfied with the gifts he had prepared for them. I wonder how many of their forces will dare to wander around in this forest after tonight. I'll wait and see. Lin Yuan also said. You little guys are really too bad. You can't even play with people like this. Although Leng Qingtian's mouth was filled with disapproval, his expression was one of joy. In truth, he wished that these people would stay in the forest forever. However, he could not say this out loud. Otherwise, Fengde and the others would be too proud. We were wrong. We should have just let them die. Fengde and Lin Yuan immediately admitted their mistakes. It's not a bad idea to just let them die. Leng Ruoxue nodded. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Fengde was very anxious. Leng Ruoxue nodded and immediately placed Fengde into the bracelet. In fact, Fengde and Lin Yuan's words had reminded her. She had wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys, but she had not chosen a suitable organization as a target to warn the monkeys. If the various large organizations suffered countless deaths and injuries before meeting them, it would attract even more people and make them understand the danger of Nightmare Forest. Hence, Leng Ruoxue had decided to change her strategy. At this time, the various major forces in the forest were still unaware of the kind of danger they were facing. If the previous fight was just a small fight to scare them, then what they were about to face was the threat of death. The appearance of the giant spider made the people of the various forces who were already on tenterhooks even more frightened. Some people even thought of leaving the forest because this place was simply too terrifying. Actually, it wasn't like they had never been here before. It was just that they had never felt so dangerous before, and they hadn't been able to sleep well for the past 2 nights. After the giant spider retreated, everyone sat on the ground dejectedly. Some people's faces were still pale, while others were still trembling. They all looked listless and their clothes were in tatters. What do you two have to say now? The fifth elder's face was livid. He looked at Qi Rui and Ning Fei, who were safe and sound, and shouted angrily. Elder Yao Wu, are you trying to say that we are in cahoots with those giant spiders? Qi Rui joked in a good mood. Isn't it? Everyone can clearly see why those spiders are only chasing us and not you. Isn't that enough to explain the problem? The fifth elder of the Yao family roared loudly. His words were meant for everyone to hear clearly that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Elder Yao Wu, I'm sorry. You'll have to ask those giant spiders about this. We really don't know them. Qi Rui said with a smile. However, his smiling face was an eyesore to the fifth elder of the Yao family. Did you guys hear that? He's clearly trying to shirk his responsibility. The fifth elder of the Yao family had learned his lesson this time and directly asked the people behind him. However, everyone was currently in a very low mood. No one was interested in accompanying him to cause trouble for the Ning and Qi families, so his words did not receive any response. I'm asking you a question. Are you all deaf? Seeing this, the fifth elder couldn't help but roar. F***ck, these cowards are really driving him to his grave. Can't someone echo his words? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glare at his own clansmen. However, the people of the Yao family all lowered their heads, no one dared to look at him. Seeing this situation, the fifth elder was even angrier. Fifth elder of the Yao family, now is not the time to talk about this. Let's think about what we should do. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll be dead before we can even find Leng Ruoxue and the rest. At this moment, the elder leading the Cheng family's group spoke up. His face even had a trace of dissatisfaction towards the fifth elder of the Yao family. This old thing actually said that they were all deaf, which was preposterous. In fact, they just didn't want to cooperate. After all, they didn't want to offend the Ning and Qi families. More importantly, the Yao family's relationship with people had never been good, so they naturally didn't need to be on the same side as the fifth elder. The Cheng clan's first elder is right. Now isn't the time for internal strife. We should think about how to face the upcoming crisis. I have a feeling that things won't be so simple, so we must take early precautions. Ning Fei agreed with the first elder of the Cheng family and chuckled. He said that because he wanted everyone to understand that they were on the same side and had the same goal. Humph. Those poisonous bees and spiders won't bite you, so what are you afraid of? The fifth elder of the Yao family said unhappily after hearing what Ning Fei said. Elder Yao Wu, you really don't know what's good for you. Of course I'm not afraid, I'm thinking for you guys. It's fine if you don't appreciate it, but don't influence other people's thoughts. Ning Fei warned, and his words were clearly meant for the others. Sure enough, after hearing Ning Fei's words, everyone present glared at the fifth elder of the Yao family with a bit of hostility. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He said that those poisonous bees and spiders were with the Nings and the Kais, and no one was cooperating with him. Now, with just a few words from Ning Fei, they all changed sides. What the hell was this? And the reason why he believed that everyone had switched sides was because he had never thought that they were not related to him in any way, nor did they have any deep friendship with the Yao clan, so why would they cooperate with him? Everyone, let's first discuss our countermeasures. Otherwise, if there are more poisonous bees or giant poisonous spiders, I don't think anyone can stand it. Ning Fei was very satisfied with the effect he had caused and smiled. Can we back out now? Whoever wants to occupy this forest can do so. We don't want to stay here any longer. The leader of a small force was the first to speak. His face was unusually careful, for others. However, at this moment, there was more than one family that had the same idea as him. Although they were all small forces, they were still a significant force when added together. However, other than one family, the other forces were all watching. What did you just say? I dare you to say that again. The Yao family's fifth elder glared at the person who spoke and fiercely said. Elder Yao Wu, be gentler. Don't scare her. Ning Fei said with a smile. We want to withdraw. We won't participate in this matter anymore. That person repeated in a low voice. They were only a small force and their strength was low. Therefore, even if this forest was not occupied by others, the benefits they could obtain from it would be limited. Thus, he felt that there was no need for them to lose their lives here. Woo. This place was really too dangerous. No. If any of you dare to back out, I'll kill you right now. The fifth elder of the Yao family refused, and the veins on his aged face bulged. Elder Yao Wu, since they want to withdraw, why force them? This is a matter of mutual consent, so don't think that just because you're a member of the Yao family, you can look down on those small forces. Qi Rui fanned the flames at the side, and his words resonated with some forces that wanted to withdraw. Previous chapter. Young Master Qi is right. Although we are a small force, we also have our dignity. We just know our own limits. So, Elder Yao Wu, please don't threaten us. Otherwise, we would rather destroy you than let you have an easy time. Compared to us, Elder Yao Wu's life is more precious. Someone in the crowd chimed in. However, the person who spoke was hidden in the crowd, so the fifth elder had no idea who the person was. Who is it? If you have the guts, get out here and don't hide. Hearing this, the fifth elder of the Yao family was completely enraged. Unfortunately, no one responded to his words. Elder Yao Wu, calm down. With your fiendish look, who would dare to come out? Ning Fei comforted her with a smile. Then, he said to the people present, the forest is full of danger. It's only been 2 days and we've already encountered so many poisonous bees and spiders. We can't say what will happen next, so if you want to leave, leave now. Don't lose your life here, it's not worth it. Ning Fei's words hit the nail on the head of quite a number of people. In an instant, many forces expressed their desire to quit. None of you are allowed to back out. Otherwise, I'll kill you right now. The fifth elder of the Yao family threatened again. Don't worry about him. If you want to leave, then leave quickly. Ning Fei looked at the fifth elder of the Yao family with a faint smile and said to the small forces who wanted to quit. With his words, the small forces looked at each other and immediately packed up their things and left. Although it was nighttime and it would be dangerous to walk in the forest, they felt that no matter how dangerous the road back was, it would be safer than being with them. Moreover, they had all left together. The forces that had backed down at the last minute accounted for almost 1/3 of the people present. As for those that remained, other than the people from the 8 great divine regions, there were also some of the larger powers like the Ascender Alliance. However, although they did not give up, their attitude towards this matter was no longer as high as before. After discussing the countermeasures, everyone decided to take a short rest. After all, they had been busy the whole night and were all exhausted. However, the number of people left behind to keep watch at night had doubled. It was clear that they were still afraid. The highly nervous forces wandered in the forest for another 2 days. After they found nothing, they were more or less annoyed. The 5th elder of the Yao family was so angry that he cursed all day long, and the Yao family became his most unlucky punching bag. For the past 2 days, the group had to search for Leng Ruoxue and the rest during the day. At night, they had to be afraid and did not dare to sleep too deeply. Hence, after 2 days, everyone's mental state was somewhat dispirited. The longer they stayed in the forest, the more depressed their mood became. 5th elder, how long will it take for us to search aimlessly? Someone from the Yao family couldn't help but ask. You're asking me, but who should I ask? The head of the family said that we must find them. The Yao family's 5th elder said in an unpleasant tone. But we don't even know where they are. It's useless for us to just walk around in the forest, right? That person said in a low voice. It's because I don't know, that's why I'm looking for him. The 5th elder of the Yao family roared. Hee hee. Elder Yao Wu, why are you two quarreling? At this time, a teasing voice came into the ears of the 5th elder of the Yao family. He looked up and saw that it was Ning Fei. His old face immediately fell and he said in a bad mood, this is our Yao family's matter and has nothing to do with you. Of course it has nothing to do with me. However, I'm just concerned about you. Ning Fei said with a fake smile and a face full of concern. Who needs your concern? The 5th elder of the Yao family didn't appreciate it at all. AI. It seems that I was wrong. I wanted to say that we have a lot of food and wanted to share it with you, but I guess you won't want it. Ning Fei said with a regretful look. For the past 2 days, the other forces had been trying to find Leng Ruoxue and the others. They were not in the mood to hunt, so they could only eat dry food. The Ning and Qi families naturally did not need to be like them. Hence, the 2 families had hunted quite a lot of prey together. They had fresh meat to eat every day, and they had a big meal every day. This caused many people to be envious, including the Yao family. Who said I don't want it? Where was it? Give it to me. The 5th elder of the Yao family was more shameless than Ning Fei thought. Although he said he was not happy with the Nings and the Kais, he didn't hesitate when he asked for the item. I'm sorry, I don't want to give it to you again. Ning Fei said unhappily and then turned to leave. You. The 5th elder of the Yao family was so angry that his face and neck turned red. He stammered for a long time, but he couldn't even finish a sentence. When Ning Fei returned to his family's base, Qi Rui immediately went up to him and asked curiously, how is it? I didn't find out anything. I didn't get along with that old thing, so I came back after a few words. Ning Fei said honestly. It turned out that sending food was just an excuse. The reason he went to find the 5th elder of the Yao family was to see what the Yao family planned. However, he couldn't hold it in anymore and came back. Do you want me to try? Qi Rui asked. Don't go yet. I just went. If you go again, that old thing will become suspicious. Ning Fei said after thinking for a while. Alright then. By the way, dinner is ready. Qi Rui reminded. Well, let's eat. Ning Fei said with a smile. These days, the 2 families often ate together, and their friendship had improved a lot. After dinner, the Ning family and Qi family returned to their tents as usual. To them, there was no danger in this forest, so they had a good rest these days. As for the people from the other forces, when they saw that they didn't even have any night watchmen left, they were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. However, they couldn't afford to offend the other party, so they could only hide their anger in their hearts. That night, the major forces were attacked by the bees again. In addition to the giant spiders, there were also some poisonous scorpions. However, although they heard the movement outside, the Qi family and the Ning family had a tacit understanding and did not come out. The next morning, when the people of the Ning and Qi families came out of their tents and saw the scene in front of them, they were all shocked speechless. What? What was going on? In front of them, there were corpses of humans, poisonous bees, poisonous scorpions, and spiders. It was obvious that the battle last night was more intense than they had imagined because some people had died, and there were many of them. They originally thought that even if the major forces were attacked again, they would at most be poisoned like the previous 2 times, but their lives would not be in danger. However, they were wrong. The attack last night should have caused a lot of damage to the major forces. After seeing the situation in front of them, the 2 families spontaneously searched the scene. After some observation, the 2 families found that the Yao family had suffered the most losses, followed by the Wen family. Although the other forces also suffered casualties, their situation was relatively better. Elder Yao Wu, are you alright? Looking at the 5th elder of the Yao family who had wounds all over his body and face, Ning Fei tried to hold back the joy in his heart and asked with concern. After last night, no one from the Yao family who came to the Nightmare Forest survived except for the 5th elder. He couldn't help but sigh. The poisonous insect's eyes were really sharp. They could actually tell that the Yao family was not a good person. The others were all dead, leaving only the 5th elder behind. It could be seen that those poisonous insects were quite bad. I don't need your fake kindness. Of course I'm fine. The fifth elder of the Yao family said weakly. Last night, those poisonous bees, scorpions, and spiders had all attacked them as if they didn't care about their lives. He didn't know what kind of medicine they had taken. After yesterday, he was the only person from the Yao family who had come to the forest. However, he had already sent the news back to the family. It wouldn't be long before the family sent people here again. This time, his primary goal was to eliminate those damn poisonous insects. Master Ning, Elder Yao Wu must be in a bad mood right now. Let's not disturb him. Qi Rui walked over with a look of sympathy. You're right, let's go and see the others. Ning Fei nodded in agreement. Then, the two of them left in front of the fifth elder. Although they had left, the fifth elder of the Yao family kept staring at them with his venomous snake-like eyes. When he saw that they were all in high spirits and unscathed, the anger in his heart surged up. Suddenly, he felt a sweet taste in his throat, but he swallowed it. Qi Rui and Ning Fei left the Yao family's encampment, chatting as they walked back to their home. Master Ning, I'm afraid this old man from the Yao family also hates us. Qi Rui looked in the direction of the Yao family and said. This is very normal. The Yao family has always been narrow-minded. Even if something happens, they won't find the reason on themselves. However, I'm afraid that the other forces are also dissatisfied with us. Ning Fei said worriedly. You can't blame us for this. Who knew that it would be so tragic last night? Qi Rui said disapprovingly. Since they were tied to the Ning family, they didn't think that those people would dare to do anything to them even if they were dissatisfied. So, he was really not afraid. Moreover, it was not their fault that those poisonous insects refused to find them. I didn't expect that either. Ning Fei said with a frown. Master Ning, since things have come to this, we shouldn't think too much. What they will do next is what we should be most concerned about. Qi Rui reminded. Before he arrived, his grandfather had reminded him to perform well and leave a good impression on Leng Ruoxue and the others. Yes. Ning Fei nodded. After last night's incident, the major forces suffered heavy losses. However, they all sent the news back as soon as possible. In the next few days, they quietly stayed in the nightmare forest, waiting for their families to send people to help. During this time, Leng Ruoxue and the others had already made all the necessary preparations and were just waiting for the fish to take the bait. In contrast to the nervous mood of the people in the forest, Leng Ruoxue and the others were in a relatively good mood. 5 days later. The people from the various factions who had come to support them had finally arrived. However, they did not want these people to easily find a place to stay. Hence, Leng Ruoxue had specially set up a bewildering formation in the forest. In the forest. After the various factions made a few rounds in the forest, they discovered that they had been wandering in the same place. This fact could not help but make them burn with anger. Damn it, what the hell is this place? How did this happen? The fifth elder of the Yao family couldn't help but curse. He had been to this place a few days ago, and it didn't look like this. It had only been a few days, and he actually couldn't recognize it anymore. It was really infuriating. Fifth brother, calm down. If I'm not wrong, we've entered a bewildering formation. The Yao family's second elder spoke. He had some knowledge of formations, but it wouldn't be easy to break this bewildering formation. Then what do we do? The fifth elder of the Yao family asked gloomily. He knew nothing about formations. Don't worry, let me think. The Yao family's second elder said with a frown. Second elder Yao, I've heard that you're very knowledgeable in formations. We'll be relying on you this time. Qi Rui chuckled, his face calm. Young Master Qi, I only have a superficial knowledge of formations. I can't be considered to have studied them. Moreover, it's difficult for me to get out of this maze by myself, so please don't stand by and watch. The second elder of the Yao family hurriedly said. Second elder Yao is too humble. Who doesn't know that you're the most proficient in arrays in the divine mainland? Ning Fei said with a smile. Yup. That's right. We all know that second elder Yao has the most knowledge in formations. Hearing Ning Fei's words, everyone quickly agreed. When the second elder of the Yao family heard this, his nose almost went crooked from anger. Were these people planning to be hands-off managers? This was preposterous. Second elder Yao, you can slowly observe this bewildering formation. We'll go to the other side to stay so as not to disturb you. Qi Rui said with an evil smile. Then, he pulled his family members to the other open space. Before he left, he gave Ning Fei a look. Ning Fei understood and immediately followed him with the elders of his family. The others also hid to the side. In the blink of an eye, only the Yao clan members were left in the middle of the bewildering formation. Second brother, should we also go over there? The fifth elder of the Yao family probed as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Other than the second elder, the rest of the Yao family didn't know anything about formations, so they wouldn't be of much help here. He thought to himself with some apprehension. I'll break the legs of anyone who dares to leave. The second elder of the Yao family roared with a face full of anger. With this roar, all the people of the Yao family who had wanted to slack off became obedient. Qi Rui and Ning Fei couldn't help but laugh in their hearts when they saw the Yao family's cautious expressions. However, they were not members of the Yao family, so the second elder would not vent his anger on them even if he was angry. That old man was much smarter than the fifth elder. Just like that, Qi Rui and the others watched the second elder of the Yao family looking for the formation core in the maze every day while they enjoyed the good food and drinks and watched the fun. From time to time, they would also ask about the progress of the maze. However, every time they asked the second elder of the Yao family, the old man would pull a long face, obviously not liking to hear this question. A week later. Everyone was still trapped in the bewildering formation. Other than the Qi and Yao families, the other powers could no longer sit still. They constantly sent people to ask the second elder about the situation of the bewildering formation. In the end, they only dared to speak after being scolded by the second elder. The second elder of the Yao family was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Other than pacing around, he didn't seem to have any good ideas. Seeing the second elder walking back and forth, Qi Rui couldn't help but whisper to Ning Fei, Master Ning, it looks like the second elder of the Yao family can't do anything about this array. I don't know how long we'll have to stay here. AI. We'll run out of food if we stay here for a few more days. Ning Fei sighed and said helplessly. He didn't know how long Miss Leng was going to keep them here. Many of them were about to break down. Don't worry, she won't let us starve to death here. Qi Rui said with confidence. Yeah, you're right. Ning Fei agreed. At this moment, someone shouted, the formation seems to have disappeared. After Qi Rui and Ning Fei heard this, they quickly walked to the second elder of the Yao family and said with a smile, Second elder Yao is indeed proficient in array techniques. In such a short time, you've solved this bewildering array. Congratulations. Hee hee. The Yao family's second elder was rather calm when he heard their words because he knew very well that he wasn't the one who had solved the maze. It had disappeared on its own. Although he didn't know what had happened, he was smart enough to remain silent. However, some people weren't as low-key as him. When the fifth elder heard their words, he raised his head proudly and said loudly, of course, everyone knows the second elder of our Yao family's skill in formations. Is that so? At this time, a calm voice rang out in everyone's ears. Everyone turned their heads in unison and saw a devastatingly beautiful woman standing not far away from them. Instantly, everyone was stunned. Who are you? The Yao family's fifth elder, who had regained his senses, asked with a stunned expression. Elder Yao Wu, don't you know who I am? Leng Ruoxue smiled and asked instead of answering. You're Leng Ruoxue. The second elder of the Yao family said with certainty. Hee hee. Second elder Yao is the smartest. Leng Ruoxue gasped in admiration, then turned to everyone and said, I was afraid that you would get lost in the forest, so I came to welcome you. Humph. Would you be so kind? The second elder of the Yao family said with a look of disdain. He was now very sure that the bewildering formation was set up by Leng Ruoxue. Otherwise, the bewildering formation wouldn't have disappeared without a trace. Facing the enemy who had trapped them for several days, he really didn't have a good expression. Why not? I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to find me, so I came to you myself. Leng Ruoxue chuckled, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. Everyone's hearts immediately softened. Such a stunning beauty was looking at them pitifully, which man could refuse her? Furthermore, they had imagined countless scenarios where they would meet Leng Ruoxue and the rest, but they had never expected that they would be so stunned by Leng Ruoxue. Humph. Who knows what you're up to? The Yao family's second elder didn't appreciate it. Second elder Yao, how could you do this? Miss Leng came to pick us up with good intentions, and you actually doubt her intentions. You're really too much. As soon as the second elder of the Yao family finished speaking, someone immediately voiced their dissatisfaction. You, don't be fooled by her beauty. She trapped us here for a few days, and now she's coming to pick us up. Anyone with a brain would know that she has bad intentions. The Yao family's second elder roared in exasperation. However, his words attracted the unkind gazes of countless people. Second elder Yao, are you saying that the grapes are sour because you can't eat them? But that's normal. Men your age don't have any fantasies about women. Qi Rui laughed evilly. His words caused the crowd to burst into laughter, while the second elder of the Yao family was so angry that his face turned red. Second elder Yao, I know that you have misunderstood me. I don't blame you. I'm here to welcome you with sincerity, but if you don't appreciate it, then forget it. Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. Miss Leng, we believe you. Upon hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, someone immediately expressed their opinion. If that's the case, then follow me up the mountain. As for those who don't believe me, feel free to do as you please. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Her smile was like 100 flowers blooming, and many people were instantly intoxicated by her beautiful smile. Alright, we'll go up the mountain with you. As soon as Leng Ruoxue finished, Qi Rui was the first to speak. I'll go too. Ning Fei didn't want to be left behind. When the other forces saw that the Qi family and the Ning family had made their stand, they also expressed their willingness to go up the mountain with Leng Ruoxue. Let's go. Leng Ruoxue looked at the second elder of the Yao family and said to the crowd. Alright, he said. Qi Rui nodded. Following that, those who were willing to believe in Leng Ruoxue decided to follow her up the mountain. However, just as they were about to leave, they were stopped by the second elder of the Yao family. None of you are allowed to leave. Have you all forgotten why we are here? The second elder of the Yao family couldn't help but question. Second elder Yao, we've come here to solve the problem. We've only been here for a few days and all the forces have already suffered heavy losses. Therefore, we really don't want any more accidents to happen. Isn't it better for both sides to come to an agreement than to fight and kill? Qi Rui said with a smile, and his words made the other forces nod their heads. The things that happened in the forest these few days had indeed reduced the thoughts of the major forces to question them. Therefore, they only asked for their own interests to be guaranteed. As for whether the forest really had an owner, they no longer cared. Humph. The major forces have indeed suffered heavy losses, but your Qi family and Ning family have not suffered any losses. May I ask young Master Qi why this is? The second elder of the Yao family questioned coldly, his face filled with dissatisfaction. Second elder Yao, I've already answered the fifth elder's question. You can just ask him, I won't repeat it. Qi Rui said calmly. Why should I ask him? I'm asking you. The second elder of the Yao family was extremely angry. Humph. A junior actually dared to be so arrogant in front of him. It was truly preposterous. I have no comment. Qi Rui said indifferently. You dare to talk to me like this? The second elder of the Yao family roared in disbelief. Second elder Yao, please be clear that I am not a member of the Yao family. Whatever status you have in the Yao family has nothing to do with me, so please don't use your status to pressure me. Qi Rui said in a neutral tone. That's right. What kind of skill is it to use your identity to suppress others? Someone in the crowd muttered softly. It was soft, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear. Hee, second elder Yao must be tired from the past few days. Young Master Qi, please forgive him. Ning Fei smiled and tried to smooth things over. Well, for the sake of Master Ning, I won't argue with him. Qi Rui nodded. The two of them echoed each other, angering the Yao family's second elder so much that his face alternated between red and white. His entire body trembled continuously, and he was unable to speak. However, even so, Qi Rui and Ning Fei did not intend to let him go. The two looked at each other, and then Ning Fei said, Young Master Qi, it seems like second elder Yao knows he's wrong. It's best to correct one's mistakes. Second elder Yao, I forgive you. Don't be so agitated, just stay calm. Qi Rui played dumb. Second elder Yao is too excited. I don't have time to deal with you now. Let's go. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Seeing the Yao family being provoked, her mood was much better. Yes, let's go. Qi Rui and Ning Fei nodded. Then, the crowd left with Leng Ruoxue. Second elder Yao, what should we do? A middle-aged man who had remained at the same spot could not help but ask. Most of the factions had left with Leng Ruoxue. Although they wanted to leave with her, they did not dare to act rashly due to the Yao family's presence. After all, their own families had to rely on the Yao family. What can we do? Of course, we'll follow them. Second elder Yao glared at the man who spoke and said in an unpleasant tone, Humph. He didn't want to go up the mountain with Leng Ruoxue, but that didn't mean that he wouldn't follow. Furthermore, they were here to question them. If Leng Ruoxue used her beauty to win over all of them, it would be a huge loss. Second brother, they're going far away. Let's go. The fifth elder of the Yao family urged. Why are you so anxious? Don't forget who you are when you see a beautiful woman. Remember the purpose of our visit. The second elder of the Yao family reminded. I remember. However, if we don't hurry up and catch up with them, we won't be able to achieve our goal. Said the fifth elder of the Yao family. He had originally wanted to seek revenge on those poisonous insects, but since he had met Leng Ruoxue, he would settle the important matters first. AI. Let's go. The second elder of the Yao family said helplessly. This younger brother of his was good in every way, but he was just too lecherous. Following the Yao family's second elder's order, the rest of the people quietly followed Leng Ruoxue and the rest. However, their every move was within Leng Ruoxue's expectations. Fengde turned back as he walked. When he saw the Yao family following behind him, he whispered to Leng Ruoxue, Miss, they're following us. Ignore them. Let them follow us. Leng Ruoxue said calmly. The second elder of the Yao family was a suspicious person by nature and did not believe her words at all. Hence, it was normal for him to follow behind them sneakily. Hee. I can't let them follow me for free, I'll have to charge them for it. Fengde asked with an evil smile. Don't worry, there will be a time for you to collect the fees. Lead them up the mountain first. Leng Ruoxue whispered to Fengde. Yes. Fengde nodded and immediately led the way as if there was no one else around. After walking for half a day and making a few turns, Leng Ruoxue finally brought them to the mountain peak where they were staying. However, she would not let them stay in the main residence. She had already instructed Fengde and the rest to build some wooden houses near the main residence. That would be their temporary resting place. Everyone. I'm sorry, but I'll have to trouble you to stay here. If you're not satisfied, you can set up your own tents. Leng Ruoxue led them to the wooden house and said to everyone. Looking at the simple wooden house in front of them and then at the tall and beautiful building not far away, everyone was a little dumbfounded. Weren't they guests? How could he let them stay here? At the thought of this, some people were dissatisfied. Miss Leng, aren't we your guests? How can you let us stay here? Someone couldn't help but ask. Who said you're my guests? If you don't live here, where do you want to live? Oh. You can also set up your own tent. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Not a guest. Don't forget, it was you who personally went into the forest to welcome us up the mountain. You should invite us into the main residence. That person said. I went to welcome you because you were lost, not because you are my guests. Besides, if I'm not wrong, some of you still want to give me a show of authority. Leng Ruoxue said. Although these people had gone up the mountain with her, many of them had ulterior motives. Hence, she naturally had no reason to be nice to them. The moment Leng Ruoxue's words left her mouth, everyone fell silent. Miss Leng, I'm very satisfied with this place. Thank you. Seeing that no one spoke for a long time, Qi couldn't help but try to smooth things over. It's good that young Master Qi is satisfied. You can arrange your own accommodation here. I don't think it can accommodate so many people, so we can only do it on a first-come, first-served basis. Leng Ruoxue reminded. With that, she turned around and left with Fengda and the rest. Reading on MYB Snow Velcom please. What kind of attitude is this? This is really too much. Looking at Leng Ruoxue's back, the person who had spoken earlier complained. Since you're so unhappy, why did you come with her? Qi smiled and asked. After that, he didn't wait for the man's answer, and gave Ning Fei a look, then he led his clansmen into the wooden house. The wooden house was located diagonally opposite the main residence, with a river in between. From the main residence, one could see their every move, but the other party could not see Leng Ruoxue and the others. Leng Ruoxue returned to the main residence and brought Fengda and the rest to the living room. Master Ning and the others were already waiting for them in the living room. After Leng Ruoxue and the rest entered the living room, they each found a chair and sat down. Then, they saw Master Ning and the rest looking at them with anticipation. Godfather, I've brought them here. Leng Ruoxue chuckled and couldn't help but think to herself, this old man is really interesting. With his cultivation level, it's impossible for anything that happened in the forest to be hidden from him. Yet, he still has such a curious expression on his face. It's really disdainful. Hee hee. What was their reaction? Master Ning asked. Curious, dissatisfied, but I won't let them stay here. Leng Ruoxue said with a wicked heart. Actually, it was undeniable that she did it on purpose. She wanted to provoke those people on purpose. Otherwise, how could she continue with her act? Yes, yes. Don't give them any food either. Let them go hunting by themselves. Master Ning agreed with a wicked smile. Don't worry, I didn't prepare their meal. Leng Ruoxue promised. Hee hee. Little girl, you're really mean, but I like it. The first elder said with a happy face. Every day with this little girl was so interesting that he didn't want to leave them anymore. What was he going to do? Shua, when do you plan to negotiate with them? Leng Ruohan asked. Brother, the initiative is in our hands now. There's no hurry. When they can't take it anymore, I'll show up. Leng Ruoxue explained. Yes. Leng Ruohan nodded in understanding. Just like that, for 3 consecutive days, Leng Ruoxue did not pay any attention to those people. In the beginning, many people thought that they would be treated like distinguished guests. However, they did not expect that when they went up the mountain with Leng Ruoxue, she would not even bother to have a meal. This fact made them feel extremely unbalanced. In addition, the thick-skinned Yao family members who followed along were fanning the flames, causing more and more dissatisfaction. Some people even crossed the river and started cursing in front of the Leng family's main residence. However, after cursing a few times, they were beaten up by a few people who rushed out of the main residence. Looking at the man's dying appearance, they were so timid that they didn't dare to make a sound. You guys saw it. I've already told you that Leng Ruoxue has no good intentions, but you all didn't believe me. The Yao family's second elder looked at the crowd and said with a pained expression. Second elder Yao, what do we do now? Someone in the crowd could not help but ask. Of course we should join hands and force them to leave, humph. We have so many people to pressure her, I don't believe that Leng Ruoxue won't be afraid. The Yao family's second elder angrily shouted. Second elder Yao, we'll listen to whatever you want to do. Someone echoed. Yup. Second elder Yao, we'll listen to you, you make the decision. The people present quickly changed sides and cooperated. Not far away, Qi and Ning Fei sneered at the ridiculous scene in front of them. They couldn't help but think to themselves, these idiots. If Leng Ruoxue was afraid that they would do something, would she have brought them to her own house? And they really thought that the Yao family's old thing was doing this for their own good. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. What do you think second elder Yao wants to do? Ning Fei asked Qi curiously. What else can I do? He's just trying to stir up the public's dissatisfaction with Leng Ruoxue and the rest. By then, the Yao family can take advantage of the situation. After being ignored by Leng Ruoxue for a few days, these people's hearts had changed quite a bit. If the previous surprise had made them forget their original intentions, now they remembered it again because of anger. Yes, the Yao family has always been good at fishing in troubled waters. However, I'm afraid the Yao family will be disappointed this time. Ning Fei gloated. He knew very well that the ancestor of the Ning family was in the main house across the street. If these people dared to do anything, the ancestor would not let them go. Let's just watch the fun. Qi chuckled as he looked at the impassioned crowd. Hee hee. I love to watch the Yao family's drama. Ning Fei said with a smirk. At this time, after the Yao family's instigation, everyone's anger had also risen. Then, led by the second elder of the Yao family, everyone crossed the river between them in an aggressive manner and directly arrived in front of the Leng family's main residence. Leng Ruoxue and the others heard the commotion and walked out of the courtyard with smiles on their faces. What are you guys trying to do? Leng Ruoxue knew what the advisor was going to say. After waiting for a few days, these people finally took action. She hoped that they would not disappoint her. Leng Ruoxue. You have to give us an explanation. The second elder of the Yao family roared. What kind of explanation? Leng Ruoxue was bewildered. Could it be that this old man had gone crazy from the shock? Otherwise, how could she not understand what this old man was saying? Did she have anything to tell him? You invited us up the mountain and then left us hanging. What do you mean by this? The second elder of the Yao family criticized. Second elder Yao, when did I invite you up the mountain? If I remember correctly, at that time, you were very firm in suspecting that I didn't have any good intentions and didn't come up with me at all. Leng Ruoxue reminded. You never had a good heart. Even if I didn't want to go up the mountain with you, what about them? You personally invited them up, right? What's the meaning of this? They were all people of status. If word got out that you treated them like this, how would they face others? So, you must give them an explanation. The second elder of the Yao family said indignantly. Hee. I only found out today that the Yao family has such a sense of justice. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. What's the meaning of this? The Yao family's second elder questioned in dissatisfaction. Reading on mybo.com please. If second elder Yao doesn't understand the literal meaning, you can go back and check the ancient books. Moreover, although I invited them up the mountain, I didn't say that they were my guests. Since they can't even be considered guests, I naturally don't have the need to entertain them. Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. Humph. What a sharp-tongued little girl, you're still quibbling. The Yao family's second elder had a disdainful expression. I'm just telling the truth. Leng Ruoxue replied calmly. Good. Even if you don't treat them as guests, since you've invited them up the mountain, you should treat them well out of courtesy, right? The Yao family's second elder's mind whirred as he spoke with a cunning expression. I have one. Didn't I arrange a place for them to stay? Leng Ruoxue played dumb. What's the use of just arranging accommodation? You don't even care about their meals. You've really gone too far. The Yao family's second elder berated. Second elder Yao, could it be that if a stranger goes to your Yao family, you will also provide him with food? As far as I know, only beggars would receive such treatment, right? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. She didn't know if the second elder of the Yao family understood the beggar's meaning. You. Impudent. How dare you compare yourself to our Yao family? The Yao family's second elder was so angry that he blew his beard and glared as he loudly shouted. TSK, what does your Yao family have? Don't think that the Yao family is so noble. At this time, Fengde said with a look of disdain. You dare to look down on our Yao family? You really don't know what's good for you. The Yao family's second elder was so angry that his entire body trembled as he pointed at Fengde with a trembling finger and said fiercely. Second elder Yao, are you threatening me? Fengde's face was full of grievance. He kept looking at Leng Ruoxue with a resentful gaze, as if he was saying, I didn't say anything wrong. Why would he be threatened? I'm just reminding you that our Yao family is not to be trifled with. The Yao family's second elder shouted at the top of his voice, not caring about his image. Oh, really? What will happen if we offend them? Leng Ruoxue asked with a face full of curiosity. Actually, she didn't intend to treat the Yao family like chickens. However, the Yao family kept sending gifts to her. If she didn't express anything, wouldn't she be letting down their provocation and instigation? Therefore, she changed her mind at the last minute and decided to use the Yao family as an example. Her previous target, a family affiliated with the Yao family, naturally escaped the disaster. You'll definitely regret provoking our Yao family. Our Yao family's revenge will be carried out until death. The second elder of the Yao family said with a proud smile. Oh. Then I'd really like to see how your Yao clan will be executed. Leng Ruoxue asked with great interest. After she finished speaking, she gave Fengde and the others a look. Fengde and the others understood her meaning and surrounded the Yao family in the blink of an eye. Looking at Fengde and the others who had surrounded them, the second elder of the Yao family's eyes glowed with a cold light. Then, he said with a slight regret, I originally wanted to let you live, but since you're looking for death, then don't blame me for being impolite. Let them know that our Yao family's dignity cannot be violated by anyone. The second elder of the Yao family said loudly. Yes. Yes, master. The Yao family members quickly responded. Then, the two sides began to fight. The people from the other forces were afraid of being affected by their Shen power, so they all hid to the side and watched the battle. However, no one had thought that this would be a one-sided battle. Fengde and the others were fast, ruthless, accurate, and merciless. Compared to them, the Yao family seemed so fragile, and their momentum was not as good. Previous chapter. Next chapter. In just a few breaths, half of the Yao family had been killed or injured. Damn girls, you're too immoral. You actually ganged up on me. Fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. The Yao family's second elder, who was being held back by several people at the same time, roared in anger. The anger in his heart grew even more when he saw that the other forces were just watching. F***ck, these unruly B***stards. I stood up for them, but these people actually hid to the side to watch the show when they saw them getting beaten up. I really can't bear it. The second elder couldn't help but curse in his heart. Second elder Yao, we only care about the outcome of the battle. Who cares what methods they use? Besides, you can also gang up on us. I don't want you to feel unfair, but it seems like no one is going to help you. You can't blame me for this. Leng Ruoxue suggested innocently. Whoever wants to help the Yao family, come at me together. Leng Ruoxue thought for a moment and then said to the forces who were hiding at the side. However, all the major forces ignored her words and pretended to be stupid. Many people even thought in their hearts, attack together? After witnessing the other party's brutal means, how could they still dare? In their hearts, Fengde and the others were like the incarnations of the devil. They couldn't wait to hide, so they didn't dare to take the initiative to come to their door. Second Elder Yao, I've asked around for you, but unfortunately, your Yao family's relationship with you is too bad. No one is willing to help you, and even your affiliated families don't want to work for you. I really feel bad for you. Leng Ruoxue incited. Her words angered the Yao family subsidiary families, but no one dared to act rashly. Second Elder, don't believe her. This woman is too evil. She actually wants to sow discord between us. Someone from the affiliated family shouted. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the people from the affiliated family of the Yao family glared at him. He was so scared that he shrank his neck and didn't dare to say anything. The Yao family's second elder was busy and didn't have time to deal with him. Not long after, all the members of the Yao family were dead, except for the second and fifth elders. The second elder, who was surrounded by Fengde and the rest, glared at Leng Ruoxue and said fiercely, "How dare you order people to kill the members of our Yao family? Our Yao family won't let you off. You're all dead. Second elder Yao, you can't even protect yourself, yet you still dare to threaten us. Your courage is truly commendable." Fengde said with a smile. "You guys wouldn't dare to kill me." Although the second elder of the Yao family was in a sorry state, he still spoke with confidence. "Oh, really? I wonder why we don't dare to kill you?" Leng Ruoxue asked out of curiosity. This second elder's ego was way too high. Reading on MYB Snow.com please. I am the second elder of the Yao family. If you dare to kill me, our Yao family will avenge me. The second elder of the Yao family said matter-of-factly. So you're saying that the Yao family doesn't care about the others we've killed? AI. The big families are really heartless. They only want to avenge their elders and don't care about the lives of their clansmen. Leng Ruoxue sighed. Her beautiful face was filled with sympathy. Of course, she was pitying the abandoned members of the Yao family. Of course not. Our Yao family won't ignore the life and death of our clansmen. The second elder of the Yao family was stunned for a moment before he quibbled. He hated Leng Ruoxue even more in his heart. That damned woman. How detestable. She had deliberately distorted his words. Oh. Since your Yao family has come to seek revenge on behalf of your clansmen, then killing your two elders isn't a big deal. It doesn't make a difference to me whether I kill you or not. Leng Ruoxue chuckled calmly and said in an infuriating manner. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone saw a cold light flash from the saber in Fengde's hand. Then, the fifth elder of the Yao family, who was covered in injuries, fell to the ground and died. Seeing this, everyone present could not help but gasp. They immediately became nervous. If this person dared to kill the Yao family elder, then wouldn't he have even less of a concern when killing them? At the thought of this, many people were afraid. However, they regretted even more that they had been incited by the second elder of the Yao family to cause trouble for Leng Ruoxue and the others. Now that it had become a huge problem, they did not know if the second elder would hold a grudge. Sob. At this moment, most of them were filled with regret. Fifth brother. The second elder of the Yao family was in extreme grief. That was his own younger brother. But now, she had died in front of his eyes. This caused his hatred towards Leng Ruoxue to deepen. Previous chapter. I won't let you off. You're all dead. The second elder of the Yao family said with hatred. I've heard many people say this before. However, those people all died in my hands in the end. Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. In her opinion, the threat from the Yao family's second elder was of no use to her. In any case, she had already decided to use the Yao family as a warning to others. Naturally, she wouldn't care about the threat from the Yao family's second elder. What an arrogant little girl. You'll definitely regret this. The eyes of the second elder of the Yao family were filled with anger and hatred as he glared at Leng Ruoxue. Oh, really? I'll wait and see. Leng Ruoxue laughed nonchalantly, not taking the second elder's threat to heart. Ha ha ha. You'll definitely regret this. After he finished speaking, the second elder of the Yao family decided to commit suicide so that Leng Ruoxue would be the one to blame for his death. After all, he knew very well that if only one elder died, the family might not do their best to avenge his brother. However, if an elder like him, who was proficient in formations, died as well, the nature of the matter would be completely different. His status in the family was extraordinary, so the family would definitely avenge him, even if it was only for the family's face and honor. However, before he could execute his plan, Leng Ruoxue saw through his plan. Just as he was about to kill himself, a white light knocked the blade away from his hand. In the next moment, he was subdued by Fengde. Why is second elder Yao taking things so hard? Haven't you heard of the saying, better to live than to die? Don't be afraid, I won't kill you. Leng Ruoxue consoled, but she could not help but laugh in her heart. If you want to die, I won't let you die. Since this old man wanted to use death to frame them, then she naturally couldn't let him do as he wished. Thinking of this, she took out a black pill from her ring and handed it to Fengde. Fengde understood and opened the mouth of the Yao family's second elder and threw the pill in. Then, he released his arm and threw the Yao family's second elder on the ground like a piece of trash. Cough, cough. Damn it. What did you make me eat? The second elder of the Yao family roared in shame and anger. Why did he feel so weak that he couldn't even stand up, let alone commit suicide? How could this be? It's nothing. Didn't second elder Yao want to commit suicide? I won't let you die. If you die, the Yao family will hunt me down until I die. I'm so scared. Leng Ruoxue said fearfully. However, there was not a single trace of fear on her face. Humph. It's good that you know. The Yao family's second elder had a smug look on his face. At this moment, he had even forgotten his current situation. Seeing the Yao family's second elder's smug expression, Leng Ruoxue smiled but did not say anything. Second elder Yao, there are too many people here. Even if you want to commit suicide, don't do it in front of our house. Go back to your Yao family and commit suicide. Feng De laughed evilly as he spoke. He couldn't bear to see the Yao family's second elder's smug expression. You want me to die, but I won't. The Yao family's second elder said angrily. Not dead? Even if you want to die now, can you? I'm afraid that you can't even pick up a saber now. Feng De said. He had never doubted the effects of the young lady's pills, so he exposed the Yao family's second elder's words without any hesitation. Reading on MYB. Oh snow velcom please. Who said that? The second elder of the Yao family said stubbornly. Isn't it? Then pick up the knife and let me see. Feng De looked at the Yao family's second elder provocatively. Just you wait. The Yao family's second elder said with a fierce look in his eyes. He would never admit defeat in front of these young brats. However, when he used all his strength to pick up the knife on the ground, he found that he couldn't even lift it. It seemed that the effect of the medicine was more powerful than he had imagined. He couldn't even lift the knife. Hee. Second elder Yao, I'm waiting. Feng De looked at the depressed expression on the Yao family's second elder's face, and his heart was filled with joy. You can kill me. The second elder of the Yao family said dejectedly. If you want me to kill, then I'll kill. Then I'll lose face. Feng De said with a smile, humph. This old man wanted to frame them for his death just now. He would not be fooled. This old thing wanted to die, but he wouldn't let him. The Yao family's second elder was so angry that he couldn't speak. Unable to catch his breath, he actually fainted from anger. The crowd didn't know what to feel when they saw the scene of the Yao family's second elder not only failing to commit suicide, but also fainting from anger. This was simply too unbelievable. None of them had expected that the second elder of the Yao family would want to be killed after failing to commit suicide, and yet the other party would refuse to do so. AI. What the hell is this? However, after seeing the fate of the Yao family, many forces began to think of retreating. Some of them were still hesitating, and their thoughts of punishing the Yao family had to be dispelled because of the tragic situation. The Yao family's second elder has fainted, so I'll give you a chance now. If you have any ideas, you can all share them. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes surveyed the crowd as she smiled calmly. However, no one responded to her for a long time. Don't you have anything to say? I'm giving you a chance. Leng Ruoxue continued to ask. Hee. Miss Leng, we're here to congratulate you, don't you think so? Ning Fei said with a smile. Yup. Our Qi clan has also specially come to congratulate Miss Leng. Qi Rui agreed. As soon as the two of them finished speaking, many people couldn't help but despise them in their hearts. Humph. People from the 8 great divine regions? This ability to change sides with the wind was really extraordinary. However, no one cared about what they thought. The Ning clan and Qi clan were not here to cause trouble for Leng Ruoxue and the rest. Leng Ruoxue and the rest were well aware of what they were thinking. What about you guys? Leng Ruoxue smiled as she asked the others. We're also here to congratulate you. The Cheng family's elder leader said. To be honest, he was shocked by Leng Ruoxue and the rest's thunderous methods. One should know that the Yao family was ranked second in the 8 great divine domains, but they had annihilated them without a second thought. Hence, he, who had been observing the situation, could only express his position in advance. Furthermore, he also remembered what the eldest miss had told him before he came. Leng Ruoxue could only be friends, not enemies. Previous chapter. Elder Cheng is indeed a wise man. What about the rest of you? Leng Ruoxue nodded her head in satisfaction and continued to ask. We are too. Immediately after, another force echoed. The Yao clan was only left with an unconscious commander, and the Cheng clan had also gone with the flow, so what were they still hesitating for? Yup. That's right. We're all here to offer our congratulations. Seeing that someone had taken the lead, more and more forces began to give in. Very good, he said. Leng Ruoxue was very satisfied with their tactfulness. She then turned her gaze to the few affiliated families of the Yao family who had not spoken. She said in an understanding manner, I know your relationship with the Yao family, so I won't make things difficult for you. You just have to tell me whether you want to live or die. Even though Leng Ruoxue had a smile on her face when she said this, anyone who wasn't an idiot could tell that she was threatening them. The few families under the Yao family were no exception. The few families were still a little hesitant. After looking at each other, they made up their minds and said in unison, of course we want to live. We didn't want to be enemies with young Lady Leng, but the Yao family's second elder forced us to. Taking advantage of the fact that the second elder of the Yao family had fainted, the other families pushed the blame onto the second elder. After all, the other party had even dared to kill the Yao family, so why would he care about these small fries? They didn't want to die here, but their words were heard by the second elder, who had just woken up. How dare you all betray the Yao family? The Yao family's second elder roared furiously, his entire body trembling in anger. Second elder, we didn't betray the Yao family. Please don't misunderstand us. The leaders of several families said hurriedly. Their hearts were beating nervously. Why did this old thing wake up and hear what they said just now? What should they do now? For a moment, they were all a little afraid, but after a moment of fear, they saw the tragic state of the Yao family's second elder and felt relieved. Now that the second elder was in a difficult situation, he would probably not have the chance to blame them. Humph. I heard it with my own ears, how could it be fake? The second elder of the Yao family snorted coldly. He would deal with these despicable people when he returned to the Yao family. He couldn't fall out with them now, as he still needed them. However, as the saying goes, when a tiger falls into the sun, it will be bullied by dogs. At this moment, in the eyes of the affiliated families, the second elder of the Yao family, who had a rather high status and identity, was a tiger that had fallen into the sun. As a result, they were no longer afraid of the second elder's cold words. Second elder, you've misheard. The leaders of the affiliated families looked at each other with tacit understanding in their eyes. They knew that as long as they didn't admit it, the second elder of the Yao family wouldn't be able to do anything. Thus, they became fearless. How audacious. Now, you even dare to fool me. I think you're tired of living. When the second elder of the Yao family heard their words, he was so angry that he shouted at the top of his lungs. Second elder Yao is really full of himself. You can still shout so loudly now. Leng Ruoxue chuckled and teased them as she looked at the dog-eat-dog fight. Hee hee. You don't have to be afraid of second elder Yao now. Even if he wants to kill you, he can't do it. Fengde also reminded him with an evil smile. Yes, there are so many of you. There's no need to be afraid of him. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Reading on MYB oh snow velcom please. Initially, Leng Ruoxue didn't want to interrupt them when she saw them coaxing each other. However, she felt that these people were too hypocritical. They had argued for a long time, but they didn't get to the point. That was why she wanted to add fuel to the fire. Otherwise, when would they be able to turn against each other? She was still waiting to watch the show, and at this time, she estimated that the medicinal pill that the Yao family's second elder had just taken should be almost finished. As she thought about it, she saw the second elder of the Yao family stand up from the ground and charge straight at the leader of the subsidiary families closest to him. In an instant, the leader's head fell to the ground and he died. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but clap her hands as she smiled. The second elder of the Yao family is indeed extraordinary. He's able to face so many people as if no one was there. I really admire him. Humph. Leng Ruoxue, our Yao family will never let you off. After killing one person, the second elder of the Yao family was in a good mood. He didn't plan to continue killing. After all, with the death of a leader, the other affiliated families were on guard. It wouldn't be so easy for him to attack again. Second elder Yao, I've heard these words of yours many times. Change it to something new. Leng Ruoxue was extremely calm and did not take the threat from the Yao family's second elder to heart. After all, she had grown up in fear. You will regret killing my Yao family's member today. The second elder of the Yao family said. Isn't that the same? Leng Ruoxue was still not satisfied. You. The Yao family's second elder was so angry that he was at a loss for words. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. Why is this damned woman so difficult to serve? However, he no longer wanted to die here. He had thought it through. If he really died and the Yao family did not do their best to avenge him, then wouldn't his death be in vain? Hence, he had to think of a way to return to the Yao family. However, he was very clear that Leng Ruoxue would not let him leave this place easily. Hence, he had to think of a good plan. When he thought of this, his eyes rolled back and he fainted again. Of course, he was pretending this time. Why did the old man faint again? Leng Ruoxue mumbled to herself as she pretended to be confused. However, she was laughing to death in her heart. Did the second elder of the Yao family change his strategy? He even pretended to faint. She had to cooperate, or else wouldn't it be a waste of the Yao family's second elder's hard work in acting? Young miss, second elder Yao should be old, that's why he faints so easily. Fengde said very cooperatively. Fengde, I have a pill here, quickly give it to second elder Yao. He can't die here, the second elder has a high status in the Yao family. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly as she took out a grey pill from her bracelet and passed it to Fengde Deo. Alright. Fengde took the pill and pried open the Yao family's second elder's mouth in the same way he did before throwing the pill in. The pill was extremely bitter and it melted in his mouth. The moment it entered his mouth, the second elder of the Yao family almost jumped up. However, in order not to let Leng Ruoxue and the others see through him, he suppressed the bitterness in his mouth and laid on the ground, not moving at all. After waiting for a while, Fengde saw that the second elder of the Yao family showed no signs of waking up, so he said with a bitter face, Miss, is the Yao family's second elder about to die from anger? Why hasn't there been any reaction after so long? It's okay. I still have a lot of pills here. Give him all of them to try. He'll wake up eventually. Leng Ruoxue laughed. She then took out a white jade bottle from her bracelet and passed it to Fengde. Yes, yes. Fengde happily took the pill and pried open the mouth of the Yao family's second elder again. However, the second elder, who didn't want to eat any more of their pills, kept his mouth tightly shut. Seeing this, Fengde could only punch at the second elder's mouth. Immediately, blood flowed out of the second elder's mouth, and a few of his teeth fell out. This time, even if he didn't want to open his mouth, Fengde had a way to make him eat the pill. The second elder of the Yao family, who had been ruthlessly punched, had an extremely strong will. Even though he had lost a few teeth, he still lay on the ground and pretended to be dead. After everyone saw Fengde's rough methods, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed. F***ck, he's really too barbaric. Poor second elder of the Yao family. He couldn't escape this even if he fainted, he was really too unlucky. The more observant ones among them could naturally tell that the second elder of the Yao family had not truly fainted. However, it was also because of this that they admired the second elder's flexible character. Fengde threw a few pills into the gap between the teeth of the Yao family's second elder, while carefully observing his reaction. When he saw that the Yao family's second elder still didn't move, he kept throwing the pills into the Yao family's second elder's mouth. Those pills were of different colors. Although Fengde didn't know all of their medicinal properties, he was very clear that the pills given to him by the young lady would definitely not make the second elder of the Yao family feel comfortable. Hee. They just didn't know if the second elder could bear with their experiments. After waiting for a while, he noticed a pained expression on the second elder's face. Although it was very subtle, he still noticed it with his sharp eyes. Seeing this, he continued to throw the pills in the small porcelain bottle into the second elder's mouth. When the pill entered the mouth of the second elder, he couldn't spit it out even if he wanted to. Furthermore, there were all kinds of feelings in his mouth. At first, it was extremely bitter, then it was extremely sour, then it was so spicy that he almost bit off his tongue. Finally, it was extremely smelly. However, he could only endure it. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would have been in vain. However, what made him even angrier was that when the other party saw that he was unwilling to wake up, he actually threw a large number of medicinal pills into his mouth, causing his mouth to taste bitter, sour, spicy, and stinky. All the tastes were mixed together in the end. It was so painful that he almost cried, but he could only endure it. "Miss, do you have any more medicine?" Fengde asked again when he saw that the medicine in the porcelain bottle his young lady had given him was empty. "There are a lot of them." Leng Ruoxue chuckled and took out a few porcelain bottles from her bracelet, handing them all to Fengde. Hee. "My goal is to wake up the Yao second elder, and I will not stop until I achieve my goal." Fengde's will was also very firm. Reading on MYB Snow Velcom please. "Captain, let me help you." "So many pills, when can you finish feeding them?" Lin Yuan chuckled as he walked to Fengde's side and said. "Yes, let's feed him together." Fengde nodded. He opened the bottle and poured the pill into the second elder's mouth. Lin Yuan, who was at the side, followed Fengde's example. He opened the bottle cap roughly and poured all the pills in. Fortunately, the pills melted as soon as they entered his mouth. Otherwise, the Yao family's second elder's mouth would be stuffed. At that time, he would not be able to play dead even if he wanted to. After each of them finished a bottle, the two of them continued to pour the other pills into the mouth of the Yao family's second elder. This scene made everyone's heart tremble in fear. F***ck. He didn't know what kind of pills they were, but wouldn't it kill him if he ate them like this? At this moment, they were full of sympathy for the Yao family's second elder, but no one spoke up to plead for him. The Yao family's second elder, who had been lying on the ground and feigning death, couldn't hold it in any longer after being forced to drink several bottles of flavorful pills. He jumped up from the ground with a schwa, then bent down and kept retching. Although he couldn't vomit anything out, the strange and mixed taste in his mouth stayed in his mouth and didn't dissipate for a long time. "Miss, your medicine is really effective. The second elder of the Yao family has woken up," Fengde said happily. "Yes, my pill will save him even if he's half dead," Leng Ruoxue teased calmly. "You." The second elder of the Yao family, who had vomited for a long time, pointed a trembling finger at Leng Ruoxue. However, he could not complete a single sentence. There was even a metallic taste in his throat. The next second, he fainted again. This time, he was definitely not pretending. "Miss, he fainted again." Fengde reminded everyone of the facts they had seen and even kicked the second elder of the Yao family a few times. "This old man's physical fitness is too poor. He's really wasting my young miss's medicine," Lin Yuan said with slight dissatisfaction, and also took the opportunity to kick the Yao family's second elder a few times. "Ai. So what if he fainted? In a moment, hand him over to the Yao family's subsidiary families and have them bring second elder Yao back to the Yao family," Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Hee. She decided to let the tiger return to the mountain. "And, that's all we can do. We can't take him in." Fengde agreed. Then, Fengde said to the members of the Yao family's affiliated families, "When you leave, don't forget to bring this second elder of the Yao family back to the Yao family." "Yes. Yes." When the people from the Yao family's affiliated families heard this, they hurriedly nodded, and their hanging hearts were greatly relieved. That was close. They knew very well that the other party was probably planning to let them go by saying this. Therefore, they had to perform well and fight to go back alive. "Anyone else who has any objections to my choice of the Nightmare Forest as my territory can speak now. If you don't speak now and I hear it behind my back, you will end up like the Yao family," Leng Ruoxue said emotionlessly. "We have no objections." The people from the various forces hurriedly said. F***ck, these people were all like fiends. Who would dare to have any objections? Could it be that their power was greater than the Yao family? They even dared to kill the Yao family, which was ranked second among the 8 great divine regions, not to mention them. Besides, this forest didn't belong to any family. Since no one else said anything, naturally no one would be willing to be the bird that would stand out to find trouble. Leng Ruoxue saw that no one objected and could not help but nod her head in satisfaction. She then chuckled, actually, there is no need for all of you to come here and question me. Although I have taken this nightmare forest as my territory, you can still come to the outer regions of the forest to train. As for the 3 mountains in the deeper regions of the forest, none of you are allowed to take even half a step into them without my permission. Otherwise, I will not be responsible if any accidents happen. When the factions heard that they could come back to the forest, for some reason, they didn't feel happy at all. Instead, they suddenly thought of the poisonous scorpions, poisonous bees, and giant spiders they had encountered a few days ago. Now that the forest had a terrifying and cruel master, their desire to train here had waned. Furthermore, this forest wasn't the only forest on the godly mainland. They could go somewhere else if they didn't come here. Therefore, many people had already made up their minds that they wouldn't come here again even if they were beaten to death. However, most of the people who came here were smart people. Naturally, they would not reveal anything on their faces. Not only that, they even had to hypocritically echo Leng Ruoxue's words. Miss Leng is really a reasonable person. This one is impressed. Someone in the crowd said. Yup. If we had known that Miss Leng was so reasonable, why would we have come here to find trouble? It's all the Yao family's 5th elder's fault, he was the one who wore the armor. Someone had directly betrayed the 5th elder of the Yao family. Since the 5th elder was already dead, he couldn't climb out of the ground to settle the score with them even if the dirty water was poured on him. That's right, it was the Yao family who incited us. We didn't intend to come here to find trouble with you, Miss Leng. There were people constantly adding insult to injury. The Yao family's people were almost completely annihilated, and the only one alive even fainted from anger, so they had nothing to fear. I know. However, the Yao family has suffered heavy losses this time. If the Yao family finds out that you've just stood by and watched, I'm afraid. Leng Ruoxue wanted to say something but stopped halfway. Don't worry, Miss Leng. We all know that the Yao family was killed by poisonous bees and scorpions. It has nothing to do with you. The moment Leng Ruoxue finished her sentence, someone in the crowd started to cooperate. Even though this person's words made everyone present look down on him, they had no choice but to cooperate. Leng Ruoxue was right. The Yao clan would definitely blame this on them. After all, the Yao clan had all died. Even if they said that it had nothing to do with him, with the extreme character of the Yao family, no one would believe them. Leng Ruoxue was extremely satisfied with this person's understanding of the ways of the world. Miss Leng, this 2nd elder Yao is still alive. Will he betray us? At this time, someone could not help but ask. Do you think anyone would believe his words with his current state? Leng Ruoxue looked at the Yao family's 2nd elder, who had just woken up. Reading on Maibo Snow Velcom please. The person who asked was speechless. The Yao family's 2nd elder's current appearance was quite miserable. He was in a sorry state from head to toe and even lost a few teeth. Moreover, the 2nd elder, who had just woken up, was looking at the crowd with a dazed expression, saliva flowing down from the corner of his mouth. Hee. Mother. I'm hungry. The 2nd elder of the Yao family shouted at a slightly chubby middle-aged man. Everyone fell silent. They looked at the Yao family's 2nd elder as if he was a monster. There was only one thought in their minds. Had the 2nd elder of the Yao family gone mad? Mother. I'm hungry. Seeing that he didn't get a response, the 2nd elder of the Yao family didn't give up and continued to call out. He even ran in front of the person and clutched at his clothes like a spoiled child, putting on a pitiful and aggrieved expression. I'm not your mother, go away. Get away from me. The middle-aged man bellowed in shock, his face completely red. He used all his strength to push away the 2nd elder, who was gripping his clothes, but he accidentally overused his strength and pushed the 2nd elder to the ground. However, the 2nd elder of the Yao family was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. After getting up from the ground, he unwillingly ran to the middle-aged man and cried out with an aggrieved face, Mom, don't ignore me. I'm wrong. I'm not your mother. Get away from me. The middle-aged man couldn't take it anymore and shouted. Mother. The 2nd elder of the Yao family had an aggrieved look on his face. His eyes were still filled with tears as he looked pitifully at the middle-aged man. His appearance was truly as pitiful as it could be. Go away. You're not allowed to call me mother. The middle-aged man was furious, but he didn't dare to do anything to this crazy 2nd elder. But you're my mother. The 2nd elder of the Yao family mumbled softly, his eyes occasionally stealing glances at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man felt like he was about to go crazy, but he couldn't do anything about the 2nd elder of the Yao family who had identified him as his mother. He looked at the others with pleading eyes, but no one was willing to help him out of this situation. Actually, it wasn't that everyone didn't want to help him, but that they couldn't help him, because right now, everyone was basically struck by lightning, and the sky was rumbling with thunder. That was the only thought in everyone's mind. Moreover, they didn't know how to help. The 2nd elder of the Yao family was clearly acting like a baby who hadn't been weaned yet. Judging from his behavior, he seemed to be certain that the middle-aged man was his mother. They couldn't possibly forcefully separate the mother and son, right? Miss, do you think he's really crazy or is he faking it? After seeing this scene, Feng Die's forehead was full of black lines, and he couldn't help but ask. If you think he's really crazy, then he's really crazy. If you think he's pretending, then he's not. Leng Ruoxue said in a tongue-twister-like manner. Mrs. words are getting more and more profound. Fengde said as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Ha ha ha. It looks like things are getting more and more lively. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. She had really underestimated the second elder of the Yao family. She didn't expect him to be able to do this. In fact, she knew very well that the second elder of the Yao family had not gone mad at all. He had only played the fool in order to survive. Otherwise, the second elder of the Yao family was afraid that they would come up with some way to torture him. But one thing was for sure, the first thing the second elder of the Yao family would do when he returned to the Yao family was to get rid of these people from the affiliated families, and then take revenge on them. Should she really let the tiger return to the mountain? Forget it, let's see the performance of the Yao family's second elder first. Leng Ruoxue thought to herself. Miss, you're keeping us in suspense too. Fengde couldn't help but complain. Reading on mybo.com please. Ha ha ha. Then what about your own judgment? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. I think this old man is definitely pretending to be crazy. We gave him so much medicine just now, but he would rather pretend to be dead than wake up. How could he really be crazy? Fengde analyzed. That old man's will was firm, and he had a strong heart. It was impossible for him to go crazy over such a small blow. Hee hee. We just need to watch the show. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Since this old man liked to play the fool, if she didn't cooperate with him, she would be letting down this old man's acting skills. Thinking of this, she turned around and whispered a few words to Fengde. After that, Fengde turned around and left. When Fengde came back, there was a piece of raw meat in his hand. The meat was still dripping with blood and looked very fresh. Fengde walked up to the second elder of the Yao family and looked at him with a kind expression. He even patted his head as if he was petting a puppy, then said, Little Yao Yao, don't pester your mom. Aren't you hungry? Uncle has a piece of meat here, you should eat it quickly. Don't starve yourself, or uncle will be heartbroken. When the people present heard Fengde's words, the corners of their mouths could not help but twitch, and black lines appeared on their foreheads. They all thought in unison, this guy is too bad. He actually took a piece of raw meat covered in blood and let the second elder eat it. He even called her Little Yao Yao and considered himself uncle. He was too shameless. However, they didn't dare to say this out loud and could only think about it in their hearts. When the second elder of the Yao family, who was playing the fool, heard Fengde's words and looked at the piece of raw meat in his hand, he resisted the urge to vomit. His brows furrowed even more imperceptibly, and his mind quickly turned. In the end, he had no choice but to reach out and take the piece of meat that was still dripping with blood. Even though he really didn't want to take it, he was afraid that if he refused, Leng Ruoxue and the others would find out that he was pretending to be crazy. This was because he was very clear that if he didn't want to die now, the other party would most likely not let him off. He still wanted to keep his life and return to the Yao family. Therefore, no matter how disgusting it was, he had no choice but to swallow this piece of meat. That piece of meat was very fat and looked very greasy. Although the Yao family's second elder had made up his mind to eat it, he couldn't bring himself to eat it. His heart was in a dilemma. Little Yao Yao, why are you not eating? Weren't you hungry? Hurry up and eat. This big piece is enough for you to eat, don't be afraid. No one will fight with you for it. Fengde smiled as he consoled her, but he almost laughed in his heart. The young miss was really too evil. She actually wanted the second elder of the Yao family to eat raw meat. Not only did the meat look bloody, but it was also very fat. Just looking at it made people feel disgusted, not to mention eating it. After hearing Fengde's words, the second elder steeled his heart and stuffed the bloodied meat into his mouth. The meat was smooth and greasy, and the tendrils were thick, with a faint fishy smell. In addition, his front teeth had been knocked out by Fengde, so he could not break the meat after biting it several times. Instead, the feeling of wanting to vomit kept surging up his throat. Little Yao Yao, uncle was wrong. I shouldn't have given you such a big piece of meat. You don't have teeth. Come, uncle will cut it into small pieces for you. Fengde watched the battle between the second elder of the Yao family and the piece of meat and laughed to himself. However, he put on an expression as if he had done something wrong. Then, he snatched the piece of raw meat from the second elder's mouth and took out a knife from his storage ring. Shwa. Whoosh. In a few moments, the meat was cut into small pieces. The fat and thin parts were evenly distributed. After cutting, he carried the meat on a huge leaf and returned it to the Yao family's second elder. Previous chapter. The second elder of the Yao family looked at the piece of meat in his hand and felt like crying. In order not to let Leng Ruoxue and the rest notice anything amiss, he had no choice but to swallow the things he had vomited. Then, he picked up a small piece of meat and put it in his mouth. He swallowed it without even chewing. After a long time, Fengde was full of admiration when he saw that the second elder of the Yao family had finished all the meat. Then, he took out a piece of meat from his ring and cut it into small pieces. He handed it to the second elder and said with a smile, Come, little Yao Yao, eat more. You're still growing, so don't starve yourself. Uncle. I'm full. The Yao family's second elder said as he tried to hold back his nausea. He really didn't want to eat anymore, and he couldn't eat anymore. Otherwise, he would be exposed. Moreover, the meat Fengde took out this time was even fatter than the previous one. Damn it, wasn't he deliberately messing with him? Actually, he had guessed correctly. The reason why Leng Ruoxue had Fengde do this was to prank him. She wanted to see how much this second elder of the Yao family could endure in order to play the fool. Furthermore, this was only the beginning. Little Yao Yao, kids can't lie. You're obviously not full, how can you lie to uncle? Don't you guys agree? Fengde said disapprovingly, then asked the others. Yup. Little Yao Yao, hurry up and eat. Qi Rui said cooperatively, but he was already laughing in his heart. This second elder of the Yao family was truly too pitiful. Did he think that he could escape just because he was crazy? Based on his understanding of Leng Ruoxue and the rest, he knew that it was impossible. They would not let him off so easily. Little Yao Yao, hurry up and eat. Look at how well this uncle is treating you and how much he cares about you. Yup. Little Yao Yao, a child can't disobey an adult's words. Just eat when I tell you to. Under the pressure, everyone had no choice but to speak up to persuade him. Their words made the Yao family's second elder secretly hate them, and he secretly memorized the people who spoke. Humph. I'll let you be proud for a while, but you'll regret it later. Little Yao Yao, look at all the uncles and aunties who are so concerned about you. You can't let down our good intentions. Fengde reminded him with a smile. Oh. Yes, the Yao family's second elder responded softly. He then unwillingly picked up the meat and began to stuff it into his mouth. However, when he endured the disgust and finished the meat, he realized that Fengde had taken out another piece of meat. He did not even think and pretended to faint. Little Yao Yao, what's wrong with you? Fengde was greatly alarmed and kicked the Yao family's second elder with a concerned expression. Miss, he fainted again. Get the medicine. Fengde said nervously when he saw that the second elder of the Yao family had no reaction. The Yao family's second elder probably fainted from hunger. You just have to feed him more. Leng Ruoxue reminded. Reading on Maibo Snow.com please. Oh, right. How could I have forgotten about this? Fengde patted his forehead as if he had suddenly realized something. Then, he lowered his body and brought the meat to the mouth of the Yao family's second elder, coaxing, Little Yao Yao, uncle knows you're hungry. Hurry up and get up to eat. If you don't get up, uncle will throw you into the forest to feed the wolves. When everyone heard Feng Die's words, cold sweat trickled down their foreheads and they secretly cursed him. This person was really too bad. He wanted to wake up the second elder of the Yao family to eat and even threatened him. However, they were more curious whether the second elder of the Yao family would really wake up. After a long while, Fengde saw that the second elder of the Yao family was still pretending to be unconscious, so he directly instructed Lin Yuan, bring a wolf over. All right. Lin Yuan replied with a bitter smile. The captain asked him to lead a wolf, but he didn't have any wolf-type beasts, so where was he supposed to lead one? He was in a difficult position. After thinking for a while, he suddenly had an idea. He turned around and ran into the forest. An hour later, he returned, and beside him was a pitch-black, enormous wolf. That wolf's eyes were deep and fierce, and with one look, one could tell that it was a very bloodthirsty beast. Big Black, eat him. Lin Yuan pointed at the Yao family's second elder who was still lying on the ground. Master. Can I really eat him? The giant black wolf said with uncertainty. Of course. Lin Yuan nodded his head. After the giant black wolf received an affirmative answer, it strode to the side of the Yao family's second elder and sniffed. Then, it said with a look of disgust, Master, this person is too stinky. Can I not eat him? Big Black. He was a high-level deity. If you eat it, you might be able to advance. Lin Yuan reminded. I know, but I really don't want to eat him. Although I'm a wolf, we wolves also have taste. We don't just stuff everything into our mouths. The black wolf said seriously. To the second elder of the Yao family, who was pretending to be unconscious, its words were like sarcasm. He was worse than a wolf, and he would put anything into his mouth. When the people present heard the black wolf's words, they glanced at the second elder of the Yao family who was lying on the ground and didn't know what to say. As the second elder of the Yao family, he would never have thought that he would be looked down upon by a wolf, right? Other than expressing sympathy for the second elder of the Yao family, they had no other thoughts. Then what should we do? We can't let it go to waste. Lin Yuan said with some difficulty. Master, I know a giant python in the forest. That guy is very tasteless and will eat anything. Why don't you let it eat this man? The giant black wolf suggested. Captain, what do you think? Lin Yuan asked for Feng Die's opinion. That's fine too. Fengde frowned and laughed in his heart. The Yao family's second elder was actually despised by the wolves. He really didn't know where Lin Yuan had found this wolf. It was quite interesting. Big Black, then go quickly and come back quickly. Seeing that Fengde had agreed, Lin Yuan said to the giant black wolf. Yes. The black wolf nodded and disappeared like a black lightning. Not long after, the giant black wolf returned with a squirming gray python. The python was nearly 100 meters long and as thick as a water tank. It had a pair of light bulb-sized gray-black eyes that were looking at the people in front of it with vigilance. Previous chapter. Master, I'm back. The giant black wolf said. Big Black, this is your friend. Lin Yuan said in understanding. Yes, Master can call him Big Gray. The giant black wolf grinned. Lin Yuan was a little speechless. The names of these beasts were really simple enough. They actually differentiated them by color, hee hee. I wonder what they're called when they're in the same color. Hello, Big Black's master. The gray python said politely. Hello, are you interested in that person? Lin Yuan pointed at the Yao family's second elder on the ground and asked. After hearing Lin Yuan's words, the gray python slowly came to the side of the Yao family's second elder. After carefully observing him, it finally came to an important conclusion. This person's body stinks. How long have you not showered? I don't know. Big Gray, right? Take a look and see if this thing is edible. Fengde said with a smile. Since the Yao family's second elder liked to play dead so much, then he couldn't be blamed. Yes, I can eat it, but I hate people who are stinky. The gray python's face was filled with dissatisfaction. There's no other way. Just make do with it. Fengde said helplessly. AI. All right. The gray python unwillingly nodded and opened its mouth, but it did not bite down. The saliva in its mouth dripped from the corner of its mouth onto the second elder's body. In the blink of an eye, the second elder was completely drenched. The gray python's breath was extremely heavy, and it emitted a strong stench. Its saliva, in particular, smelled even worse. The second elder of the Yao family, who was pretending to be unconscious, could only hold his breath, not even daring to breathe loudly. At this moment, the python's thick tail swept across his body again, causing him to lose all the breath he had held in with great difficulty, and the unpleasant smell directly entered his nose. The stench made it impossible for him to continue pretending. However, just as he was about to get up, he found that the huge gray python's bloody mouth was right at his head, and its saliva happened to drip into his mouth. Cough cough. The second elder of the Yao family coughed non-stop. He pushed the giant python's head away, flipped over, and jumped up. Then, he vomited. Little Yao Yao is finally awake, sigh. Uncle spent a lot of effort to wake you up. Fengde couldn't help but grumble, and then he said to the gray python in embarrassment, Big Gray, I'm sorry. I thought he was dead, so I wanted to give you food. Now that he's awake, I can't let you eat him. Reading on Maibo Snow Velcom please. It doesn't matter. If he dies again, you can just give him to me to eat. The gray python said indifferently, then obediently crawled to the side and stayed there. Little Yao Yao, did you hear that? If you die again, I'll have to feed you to this python. Fengde said with a smirk. Come. It was better to obediently eat this meat. Uncle won't allow you to waste it. Fengde said. Uncle is the best. The Yao family's second elder gritted his teeth, his heart filled with hatred for Fengde. However, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Who asked him to pretend to be crazy? This time, he had really shot himself in the foot. Be good. Fengde personally watched as the second elder of the Yao family ate the raw meat again. Then, he took out a cup of water and passed it to him. Come, drink some water. Don't swallow it. Fengde asked with concern. The Yao family's second elder took the water, raised his head, and poured it all into his mouth. However, after he swallowed it, he realized that it was not water at all, but wine, and wine with a very high alcohol content. As soon as the wine entered his stomach, he felt as if his stomach was on fire. Furthermore, he felt like he wanted to relieve himself. What the hell was this wine for him? Wasn't she trying to take his life? He couldn't wait to find a place to relieve himself, but before he could do so, he was stopped by Fengde. Little Yao Yao, where do you want to go? Don't run around. There are many wild beasts in the forest, and they will eat you. Fengde said with a smile. I want to relieve myself. The second elder of the Yao family shouted loudly. At this time, he no longer cared if they would find out that he was pretending to be crazy. He only wanted to find a place to solve his own problem. We can't relieve ourselves here, let Big Gray take you somewhere else. Fengde gave Big Gray beside him a look, and Big Gray quickly crawled over. Then, it used its tail to wrap around the Yao family's second elder, and with a whoosh, they disappeared. When night fell, Big Gray and the Yao family's second elder still hadn't returned. Everyone present couldn't help but secretly guess that the Yao family's second elder couldn't have secretly sneaked away. However, just as they were letting their thoughts run wild, they noticed that the gray python was slowly crawling back with the second elder of the Yao family wrapped in its arms. In front of the crowd, the gray python threw the second elder to the ground with a look of disgust. The second elder's face was frighteningly pale and his body was extremely weak. He had been lying on the ground ever since he was thrown. When everyone saw this situation, their gossiping hearts were all hooked. Hee hee. The Yao family's second elder looked as if he had been ravaged by some beast. Don't let your thoughts run wild, I didn't do anything to him. He was the one who pulled for too long and was exhausted. The gray python could not help but defend itself when it saw the strange gazes of the people in front of it. Everyone didn't expect that their thoughts would be seen through by a beastie, and they were all a little embarrassed. Big Gray, where did you take him? What took you so long? Fengde asked curiously. I brought him out of the forest to relieve himself outside of Linjiang City. The gray python explained. How could it let a human relieve himself in the forest? That would be too unhygienic. You're really smart. Fengde agreed. The road outside Linjiang City was the only path the Yao family had to take. It was convenient to take the road there, and it would also give the second elder of the Yao family an unforgettable memory. Hee hee. You're flattering me, but when he was relieving himself, he was surrounded by many people. The gray python said. This is really none of my business. I didn't know that there would be so many people there today. Usually, there aren't many people walking around there. The gray python explained with a wronged expression. It doesn't matter. It's okay, little Yao Yao won't mind and won't blame you. You're just being kind. Fengde saw the gray python feeling guilty and quickly comforted it. Don't know, my ass. The Yao family's second elder, who was lying on the ground, cursed in his heart. At this moment, another damn gray python had appeared on his list of targets to kill. F***ck, he didn't know if this damn snake was in cahoots with Fengde and the others. Why did they have to mess with him together? He felt extremely unbalanced. In fact, he had really wronged the gray python. It was purely an accident that the gray python had taken him to the road leading to Linjiang City. At first, the gray python only wanted to take the second elder out of the forest. However, it remembered that the cities near the forest had already belonged to Big Black's master, so it naturally couldn't let the second elder relieve himself in Linjiang City. Therefore, it walked further and further away until it was far away from Linjiang City before it let the second elder down. At that time, the second elder of the Yao family couldn't hold it in any longer. He didn't even have time to see where he was and immediately took off his pants to relieve himself. As a result, while he was relieving himself, there were always people passing by on the road from time to time. Therefore, his indecent behavior was seen by people, and there were even people who knew him. Oh. After all, the second elder of the Yao family was a well-known figure on the divine mainland. Now, he had lost all his face. Therefore, he hated the giant gray python as well. Really? The gray python's eyes were filled with tears as it carefully asked. Yes, little Yao Yao, you won't blame it, right? Fengde asked as he bent down and looked at the second elder of the Yao family who was lying on the ground. Yes. The second elder of the Yao family suppressed his anger and unwillingly nodded. Little Yao Yao is so obedient. Fengde patted the head of the second elder of the Yao family and praised him. The second elder of the Yao family closed his eyes in anger, not willing to speak. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue, who had seen enough of the commotion, smiled faintly at the members of the Yao family subsidiary family and said, "All right, since little Yao Yao has returned, you can take her away." The members of the Yao family subsidiary families looked at each other, their eyes filled with unwillingness. What's wrong? Are you all afraid of a lunatic? Leng Ruoxue said with a look of disdain. After a round of probing, she was deeply impressed by the patience of the Yao family's second elder. However, this way, she wouldn't be able to let him return to the Yao family in peace. The best way was to let them fight each other. She would hand over the feigned madness of the Yao family's second elder to the other affiliated families. As for how they would treat him or how he would deal with them, that was not within her scope of concern. The members of the Yao family's affiliated families were hesitant. In fact, they weren't afraid, but they didn't want the second elder of the Yao family to return to the Yao family. Otherwise, they would be the first ones to suffer. However, they couldn't say this too bluntly. Reading on Maibo Snow Velcom, please. You guys what? Don't be afraid, he's just a lunatic, no one will believe his words. Leng Ruoxue consoled. You can leave the mountain now. Remember what I said, you can come to the outer part of the forest, but you are not allowed to enter the forest and these 3 mountains without my permission. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Leng Ruoxue warned again. Don't worry, Miss Leng. We know what to do. The moment Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, some forces immediately expressed their intentions to please her. After that, the other forces also followed suit. After seeing the fate of the Yao family, they didn't dare to not cooperate. After that, other than the Ning family and Qi family's teams, all the other forces left the Nightmare Forest dejectedly. The second elder of the Yao family was carried away by the people of the Yao family subsidiary families. Young Lady Leng, aren't you afraid of bringing trouble to yourself by letting the Yao family's second elder leave like this? Qi Rui couldn't help but ask as he watched the forces leave. In his opinion, the second elder of the Yao family shouldn't have let him go at all. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Someone will take care of him for me. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to personally take action. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Leng Ruoxue didn't think that the second elder of the Yao family would still be alive on his way back to the Yao family. So, even if she didn't kill him, those people who wanted to hit him when he was down wouldn't let him off. Since that was the case, why did she have to do something unnecessary? If the second elder of the Yao family really met with an accident on the road, then all the major forces would naturally become her accomplices in dealing with the Yao family. In this way, no one would dare to disclose what had happened here, unless they didn't want to live anymore. Because the Yao family would never let go of those who betrayed them. She believed that those major forces were not fools and would know what was the best choice for them. Qi Rui was speechless. It seemed like Leng Ruoxue had a backup plan. No wonder he wasn't worried about letting the tiger return to the mountain. Sigh. When would he be able to be as calm as Leng Ruoxue? Alright, don't think so much. The second elder of the Yao family can't possibly return to the Yao family alive, and even if the Yao family wants to avenge their dead clansmen, it'll be very difficult to find an enemy. Leng Ruoxue replied with absolute certainty. As for how the Yao family subsidiary families would tell their master about this, that was not within her scope of consideration. Then I'm relieved. Qi Rui sighed and said helplessly. It seemed that this was the difference between people. Whoa. Ha ha ha. You don't have to be so sad, let's go. Come with me to take a look at our new home. Leng Ruoxue looked at Qi Rui's depressed expression and couldn't help but laugh. All right, he said. Qi Rui nodded. Following that, the Qi family and the Ning family followed Leng Ruoxue and the rest into the Leng family's main residence. After taking a look around, Ning Fei and Qi Rui were full of admiration for the layout of the house. They were even a little envious, because in their eyes, Leng Ruoxue and the others really knew how to enjoy life. Not only was the spiritual qi in the house surprisingly rich, but it was also warm in winter and cool in summer. The scenery was beautiful, which was absolutely refreshing. Previous chapter. Miss Leng, why do you want to build a territory in the Nightmare Forest? Qi Rui asked curiously. In his opinion, this forest was full of danger and was definitely not a good place to be a territory. This place is not bad. With mountains and water, it'll be easy to gain experience. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. However, there are many poisonous bees, scorpions, and giant spiders in the forest. Qi Rui couldn't help but remind him. The poisonous insects they had encountered in the forest not long ago were still fresh in his memory. Although he didn't know where those poisonous insects suddenly appeared and then disappeared without a trace, the sense of danger in the forest had been deeply rooted in his heart. So, if it were him, he would definitely not choose this place as his territory. Otherwise, those poisonous insects would come and harass him from time to time. No one would be able to stand it. The poisonous insects in the forest will not attack people unless they are provoked. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly and added in her heart, with the exception of certain people. Could it be that they were attacked before because someone provoked those poisonous insects? Qi Rui said with a puzzled expression. This matter was so strange that he couldn't understand it no matter how much he thought about it. Why did those poisonous insects attack so many forces but not the Qi and Ning families? It's very possible. Oh, I've arranged a place for you to stay. You can stay here for a few days before going back. Leng Ruoxue changed the topic. All right, he said. Ning Fei and Qi Rui nodded in agreement. Then, Leng Ruoxue arranged for Fengde to take them to their respective residences. However, Ning Fei stayed where he was and looked at her as if he wanted to say something. Master Ning, is there anything else you need? Leng Ruoxue pretended to be confused, but she was laughing in her heart. This Ning Fei is acting reserved too, hee. It was a weird feeling to see a grown man acting all coy in front of her. Miss Leng, I would like to meet the old ancestor. Ning Fei mustered up his courage and said. He knew that his request was a little abrupt. Not everyone could see the ancestor whenever they wanted to. Even in the main family, it was not easy for the younger generation to see the ancestor. However, he still wanted to try his luck, but he did not dare to have too much hope. Master Ning, I can understand what you're thinking, but it's not up to me whether Godfather wants to see you or not, but I can help you pass on the message. Leng Ruoxue said softly. Then I'll thank Miss Leng first. I'll take my leave first. Ning Fei turned around and left. Looking at Ning Fei's back, the evil man pulled Shui into his arms and teased, Shui, you're so bad. Letting old man Ning meet a junior of the family is just a matter of a word from you, but you just have to keep us in suspense. You're right. As long as I ask, my godfather will definitely meet Ning Fei for my sake. However, that's why I can't ask him. If my godfather really wants to meet the Ning family, I wouldn't have to say it. Leng Ruoxue explained indifferently. As the saying goes, one should not impose on others what one did not want others to do to them. Therefore, she would not use her godfather's love as some capital to show off, and she would not interfere with the Ning family's internal affairs. Hee. It's old man Ning's fortune to have you as his goddaughter. The demon said with a doting expression. Reading on Maibo Snow.com please. Evildoer, now that the major forces' affairs have been basically resolved, let's go to the inner part of the forest when we have time. Sumo said. Leng Ruoxue suggested. Due to the urgency of the situation, the various major factions responded to her call and moved. Hence, Fengde and the rest had only swept through the outer perimeter. As for the deeper parts of the forest, they had yet to go in. Hence, she wanted to go in and take a look personally. Alright. But we'll have to wait until the Ning and Qi family leave. The demon said. Yes, we'll go after they leave. Leng Ruoxue nodded. After that, the Nings and the Qi family stayed in Master Leng's house for almost 5 days. During this time, Master Ning even went to see Ning Fei. After that, Ning Fei was stunned. No one knew what Master Ning and Ning Fei talked about, but Ning Fei was more respectful to Leng Ruoxue. After sending off the people from the Ning and Qi families, Leng Ruoxue and the rest set off towards the depths of the forest. As they walked into the depths of the forest, Leng Ruoxue and the rest collected herbs from the side of the road. As there weren't many teams that dared to venture into the depths of the forest, there were unusually many herbs in the forest. Although many of them were ordinary herbs, the consumption of ordinary herbs was much greater than precious herbs when refining pills. Therefore, they would not let go of any herbs they saw. Master Ning frowned as he watched Leng Ruoxue and the rest gather herbs as they walked. He could not help but ask, Shui, if we follow this path, when can we reach the deepest part? He had never been to the deepest part of the Nightmare Forest, so he was really curious about what he would find there. Therefore, he followed them. However, according to the way these little guys were walking, it would be difficult for them to reach the depths before dark. Godfather, what's the hurry? We're not in a hurry. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. She would feel uncomfortable if she didn't pick the herbs. Could this be the so-called occupational disease? And her subordinates were infected by her, clearly also caught this occupational disease. It is. You damned old man, what's the rush? How could a fellow like you, who doesn't know how to refine tools or refine pills, understand our feelings when we see the materials? Girl, ignore him, let's slowly pick and dig. After the first elder yelled at Master Ning, he turned to Leng Ruoxue and smiled. There were not only herbs on the way, but also a lot of ordinary ores, which were also necessary for those who wanted to refine weapons. That was why he supported Leng Ruoxue and the others' actions. He even thought that as a qualified blacksmith, this was how they should be. Ha ha ha. All right. Seeing that the two old men were about to start a fight again, Leng Ruoxue chuckled and replied. These two men were just like her grandfather and the rest. They never stopped quarreling. However, the more they quarreled, the better their relationship was. You old thing, you only know how to bully me, woo. Master Ning's face was full of grievances, and his eyes were filled with tears as he pretended to be pitiful. However, his pitiful appearance was completely ignored by everyone. Leng Ruoxue and the rest glanced at him. Then bent down to continue gathering the herbs on the ground. First elder and the rest were focused on digging the ores on the ground. The subordinates of Master Ning looked at their master with sympathy, and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. It seemed that the family head didn't have much status among these people. Otherwise, why would he always be bullied? If this was the Ning family, who would dare to treat the master like this? However, they only dared to think about it in their hearts. If they really felt injustice for their master and said something that they shouldn't say, the master would definitely not let them off. The clan head had a heart of being abused. After getting along for so long, they were very clear about it. In fact, it was very difficult for them to understand the thoughts of the master of the Ning family with their status. After all, no matter how high the status of the master of the Ning family was, he was just a person. He also needed family love, warmth, and care, but no one in the Ning family could give him that. To put it bluntly, the younger generation of the Ning family could not treat him as an ordinary old man. In the eyes of the Ning family, his status was unattainable and supreme. He was the ancestor of all the Ning family, so they did not dare to show any disrespect to Master Ning. This was also the main reason why Master Ning was not in a hurry to return to the Ning family, and instead chose to hang out with Leng Ruoxue and the rest. You're really too much. No one coaxed me, woo. Seeing that no one was paying attention, Master Ning continued to complain. Godfather, don't pretend to be pitiful. I'll make you something delicious tonight. Leng Ruoxue sighed and said helplessly. Yes, yes. Master Ning nodded happily, then looked at the first elder provocatively and said proudly, damn old man, it's my goddaughter who cares about me. Humph. You should learn. Your goddaughter is my god-granddaughter, so you're considered my junior. What's there to be proud of? The grand elder retorted with disdain. Old man, don't lie to me. Little Xue is not your god-granddaughter. Besides, I'm not afraid even if it's me. Let's talk about our own matters. In short, don't even think about taking advantage of me. Seeing that someone was quarreling with him, Master Ning's spirit rose again. Old thing, you can be proud. You'll be crying sooner or later. The great elder rolled his eyes at Master Ning, and then lowered his head to dig the ore again. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him again, Master Ning began to feel bored. Seeing Master Ning like this, his subordinates all felt helpless, but they couldn't do anything. After all, they were not the great elder and didn't have the guts to argue with Master Ning. Leng Ruoxue and the rest walked as they gathered. By the time they entered the depths of the forest, it was already evening. They found a clean and spacious place and Leng Ruoxue took out the house that first elder had given her. She placed it on the ground and the group entered the house. Hee hee. Old thing, this house you made is really not bad. We've already agreed on this. I'll provide the materials, and you'll give me the essence qi to help me refine one. Master Ning, who was looking around in the courtyard, reminded him. You can't be left out. The first elder said helplessly. It was all his fault. Why did he have to give the girl this house in front of this old thing? Now, he had been targeted by this damn thing. Reading on Maibo Snow Velcom please. Then when will you make it for me? The master of the Ning family asked anxiously. What's the hurry? Have you prepared the materials? The great elder rolled his eyes at Master Ning. I've already sent someone to prepare it. It won't be long before the materials are sent to me. Master Ning said quickly. Then we'll talk when you bring the materials. The head elder said unhappily. As long as he thought of the origin breath he was going to give out, his heart would ache a little. Woo. Origin breath was extremely hard to come by. Yes, yes. Master Ning nodded. From the corner of his eye, he saw Leng Ruoxue and the others preparing dinner at the other side of the courtyard. He could not help but ask curiously, girl, what are we having for dinner? You'll know when the time comes. Leng Ruoxue kept them in suspense. Actually, she didn't know what they wanted to eat for dinner, so she prepared everything for everyone to choose. It was like a buffet. Oh. Master Ning looked at Leng Ruoxue, feeling wronged. He complained in his heart, wah, bad girl. She knew that I wanted to know, but she still kept me in suspense. Hee hee. Godfather, great elder, it's time to eat. Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she spoke to the two of them. Arg. So fast? Master Ning looked at the table in confusion. The table was empty, and there was nothing there. What were they supposed to eat? Moreover, the fish in the hands of Fengde and the others didn't seem to be cooked. He couldn't be thinking of letting them eat raw fish, right? You two find a place to sit first, the food will be here soon. Just as Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, Feng De and the rest served the fish that they had packed. Girl, do you really want us to eat raw fish? I'm not the second elder of the Yao family, I don't eat raw food. Master Ning said with a face full of fear. As long as he thought of how the second elder of the Yao family had eaten so much raw meat, his scalp would go numb. These bad guys' ability to trick people was really too much to catch up to. Master Ning, don't be afraid. This fish is different from the raw meat that the second elder of the Yao family eats. It's called raw fish slices and very delicious. If it weren't for you two, we wouldn't have been willing to make it for others to eat. Feng De said with a smile, and his words made the two old men smile. Hee hee. Kid, you really know how to talk. The great elder complimented him with a smile. Shua. Your subordinates are all eloquent, unlike my stupid subordinates. It's like a mouse seeing a cat when it sees me, it's very boring. Master Ning also said with envy. However, his subordinates who were not far away heard Master's evaluation of them felt wronged in their hearts. Although they didn't dare to be rude to Master, they weren't at the point of a mouse seeing a cat. Godfather, let's eat. Leng Ruoxue sneaked a glance at the Ning family subordinates, who had hidden bitterness in their eyes. She was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to say, so she could only change the topic. All right, he said. Master Ning and the great elder nodded, and the dishes were served one by one. The two looked at the rich variety of dishes, and without waiting for the others to serve, they began to eat first, praising as they ate. Previous chapter. Ruoxue looked at the two of them wolfing down the food and was speechless. It was just a meal. Was there a need to act as if he hadn't eaten in 800 years? If people who didn't know saw them like this, wouldn't they think that he had abused them? She didn't remember not having them eat or drink. How could it be like this? In fact, it wasn't just her. Even Master Ning's subordinates felt a little embarrassed when they saw their master like this. After all, what good things didn't the Ning family have? Even the head of the family had never been so gluttonous as he was here, although they had to admit that the food made by others was indeed more delicious than their own. Why aren't you guys eating? After eating for a while, Master Ning raised his head and found that everyone was looking at them. He couldn't help but ask in confusion. He really didn't know what these people were thinking when they didn't eat such delicious food. He couldn't help sighing in his heart. At this time, he would never have thought that everyone was actually frightened by the wind and cloud remnants when he and the great elder ate. You guys have already finished it, what else can we eat? Lu Feng couldn't bear it anymore and roared. These two old things were really too much. They actually ate almost all the food on the table. What interest did they have when they saw the remaining leftovers? I'm sorry. We thought you guys were eating too. Master Ning and the great elder looked at the remaining dishes on the table and pretended to be embarrassed. However, they didn't stop stuffing food into their mouths. Seeing them like this, everyone was speechless. It doesn't matter, let's get more. Leng Ruoxue tried to smooth things over. She didn't want these people to fight over a meal. Looking at Lu Feng's angry face, she didn't doubt this possibility at all. Good. Quickly make some more, I'm not full yet. Master Ning quickly agreed upon hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. You're not full yet? Are you a pig? Hearing Master Ning's shameless words, Lu Feng couldn't help but curse. Brat, you dare to call me a pig? Do you really think that I won't dare to beat you up? Master Ning said angrily. Old man Ning, he even dared to scold me, what are you? The first elder lifted his eyelids and said calmly. That's because you didn't discipline him well, humph. There's no one in the Ning family who dares to scold me. Master Ning shouted with a proud face. Yup. None of your descendants would dare to scold you to your face. They only do it behind your back. The first elder said. You old thing, do you have to go against me? Master Ning's eyes were wide open as he shouted. AI. It can't be helped, it's my hobby. The first elder sighed as he helplessly said. Leng Ruoxue was speechless when she saw the two old men arguing over a meal. She gave Feng De and the rest a look and they left the place quietly, leaving the place to these two old men who did not respect them. Reading on Maibo Snow Velcom please. Master Ning and the first elder saw Leng Ruoxue and the others leave from the corner of their eyes. They could not help but look at each other and smile. Then, they continued eating. Little fox, why did you leave that place for them? You don't understand those two old things. They clearly quarreled on purpose. Now that their goal has been achieved, I'm afraid they're eating happily. Lu Feng grumbled. After knowing them for so many years, he understood the nature of those two old men too well. In fact, he was right. Master Ning and the great elder were unscrupulous in order to occupy the remaining food. Although they were leftovers in the eyes of Lu Feng and the others, the two old men would not let them go. It doesn't matter. If they like it, then let them eat. Let's go and eat something more delicious. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. How could she not guess what the two old men were thinking? The reason why she had brought everyone away so quickly was to let the two of them know that they would regret it so much that their intestines would turn green. There's something even more delicious? Lu Feng's eyes widened as he asked in disbelief. Of course, hee hee. You guys are in for a treat. Feng De kept him in suspense. What is it? Mo Yen also asked curiously. You'll know in a while. Leng Ruoxue brought them to the dining room. Then, she took out a few big fish that were still alive and kicking from her bracelet and placed them on the table. What fish is this? She's pretty. Lu Feng looked at the huge fish in front of him and asked curiously. This is called silver snow fish. It can only be found on the Haotian continent. Leng Ruoxue explained. Oh. Lu Feng nodded his head, but he couldn't help but think to himself, isn't it just a few fish? How good could it be? However, when he ate the silver snow fish, he realized that he had lived in vain for so many years. He didn't know that the fish meat would be so fresh and delicious. He was so excited that he almost bit off his tongue. After Leng Ruoxue and the rest finished their dinner, Master Ning and the first elder came looking for them. However, when they saw the strange looks from the crowd, the two old men were puzzled. What was going on? Lu Feng's face was actually filled with sympathy. Did they miss something? Master Ning and the great elder secretly guessed. You little brat, what's with that look? After a long while, Master Ning finally couldn't help but ask. Nothing. I just wanted to ask if the food was good. Lu Feng said with a light smile. Of course it's delicious, sigh. I'm sorry. We couldn't control it, so we didn't leave any for you. Master Ning said apologetically. It's fine. Lu Feng said nonchalantly, hee hee. If they hadn't eaten all the vegetables, he probably wouldn't have been able to eat such delicious fish. He heard from Fengda that the little fox didn't allow them to eat that kind of fish. You brat, you've changed. I thought you'd continue to scold me. Master Ning said with a smile, as if he had just met Lu Feng today. I don't scold people easily. Lu Feng said indifferently. You little brat. What do you mean by that? What did he mean by not scolding people easily? Am I not a human? The more Master Ning heard these words, the more wrong they seemed, and he couldn't help but ask. It doesn't mean anything. AI. I'm so full, I'm going to sleep. Lu Feng stretched lazily, then stood up and left the dining room. We're going to sleep too. Leng Ruoxue stood up and said. In the blink of an eye, only the great elder and Master Ning were left in the dining room. Where are we going? Master Ning asked dumbly, thinking in his heart, these guys left too quickly. Could it be that there was something shameful going on? Of course I'm going to sleep. It's getting late. I still have to continue mining tomorrow. After the great elder finished speaking, he left Master Ning behind and left alone. Mining. You only know how to mine. Master Ning complained to himself. As soon as he heard about mining, he knew that tomorrow's speed would not be fast. Just as he had expected, after they set off the next day, Leng Ruoxue and the rest placed all their attention on picking herbs again. The great elder naturally had his eyes on his oars. Only Master Ning had nothing to do, and could only stare at his unlikable subordinate. He wanted to help pick herbs, but little Shui said that he only picked grass and asked him to help the great elder dig the ore. He went to help the great elder and the others dig the ore, but that damned old man actually said that he was clumsy and in the way. He was really angry. Leng Ruoxue could not help but find it funny when she saw Master Ning glaring at them from the side. Why was this old man acting like a child? He was even throwing a tantrum. Godfather, we're almost done digging. We can continue. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Then let's go. Master Ning was a little impatient. It had been 2 days, and they had only walked so little. Sigh. When would they be able to enter the deepest part of the forest? Let's go. Leng Ruoxue nodded and the group continued on their journey. After walking in the forest for 5 days, Leng Ruoxue and the rest finally arrived at the deepest part of the forest. The depths of the forest were usually called the inner regions, and Leng Ruoxue and the others were heading to the deepest part of the inner regions. Leng Ruoxue and the rest were amazed as they looked at the dense giant tree in front of them. As expected of a tree from the immortal realm, it could actually grow to such a huge size. It would probably take dozens of people to surround it. Go. Let's quickly go in and take a look. Master Ning urged. After walking for 5 days, they had finally arrived. He was looking forward to it. Go in. Leng Ruoxue looked at Master Ning's anxious face with amusement as she said to the crowd. Everyone, be careful and stay safe. Leng Ruoxue reminded. The crowd nodded and walked in. In the deepest part of the inner regions, other than being covered by countless giant trees, there were also many high-level beasts. The places that Leng Ruoxue and the rest passed by were filled with countless herbs and ores. The crowd was envious. Even Master Ning, who was not interested in herbs and ores, was shocked. However, when he thought about how these people were going to start picking herbs and mining, he felt depressed again. Previous chapter. Before Master Ning could put his thoughts to rest, he saw Leng Ruoxue and the rest bending down and squatting on the ground to collect the herbs. The great elder took out his small shovel and started to dig around for ores. Seeing this scene, Master Ning was completely helpless. Sob, this group of people has an occupational disease. Although he really wanted to help, it was a pity that these people obviously didn't think much of him. Thinking of this, he felt even more depressed and simply found a corner to sit down. By the time Leng Ruoxue and the rest were done collecting the herbs and ores before them, it was almost night time again. They could not help but laugh out loud when they saw Master Ning sitting in a corner like a pitiful little boy with a bitter expression on his face. Ha ha ha. You old thing, why do you have such a dead look? The first elder couldn't take it anymore. Who was this damn old man acting pitiful for? He did not have any sympathy. Humph. Master Ning rolled his eyes at first elder and didn't say anything. He even turned his head to the other side. Yo! You're still throwing a tantrum. Hee hee. It's so funny. The great elder teased. He had quite a good time mining today, so he decided to just tease this old man. I can't be bothered with you. Master Ning said with a look of disdain. Godfather, what's wrong with you? Leng Ruoxue chuckled, knowing full well what she meant. All of you, go pick your herbs and dig your mines. Don't bother with me. Master Ning said angrily. I really don't want to talk to you. AI. Alright then. Since this is Godfather's request, we can only satisfy you. Leng Ruoxue's face was filled with helplessness, as if she was very unwilling. However, she could not help but snicker in her heart. When the others saw this, they secretly turned their heads and laughed. When Master Ning heard Leng Ruoxue's words and saw that everyone had their backs turned to them and were laughing, he felt even more depressed. He was just saying it casually and wanted to be coaxed. Should he really take it seriously? He wanted to cry but had no tears. Yup. Old man, we'll satisfy your request now. Are you satisfied? The first elder said with an evil smile. I'm satisfied. I'm very satisfied. Master Ning said through gritted teeth, wishing he could eat this old thing's flesh and drink his blood. Hee hee. Let's stay here for the night. Leng Ruoxue laughed in her heart. She looked at the sky and decided to set up camp here. Yes. Everyone nodded. Then, Leng Ruoxue took out another house and everyone walked in together. This time, Master Ning walked behind everyone, as if he had been dealt a heavy blow. Reading on Maibo Snow Velcom please. After dinner, Leng Ruoxue and the rest went back to their own rooms. No one bothered with Master Ning. Seeing that they were really ignoring him, Master Ning's mood became low. His subordinates who were watching from the side felt extremely sympathetic to their master. This was all the master's own doing. The next morning, when Leng Ruoxue and the rest left the room, they did not see Master Ning and his subordinates. Seeing this, they could not help but let their thoughts run wild. Where did Godfather go? You won't really get angry and leave, right? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. In her impression, her godfather shouldn't be such a petty person. I won't. Don't worry. Old man Ning probably went into the forest. That old thing thinks we're too slow and can't wait any longer. The great elder said with a look of understanding. He had known that old man for a long time. He knew what that guy wanted to do as soon as he raised his butt. Therefore, he did not believe that the old man of the Ning family would just leave. Damn old man, you're talking bad about me again. As soon as the great elder finished speaking, Master Ning's voice reached everyone's ears. The great elder gave Leng Ruoxue a look, as if to say, look. I was right. I didn't say anything bad about you, don't accuse me. The first elder said with a smile. Humph. I heard everything, and you still want to deny it. Master Ning's eyes were wide open as he said angrily. Godfather. Where did you go so early in the morning? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. I'm going hunting, look. I have a lot of prey. Master Ning gestured for his subordinates to bring the prey over and showed it to Leng Ruoxue and the others. I say, you old thing, you didn't beat up all the small animals in this forest, did you? Looking at the frightening amount of prey in the hands of the Ning family, the great elder couldn't help but be speechless. Of course not. Not only that, I even picked up a little fellow. After Master Ning finished speaking, he motioned for his subordinate to hand over a fluffy white beast. The little beast looked like a puppy. It was only the size of a palm and seemed to have just been born. It looked so weak that it couldn't even stand the wind. A pair of big, black eyes were looking at everyone timidly. That cute appearance instantly captured everyone's hearts. Wow. This little thing is so cute. Is it a puppy? Lu Tao's eyes were shining as she looked at the little white beast in Master Ning's arms. I'm not a dog. Hearing Lu Tao's words, the little white beast in Master Ning's arms complained in a low voice. Then what are you? Green Peach asked curiously. I am the great soul-gnawing beast. The little white beast said proudly. Pfft. A little kid like you, and you call yourself a great soul-gnawing beast? What a joke. Little kid, you're not a good kid when you lie. Lu Tao reminded him with a smile. You dare to look down on the great soul-gnawing beast, humph. You will regret this. The little white beast pouted its little mouth, and its fluffy cute face was full of dissatisfaction. Why are there soul-gnawing beasts here? Where did you kidnap this old thing from? The great elder asked in surprise. Soul-gnawing beasts were good stuff. Just from its name, one could tell that this beast should be extremely powerful and impossible to guard against. However, there would definitely not be more than 10 beasts with such heaven-defying talent in the divine realm. He did not expect that he would actually encounter one here. It really made people envious, jealous, and hateful. AI. How could he have such good luck? This was really infuriating. What do you mean kidnapped? Do you know how to speak? This little beastie is lost and wants to find its mother, so I brought it back. Master Ning quickly explained. Another one looking for mommy? The great elder said with a strange expression. As far as he knew, it was not easy for soul-gnawing beasts to give birth, and they were rare in number. Therefore, every baby soul-gnawing beast would be guarded very strictly by its parents. A lost little soul-gnawing beast like this was simply too inconceivable. Could it be that its parents had met with an accident? He couldn't help but let his thoughts run wild. Pfft. Feng De couldn't help but laugh when he heard the great elder's words. He knew that the great elder must have thought of the second elder of the Yao family. However, the second elder of the Yao family was different from this little beastie. What's so funny? Of course, children need to find their mothers. Master Ning rolled his eyes at the crowd. Yup. Are you his nanny now? The first elder laughed and teased. Of course I don't count, this is what I want to give to Shui. Master Ning's eyes were spitting fire as he roared. After he finished speaking, he threw the little beast in his arms to Leng Ruoxue and said to the little beast, "Little guy, you will follow her from now on. She will dote on you." Really? The little beastie's face was filled with disbelief. Ever since it opened its eyes, it had never seen its parents. The other beastie in the forest hated it, ostracized it, and always wanted to bully it. If it wasn't for its terrifying talent, it would have died long ago. Therefore, it found it hard to believe that someone would be willing to take it in. It's true. Leng Ruoxue replied helplessly. It was hard for her to reject such a young man. When the little beastie heard Leng Ruoxue's words, its dark and clear eyes flickered with tears. Its little nose sniffled, and it was so touched that it was about to cry. "Little guy, since your mother is missing, you can stay with us for the time being." Leng Ruoxue looked at little beastie's pitiful state and coaxed it with heartache. Yes. The little beastie nodded its little head, and a little smile appeared on its little face. After everyone had their breakfast, they continued on their way. However, with the presence of the soul-gnawing beast, a small native, Leng Ruoxue and the rest had taken fewer detours in the forest. Furthermore, the little beast knew where the best herbs and ores were. Leng Ruoxue and the others had returned with a full load after spending a few days in the deepest part of the forest. However, Master Ning did not look too happy because he realized that he had made a mistake. He had given the little beast to little Shui, but it seemed to have fulfilled their wishes. They had done nothing else other than picking herbs and mining for the past few days. When he thought of this, he felt depressed. Godfather, don't be depressed. Tomorrow, let Xiao Xiao take us to the most dangerous place here. Leng Ruoxue looked at Master Ning's bitter expression and said helplessly. Xiao Xiao was the name she had given to the soul-gnawing beast because even if it was an adult, it would not be much bigger than it was now. Girl, ignore him. He's just bored. He'll get better if no one cares about him. First elder said in understanding. TSK, don't think that he didn't know what this old thing was thinking. Didn't he just feel that he had been given the cold shoulder these days? You're the one who's bored to death, old man. Master Ning shouted angrily. Who said that? I'm so busy. The first elder said with a smile. Reading on Maibo Snow Velcom please. Look at how smug you are. Master Ning was very angry. He couldn't bear to see this old thing's smug look. What should he do? Alright, stop quarreling. Let's get ready to eat. Leng Ruoxue laughed helplessly. These two old foodies would only quieten down when they heard that it was time to eat. However, they would also quarrel as they ate. Eat. I want to eat. Before Master Ning and First Elder could say anything, Xiao Xiao, who was lying on Leng Ruoxue's shoulder, rushed to say. She even looked at Leng Ruoxue with a drooling face, almost drooling. AI. Another little glutton. Leng Ruoxue sighed helplessly. This little thing might look small, but its appetite was surprisingly big. As long as it saw food, it would obediently do whatever it was told to do. With regards to this, she was extremely speechless. It was fortunate that this little fellow was with them now. Otherwise, if it had fallen into someone else's hands, wouldn't it be in trouble? Why do you only know how to eat? Master Ning said unhappily. This little guy was now everyone's new pet, and it always fought with him for food, so he now regretted bringing it back. Woo, if he had known, he would have left it outside and let it die on its own. He couldn't help but think with a bad heart. I'm hungry. I've never had a full meal since I was born. Xiao Xiao said with tears in her eyes. Her pitiful appearance immediately caused everyone to feel sorry for her. It doesn't matter. Xiao Xiao, if you like it, just eat it. We can afford it. Green Peach was the first to console him. Yup. That's right. It doesn't matter how much Xiao Xiao wants to eat. There are so many of us here, we can't afford to feed a little baby like you. Suizhu also said. You guys just spoil it. Humph. Master Ning was furious when he saw everyone comforting that evil, cunning little thing. However, he would not admit that he was jealous of that little fellow. It's still small. Children should be in pain. Lu Tao could not help but ask. Humph. Master Ning was so angry that he stopped talking. Alright, let's go and prepare the meal. Leng Ruoxue looked at Master Ning, who was throwing a childish tantrum, and chuckled. After dinner, Leng Ruoxue asked Xiao Xiao about the forest. Xiao Xiao, how many places here are dangerous for you? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. The day this little fellow came, it had told her that there were a few places here that were very dangerous and it did not dare to go. Thus, it had brought them to places that it thought were very safe. There are 3. Xiao Xiao frowned as she thought. What kind of place is it? Tell us. The great elder urged impatiently. I don't know. I've never been there before, but my gut tells me that it's very dangerous, so I always go around it. Xiao Xiao said, a little embarrassed. Everyone was speechless. This little guy had never been there before. Beasts are born with an innate ability to sense danger. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to grow up safely. Since Xiao Xiao doesn't know the situation there, let's go and see for ourselves tomorrow. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Many beasts did not have their parents by their side to protect them when they were born. Hence, this required them to have some special instincts. Otherwise, they would have long become food for other beasts. Yes. Everyone nodded and went to rest. The next day, they followed Xiao Xiao's guidance and arrived at one of the dangerous places that Xiao Xiao had mentioned. That place was located in the north of the deepest part of the forest. The trees outside were dense, and the road was blocked. They spent a lot of effort and finally cleared a path that could only be used by one person at a time. After everyone went in, they discovered that this was actually a valley. The air in the valley was fresh and the scenery was pleasant. No matter how they looked at it, it didn't look like the dangerous place that Xiao Xiao had said. Xiao Xiao, are you sure it's dangerous here? He asked. Feng Die's face was full of question marks. This was also what the others were thinking. No one could imagine how dangerous a place with such beautiful scenery could be. Yes, yes. Xiao Xiao nodded vigorously. But I really can't see how dangerous this place is. Feng De was very puzzled. Won't you know once we go in and take a look? Let's go. Master Ning's face was full of anxiety. As soon as he finished speaking, he strode forward. Let's go. Leng Ruoxue looked at her godfather's impatient look and said helplessly. Then, the crowd followed Master Ning and walked forward. After walking around for half a day, they discovered nothing other than a few scattered beasts. Everyone found a small stream and started a fire on the shore to make something to eat. After dividing the work, the food was quickly prepared. However, they had just eaten a few mouthfuls when they found that the stream water seemed to be boiling. Seeing this situation, everyone immediately raised their vigilance. Be careful, everyone. Leng Ruoxue warned. Her beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at the surface of the water. She did not know what was inside, but she hoped that it would not take the initiative to provoke them. Otherwise, she would not let it off. Miss, what is that thing? He actually caused such a huge commotion. Lu Tao couldn't help but click her tongue. This stream didn't look very big, and the water wasn't deep, so how could there suddenly be so much water? This was really too strange. Don't worry, it'll come out. We'll know in a while. Leng Ruoxue consoled him. Actually, she also wanted to know what was in the stream. Just now, Qing Ju had sent her a voice transmission saying that there was a huge creature in the stream. However, he kept her in suspense and did not tell her what it was. This had also aroused her curiosity. However, Qing Ju had said that the thing was not bad. If she could subdue it, it would be a great help in the future. Hence, she was not too worried about the danger of the unknown thing. Just as Leng Ruoxue's voice fell, a head popped out from the water and stared at them warily. Everyone was stunned. Why was it a person? The head above the water was a beautiful face with a pair of clear blue eyes. They were so transparent that they could almost be seen. However, the person's face was very vigilant, as if he was very dissatisfied with them. It was obvious that it was a man, a beautiful man with the strength of a divine emperor. Reading on Maibo Snow Velcom, please. Who are you? Why are you trespassing on my territory? The man said unhappily. Not only that, but she had also disturbed his rest and used such an alluring smell to seduce him. This was preposterous and too much. Sob. He hadn't eaten for a long time. He really wanted to eat. We didn't know this was your territory, we just wanted to come in and take a look. Feng Die's forehead was full of black lines. He thought to himself, why does this man change his face faster than turning a page in a book? He was very unhappy just now, but in the blink of an eye, he's acting cute again. However, it's undeniable that such a pretty boy's appearance will definitely make all women's maternal love overflow. Oh. This probably didn't include the three beside him. Wrong, it was two. Because Cueju was already staring at him with a love-struck look. Sigh. It was really embarrassing. Many of them were not any worse than this pretty boy. Wah. Is this the legendary Little Bottom? Cueju's face was full of surprise. Little Bottom. When everyone present heard these two words, large beads of sweat kept dripping down from their foreheads. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Cueju had learned her lesson. She had actually learned from others and liked the bottom. How do you know I'm Little Beastie? The man asked, confused. He thought that these people would treat him as a human. He didn't expect them to be able to tell that he wasn't a pure human at a glance. His eyes were really sharp. The man could not help but think to himself. However, he did not know that the little bottom that Cueju was talking about was not the same one he knew. Hearing the man's question, everyone was speechless. They didn't know what to say. How could there be such a simple beastie? No wonder Cueju called him Little Show, he really looked like it. You look like him. Cueju said with a smile, her face full of infatuation. I don't care how you found out my identity. You trespassed on my territory and must compensate me. Otherwise, I won't let you off. The man said in a shocking manner. His words had also struck Leng Ruoxue and the rest like lightning. This was because his words were all too familiar, especially the word compensation. It made them feel even closer to him. Hee hee. It seemed like they were kindred spirits. Things would be much easier this way. How do you want us to compensate you? Leng Ruoxue said with a faint smile. Didn't Green Vessel say that he wanted to subdue him? Initially, she wasn't very interested in this little thing. However, after hearing that he wanted compensation, she became interested. Hee. This little fellow was clearly one of them. Look at the tone of his voice, it's so similar to theirs. Give me your food. The man said after some thought. He had not eaten for a long time and had almost forgotten the taste of food. Therefore, the first thing he thought of was to ask for food. Just food? Leng Ruoxue asked in exasperation. She was really a little thing who had never seen the world. How could he only ask for food? One had to know that this was such a good opportunity. She actually didn't want to take advantage of the situation. As for whether she would give it to him or not, that was her problem. Yes. The man nodded. What he wanted the most now was human food. After all, he had once been a human. Alright, the food is here. Come up and get it yourself. Leng Ruoxue pointed at the food in front of them and tried to tempt them. The man hesitated and looked at the food not far away. In the end, he couldn't resist the temptation of the food and climbed out of the water. The reason he said he climbed was because he had a fish tail. The tail was light blue and it glowed with a faint halo. It was unusually beautiful. When Leng Ruoxue and the rest saw his tail, they were stunned and did not come back to their senses for a long time. Ugh. I've never heard of mermaids in this world. Leng Ruoxue was flabbergasted. However, that tail was extremely beautiful. When matched with that man's beautiful face, it was a natural work of art. Sister, he's not the mermaid you're thinking of. At this moment, Qingju transmitted his voice again. Oh. Then what was he? Fish-type beastie? Leng Ruoxue transmitted her voice over curiously. Sister, how should I put this? He should be considered half human, half fish. Some of his ancestors must have combined with beasts. In his generation, the bloodline of beasts is obviously very weak, and he's showing signs of atavism. However, it's obvious that he's not welcomed by his own family, otherwise, he wouldn't be staying here alone. Qingju explained with an understanding look. In the eyes of pure humans, the offspring of humans and beasts were not pure and were despised by others. In fact, in his opinion, it was clearly an excuse for humans to be jealous. This was because the offspring of humans and beasts would combine the common advantages of humans and beasts, and their qualifications were not something that pure humans could compare with. Therefore, once some humans found this kind of half-human, half-beast, they would almost not hesitate to kill it, not allowing it to live in the world at all. This half-human, half-beast must be the reason why it was able to become a divine emperor. Oh. After hearing Qingju's explanation, Leng Ruoxue finally understood. However, she was quite interested in this mermaid. She just did not know if this little fellow was easy to trick. As for the man who had already climbed up to the shore, after seeing their expressions, he instinctively wanted to retreat back into the water because he really didn't want to see other people's strange gazes anymore. It had been so long, but he still couldn't forget the pain he had once suffered. Wait, don't go. The food is here. You don't want it anymore? Leng Ruoxue hurriedly shouted when she saw that her prey was about to escape. I. The man only said the word I and did not continue. However, that pair of light blue beautiful eyes flickered with tears, and he looked very aggrieved. Here you go. Take it and eat it. Suizhu saw that the man was a little shy, so she picked up the food in front of her and ran to the man. She stuffed everything into his hands and then ran back to the crowd with a blush. The man looked at the food in his hand and whispered in embarrassment, "Thank you," he said. "Come over and eat with us." Leng Ruoxue called out. I can?" The man asked carefully. He didn't forget the reaction of these people when they saw his tail. "Of course you can." Leng Ruoxue said with a smile, and the others hurriedly nodded their heads. However, Xiao Xiao, who was lying on Leng Ruoxue's shoulder, didn't seem to like him. "Thank you. I'm Ziyu." The man introduced himself, then found a seat beside Leng Ruoxue and the rest. "I'm Leng Ruoxue, and these are my family and subordinates. We'll be staying here for a few days, so you can slowly get to know them." Leng Ruoxue laughed. "Yes." Ziyu nodded, then picked up the food in her hand and began to eat very elegantly. "Ziyu, you're a human, right?" Leng Ruoxue sized up Ziyu for a while before she spoke with certainty. "I used to be. However, my bloodline has returned to its ancestor, so I'm no longer a human. I'm a small beast." Ziyu said with some sadness. If not for this, he would not have stayed here all alone. There's nothing bad about little beastie. There is no distinction between noble and lowly in life, the key is what you think. Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. "I know, but, people like me, not only will humans hate me, even beasts don't like me. The soul-gnawing beast on your shoulder is the same. If it wasn't for the fact that it's still underage, it would definitely want to eat me." Ziyu said with a bitter smile. This was the sorrow of the half-orcs. Their status in the divine realm was not recognized by any human or beast. Therefore, almost all half-orcs could not live long. If they wanted to live long, they had to find a place where they would not be discovered by others, such as him. "Yes, I don't like him." Xiao Xiao nodded its little head and said very seriously. It was a pity that it was too small now and was no match for this half-orc. Otherwise, this half-orc would be a great supplement for beasts. If I can eat him, I might be able to become an adult directly, it couldn't help but secretly think. However, it was also very clear that this beautiful sister would not allow it to treat this half-orc as food, so it could only covet it in its heart. Is it your instinct to dislike him? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. That's right. Us pure-blooded beasts do not like things that have human blood in them. Thus, he is also an unwelcome existence in the beast world. If it were not for his strength, he would have been eaten by other beasts long ago. I think that's also the reason why he's hiding here and not daring to stay in the divine world. Xiao Xiao said. Little thing, what do you know? Mixed bloods are very precious, so you can't have any ideas about him. Otherwise. Leng Ruoxue did not finish her sentence. However, she believed that with this little fellow's intelligence, he would understand what she meant. Although this little fellow had just been born, he was a very smart little fox. Yes, yes. No matter how much I hate him, I don't dare to have any ideas about him. Sister, you have to believe me. We soul-gnawing beasts are the most trustworthy. Xiao Xiao quickly raised its paws and promised. Its cute little appearance made it seem as if it was a sin if others did not believe it. Xiao Xiao, of course we believe you. So, don't let us down. Fengde also warned. After being with this little thing for a few days, they knew its nature very well. Therefore, they had to make things clear. Otherwise, if this little thing attacked the half-orc one day when they were not paying attention, who would they go to get him back? Oh. Who asked this little guy to be so gluttonous? I can guarantee it with my soul-gnawing beast's personality. Xiao Xiao raised its little paws and said with a wronged expression. Woo, why didn't anyone believe it? It was an honest and good child, really. We'll believe you for now. Stop pretending to be pitiful. Master Ning said with an evil smile. Hee hee. With this beautiful half-orc, this little thing might not be the most favored one. Therefore, he was in a very good mood. As long as he thought about how this little thing had been constantly fighting with him for his favor these past few days, his heart would itch with hatred. He wanted to strangle this little fellow to death. I'm not pretending to be pitiful. Xiao Xiao pouted and explained in a low voice. It'd be a wonder if there wasn't tea. Hurry up and eat. If you don't eat, you'll be hungry later. Master Ning reminded. Arg. I want to eat them, these are all mine. When Xiao Xiao heard this, it immediately jumped off Leng Ruoxue's shoulder and used its tiny claws to gather all the food in front of it. It looked like it was protecting its food and kept using its claws to stuff food into its mouth. Its cheeks were bulging from the food. Seeing this, everyone could not help but laugh. Xiao Xiao, eat slowly. No one's snatching it from you. Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless. Why did this little thing seem to lose its life the moment it saw food? Sigh. How long had it been hungry for? Yes, yes. Xiao Xiao nodded her head, but she had no intention of stopping stuffing food into her mouth. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue and the others were truly helpless. However, they would not be calculative with a little baby, much less snatch its food. Looking at Xiao Xiao wolfing down the food, and then looking at Ziyu's elegant manner as she ate, everyone suddenly felt that they were both beasts, but why was there such a big difference? Reading on Maibo Snow Velcom please. After the meal, Leng Ruoxue decided to set up camp by the small stream Ziyu was in. Who asked her to have the thought of abducting this merman? After taking out the house and fixing it on the empty ground, everyone entered. However, Leng Ruoxue saw that Ziyu had not moved and could not help but ask curiously, why don't you go in? Do you want to go back into the water? Can I go in? Ziyu asked expectantly. He had never thought that Leng Ruoxue would have such a divine weapon in her possession. He was once a human, so he naturally knew that it was not easy to refine a divine weapon that could accommodate a person. However, at this moment, he only thought that Leng Ruoxue was from a large family clan and had come out to train. Of course you can, come in quickly. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Yes, thank you. Ziyu said gratefully. He had been away from human society for too long, so his desire for these things was unimaginable to others. Ziyu, you don't have to be too polite with us. Let's go. I'll ask Fengde to arrange a room for you. Leng Ruoxue laughed. All right, he said. Ziyu nodded, then followed Leng Ruoxue and the demon into the house. After instructing Fengde to arrange a room for Ziyu, Leng Ruoxue pulled the evil demon back to her room. The moment they entered the room, the evil demon immediately pulled Leng Ruoxue into his arms and said with a dissatisfied expression, I'm jealous. Why are you getting jealous again? Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless as she tried to recall. She didn't seem to have done anything that she shouldn't have. You're too focused on that Ziyu, so I'm jealous. The demon said in jealousy. I didn't. Don't wrong me. Leng Ruoxue sighed softly and said helplessly. You still say you don't have it? You even asked Fengde to arrange a room for him personally, humph. He's just a fish, it's enough for him to live in the water, why does he need to live in a room? It's best if the fish doesn't leave the water. The demon said a little unreasonably. Ha ha ha. To be honest, I asked Fengde to arrange a room for him because I wanted to make him my subordinate. As for the water, are you suggesting that I should get him a water room? Leng Ruoxue purposely twisted the demon's words as she laughed evilly. Don't even think about it. The demon growled in a low voice and hugged Leng Ruoxue even tighter. Silly girl. Leng Ruoxue touched the demon's head and came to this important conclusion. However, that little fish's aptitude is not bad. Moreover, the beast that inherited the beast bloodline was once very powerful. It's a pity that it went extinct a long time ago. Otherwise, if we could find a female beast, we might be able to reproduce the glory of that race in the past. The demon said again. Leng Ruoxue was taken aback. She couldn't understand why the evildoer would be dragged into this. A female? She didn't like to arrange the marriage for her subordinates or beastie. Matters of the heart should be left to nature. Hee. It's decided then. We'll help him find a female so that he can restore the glory of his race. The demon said with a proud smile. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his idea was not bad. After all, he had to kill his future love rival in the cradle. Only then would little Shui be safe. Demon, let's go to sleep. Leng Ruoxue wiped away the cold sweat on her forehead and changed the topic. Yes. The demon nodded. Following that, Leng Ruoxue brought the two of them into the bangle. The next morning, Leng Ruoxue and the rest left the room and arrived at the garden. However, they realized that there were already people in the garden. A devastatingly beautiful man was sitting on a chair in the garden, and opposite him, on the stone table, was a furry, snow-white little beast. The little beast's eyes were as black as ink, and they were emitting a hot glow like the sun. Saliva was dripping from the corner of its mouth, wetting the soft fur around its mouth. Seeing this scene, everyone's foreheads could not help but be filled with black lines. They were all deeply speechless. Xiao Xiao actually drooled at Ziyu. However, everyone knew that Xiao Xiao was definitely not mesmerized by Ziyu's beauty. Instead, she had treated the beautiful Ziyu as food. At this moment, Ziyu was also staring at Xiao Xiaoyan with a trace of playfulness in her eyes. She said indifferently, "You really want to eat me?" "Yes, I do." Xiao Xiao was very honest. What use did it have if it wanted to? Its sister wouldn't allow it. Moreover, if it wanted to eat this half-orc, it wouldn't be able to do so without its sister's help. It couldn't defeat this half-orc now, let alone eat him. So, it could only look at him and satisfy its craving. Oh. How sad and pitiful it was. Hee. You're honest, but you can't eat me now. Ziyu reminded. I know. That's why I'm only looking. I'm not eating. Xiao Xiao's eyes were filled with tears as she said pitifully. You're pretty cute, little thing. Ziyu stretched out her hand and gently stroked the soft fur on Xiao Xiao's body. Don't touch me. I don't like you. Its small body writhed and struggled non-stop. Unfortunately, in Ziyu's eyes, it was just a small child who didn't pose any threat. I do like you. I once had a puppy that was about the same size as you. However, it was killed by my clansman when it tried to save me. Aside from his parents, that little dog was his best friend. Although dog-type beasts had a very low status in the beast realm, they were the easiest to tame in the eyes of humans. Furthermore, they were extremely loyal, unlike some beasts with noble bloodlines who look down on ordinary humans. Reading on Maibo Snow Velcom please. Even after he had become a half-orc, the puppy still stayed by his side and gave him the only warmth. At that time, even his parents had despised him, but his best friend had not. However, his best friend had been mercilessly killed by his own clansman. However, he could not avenge his friend. This was his greatest regret. Sometimes, he even felt that he was too useless. Unfortunately, he was too weak. Moreover, his identity in the divine world would be condemned by everyone. Everyone. If Beastie found him, it would not let him go either. He was not afraid of death, but he wanted to avenge his friend. Therefore, he had to keep his life. Damn it, I'm not a dog. When Xiao Xiao heard that he was being mistaken for a dog again, he couldn't help but roar angrily. Then, he opened his small mouth and bit Ziyu's finger fiercely. Immediately, blood flowed out along the teeth marks he made. Have you sucked enough? You little vampire. Ziyu said in a pampering tone. Not only did this little thing bite him, but it had also sucked his blood. Sigh. His blood wasn't that easy to suck, and he couldn't help but think to himself with some evil intentions. Your blood is quite delicious. Xiao Xiao let go of her mouth and licked her lips as if she had not had enough. However, why did it feel dizzy? Could it be that it got drunk after drinking some blood? After she finished speaking, Xiao Xiao swayed her little body, lowered her head with a plop, and fell asleep. What's wrong with Xiao Xiao? Seeing that Xiao Xiao had fainted, Leng Ruoxue and the rest walked over and could not help but ask curiously. It drank my blood. Ziyu explained with a faint smile. Does your blood have a hypnotic effect? Leng Ruoxue asked in shock. She had seen from afar that Xiao Xiao was still alive and kicking. It had only been a short while, and she had actually fallen asleep. It was truly unbelievable. Almost. However, after this little thing awakens, it shouldn't have any more enmity towards me. Ziyu said with a mysterious smile. Oh. Then you're safe. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly and thought to herself, did Ziyu intentionally get Xiao Xiao to bite me? When Xiao Xiao slowly woke up and saw Ziyu again, she was indeed much closer to him. Moreover, she stuck to Ziyu all day long, making everyone extremely puzzled. They all wondered in their hearts, could it be that eating a little of his blood was so useful? After staying here for a few days, Ziyu had become familiar with everyone. Sometimes, she would even take the initiative to chat with them. Moreover, the feeling of being with them made Ziyu feel very comfortable. One must know that even in the past, when he was in the family, he had never been so relaxed. However, after knowing that they would leave here tomorrow, his mood became low. Do you guys have to leave tomorrow? Ziyu said, full of reluctance. Yup. We've been staying here for a few days, and we'd like to go to other places. Besides, we're not far from here. If you miss us, you can come to us. Leng Ruoxue chuckled, obviously playing hard to get. Feng De and the others also said that they welcomed him as a guest, and no one suggested for him to join their team. Oh. Ziyu nodded, feeling very conflicted in his heart. In fact, he really wanted to leave with them. For so many years, he had never met anyone who didn't reject him. He also wanted to have friends, but ever since his bloodline returned to its ancestor, this kind of thought had become an extravagant hope. However, none of them had said that they wanted him to leave with them, so he was embarrassed to ask. He was afraid that they would reject him. Previous chapter. Looking at Ziyu's conflicted expression, Leng Ruoxue knew that this fellow was tempted. Hence, she decided to strike while the iron was hot. Actually, if you're willing, you can leave with us. After all, you're quite lonely here. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Aren't you afraid of being implicated by me? Ziyu was a little hesitant. It was good to be with them, but once he thought of his identity, he couldn't leave with them so easily, although he really wanted to. What's there to be afraid of? Whoever dares to provoke us is courting death. Feng De said loudly. That's right, Ziyu. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. Suizhu patted her chest and promised. I'm just afraid that you'll be implicated by me. Since you're not afraid, I'll go with you. Ziyu said very seriously. Okay, let's go then. By the way, go and pack your things. We'll wait for you outside. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. When she said outside, she was naturally referring to outside the house. I don't have anything to pack, Ziyu said, a little embarrassed. He had only been cultivating and sleeping, so he had not saved anything. Then let's just go. Leng Ruoxue said. After everyone had left the house, she kept the house and everyone left the place, heading towards the second place that Xiao Xiao had sensed danger from. The second location wasn't far from here, so they arrived in less than an hour. Leng Ruoxue was speechless as she looked at the desolate land in front of her. Why was this place so different from the place where Ziyu had stayed previously? If the place where Ziyu lived was a scenic spot with picturesque scenery, then this place was a desolate desert. Miss, this place. Feng De looked at the bare yellow land in front of him and did not know what to say. He never knew that there would be a barren land in the forest. This was truly unbelievable. There isn't even a tree here. Are there any beasts living here? Lu Tao's face was also filled with curiosity. At this moment, not even a blade of grass could be found in front of them. She could not believe that any beastie would be willing to stay here. There are. Ziyu nodded. He didn't expect that they would actually come here. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't be willing to come here. You know about it? Feng Da's face was full of surprise. However, after thinking about it, he didn't find it strange anymore. After all, Ziyu had lived in this forest for many years. It was normal for her to know some beasts. Reading on Maibo Snow Velcom, please. I've once fought with the beastie that lives here. That beastie is very strong. As for what kind of strength it has now, I'm not very sure. Ziyu said with a frown. He had fought with that beastie many years ago. At that time, he had won with great difficulty. After that, they had not met again. What kind of beastie is it? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. It was a giant rhinoceros. At that time, its strength was comparable to mine, but its defense was very high. So, we fought very hard and I won with great difficulty. Ziyu explained. Oh. Leng Ruoxue finally understood. Miss, since there's only one giant rhinoceros here, do we still want to go in? Feng De could not help but ask. Of course, we have to let it know who the real owner of this place is. I don't want any beasts to cause any trouble in my territory. Leng Ruoxue said with a faint smile. She was trying to get the rhinoceros to behave. After all, a rhinoceros had a very short temper. However, she didn't intend to kill the rhinoceros. Hee hee. Miss, let's go in then. Feng De laughed evilly. He loved to teach people and beasts a lesson. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Following that, the group headed towards the giant rhinoceros lair. Leng Ruoxue and the rest walked past the barren land and came to a cave. According to Ziyu, this should be the lair of the giant rhinoceros. Young miss, this cave seems to be quite old. I don't know if the rhinoceros is still inside. If it's not, then we've come here for nothing. Feng De couldn't help but remind him. Since we're already here, we naturally have to go and take a look. Leng Ruoxue said very seriously. She did not want to make a wasted trip, so since she was here, she had to get to the bottom of this. Then I'll go down and take a look. If that rhinoceros is inside, I'll force it out. Feng De said after thinking for a while. No need to go down, I have a way to force it up. Ziyu stopped Feng De, who was about to jump into the hole. Oh. I'll leave it to you then. After Feng De finished speaking, he gave up his seat. Yes. Ziyu nodded, and then, he began to gather water attribute divine power in his hand. When the water attribute divine power in his hand was about the size of a blue ball, he threw the big water ball directly into the hole. This is enough? Feng De asked, a little dumbfounded. He had only thrown a water ball into the cave, and the giant rhinoceros would run up by itself? Yes. Ziyu nodded and then explained, giant rhinos don't care about hygiene, so they hate water the most. As long as they come into contact with water, they'll definitely be furious. Before Ziyu could finish her sentence, everyone heard a deafening roar coming from the entrance of the cave. Damn it, who dares to throw a water ball into this king's cave? Grandpa won't let you off. As soon as the roar ended, everyone saw a black shadow scuttle out of the hole and land in front of them. However, it was not a giant rhinoceros, but a mimicked small rhinoceros. This little rhinoceros's body was as black as ink, and it had a pair of large bronze-like eyes. At this moment, it was glaring fiercely at Fengde and the others. However, when its gaze landed on Ziyu, it couldn't help but roar loudly, "So it's you, you dead fish. Why did you bring so many humans to my place? Are you trying to take revenge on me? I was the one who was beaten up last time. Can you be clear about this?" The little rhinoceros was so angry that it was about to explode. It admitted that it had provoked this guy for no reason, but didn't it also learn its lesson? Why did he bring so many people to find trouble with it now? This was too much. How could he let the rhinoceros live? It was getting angrier and angrier, and the more it thought about it, the more pitiful it felt. How could it have such a petty and vengeful neighbor? Woo-woo. A bad guy who helped others while helping others. At this time, in the little rhinoceros's heart, it had already used all the words it could think of on Ziyu. "Did I say I'm here to take revenge?" Ziyu said, a little speechless. This rhinoceros was really too uncultured. It didn't even give them a chance to speak before it started to roar loudly. It was really impolite. "Then what are you doing here? You even threw water into my cave. Don't you know that I hate water the most?" The little rhinoceros glared at him with its big eyes and roared unhappily. "I just wanted to call you up. Otherwise, I wouldn't have just thrown a small water ball." Ziyu reminded. "Oh. That's true." The little rhinoceros thought for a moment and felt that Ziyu's words were not without reason. However, it was still very angry, because it hated water too much. Water was simply its natural enemy. "Then why did you call me up here?" Although it was still a little dissatisfied with Ziyu's method of calling it up, it could already calm down a little. "I didn't call you, it's my family's young miss." Ziyu pointed at Leng Ruoxue. Ever since he had decided to leave with Leng Ruoxue and the rest, he had considered himself Leng Ruoxue's subordinate. "Oh. Human, why did you call me up?" The little rhinoceros glared at Leng Ruoxue and asked. "I just want to inform you that this nightmare forest is now my territory, and you are a resident of my territory. So, you must follow the order of the territory and not do anything that will harm my territory." Leng Ruoxue said directly. "Your territory? On what basis?" The little rhinoceros understood that the entire forest, including the place it was living in, belonged to the human in front of it. So, this human was here to declare his sovereignty. However, it had lived here for so long, why should it give up its place to a human? No matter how it thought about it, it felt that it was unfair. "Just because I'm the master of this place, if you want to continue staying here, then you'd better behave yourself and not cause any trouble. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Leng Ruoxue warned. "Humph. I've lived here for so long, but I've never heard of this place having an owner. I won't admit it." The little rhinoceros turned its head and said arrogantly. "You don't want to admit? I'll make you admit it." After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, she gave Fengde and the rest a look. Fengde and the rest understood her meaning and immediately surrounded the little rhinoceros, giving it a good beating. By the time the little rhinoceros reacted, its body was already covered in wounds. If it wasn't for its thick skin, it wouldn't have been able to withstand the group of barbarian humans. Fengde and the others also knew the thickness of the rhinoceros' skin, so they didn't show any mercy. Not long after, the little rhinoceros was beaten until it cried out in pain, "You bunch of barbarians, what's the point of ganging up on me? If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one." "One-on-one? Do you think we're stupid? I'm going to fight you one-on-one, and you're not dead yet. I'm afraid we'll be exhausted to death. Also, whose grandfather are you? You dare to call yourself a grandfather in front of your father? Who else should I beat up if not you?" Fengde said as he punched. The divine power in his hand gathered in his fist, and he hit the rhinoceros again and again. "Arg! I'm angry." The little rhinoceros roared and suddenly disappeared without a trace. Where was the rhinoceros? How did it disappear? Fengde's face was full of question marks, and his eyes couldn't help but drift to Ziyu. It ran away. Ziyu's forehead was filled with black lines. These people actually forced that arrogant rhinoceros to use its ultimate move. They were really powerful. Moreover, when he saw the miserable state of the rhinoceros, he couldn't help rejoicing. It was fortunate that he hadn't fought with them like this silly rhinoceros. Otherwise, wouldn't the rhinoceros's fate be his? It managed to escape under our tight defense. It seems like it has some ability. Fengde praised. Beasts basically all have life-saving tricks, and the move that the rhinoceros used just now is one of its own talents. In a situation where it can't beat its opponent, it can be said to have tried and failed time and time again. It once used that move against me. Ziyu said with a light smile. Oh. What should he do now? We actually let that sly rhinoceros escape. We were too careless. Fengde said in a very vexed manner. If you run away, you can only force it back up. However, that rhinoceros is very cunning. It knows that it can't beat you, so I'm afraid it won't come up so easily this time. Ziyu said with understanding. Then, she threw a few large water balls into the cave. However, there was no reaction at all in the cave. It could be seen how firm the will of the giant rhinoceros was. It had made up its mind not to come up. F***ck. Didn't it hate water the most? Why didn't it roll up after so much water was poured down? Feng De roared in anger. What a cunning creature. Although the rhinoceros looked stupid, he didn't expect it to be so scheming. I quite admire its patience. He's a beastie who can accomplish great things. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but tease when she saw Feng Da's flustered and exasperated look. Miss, you're still praising it? F***ck, I'll go down and pull it up myself. Feng De said in anger. After he finished speaking, he was about to jump down again. However, this time, he was pulled back by Leng Ruoxue. What's the hurry? Look at how calm that giant rhinoceros is, you have to learn from it, you can't be so anxious about everything. Leng Ruoxue advised. Oh. Feng De replied unwillingly, but he hated the giant rhinoceros to death in his heart. When the giant rhinoceros came up, he would beat it up so badly that even its mother wouldn't be able to recognize it. The premise was that it had to have a mother. Miss, what should we do now? That damn rhinoceros is not coming up. Feng De couldn't help but ask. Continue to fill it with water. There's not enough water now, so of course it won't come up. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Now that there was still space for the giant rhinoceros to live in the underground cave, it was naturally unwilling to come up and throw its life away for the sake of its safety. However, what if it could no longer stay down there? At that time, it would have no choice but to remember. Yes. Under Leng Ruoxue's command, everyone with the water attribute threw water balls into the cave. Not long after, the water in the cave slowly surged up. After throwing water balls for a while, the water had already overflowed the cave and flowed towards the other flat ground. It's almost time, let's stop. Leng Ruoxue chuckled and asked Ziyu, is there any other exit in this giant rhinoceros's cave? No, this place is surrounded by mountains and hard rocks, so the giant rhinoceros can only come out from here, unless it would rather wait for death than come out. Ziyu said with a smile, but in his heart, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He was once again shocked by these people's big spending. Oh my god. If it was a giant rhinoceros, and the cave had been filled with so much water, it would have come out to surrender long ago. How could it still hide in the cave? When he thought of this, he was somewhat impressed by the rhinoceros's patience. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw a black shadow scuttle out of the hole. It was the flustered and angry black mimicked rhinoceros. The little black rhinoceros was floating in the air, staring at them with its eyes burning with fire. They stared back at it, not to be outdone. Both sides stared at each other for a long time before the little rhinoceros opened its mouth angrily and said, "Despicable humans, you actually destroyed Grandpa's home. You really deserve to die. I won't let you off." With that, the little black rhinoceros suddenly grew to the size of a small mountain before it stopped growing. When Feng De and the others saw this, they couldn't help but laugh. I say, little rhino. Do you think that your mimicry appearance is too small and not enough for us to beat up, so you want to make it bigger so that it's more convenient for us to attack? You're so considerate. Reading on Maibo XNO Velcom please. It is. You're such a considerate beastie, we'll definitely love you well. Everyone spoke at once, angering the giant rhinoceros that was floating in the air. Detestable. How detestable. Grandpa is so angry. I'm going to kill you all. The giant rhinoceros roared in anger. After that, it swooped down from the sky and attacked Feng De and the others. However, Feng De and the others were not in a hurry. They just casually added a layer of defense in front of them and waited for the giant rhinoceros to walk into the trap. After the giant rhinoceros landed from the sky, it swept its huge, thick tail, trying to sweep Feng De and the others away. However, it did not expect to hit nothing, which made it even more angry. Cunning humans, don't hide if you have the guts. The giant rhinoceros roared in anger. Little rhinoceros, you're wrong. You're clearly only allowing the state officials to light the lamps, not allowing the commoners to set them on fire. You can use your talent to escape, but we can't hide. What kind of logic is this? Feng De retorted sarcastically with a look of disdain on his face. However, his words made the giant rhinoceros furious, and all the new and old grudges surged up. Is that the same? I only have myself, but you have so many people. If I didn't run, I would have been beaten into meat paste by you, humph. Fight me one-on-one if you dare. The giant rhinoceros provoked. We'll have a one-on-one just because you said so. That would be so embarrassing for me, and also, little rhinoceros. If you still call yourself grandpa, I'll beat you up until your grandpa can't recognize you. Feng De warned. You dare. If you have the ability, come and beat me up. Humph. I'm not afraid of you. The giant rhinoceros said stubbornly, its bull-like temper rising. Hee hee. You're the one who asked us to beat you up, so don't cry. Feng De said with a smirk. Then, he gave his brothers a look, and everyone understood and attacked the giant rhinoceros. Feng De and the others divided the work and worked together, attacking from top to bottom. Fists and divine skills flew out at the same time, all of which smashed into the giant rhinoceros' body, causing it to cry out in pain again. Despicable humans, you dare to gang up on me again. Ah. How detestable. The giant rhinoceros cried out in pain, but unfortunately, no one paid any attention to it, much less felt any heartache. Did we say we wouldn't gang up on you? We are one entity, and there is no distinction between us. Therefore, we will naturally share our blessings, our difficulties, and our fights. Feng De explained with a smile. Ha ha ha. That's right. Cheng Wu also laughed out loud. The divine skill in his hand smashed towards the giant rhinoceros as if he didn't care about his life. As he smashed, he didn't forget to stuff medicinal pills into his mouth to replenish the divine power he had used up. It couldn't be helped, this giant rhinoceros' skin was too thick. They had to fight a long battle. The master of the Ning family and the great elder, who were watching the battle from the side, could not help but feel embarrassed when they saw Fengde and the others' shameless fighting style. They thought to themselves, a fight can actually be fought like this, sigh. Why are these little rascals so wasteful? They had lived for so long, but they had never seen anyone force medicinal pills into their mouths while fighting. What a prodigal. When other people were fighting, it was not bad to be able to eat a medicinal pill to replenish their divine power. But they threw large amounts into their mouths. It really made people envious, jealous, and hateful. And those who had similar thoughts as them naturally included Ziyu, who had opened his eyes. He had lived for so long, but he had never seen anyone eat medicinal pills in this way. Could it be that medicinal pills in the immortal realm were not worth much now? Actually, this was mainly because he had not been with Leng Ruoxue and the rest for long. Hence, he naturally did not know that Leng Ruoxue's subordinates and the beasts would eat pills for fun when they had nothing to do because they tasted pretty good. As for Lu Feng, Mo Yen, and the others, they were much calmer, because in their eyes, whatever these people did was normal. Even if other people thought that it was incredible, it was normal for them to do it. When Bing Yao saw this, he praised Fengde and the others, and he couldn't help but cheer for them, hee. Come on, boys, don't embarrass your miss and me. Beat this little rhinoceros to the ground, woo. The rhinoceros skin is quite good for making armor. Despicable humans, you actually want to use Grandpa's skin to make armor. Grandpa is really angry. Ah. I'm angry. When the giant rhinoceros heard Bing Yao's words, it couldn't care less about the pain and couldn't help but roar. You're angry? So you weren't angry before. Bing Yao said in realization. Little rhinoceros, show me your anger. I've never seen an angry rhinoceros before. Bing Yao urged. After that, he took out a piece of red cloth from somewhere and spread it in front of him. Come quickly. I have your favorite red color, come on. Come quickly. Bing Yao continued to urge him and got into position, ready for the bullfight. When Leng Ruoxue saw her senior brother's actions, beads of sweat started to fall from her forehead. She thought to herself, could it be that senior brother has been to my previous world? Otherwise, how would he know to use red cloth to fight bulls? However, not all bulls like to be beaten, right? Moreover, she had never heard of anyone using a red cloth to fight a rhinoceros. That was a rhinoceros, okay? Hee. Bing Yao is quite funny. The demon at the side couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Yup. Leng Ruoxue wiped away the cold sweat on her forehead and said helplessly. This was not the first time she had seen her senior brother's antics. Just as Leng Ruoxue finished her sentence, the furious giant rhinoceros only said 2 words, detestable. He found a chance to pass Fengde and the others, and pounced on Bing Yao. However, it naturally ended up pouncing on nothing. Bing Yao turned around elegantly, then shook the red flag in his hand at the giant rhinoceros. Little rhinoceros, come on. I have faith in you. Reading on mybo.xno.com please. Detestable. The giant rhinoceros's nostrils were exhaling white air as it continuously kicked the ground with its huge hooves. Then, whoosh. Sound was heard. Then, he charged towards Bing Yao, but he missed again. Damn human, don't hide if you have the guts. The giant rhinoceros saw that it had missed its target twice, and the anger in its heart began to rise. In addition, Fengde and the others were staring at it from the side, which made it feel even more pressured. Its innate life-saving skill could not be used frequently, so it could only fight them head-on now. Fortunately, its skin was rough and thick. Otherwise, if it were any other beast, it would have been tortured to death by them long ago. These abominable humans, abominable humans. It couldn't help but curse in its heart. Little rhinoceros. Do you know the rules? If I don't dodge, can I still be called a bullfight? Bullfighting, the one I'm fighting is naturally you. If I were to be beaten by you, wouldn't I become a laughingstock? Bing Yao laughed evilly. Bullfight? Damn it, you actually think I'm a bull? Detestable. The giant rhinoceros's bell-like eyes narrowed in anger. The 2 streams of white gas that came out of its nostrils became even more intense. This also meant that it was even more furious. You've always been awesome. Bing Yao said angrily. I'm not a bull. The giant rhinoceros roared in anger. In order to prove that it was different from the other bulls, it charged towards Bing Yao again. Bing Yao laughed to himself. This silly rhinoceros, you still dare to say that you're not a bull? If you're not a bull, then why are you always running to my side? I don't have any grass for you to eat. Just like that, the giant rhinoceros charged at Bing Yao again and again. Although it failed every time, it was not discouraged. It worked hard with an indomitable spirit until it was too tired to run anymore. However, when it lay on the ground and panted heavily, its big eyes were still staring at Bing Yao fiercely. Now, its hatred for this man who was as pretty as a gigolo had surpassed Fengde and the others. Bing Yao saw that the giant rhinoceros was so tired that it fell to the ground, and consoled it considerately, little rhinoceros, rest well. Don't be in a hurry to get up. I will wait for you. Humph. The giant rhinoceros turned its head and decided not to look at it anymore. Otherwise, it would become the first rhinoceros in the godly mainland to be angered to death. It didn't want to become a huge disgrace to the rhinoceros clan. Little rhinoceros, don't ignore me. Come, be good. Talk to me. Bing Yao saw the giant rhinoceros turn its head and couldn't help but smile and open his mouth to coax. However, his words did not receive any response. Fengda and the others were all speechless, but they still admired Bing Yao. As expected of her Mrs. Senior Brother. They had been beating it up for so long, but they hadn't been able to cause much damage to the little rhinoceros. However, Bing Yao just took out a piece of red cloth and shook it a few times, and the silly rhinoceros was so tired that it fell to the ground. It was unbelievable. In fact, what they didn't know was that the rhinoceros was tired, but more than that, it was angry. It was both tired and angry, so the rhinoceros fell. Little rhinoceros, quickly get up and continue playing with me. It's rare for me to see a bull, so you can't disappoint me. Little rhinoceros, don't be lazy, quickly get up. Otherwise, I'll kill all the female rhinos in the forest and make sure you can't find a wife. Little rhinoceros. Quickly get up. If you continue to be lazy, I'll make sure you can't be a male beast. Let's see how you're going to carry on the family line after I kill you, humph. Bing Yao saw that the rhinoceros was ignoring him, so he had to coax and threaten it. However, he had already told it that it would not be able to find a wife, and he even said that he would kill it. The rhinoceros was still playing dead, which made him a little angry. When everyone heard what Bing Yao said, cold sweat started to drip down from their foreheads. They thought to themselves, strong. What a strong man. Looking at this immortal-like man, how could he say such evil words? This was truly too inconceivable. Could this be the so-called, you can't judge a book by its cover? In fact, the giant rhinoceros on the ground did not want to ignore Bing Yao, but it was so angry that it could not speak. It was known that a beast like it cared the most about the mother beast and the continuation of its family line. However, this despicable man in front of it wanted to take away both of them. It was really unbearable, but it could not beat him. Woo! What should it do? The giant rhinoceros kept thinking and thinking in its heart, but it still couldn't think of a good way to deal with this man. So, at this time, it was quite depressed. After thinking for a long time, the giant rhinoceros's strength had almost recovered. It opened its eyes and saw that everyone had found a place to sit down and rest. No one was paying attention to it, so it wanted to sneak away. Woo! It couldn't beat these people, but it should be fine to leave this place, right? Although it had lived here for a long time and had deep feelings for this place, it was still outnumbered. If it continued to stay here, it might be killed by that hateful man. This was the thing it cared about the most, so for the sake of its descendants, it should leave as soon as possible. At the same time, the giant rhinoceros had already started to move. It was quietly crawling on the ground, crawling and crawling. When it felt that it had crawled far away, it stood up from the ground and prepared to escape. However, its every move was seen by everyone, and when they saw the hill-like behemoth moving on the ground, they did not remind it that it was too big for it to sneak away. Instead, they watched as the smiling giant rhinoceros rubbed against the ground like a snail. Young miss, when do we take action? This self-conceited little rhinoceros is about to escape. Fengda was speechless as he looked at the rhino's clumsy movements. He didn't know what to say. He had never seen anyone who wanted to escape and still maintain such a huge body. It was impossible for people not to notice it in this state. AI. He was really helpless. Could he say that this little rhinoceros was smart for a while, but confused for a lifetime? Don't worry, let it crawl for a while. Aren't you touched to see it so careful? Leng Ruoxue chuckled and teased, ha. This rhinoceros was really too funny. She really didn't know how it thought of this. She looked at this little rhinoceros's actions and almost laughed in her heart. Don't worry, it won't be able to run away. It'll know that everything it has done has been in vain. Bing Yao said mysteriously. He was happy to see the little rhino run away. Seeing that they were so confident, Fengda was happy to continue watching the show. He believed that the young lady would not let the little rhinoceros run away. The little giant rhinoceros sneakily crawled for a while, thinking that its actions were very secretive and that no one had noticed it. It was secretly happy in its heart, but suddenly it felt as if it had hit something. It raised its head and found that there was a thin, almost transparent film in front of it. It stretched out a fingernail and poked it. The film was very elastic and couldn't be broken no matter what. Woo, what the hell was this? How could it be like this? The little rhinoceros wanted to cry but had no tears. It was very unwilling in its heart. Could it be that everything it had done had been in vain? No. It had crawled so far with great difficulty, and it definitely couldn't give up halfway. It had to leave this place and stay far away from these terrifying demons. While he was thinking, the giant little rhinoceros used the horn on its head to hit the film, but the film did not break at all, not even a ripple was left. However, the little rhinoceros would not give up easily, it used the horn on its head to hit the film again and again. After a long time, the transparent film was still intact. Seeing this result, the giant small rhinoceros was furious. F***ck, those humans bullied it, and this thin film also bullied it. It's really too hateful, humph. It didn't believe that it couldn't break this damn thing. The little rhinoceros was furious. The consequences were very serious. It gathered all its strength into its horn and then rushed towards the thin film. Reading on Mybo XNO Velcom please. The membrane in front of the little rhino was extremely elastic and extremely tough. The little rhino's momentum was completely reflected back, and with a loud dong sound, the little rhino that had been reflected back fell heavily to the ground. How pitiful. How painful is this? Sueju couldn't help but click her tongue when she heard the loud noise. However, she quite admired the patience of the little rhinoceros. If it were her, she would have turned around and left. It's fine. Its skin is thick, so it won't be damaged. Lin Yuan, who was at the side, said with a smile. Miss, when are we going to see it? Fengde also asked. I'm waiting. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. All right, he said. Fengde nodded, and the crowd continued to watch the show. The giant little rhinoceros was more stubborn than they had thought. After its first attempt failed, it quickly got up from the ground and continued to attack. From this, it could be seen how determined it was to escape. However, the more it wanted to escape, the more it couldn't. The thin film seemed to be deliberately going against it. No matter how much strength it used, it couldn't break it. Half a day's time passed by very quickly. Leng Ruoxue and the rest had seen enough of the fun, so everyone started to prepare lunch. The giant little rhinoceros, who was still struggling with the transparent film, felt even more hungry after smelling the fragrance of the food. Its stomach also growled. It knew that it was hungry. The giant little rhinoceros, who was as tired as a dead dog, turned its head when it smelled the fragrance of the food. It just happened to see the humans that it hated so much eating and drinking, and it was even angrier. F***ck. These abominable humans were actually eating. It was still hungry. How could they eat? The more the little rhinoceros thought about it, the more it felt that it wasn't right. It was so impulsive that it strode over to Leng Ruoxue and the others with its 4 pillar-like thick legs. At this moment, it had even forgotten its original intention, and it didn't even remember that it wanted to escape. Despicable humans, how can you eat in front of your grandpa? He was really too evil. I'm confiscating the food now. The giant rhinoceros had forgotten its fear and its goal. In its eyes, there was only the hot and fragrant food. In its heart, it was constantly shouting, I want to eat. Why can't we eat in front of you? Aren't you planning to escape? You still care if we eat or not? Leng Ruoxue teased. This rhinoceros was really interesting. Why was it so naive? How did you know that I was trying to escape? The giant little rhinoceros was shocked and quickly asked, Woo. Could it be that my thoughts have been discovered by them? That's impossible, right? It thought it had done it flawlessly, so how could it have been discovered? These cunning humans must be trying to trick it, they must be. It couldn't help but think that it was self-righteous. Weren't you trying to escape just now? Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she asked. No. Of course not, why would I run away? You've misunderstood me. The little rhinoceros quickly denied it. Woo. Even if you beat it to death, it would not admit it. I'll never admit it. Then you committed suicide just now? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was filled with question marks. My head is a little itchy. The little rhinoceros said blindly. Woo. It looked like they really saw it. What should they do? It seemed that it could only deny it. Itchy head? Do you need my help? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile that was not a smile. That beautiful smile on her face caused a chill to run down the little rhinoceros's spine. Woo-woo. Bad guy. Scoundrel. He was scaring it again. Although it was a little afraid of these humans, it was not scared. The little rhinoceros thought to itself with a backbone. However, the words that it blurted out did not have any backbone at all. No, no need. I can handle it myself. You just have to give me the food now. I'm confiscating it. The little rhinoceros's words were soft at first, but the more it spoke, the more stubborn it became. Perhaps it was because it was too hungry, it couldn't care about anything else. In any case, at this time, there was only the fragrant food in its eyes. Confiscated? Why? If we give it to you just because you want it, then we'll lose face. Leng Ruoxue said, amused. This is my territory. If you eat on my territory, I have every reason to confiscate it. The little rhinoceros thought for a long time before it said, thinking that it had sufficient reason. Eating on its territory and craving it, humph. It was really detestable. Little rhinoceros. Do you still remember that I told you before that this entire forest, including the 3 mountains around it, now belongs to me? So, we're not on your territory, but mine. So, from now on, you have to listen to us. Leng Ruoxue reminded him with a smile. On what basis? I'm the king of this mountain, and I've always been the one in charge here. The little rhinoceros roared. It had been king and lord here for many years and no one had dared to find trouble with it. Now, this human was actually telling it to listen to her. This was absolutely not allowed. I'm in charge now. If you're still not convinced, then we'll settle it with force. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Force? Good. Martial strength is fine, but you can't fight in a group. I request a one-on-one fight. I want him to fight me one-on-one. The little rhinoceros raised its huge hoof and pointed at the immortal-like Bing Yao. This hateful man had treated it like a bull for so long. If it didn't take revenge, it wouldn't be a rhinoceros. It swore to avenge the rhinoceros clan. Seeing the little rhino's choice, everyone's expression was very strange. They didn't know what to say. AI. Poor little rhinoceros. You didn't use this little trick in the right place. He actually chose the strongest one among them. Wasn't this clearly looking for a beating? Moreover, this person was its own choice. If it lost, it wouldn't dare to go back on its word, right? Everyone secretly sighed to themselves. Are you sure you want to have a one-on-one fight with me? Bing Yao looked at the proud little rhino in surprise and confirmed. Of course, I, your grandfather, want to fight you one-on-one. The little giant rhinoceros said arrogantly. Humph. It also wanted to fight this hateful man like how he had fought it just now. It wanted to let him have a taste of its power. AI. Since you insist, then I'll have to respectfully comply. However, what if you lose? Bing Yao asked with a helpless smile. I won't lose. The giant rhinoceros said confidently. It was a fourth-class sacred beast, and the detestable man in front of it was a high-level divine being, which was about the same as it. However, its defense was extremely abnormal, so it was very confident that it could defeat this pretty boy. However, when it really fought with Bing Yao, it realized that it had made a huge mistake. I like confident men or male beasts, come. Little rhino, I won't let you down. Bing Yao smiled and walked out from the crowd. The man and beast stood face to face. Bing Yao and the giant little rhino stared at each other. Then, he took out the red cloth and spread it in front of him. The little rhino was furious when it saw the red cloth. Damn it, who asked you to take out that cloth again? Quickly put it away. Don't let this grandpa see it again. The giant rhinoceros roared angrily, its eyes as big as copper bells were wide open, and white gas was constantly coming out of its nostrils. Didn't you want to fight me one-on-one? This is my weapon. Do you want me to fight you empty-handed? Bing Yao smirked and asked calmly. Change your weapon, I don't want to see that thing. The little rhinoceros's eyes were burning with fire as it roared. I'm sorry, I only have this one weapon. Bing Yao shrugged his shoulders and said innocently. That. The little rhinoceros was so angry that it couldn't speak. More and more white gas came out of its nostrils. It was obvious that its anger had already risen. Then what? Little rhinoceros. Come quickly, I'm waiting for you here. Bing Yao shook the red cloth in his hand and said to the little rhinoceros provocatively. The little rhinoceros looked at the sea of red in front of it, and the blood in its body was completely stimulated. Red. Red. It hated red the most, humph. I won't let you off. At this time, the little rhinoceros's heart was completely occupied by red, and it couldn't think of anything else. The heat wave in its brain was also getting more and more, churning in its mind. In an instant, everyone saw the huge little rhinoceros flying towards Bing Yao like an arrow. Bing Yao calmly shook the red cloth in his hand and did an elegant turn to avoid the collision of the giant little rhinoceros. Hiss. The little rhinoceros stopped its huge hooves and turned around to fly towards Bing Yao. Its huge hooves stirred up a cloud of dust on the ground. In the blink of an eye, everyone was covered in the dust. Reading on Maibo XNO Velcom please. Cough cough. Everyone coughed a few times and quickly covered their mouths and noses to prevent themselves from inhaling too much dust. When the dust slowly dispersed, everyone released their hands from covering their mouths and noses and began to complain in unison. Damn little rhinoceros, you've gone too far. You actually want to choke us to death. Lin Yuan was the first to speak indignantly. That's right, it must have done it on purpose. Fengde also agreed. Miss, let's not let it go. Let's skin it and make armor for each of us. Fengde suggested. Their voices were extremely loud, as if they were afraid that the angry little rhino couldn't hear them. I feel that this little rhinoceros is a good guard. With it guarding our door, those who don't have eyes won't dare to come and cause trouble. Leng Ruoxue played along. Yup. This little rhinoceros has quite a variety of uses, so let it look after our home first. When it's old, we'll skin it and make armor for us. Naturally, we will sell it. Young lady, what do you think of this arrangement? After Fengde heard Leng Ruoxue's words, he pondered for a moment before speaking again. Yes, it's decided then. Leng Ruoxue agreed with a smirk. Their conversation naturally entered the little rhinoceros's ears without missing a word. The little rhinoceros, who was on the verge of collapse from the stimulation of red, heard their words again. The anger in its heart multiplied. In the blink of an eye, the original dark skin was faintly overflowing with red. It could be seen how angry it was. However, it vented all its anger on Bing Yao. It was all this detestable pretty boy's fault. Otherwise, how could it have the opportunity to be humiliated by these hateful humans? The little rhinoceros was filled with hatred. At the same time, it gathered all its power into its head and charged towards Bing Yao. When Bing Yao saw the little rhino running towards him like a madman, a beautiful smile appeared on his face. He jumped up and dodged the attack. The little rhinoceros did not want to miss its attack, so it kicked another huge leg towards Bing Yao. Bing Yao saw it and grabbed the huge hoof with his hand. This hoof is quite fat. It should be delicious. Bing Yao concluded after some observation. Damn human, let go of my foot. The three-legged little rhinoceros roared in anger. Woo, it doesn't feel good to be unable to maintain balance. Damn human, I won't let him off. You were the one who sent your foot here, I thought you gave it to me. Oh. How can you make it taste good? Bing Yao frowned and said with a conflicted expression. Despicable humans. That detestable pretty boy. The little rhinoceros struggled with all its might, trying to pull its feet out of Bing Yao's hands. Ugh. When Leng Ruoxue and the rest heard the words, pretty boy, come out of the little rhino's mouth, they knew that this was bad news. This little rhino was definitely going to be in trouble because no man would like to hear these words. When they thought of this, they couldn't help but look at the little rhino with pity. When Bing Yao heard the little rhino's words, his expression remained the same, but his eyes became even deeper. A beautiful smile hung on his face as he asked softly, "Did you just call me a pretty boy?" "That's right. It's me, your grandfather, who said it. You pretty boy, let go of my foot." The furious little rhinoceros didn't sense the approaching danger and still shouted. Previous chapter. Good. As you wish. I'm letting go. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and the little rhino's mountain-like body fell back. With a loud dong sound, the little rhino fell on its back. Its 4 legs were as strong as pillars, and it kept kicking. However, looking at the way it was moving, it would not be able to get up without help. Detestable. He's really too detestable. The little rhinoceros lay on the ground as steady as Mount Tai, its mouth still cursing non-stop. Little rhinoceros, you're really too rude. I've already let you go, how can you still curse people? Bing Yao said unhappily. Then, he raised his hand and an ice skill flew out from his hand, sealing the little rhino's mouth. Whoa! The little rhinoceros felt a cold sensation on its mouth, but it couldn't say anything. It could only stare at Bing Yao with its big eyes. Little rhinoceros, this is your punishment for scolding me. Bing Yao laughed. Then, he released a gust of wind from his hand, and the little rhino that was lying on the ground was lifted up. After a somersault, it landed firmly on all 4 limbs. It finally didn't have to lie on the ground with its 4 legs up. After the little rhinoceros got up, its mouth was still tightly sealed in ice. It wanted to use its hooves to push the ice away, but it found that its hooves were a little too big to reach its mouth. This made it depressed. Woo! Damn human, you don't dare to fight with me with real weapons, so you use these little tricks. You're too despicable. It couldn't help but curse in its heart. Whoa! The little rhino barked at Bing Yao, telling him to let go of her. Seeing this, Bing Yao hit the little rhino's mouth with another red skill. The ice melted in an instant, but the red skill burned the little rhino's mouth again. It was so painful that it cried out. Arg! It hurts. It hurts. Damned human, you're doing this on purpose. The little rhinoceros stomped its feet in pain, but it couldn't help but roar angrily. I did it on purpose, what can you do to me? Bing Yao said with a calm smile. Damn it, do you dare to fight me with real weapons? Don't use those little tricks anymore. The little rhinoceros asked loudly. Little rhinoceros, you must not have heard that all is fair in war. What was a real sword and spear? What could be considered a small trick? In a battle, as long as you can win, you can use any means. You can't blame anyone. Bing Yao said with a look of disdain. Then, do you dare to do it for real with me? The little rhinoceros asked with its eyes wide open. Little rhinoceros, I was just playing with you, but since you want to fight me seriously, then I'll fulfill your wish. Bing Yao chuckled. Good. Pretty boy. Little one, prepare to die. The little rhinoceros roared and charged towards Bing Yao again. Reading on mybo xno.com please. In fact, the rhinoceros's fighting methods were very limited. They were not good at skill attacks. They liked to use physical collisions, relying on their tyrannical bodies and super strong defense to wear down the enemy. This was the most common method of the rhinoceros clan, and often the most effective method. However, it was a pity. If it was someone else, this attack might have worked, but it was against Bing Yao, a man that even the master of the Ning family couldn't do anything to. Would he care about a little rhinoceros? Facing the attacks of the little rhino, Bing Yao only dodged left and right, and the little rhino was already exhausted. Damn it, don't just hide, alright? Seeing that its attack was ineffective against the man in front of it, the little rhinoceros became even angrier. I won't dodge. If I'm hit by you, I won't be able to keep my little life. Do you think I'm stupid? Bing Yao said with a smile. If you keep dodging like this, how long are we going to fight? The little rhinoceros was very depressed. Damn it, it couldn't even touch the corner of this man's clothes, but it had already exhausted itself to death. When you're exhausted and you admit defeat, I'll win. Bing Yao said angrily. Good. Just you wait. The little rhino couldn't take it anymore. It raised its giant hooves and stomped on the ground twice, then gathered its strength and charged towards Bing Yao. Little rhinoceros. Your attack is too simple. Do you know anything else other than crashing into people? Bing Yao looked at the little rhinoceros and said unhappily. This is our rhinoceros clan's most effective attack method. If it wasn't to deal with you, I wouldn't have used my full strength. So, you should feel deeply honored. The little rhinoceros said with an arrogant look. Oh. Then I have to thank you. This time, Bing Yao didn't dodge. Instead, he put one of his hands on the rhino's horn and blocked the attack with his bare hands. Little rhinoceros, I didn't dodge this time. You can't do anything to me either, can you? Bing Yao asked with a smile. Despicable human. Quickly take your hand away. The little rhinoceros's horn was grabbed by someone, and it was like its entire body was being controlled, making it very uncomfortable. Are you sure you want me to take my hand off? Bing Yao asked. Quickly take it away. The little rhinoceros roared. Good. I'm taking it away. After Bing Yao finished speaking, he let go of the rhino's hand. Everyone saw the rhino jump into the air and flip a few times in the air. Then, it landed heavily on the ground with its head facing down. The ground was hit by the rhino's huge body, and it created a deep pit. Everyone's forehead was full of black lines. They walked to the deep pit and looked down. Down. They saw the little rhinoceros's round big buttocks exposed outside, and most of its body was buried in the soil. After a long time, the little rhinoceros, half buried in the soil, was still motionless. He's dead? AI. What a pity. I originally wanted to let it guard our house. Feng Da's face was full of regret. Yup. However, it's good that they're dead. At least we have something to buy our armors. Lin Yuan also said. Its body is so huge. I think its meat can be sold for a lot of money. Suizhu said like a little money grubber. Yes, miss, when are we going to get it out? Feng Da asked, his face full of anticipation. Previous chapter. Don't worry, make sure it's dead. Can't you see its butt is still shaking? Leng Ruoxue laughed as she spoke. She was filled with sympathy for this unlucky rhinoceros. Why did it find its senior brother who liked to play pranks? Miss, let me help it. After Feng Da finished speaking, he took out a dagger from his storage ring, aimed at the right position, and threw it at the little rhinoceros's round butt. With a poochit sound, the dagger pierced into the flesh. The little rhinoceros, which was half buried in the ground, actually struggled out from the ground due to the intense pain. However, its body and head were covered in dust, leaving only a pair of big eyes that were as big as copper bells staring at Leng Ruoxue and the rest. Miss, has it been knocked silly? Seeing that the little rhinoceros didn't speak for a long time, Lu Tao couldn't help but ask curiously. In her eyes, this little rhinoceros was a chatterbox. It was really abnormal for it to not speak for so long. You're the silly one. Your whole family is dumbfounded. Hearing Green Peach's words, the little rhinoceros finally reacted and roared angrily. Little rhinoceros, didn't your mother teach you that trouble comes from the mouth? Leng Ruoxue asked with a faint smile. What a little fellow who couldn't see the situation clearly. Fortunately, it had met them. Otherwise, if it had been someone else, it would have become someone else's lunch. I don't have a mother. The little rhinoceros said viciously. After that, it turned its eyes to its biggest enemy, Bing Yao, and roared, damn human pretty boy, you can't bully our rhinoceros clan like this. Then what do you want me to do? I'll give you one more chance. Bing Yao said helplessly. He reached out and pulled the huge rhino out of the pit and threw it on the ground. The little rhinoceros got up from the ground and glared at Bing Yao before attacking again. But this time, Bing Yao didn't want to play with it anymore. It was going to be dark if he continued playing, so he had to make this stubborn little guy convinced. With that in mind, Bing Yao threw out both of his fists and hit the little rhino's body. The little rhino cried out in pain. Not long after, the rhino's thick skin was covered in blood and its horn was broken into two. After a long time. Looking at the dying little rhinoceros on the ground, Bing Yao smiled and walked in front of it. He squatted down and asked, Little rhinoceros, are you convinced now? Do you want to continue? No. I don't want to, you're a pervert. Although the little rhinoceros was unwilling, it was indeed not this pretty boy's opponent. Woo, how could this pretty boy be so powerful? It had really misjudged. At this moment, it was so regretful that its intestines had turned green. You're calling me a pervert? Bing Yao squinted his eyes, clearly unhappy. In fact, he felt wronged. He had only beaten the little rhinoceros a few times, how did it become a pervert? The real pervert was Leng Ruoxue, okay? Reading on mybo.xno.com please. No. It wasn't T. I mean, you're too amazing. The little rhinoceros quickly changed its words, its little heart trembling in fear. Then why are you still calling me a pretty boy? Bing Yao asked again with a threatening look on his face. It was as if he was saying, if you dare to call me a pretty boy again, I'll send you to hell. How can you be a pretty boy? How can there be such a powerful pretty boy like you? The little rhinoceros said with tears in its eyes. Although it looked very similar, it couldn't help but add in its heart. But now, it knew that appearance could lie, it swore. In the future, it would never judge a book by its cover, that is, if it could still live. Then, do you still call yourself grandpa? Bing Yao continued to ask. I don't dare. I don't dare. You're my grandpas. You're all my grandpas. The little rhinoceros said loudly without any backbone. Damn rhinoceros, who are you calling your grandfather? When Lu Tao heard the term grandfather, she was obviously very dissatisfied. They are grandpas, and you are grandmas. This should be fine, right? The little rhinoceros said with a crying face. Woo. These people were really too difficult to serve. Pfft. When Feng Da and the others heard the little rhino's words, they could not help but laugh. However, Green Peach was even angrier. Damn it, who wants to be your grandmother? Green Peach was so angry that she threw the divine skill in her hand at the little rhinoceros' body as if she did not care about her life. The poor little rhinoceros had never thought that it would be beaten up by a man disguised as a pretty boy, and now it was going to be beaten up by a tigress. It was so depressed that it wanted to vomit blood. Moreover, the injuries on its body were even more serious. Woo, who would pity it? Don't bully this vulnerable group of people. After Green Peach had vented enough, the poor little rhinoceros was finally free. At this time, it was so weak that it couldn't even speak. At this moment, Bing Yao took out a pill from his storage ring and stuffed it into the little rhino's mouth. In the blink of an eye, the injuries on the little rhino's body were completely healed, and the broken horn on its head grew back. It stood up from the ground and looked at the people in front of it with vigilance and fear. It didn't dare to speak anymore. Just now, because of the word grandmother, it had suffered another round of physical pain, so it had to learn from its mistakes. Woo! It was really too pitiful. The little rhinoceros couldn't help but complain in its heart. Bing Yao looked at the little rhino's frightened face and couldn't help but smile. Little rhinoceros, do you still want to have a one-on-one fight with me? And no, I don't want to anymore. I'm really convinced. The little rhinoceros quickly said. Its heart was filled with endless melancholy. It really missed home. Then tell me, who will you listen to in the future? Bing Yao asked with a smile. I'll listen to you. From now on, I'll be your little brother. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. I promise I'll do what I say. Just let me go. The little rhinoceros's eyes were filled with tears as it pitifully pleaded. We didn't plan to kill you. If you were so tactful, you wouldn't have to suffer this pain. Leng Ruoxue sighed softly and said with a hint of sympathy. The little rhinoceros was speechless. Woo. It didn't know that these people were so terrifying. Otherwise, it would have been well behaved. Little rhino, since you're convinced, we won't hold it against you for offending us before. However, I want you to remember who the master of this place is. You're only a citizen of my territory. In the future, you must obey the rules of my territory. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Leng Ruoxue warned. Yes. The little rhinoceros quickly nodded. Woo. It was used to living here. Although it had the thought of leaving, it was still reluctant to leave. After all, it had deep feelings for this place. Then you can just stay here. Don't cause trouble. Take the food as compensation for your beating. Go and eat. Leng Ruoxue pointed at the food that was still steaming. After she finished speaking, she prepared to lead the group away from this place. However, he had only taken a few steps when he was stopped by the confused little rhinoceros. Wait. Didn't you want me to guard your house? The little rhinoceros asked in a low voice. I'm just teasing you. Our house is very safe. We don't need Beastie to guard the house. Leng Ruoxue chuckled and left with the rest. The little rhinoceros watched as everyone's gazes left. It had an indescribable feeling in its heart. It had mixed feelings and was extremely complicated. Woo. What was wrong with it? Why was he so dispirited? It looked at its former home, which was filled with the water it hated the most. It was afraid that it would not be able to live in it for a short time. Then, it looked at the deep pit that it had smashed out. I'll stay there for the time being. At the thought of this, the little rhinoceros adjusted its state of mind and walked towards the deep pit. Of course, before it left, it naturally did not forget to destroy the food left behind by Leng Ruoxue and the others. Leng Ruoxue and the rest left the little rhinoceros residence and headed towards the next dangerous place. The next morning, they followed Xiao Xiao's guidance and found the place that Xiao Xiao had said was dangerous. This place was located in the southernmost part of the nightmare forest, quite a distance from the mountain where they lived. Moreover, compared with the little rhino's bare house, this place was much greener, although it was still not as good as ZU's. The plants here were mainly grass, and trees were rare. They had never seen many of the plants here before. It was obvious that this was a kingdom of plants. Be careful, everyone. Leng Ruoxue reminded him. Then, she pulled the demon and led the way into the dangerous plains. As they walked, Leng Ruoxue and the rest realized that there were more and more plants. Furthermore, they were all growing luxuriantly. The plants seemed to be very excited when they saw them, and they kept shaking their leaves. Are these plants welcoming us? Lu Tao asked in confusion as she looked at the plants that were swaying in front of them. Reading on Maibo XNO Velcom please. They're welcoming us, but they're welcoming us to become their food. Leng Ruoxue said with a faint smile. Her words gave everyone a huge shock. Miss, don't tell me you mean that these plants want to eat us. Feng De said in disbelief. This is what I meant. Leng Ruoxue laughed nonchalantly. Then, she pointed at the grass not far away, indicating for everyone to look over. Everyone's gaze followed the direction that Leng Ruoxue was pointing at and saw that in the hidden underbrush, the color of the ground was dark red. Furthermore, there was also a hint of blood. When everyone saw this, they suddenly felt nauseated. Miss, what's going on? Could it be that those grass are all carnivorous? Feng Da's face was full of question marks. No, but there must be some carnivorous grass here. So, be careful. Leng Ruoxue reminded him again. Yes. Everyone nodded. After seeing the dark red soil, they didn't dare to let their guard down. The group walked all the way, and the deeper they went, the stronger the smell of blood became until they came to a place similar to a mountain stream. When they saw everything in front of them, they couldn't help but widen their eyes, their faces full of disbelief. In front of them, there were vines of different sizes, many of which had several small animals tied up. The small animals' faces were filled with pain, and their blood flowed endlessly to the vines that trapped them. Some of the small animals kept struggling, but the more they struggled, the more firmly the vines bound them. In the end, they became the vine's food. Miss, are these man-eating vines? Fengde could not help but ask. It can be considered a type of man-eating vine. However, they're of a much higher grade than ordinary man-eating vines, and they've already developed intelligence. Leng Ruoxue explained calmly. Previous chapter. Arg. No way. Wouldn't that make it difficult to deal with? Fengde said gloomily. He hated these flesh-eating creatures the most. Since he had encountered them, he had to destroy them. However, they already had spiritual intelligence, so it was not so easy to deal with them. It's definitely difficult to deal with. Moreover, the vines we see now aren't the main vine. So, in order to deal with the man-eating vines, our first goal is to find the main vine. As long as the main vine dies, these vines will be easy to destroy. Otherwise, no matter how many we destroy, these vines will continue to grow. Leng Ruoxue explained calmly. She hated the man-eating vines as well, and she hated the smell of blood even more. Hence, these man-eating vines had to be eliminated. Miss, what should we do now? Are we still going in? Fengde couldn't help but ask. There were too many people going in, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to take care of them. However, if he waited outside, who knew what kind of danger there would be? So, he was very conflicted. All of you, go in. However, everyone must be on high alert and be on high alert. If anyone is caught by the man-eating vines, they must shout for help, in case we don't notice them. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. It was just as Fengde had thought. It might seem safe to leave a group of people outside, but there might be unknown dangers. If that happened, they would definitely not be able to rescue them in time. Hence, it was better for everyone to enter together. Godfather, you guys have to be careful of these man-eating vines too. Leng Ruoxue reminded him again. Even though Godfather was a reverent god, he might not be able to deal with these annoying man-eating vines. After all, these man-eating vines grew in the god realm. Even the gods would be helpless against them. After some thought, Leng Ruoxue moved the fire spirit out of her bracelet. The moment the little fire spirit came out, it smelled the blood in the air and wrinkled its nose in disgust. Then, it said in dissatisfaction, "Where is this place? Why are there such disgusting things here?" As the king of fire, what he hated the most was all the filthy things in the world. These vines that liked to suck blood and flesh were naturally on his blacklist. Therefore, he had to destroy them. Thinking of this, he released a big fireball without hesitation and threw it at the nearby vines. When the vines felt the fire spirit's temperature, they all cowered and shook their branches. The timid ones even let go of the small animals they had trapped and wanted to escape. However, how could the fire spirit give them the chance to escape? It threw a few more big fireballs in succession, cutting off the path of the vines and burning them to ashes in one fell swoop. Sister, I've destroyed all those vines. It's much cleaner here, but the smell of blood is still there. I'll purify it in a while, and it'll be suitable for other plants to grow. The fire spirit said with a proud tone. Little fire spirit, you're so capable. However, you've only destroyed a portion of it. We haven't found the main vine yet. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. It doesn't matter. With big sisters and my flames, no one can escape from these disgusting things. Big sister, why don't you let Qiuqiu come out and try? That little thing is the most sensitive to things that have developed intelligence. Perhaps it can find the whereabouts of the main vine. The little fire spirit suggested. That's good. Leng Ruoxue nodded, and then moved Qiuqiu out of the bangle. The first thing Qiuqiu did was to get intimate with Leng Ruoxue, then it was the first elder, Master Ning, and the others who received its greetings and enthusiasm. The cute little Qiuqiu naturally won the love of everyone. Sister, the main vine of the man-eating vine should be hidden underground. It's hidden very deeply, so I can't sense it. However, as long as Big Sister annihilates all of its descendants, you'll naturally be able to force the man-eating vine to come up. Qiuqiu pointed at the tender vine that had just grown and suggested. I'll do it. The little fire spirit volunteered. After it finished speaking, it continued to release large fireballs, burning away the vines that had just grown out and were still tender green in color. However, as soon as he finished burning it, new vines would immediately grow out and he would continue to burn them. This cycle repeated and the growth of the vines became slower and slower while the little fire spirit burned more and more vigorously. In the end, the little fire spirit was getting impatient while waiting for the vines to grow. Reading on Maibo XNO Velcom please. Vines, oh vines, you guys are growing really slowly. I've been waiting for so long that the flowers are wilting. The little fire spirit looked at the tender vine that had just emerged and muttered to itself. Ha ha ha. This little thing is taking advantage of us and still acting innocent. No matter how fast those vines grow, they can't keep up with the speed at which he burns them all. Master Ning couldn't help but smile. That's right. The little things around the girl are more arrogant than the other. The first elder also laughed. Hee hee. That's right, this is called being close to vermilion makes you red, and being close to ink makes you black. They're always with my junior sister, so it's not strange for them to learn from her. Bing Yao also said with a smile. Senior brother. May I ask if I'm Zhu or Mo? Leng Ruoxue asked with a half-smile. Of course you're vermilion, red. Bing Yao quickly said, and then secretly wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, because the other person's unfriendly gaze made him feel very scared. Miss, are we just going to wait here forever? Fengde asked curiously. After the vines had been burned, the place could be considered barren. As far as the eye could see, except for some places that had just revealed some tender green, the rest of the land was dark red. Yes. If the main vine doesn't come up on its own, we can't go underground to find it. We can only use this method to force it up. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. The vines that the little fire spirit had burned could be considered as branches of the main vine, and also its descendants. So, as long as they kept burning, the main vine would definitely come to settle the score with them. After all, the burning of the vines would definitely cause the main vine to feel pain. Hee hee. Then let's just wait here. Fengde said with a smile. Then, he took out a knife from his storage ring and walked to a newly sprouted vine. He raised the knife and cut down on the vine. Suddenly, a dark red liquid with a foul smell flowed out of the two halves of the vine. The liquid quickly corroded the ground, turning the surrounding ground into a charred black. Previous chapter. Wow. These vines are really too powerful. Seeing this, Fengde was speechless. If this liquid dripped on a person's body, wouldn't the person's skin be burnt? That liquid is poisonous, be careful. Don't get it on your body. Leng Ruoxue reminded. Okay, I'll be careful. After Fengde finished speaking, he raised his knife and slashed at the other sprouts. He seemed to be addicted to it. When the others saw this, they also took out their own weapons and gave the growing sprouts a fatal blow. Leng Ruoxue looked at Fengde and the rest's actions speechlessly. She couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Oh, were they considered to be harming young seedlings? Even though those seedlings weren't anything good. At the same time, in the depths of the earth, a huge plant was trembling with anger. Countless branches were flying everywhere, and wherever the branches went, everything collapsed into ruins. Damned human. Despicable humans. If you dare to kill my children, I will not let you off. A vicious woman's voice reverberated in the depths of the earth, and the dust around it also fell down. One could imagine how intense its anger was at this time. Although the voice belonged to a woman, it could not be considered a human, because it was just a plant. Although it had a beautiful woman's face, its body was still a plant. Hee hee. I've already said that you'll face retribution, and now it's finally here. A weak female voice was heard. Thank you for your concern, but you'll definitely leave before me. After the half-human half-plant woman finished speaking, she brought the object that made the sound to her eyes. The object was only the size of an adult puppy, and its originally white fur had turned dark yellow. Moreover, it was all tangled together. It could be seen that it had been trapped here for a long time. You're finally willing to kill me? The beastie that looked like a small dog said. Could it finally be free? In your dreams. I won't kill you. I'll let you stay here with me. However, I'll consider killing your child. You still don't know. Your child has been born, and he's here. The half-human, half-plant woman smiled smugly. Seeing the little beast in front of her in pain, it was particularly happy. If you dare to touch my child, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. The weak little beastie's slightly dim eyes burst out with endless hatred as it threatened fiercely. Become a ghost? You can only be my toy and puppet for the rest of your life. You won't have the chance to be a ghost, huh? I'm going to kill your child, I'm going to make you suffer, I'm going to make sure you'll never be able to free yourself. The half-human, half-plant woman laughed wildly. After she finished speaking, she even inserted one of her branches into the weak little beast's body and began to suck its blood. The weak little beast's face showed a painful expression, but it did not make a sound and closed its eyes. It knew that the hateful vampire demon would not let it die so easily. The demon had always enjoyed torturing itself, and the more it resisted, the more excited the demon would be. Therefore, it would not satisfy the demon's perverted hobby. The child. Had its child really come? Don't come here, there is a demon here. Little beastie screamed in its heart. It didn't want its child to be trapped here like it, unable to live or die. It wanted to save its child, wanted to see its child, but it didn't know if it would have the chance in this life. It was very conflicted. Reading on mybo.xno.com please. When the half-human, half-plant woman saw the little beastie's self-deprecating look, her interest in sucking its blood was dispelled. She threw the little beastie in a corner in disgust, then shook her branches and leaves and crawled back to the ground. Humph. Damn humans, you're asking for death. It hasn't had fresh human blood for a long time. Today is a good time for a change of taste. Moreover, these humans did not seem to be weak. At the thought of this, its heart was excited and jubilant. Its desire for blood became stronger. It even began to fantasize about the pleasure of tying these humans to its branches. It must make these humans its exclusive property. It must drink their blood and eat their flesh every day, making them suffer a fate worse than death, just like this little beast. Just thinking about it made it feel unusually happy. However, its happiness did not last long. The branch that had just reached out of the ground was destroyed again. Seeing this situation, it was furious. Countless branches continued to drill into the ground. Little beastie, who was left in the corner, saw the half-human, half-plant woman's face changing like a palette, and it felt very satisfied. The corners of the little beastie's mouth curled up into a faint smile as it gloated. What, heavy losses? It seemed that those humans weren't easy to deal with. Moreover, he clearly didn't put you in his eyes. Although it didn't know what was happening on the ground, it could guess from the evil demon's face that many of the branches that helped the evil demon hunt for food had been destroyed. Actually, this little beastie was only half right, because the half-human half-plant woman's branches were not mostly destroyed, but all of them. Otherwise, the other party would not be so angry. You shut up. How can those humans be my match? Humph. This is my territory. I will be the one laughing in the end. Those humans, including your child who came with them, will all become my food. None of them will be able to escape. The half-human half-plant woman roared in anger. Oh, really? If your useless descendants could deal with those humans, would you still be so angry? I suggest you go to the surface and see for yourself. Otherwise, I'm afraid your descendants will all be dead. The little beastie provoked with evil intentions. That was indeed what it had hoped for in its heart. Don't worry, I know what to do. The half-human and half-plant woman roared angrily. Damn it, this detestable little beast actually laughed at her, It would not let go of the humans who had killed its descendants, let alone that little bastard. As for the little beast, it would not kill it because it wanted the little beast to watch how it would eat the little bastard. Previous chapter. Next. I'm just concerned about you. After all, we've known each other for so long. The weak little beast said with a smile. Its only purpose in living was to witness the death of this demon. Now that someone finally dared to deal with this demon, it felt that it had something to look forward to, and its child. If it could see its newly born child before it died, it would die without any regrets. Humph. I don't need your concern. You should be more concerned about your bastard. I won't let it go, it's dead. The half-human half-plant woman sneered. If you dare to touch my child, I'll fight you to the death. The little beastie said fiercely. It forced itself up from the ground and glared at the huge plant. You want to fight me to the death? Ha ha ha. What a joke. The half-human half-plant woman used a branch to roll up the little beast and brought it in front of her eyes, her face full of disdain and ridicule. I'm not joking. We soul-gnawing beasts have a secret technique that uses our lives as the price and perishes together with our enemies. Once I use it, even if my enemies are stronger than me, they won't be able to withstand it. So, don't force me. The weak little beastie warned. Ha ha ha. If there really was a secret technique, would you have waited until now? You can't lie to me. The half-human half-plant woman had a look of disbelief. Believe it or not, but don't force me to die with you. The weak little beastie said disapprovingly. It didn't want to die unless it was forced to because it still wanted to keep its life to see its child. However, if this demon wanted to use its child to force it, then it couldn't be blamed. Ha ha ha. Perishing together. All right. I'll be waiting for you. However, I don't have the time to deal with your business now. I'll deal with you slowly after I capture those humans. After saying that, the half-human half-plant woman threw the weak little beast back into the corner and ignored it. Instead, she focused on dealing with the humans on the ground. It then extended countless branches out of the ground and directed its branches to attack Leng Ruoxue and the others who were on the ground. Leng Ruoxue and the others who were waiting for the green vines to grow were overjoyed when they saw the thick vines that suddenly emerged from the ground. This meant that the main vine that was hiding underground was no longer able to hold its breath. The little fire spirit's actions were even faster. Before the others could react, it had thrown out a few large fireballs, burning the vines to ashes. Little fire spirit, you're too bad. You didn't even give us a chance and got rid of those vines yourself. Fengda and the others couldn't help but complain. Hee hee. I'm sorry. I really can't bear to see those filthy things appear in front of me, and my mission is to destroy them. The little fire spirit said righteously. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they saw that cocky little appearance. And just as everyone was ridiculing him, countless more vines drilled out from the ground. This time, it was the little fire spirit's quick hands and eyes again. After throwing out a few large fireballs, the vines all turned into ashes. Little fire spirit, can't you leave us some? Fengda said, a little speechless. He still wanted to try his own knife. However, who knew that this little thing would not give him any chance at all? Sigh. This was really infuriating. If it was any other team, they would have been running for their lives if they encountered these man-eating vines. However, they had to resort to snatching, and they would not be able to snatch them. You guys don't need to be anxious. I'm just trying to force the main vine out. When it comes out, you guys can deal with it. The little fire spirit saw everyone's complaints and quickly comforted them. Reading on Maibo XNO Velcom please. Oh. That's true, then you should do it. Your speed is fast. Fengda and the others thought for a while, then they walked to the side and left their seats empty. Immediately after, countless more vines emerged from the ground. Without exception, they were all burned by the little fire spirit. Just like that, the cycle repeated until night. The main vine didn't dare to show itself. However, the vines that it sent to the door all became dead souls under the little fire spirit's fire. Deep underground. The half-human, half-plant woman trembled with anger, and a large number of branches were still dancing in the air. The little beast in the corner was very happy to see this scene, and it couldn't help but secretly sigh. It seemed that the humans outside were not easy to deal with. Otherwise, this demon would not be so angry from embarrassment, haha. That was great. Although it didn't dare to expect the humans to destroy this demon, it was already very satisfied that they could make this demon suffer. How many years had it been since it had seen a demon like this? It really missed it. Humph. Damn it, I won't let you see me as a joke. The half-human half-plant woman once again wrapped the little beast in the corner with her branches and shook it up and down as she said fiercely. Isn't it too late to say this now? You must be very angry right now, right? I can't even do anything to those humans you look down on. The half-human half-plant in front of it called itself the god-eating vine, which meant that it could even eat gods. However, after knowing it for so long, it had not eaten many gods so far. After all, this was not the real god world, and the god-eating vine could not leave this place with its current strength. Humph. Those humans will become my food sooner or later. Do you think I'll let them go after killing so many of my descendants? The half-human, half-plant woman said arrogantly. Don't just talk. I think you don't even dare to leave this place. You even want to kill him. The small beast's face was full of mockery and disdain. In its opinion, if the evil demon dared to go up to the surface to take care of its so-called enemies, it would have gone up a long time ago. Since the divine devouring vine hadn't made any big movements so far, it was likely that the humans would be difficult to deal with. Don't provoke me. I won't be fooled. The half-human, half-plant woman roared angrily. Do those humans make you feel fear? Are you really scared? The little beastie continued to speak in an unconcerned manner. The smile on its face became even more obvious. Humph. I'm not afraid of them, I just don't want to go up now. The man-eating vine with the human face and plant body still said arrogantly. When do you want to go up? The little beast's face was full of curiosity. Its child should be with the humans above. Although it was a little worried about its child's safety, the human who could make the god-eating vine afraid must be quite powerful. Therefore, it spared no effort to stimulate the god-eating vine. Its purpose was to make the god-eating vine reach the ground quickly. This way, it would have a chance to see its child, even just for a glance. When the time comes, I'll naturally go up and deal with them. You should worry more about yourself. The god-eating vine reminded him with a cold smile. What do I have to worry about? Other than torturing me, can you bear to let me die too quickly? The little beastie said. Humph. At least you know your own limits. The divine devouring vine said with a gloomy face. It kept observing the movements outside through its small branches. It was waiting. It was waiting for a suitable time to exterminate these abominable humans and that little bastard in one fell swoop. Because its greatest pleasure was to see the little beast in front of it in pain. Only when the little beast was in pain would it be happy, ha ha ha. At the same time, Leng Ruoxue and the rest had already started to prepare dinner. After dinner, Leng Ruoxue took out the house and placed it on the empty ground. Then, everyone returned to their own rooms. Inside the bangle, Leng Ruoxue was currently observing the movements outside the house through the light screen. The little fire spirit and Qiuqiu were sprawled in her arms, similarly observing the situation. Sister. Plants like the man-eating vines love dark and damp places the most. So, it must be hiding somewhere underground right now, peeking at our every move. I reckon that it will launch a surprise attack on us at midnight. The little fire spirit said with absolute certainty. Yes, sister, the little fire spirit is right. That disgusting and ugly thing will definitely come out from the ground when we are all sleeping. So, let's just sleep now. There's no need to care about it. Qiuqiu also suggested. Then let's go to sleep. Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she agreed. These two treasures had already decided on their behalf, so they could only follow their orders. The next morning. Leng Ruoxue and the demon had just walked out of the room when they saw Fengde and the rest gathered in the courtyard. They were discussing animatedly and each of them had a look of excitement on their faces. What's wrong? Leng Ruoxue asked despite knowing the answer. Hee hee. Young miss, these man-eating vines surrounded us late last night and are now showing off their might outside. Fengde said with excitement. Oh. Leng Ruoxue raised her head and happened to see the man-eating vines branches dancing above their house. It looked like it was about to cover the house. Fortunately, there was a thin layer of film above the house that blocked the attack of the branches. Otherwise, the man-eating vines would have reached into the courtyard. Miss, what should we do now? When are you going to go out and properly deal with those man-eating vines? Fengde asked impatiently. He really wanted to try his knife. There's no rush. Let's let that man-eating vine be smug for a while. Let's have breakfast. Leng Ruoxue suggested with a chuckle. The enemy was in high spirits, so they would not go out at this time. As time passed, the man-eating vine's fighting spirit would naturally be worn down. When that time came, it would be the time for them to make their move. Furthermore, she also wanted to understand more about the man-eating vines. All right, he said. Everyone nodded and began to prepare breakfast. After breakfast, they went about their business, but no one paid any attention to the man-eating vine. 3 days later. The man-eating vine couldn't keep its cool and moved its huge body out of the ground. Looking at the house that was already surrounded by its branches and leaves, it couldn't help but feel smug. However, the other party refused to come out of the house, and it couldn't do anything to him. This made it very unhappy. At the thought of this, the man-eating vine could not help but curse, "You cowardly humans, if you have the ability, come out." Humph. What kind of skill is it to hide in there? Hurry up and come out. However, the man-eating vine's curses did not receive any response from anyone. At this time, everyone was sitting in the courtyard, observing the man-eating vine through the light screen. Previous chapter. Next. Wah. This was the man-eating vine. He's so ugly. Lu Tao looked at the man-eating vine that was cursing outside and said with a face full of disgust. Yup. Why does it have a human face but a plant body? Fengde was also puzzled. Was this considered a side effect of an incomplete advancement? Some kind of accident must have happened and this plant advanced. Otherwise, it's unlikely that such a situation would occur. Qiuqiu explained with an evil smile. Plant-type creatures were most afraid of being disturbed when advancing in rank, so this plant was in its current state. Then is it possible for it to advance normally? Or will it always be like this in the future? Suizhu asked curiously. From the looks of it, this plant was a female. If it could only remain like this in the future, it was likely that this female man-eating vine would suffer for the rest of its life. Oh. After a long time, their hearts would definitely change, such as being perverted, being cynical, and so on. It'll be a big deal if it's always like this in the future. But it doesn't matter. It won't live long anyway. It doesn't matter what it looks like. Qiuqiu said disapprovingly. It was true that it liked heavenly and earthly treasures, but this plant was definitely not on its list of favorites. Therefore, it couldn't wait for someone to get rid of this plant. Not to mention others, the first one the little fire spirit would not let go of was that man-eating vine. That's true, miss, are we just going to let it scold us like that? When are you going to go out and clean it up? Suizhu said somewhat impatiently. In a while, I, the evildoer, godfather, great elder, senior brother, Mo Yen and Lu Feng will go out. The rest of you stay in the house and don't act rashly. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Even though this man-eating vine's strength was only equivalent to a high-level deity, this was still its lair after all. Furthermore, it had a huge number of vines. She was afraid that it would not be able to take care of everyone. Hence, it was better to let them stay in the house. Miss, you can't not bring me along. Feng De quickly said. Miss, I want to go too. Cheng Wu said, unwilling to show weakness. Alright, all of you, follow me out. Song Di as well. The rest of you can stay in the house and watch the battle. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Furthermore, looking at her grandfather and brother's expressions, she had no choice but to bring them along. After a simple discussion of their strategy, Leng Ruoxue and the rest sat on the ground calmly and steadily, waiting for the right moment. The god-eating vine, which had been scolding for nearly an entire morning, saw that no one dared to come out and court death. It suddenly felt as if it had punched cotton and had no way to vent the gloominess in its heart. Thinking of this, it curled its branches and brought the weak little beast to its eyes. Humph. Did you see that? Those humans who were as timid as mice didn't dare to come out at all. They were afraid, haha. And you? Do you want to see your child? If you want to, get them to come out and die. I promise you that I'll let you see your child one last time. The god-devouring vine roared. It believed that the people hiding in the houses could hear it. I don't have the ability to call him out for you. If you have the ability, you can call me that. The weak little beast lifted its eyelids and said with a light smile. Damn it. You're really looking for death. The god-devouring vine roared. After it finished, it stuck its branches into the little beast's body and started to suck its blood. It really wanted to taste fresh human blood. It had had enough of this detestable little beast's blood. Ha ha ha. You can't bear to see me die. Little beastie was very certain. It closed its eyes and didn't look at the divine-eating vine. Damn it, open your eyes. The god-devouring vine saw that the little beast was ignoring it, and the anger in its heart surged. However, the little beastie didn't seem to hear him. Only its weak breathing proved that it was still alive. In the house, Xiao Xiao's tears began to stream down her face at the sight of this scene. She muttered to herself, Mother. Mother. Xiao Xiao, is that little beastie your mother? Lu Tao asked in surprise. No wonder she found the little beast familiar. However, weren't soul-gnawing beasts supposed to be very powerful? How did her little mother become the man-eating vine's food? She really couldn't understand. Yes, it's Mom. Xiao Xiao cried. Xiao Xiao, did you get the wrong person? How could that little beast be your mother? Isn't your mother very powerful? Feng De couldn't help but ask. Even Ziyu, a half-beast human with the strength of a divine emperor, would feel fear towards an adult soul-eating beast. Therefore, he really couldn't believe that his little mother would be controlled by that man-eating vine, and even become its food. Xiao Xiao won't be wrong. That's Mommy. Woo, Mommy is in pain. Sister, save Mommy. Xiao Xiao cried and begged, its tears wetting its snow-white fur. At this moment, its pitiful little appearance made everyone's heart ache. Don't worry, Xiao Xiao. We'll definitely think of a way to get your mother out. However, Xiao Xiao, you have to do as your sister says, understand? Leng Ruoxue reminded. Yes, I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Xiao Xiao nodded her head vigorously, looking very obedient. Alright then, Xiao Xiao. When we go out later, just follow what I taught you and look at your sister's eyes. After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, she whispered a few words into Xiao Xiao's ear and reminded her again. Yes. Xiao Xiao nodded again. Following that, Leng Ruoxue and the rest opened the door of the house and walked out. When the god-devouring vine, which was sucking the blood of the small beast, saw that the despicable humans were finally willing to come out of the house, it threw the small beast in front of it onto the ground behind it. Then, its beautiful eyes sized up Leng Ruoxue and the rest. Although it had already observed these people when it was underground, it was still shocked and jealous to see them at such a close distance. It was shocked that the men in front of it were more handsome than each other. It was jealous of the hateful woman in front of it. How could she be more beautiful than it? This was something it could not tolerate. So, the woman was dead for sure. As for those men, it would let them live well and be its exclusive property. It would suck their blood every day and make these men its captives for life, loyal to it forever. It would always belong to it. Ha ha ha. The god-eating vine laughed wildly in the depths of its heart and was daydreaming. Previous chapter. Humans, you're finally willing to roll out of your house? The god-eating vine said with a disdainful smile. Man-eating vine, you must be mistaken. We've been waiting for you outside, but you didn't want to come out from the ground. Now you're blaming us? This is ridiculous. Fengde replied with a mocking smile. What did you just call me? The god-eating vine glared at him and roared. Man-eating vines. Why? Did I address him wrongly? Could it be that you're a herbivore? Fengde teased with a smirk. Damn it, don't compare me to those low-level carnivorous plants. I'm the god-devouring vine, the king of plants. When you see me, you should bow to show respect. However, since this is your first offense, this king will not haggle with you. The god-devouring vine said with a magnanimous look. Its narcissistic words made Leng Ruoxue and the others laugh wildly. Ha ha ha. You call yourself the king of plants? May I ask who approved of this? Don't tell me you self-proclaimed it. I'm dying of laughter. Fengde didn't give him any face as he laughed out loud. Although the others didn't say anything, the smiles on their faces revealed what they were thinking. The divine devouring vine's words were too ridiculous. How audacious. This king was born to be the king of plants, and you all dare to look down on me. I will make you regret this. The god-eating vine was furious, and its pretty face turned livid with anger. I wonder how you want us to regret this? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. I will kill you. As for these men, let them be my exclusive property. This king just so happens to need some male pets and food. In the future, you will all be this king's people. As long as you are obedient, not only will this king not eat you, but this king will also love you well. The god-eating vine boasted shamelessly. When Fengde and the rest heard the man-eating vine's words, their expressions became extremely strange. None of them had expected that this man-eating vine was not only narcissistic, but also extremely lecherous. He wanted them to be his male companions, but what did he want them to do? When Leng Ruoxue heard the man-eating vine's arrogant words, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. She even looked at Fengde and the rest with a gloating expression and teased, oh. Fengde, you guys will be its male pets in the future, so you guys have to perform well. Fengde's forehead was full of black lines, and he couldn't help but reply, Miss, you're going to die soon. You won't be able to see if we perform well or not. What a pity. That's true. Man-eating vines. Don't kill me first. Let me see if they have the qualifications to be your male companions, then you can kill me. Leng Ruoxue was discussing with the man-eating vines calmly. Damn it, I told you I'm not a man-eating vine. I'm the noble king of plants, god-eating vine. If you dare to call me a man-eating vine again, I'll eat you right now. The divine devouring vine was so angry that its branches and leaves trembled, and it roared at the top of its lungs. Calm down. Pay attention to your image, no other king would shout like you, it's beneath your status. Leng Ruoxue reminded. Damn it. That's because I'm angry with you guys. I'll eat whoever dares to call me man-eating vine again. The god-devouring vine threatened furiously. From its words, it sounded as if Leng Ruoxue and the others had already become its food. Man-eating vine, do you really need men? I suggest you find a plant like green foxtail grass. It's a good match for you. Fengde suggested with a smile. Fengde, you're wrong. How can this man-eating vine be worthy of green foxtail grass? Don't humiliate the green foxtail grass. It has its own dignity and will not take a fancy to this man-eating vine. Cheng Wu corrected him with a serious expression. Yes, that makes sense. I was wrong. I shouldn't have randomly chosen a couple. Fengde immediately admitted his mistake and had a good attitude. However, their cooperation made the divine eating vine even angrier. Now, the divine eating vine was very sure that these two people were doing this on purpose to anger it to death. Thinking of this, the god-eating vine stretched out its long branches and swept toward Fengde and Cheng Wu. The branch was soft and long, extremely tough, and extremely fast. Before anyone could react, Fengde and Cheng Wu had already been swept away by the branch. The god-devouring vine waved its branches and swung Fengde and Cheng Wu in the air. Its intention was obvious. It wanted to give them a scare and make them faint. However, Fengde and Cheng Wu would not let it have its way. The two of them were having fun in the air, and Cheng Wu kept urging, higher. Higher. Yes, yes. Yes, throw it higher. Make your movements more intense. Fengde also said with a smile. When Leng Ruoxue and the rest on the ground heard Fengde and Cheng Wu's words, cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. They secretly sighed in their hearts. So, these two fellows were treating the man-eating vines as free labor. The pitiful man-eating vines. He had actually encountered these abnormal humans. When the divine devouring vine heard the conversation between the two of them, it was so angry that all the branches on its body trembled. More and more branches extended towards Leng Ruoxue and the others, and with a whoosh, they wrapped around them. When Leng Ruoxue and the rest saw this, they went with the flow. None of them struggled, allowing the man-eating vines to do whatever they wanted. When the divine devouring vine saw that it had easily succeeded, it couldn't help but become more and more proud. In its opinion, these humans were too weak and couldn't even withstand a single blow. Otherwise, how could they have been caught by it? Oh right, where did that little bee*** starred go? He seemed to have seen it just now. The divine devouring vine searched everywhere and finally found a snow-white figure in Leng Ruoxue's arms. Damned human, hand over that little b***** to me, and I'll let you die a quick death. The divine devouring vine's eyes were filled with hatred as it glared at Xiao Xiao, who was in Leng Ruoxue's arms. If I don't give you Xiao Xiao, how do you plan on letting me die? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. I'll first suck your blood dry, then eat your flesh. Then, I'll throw you, who only has one breath left, into the forest to feed the wild beasts. I'll let you see with your own eyes that you're being gnawed at by wild beasts, and hear your bones making cracking sounds in the mouths of wild beasts. At that time, you'll wish you were dead. AI. What a waste of such a beautiful face. The divine devouring vine said, burning with jealousy. Yes. It was jealous. It was jealous of that woman's devastatingly beautiful face and sexy figure because it could never become a real woman again. All of this was because of that little evildoer, so it hated her. It hated all the beautiful women, but it hated those little b*****s even more. Therefore, it would never let go of the two types of creatures that fell into its trap. One was women, and the other was children. That's a good idea. Leng Ruoxue praised the man-eating vine after hearing its words. Ha ha ha. It's good that you like it. The god-eating vine laughed wildly, and its face became more and more proud. Suddenly, it felt a burst of pain. It looked up and saw that the two men it had caught had broken free of its restraints and were falling from the air. They were each holding a knife in their hands, and dark red liquid was dripping from the knife. Needless to say, it was its blood. Seeing this scene, the god-eating vine was angry again. It quickly stretched out its branches and attacked Fengde and Chengwu. However, for some reason, the two people's movements became more flexible. It attacked left and right, but it couldn't do anything to the other party. This made it a little anxious. At the same time, the pain from its branches spread to its trunk, causing its heart to tremble. Seeing the people trapped by it break out one after another and give it a heavy blow before leaving, this fact almost made it go crazy. Damned human. I'm going to kill you all. Looking at its broken branches and leaves, the god-eating vine was very angry, because those vines were of great importance to it. They were not only a part of its body, but also shared its strength. Now, those branches were broken, which meant that its strength had been damaged. How could it not be angry from embarrassment? Man-eating vine, don't just say it. You should prove it with your actions. Leng Ruoxue, who was floating in mid-air, suggested with a faint smile. I'll prove it to you, you damn woman. The god-eating vine couldn't be bothered to correct the other party for not calling it a man-eating vine. Right now, it only wanted to kill this detestable woman in front of it. And these men, it also decided to eliminate them. Because it didn't need disobedient male pets or food. Humph. It would make these humans pay the price. Then come quickly. I'll be waiting. Leng Ruoxue urged impatiently. Damn woman, you're asking for death. The fiery god-devouring vine gathered all its branches and leaves together and pounced towards Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue looked at the man-eating vine's extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached her. Unhurriedly, she released a small flame from her fingertip. The small flame jumped excitedly, as if it was very happy that it could be of use again. After seeing the man-eating vine, it could not wait to fly towards it. Whoosh! The man-eating vine's branches were set ablaze, followed by the man-eating vine's agonized cries. Arg! Damn it! What kind of fire is that? How can he be so powerful? The god-devouring vine endured the pain and cut off its burning branch, questioning angrily. It's just an ordinary flame. Why? I'm really sorry for the pain. I didn't do it on purpose. I forgot that wood is afraid of fire. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. However, there was not a single trace of apology on her beautiful face. Ordinary flames? Do you think I'm as gullible as a 3-year-old child? That's definitely not an ordinary flame, and I'm not a piece of wood. The god-eating vine roared in exasperation. It felt a trace of fear towards Leng Ruoxue. The flames had multiplied its fear because it knew very well that it was no match for the flames. If it was an ordinary flame, it would not have been able to burn its branches. However, the flames had not used any strength and had burned its branches into ashes. This was enough to show that the level of the flames was very high. It was also afraid of the flames that the little doll had released. At the thought of this, Leng Ruoxue and the little doll that had not appeared in front of it had become people that it could not provoke for the time being. However, it was not as afraid of the rest. Since it had made up its mind to kill all the humans, it would not be merciful to them. However, it still had to choose the soft persimmons. After looking around, it chose a soft persimmon, and it chose Bing Yao. This man was too beautiful. If it wasn't for the fact that these humans were so hateful, it really wanted to keep this man by its side and enjoy him. What a pity. The beautiful man in front of it was destined to be its target. Although it was a little reluctant, it had decided to kill Bing Yao. After making the decision, all of its branches flew towards Bing Yao in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it had tied Bing Yao up and brought him to its eyes. Upon closer inspection, the man was stunningly beautiful. Although there were men more beautiful than him among these humans, he was more pleasing to the eye because he was too similar to the person in its heart, whether it was in temperament or appearance. Bing Yao, who was tied up like a hairpin, felt the man-eating vine's gaze on him. He did not hesitate and allowed the man-eating vine to admire him. Although he did not like the way the man-eating vine looked at him as if he was its prey, he should not be so stingy when facing someone who was about to die. He would just do a good deed. Am I beautiful? The god-eating vine, who was immersed in its memories, asked with a shy expression. So ugly. I've never seen anyone uglier than you. Bing Yao said honestly. Although he wanted to do good every day, he couldn't lie. No normal human would think that a wooden stake was beautiful. Could it be uglier than this? The god-devouring vine was furious. It used a branch to roll up the little beast behind it and questioned Bing Yao. At least it's cute. But look at you, you're neither a human nor a tree. You can't be considered beautiful. Bing Yao said honestly. I'm in this state because of them. Humph. I won't let it go, and I won't let that little bee ** go. The god-devouring vine pointed at the weak little beast and said. Thinking of the past, the anger in its heart became more and more uncontrollable. We didn't harm you. It's your own evil intentions. You harmed yourself. At this moment, the weak little beast spoke indifferently. It sneaked a glance at the snow-white little beast in the woman's arms from the corner of its eye, and its heart softened. I didn't. Why would I want to harm myself? It's all your fault. The god-eating vine roared angrily, but it didn't get any response from little beast. Calm down. You're already in this state, and weird things won't solve the problem, right? I think you're in a lot of pain living like this, so why don't I help you free yourself? Bing Yao said with a smile, but the words he said were so vicious that it almost made the divine devouring vine vomit blood. Even you want me to die? The god-eating vine said with a heartbroken expression. Whether you die or not has nothing to do with me. However, if you don't die, I'm afraid we'll be the ones to die. So, you should die. Bing Yao thought for a while and said with certainty. You really want me to die? The god-eating vine confirmed again. Yes. Bing Yao quickly nodded. Why? Why do you all want me dead? Humph. You want me to die, but I want to live well. I'm going to kill all of you. The god-eating vine roared fiercely. However, no one took its roar seriously. Instead, they watched as it dug its own grave. They couldn't help but gloat in their hearts. What a pitiful man-eating vine. He originally thought that he had picked a soft persimmon, but who knew that he had picked a hard bone? Did Bing Yao have a face that could deceive the public? Damn woman, do you want to save this man in my hands? If you want to, you can exchange it with the little beast in your arms. The god-eating vine said. Don't. When the weak little beast heard the god-eating vine's words, it hurriedly said nervously. However, it was too embarrassed to ask them not to use its child to exchange for their people, so after only 2 shouts, it stopped making any more sounds. The god-eating vine also didn't allow it to speak and directly threw it from the air to the ground behind it, so that this annoying little beast wouldn't ruin its good plan. What if I say I won't exchange with you? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. You actually don't care about your friend's life and death for a bastard of unknown origin, huh? The friendship between you humans is nothing more than this. The divine devouring vine said sarcastically. Its face was filled with contempt for Leng Ruoxue. You don't have to worry about our friendship. Just take care of yourself. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. That damned woman. You really don't want to exchange with me? The god-eating vine said, unwilling to give up. No. Leng Ruoxue was very certain, but the god-eating vine didn't fully believe her words. In the god-eating vine's heart, this woman was just holding on. How could she ignore the life and death of her human friend for a little beast? Don't regret it if you don't exchange with me. The god-eating vine reminded. You're so long-winded. I said I won't trade, so I won't trade. As for the man you caught, if you can really kill him, I'll consider you capable. Leng Ruoxue said impatiently. Do you really think I don't dare to kill him? The god-eating vine roared, and its branches trembled in anger. If you dare to kill me, then kill me. Stop talking nonsense. Leng Ruoxue waved her hand as if she was chasing away a fly. Little Shui, how could you do this to me? I'm so sad. Bing Yao's beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she said pitifully. However, his act of pity was ignored by Leng Ruoxue. The divine devouring vine's heart ached for him. This woman is so heartless. You'd better follow me in the future. I'll definitely treat you well. The god-eating vine promised. Oh. How are you going to treat me well? Bing Yao asked curiously. I'll suck less of your blood every day so that you can live longer. I'll definitely make you live longer than this detestable little beast. The god-eating vine said with a charitable expression. Pfft. When everyone heard the man-eating vine's words, they could not help but laugh. After all this, in the man-eating vine's heart, sucking less blood and letting it live longer was already treating it well? Damn it. What are you laughing at? No one is allowed to laugh. The god-devouring vine saw that everyone was grinning from ear to ear and couldn't help but swing its branches in anger, trying to threaten the other party. Unfortunately, it was ignored by Fengde and the others. Man-eating vines. You're too overbearing, we can't even laugh. Fengde said as he held back his laughter. If it wasn't for the fact that he felt that the man-eating vine's words were too laughable, they wouldn't be laughing so happily. No. No. None of you are allowed to laugh anymore. The divine devouring vine roared and then glared at Bing Yao. Do you want to follow me or not? Hurry up and answer me. I don't want to. Bing Yao replied without even thinking. Why? Didn't I say I would treat you well? You're still not satisfied? Why are all men so greedy? The divine devouring vine heard Bing Yao's words and roared in anger. It's not that men are greedy, but no man can accept your kindness. Bing Yao spoke the truth. Which normal man would be able to accept such kindness? Was it a good thing to suck less blood and live a little longer? Rather than living like that, he might as well kill himself. At least the pain would be less. However, looking at the man-eating vine's crazed appearance, could it have been rejected by the man before? Oh. It was normal to reject it, but it was abnormal to accept it. Why not? I didn't eat you all, what else do you want? The god-eating vine was furious. Why did all the men it liked hurt it like this? It was like that in the past, and it was the same with the one in front of it now. It couldn't understand how it couldn't compare to that hateful little beast. You're being nice to us just because you didn't eat us. Bing Yao said sarcastically. Plants were just plants, how could they understand what true feelings were? The man-eating vine dealt with people based on its instincts. In its heart, men were equivalent to food. However, no man with flesh and blood was willing to be food. What else do you want? The god-eating vine was confused. We want to live with dignity. However, you won't understand what dignity is. In your eyes, everyone can become food. The only difference is whether you allow the food to live longer. Bing Yao said calmly. Right. You're right, everyone is my food, so I'm the only one who can decide your life and death. I'm going to ask you one last time, do you want to follow me or not? The god-eating vine didn't want to waste any more time and asked directly. I still have the same 2 words, no. Bing Yao said without hesitation. Damn it. I've already given you the opportunity, but you didn't know how to grasp it. Don't blame me for being merciless. The god-eating vine was very annoyed. Why did all the men it liked not like it? It couldn't understand why no man liked it when it was so beautiful and had a high status in the botanic world. Why? Whatever you want. Bing Yao said without a care. You asked for this. After saying that, the divine devouring vine extended its branches towards Bing Yao, who was tied up like a dumpling. If it couldn't get it, it wouldn't let others have the chance to get it. Since you don't want to be its man, then be its food. Eating the man it liked was also one of its greatest pleasures. Because only in this way would the man it liked belong to it forever, and no one could take him away. However, as soon as the vine reached Bing Yao, he grabbed it with his bare hands. He flicked it with his divine power and the vine was broken. You. How did you break my branches? The god-eating vine looked at its broken branch and said in disbelief. Aren't they just some dried branches? What can't be shaken? Bing Yao said with a faint smile, but his eyes were fixed on the branch in his hand, studying it. This branch was slightly different from the other branches because its front end was actually something like a suction cup. There were also sharp spikes on it, but the center of the spikes was empty, forming a tube. It could be seen that this branch was specially used by man-eating vines to suck blood. Why you let me go? The god-devouring vine looked at its most important branch being held by Bing Yao for research, and it suddenly became nervous. It was afraid that the man would break the branch it used to suck blood just like the other branches. Moreover, although it had many branches all over its body, this was the only one it used to eat. If it was broken, it would take hundreds of years to grow back. As a result, it would have to starve for the next hundreds of years. As a divine devouring vine, the most unbearable thing for it was not being able to drink fresh blood. Therefore, it would never tolerate its branch being damaged. What if I don't? This branch is quite interesting. I really want to cut it open and study it in detail. Do you agree? Bing Yao asked curiously. I don't agree. I don't agree. The god-eating vine immediately cried out. Woo. It would be a ghost if it agreed. That hateful man. What a terrifying man. Why did it think that this man was easy to bully? Now, it realized that it might have been wrong. It's not up to you to disagree, Bing Yao laughed coldly and took out a silver dagger from his storage ring. The dagger was extremely sharp and it gave off a cold air. One look and one could tell that it was not an ordinary dagger. Bing Yao held a dagger in his hand and gestured on the branch, as if he was choosing a suitable place to cut. This scene frightened the god-eating vine. The branches all over its body trembled and it used all its strength to pull the branch back from Bing Yao's hand. However, Bing Yao would not give it the chance. Everyone heard a pop sound and saw a 1-foot-long gash on the branch in Bing Yao's hand. Red liquid gushed out, and the divine eating vine's scream was heard. Arg! How detestable! How detestable! I won't let you go, you're dead. The divine devouring vine cried out in pain, and the branches on its body trembled even more violently. However, Bing Yao didn't take its threat seriously at all. Previous chapter. Next. Bing Yao held the branch that was as thick as a baby's arm tightly in his hand. He started to move the sharp dagger up and down again. Then, he found the right position and cut again. Then, the god-eating vine's scream sounded again. Bing Yao seemed to be addicted to it. He cut here and there, and the people could only hear the man-eating vine's screams never stop. In fact, each scream was louder than the last. The god-devouring vine screamed and cursed. The more it cursed, the more Bing Yao's dagger slashed. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but feel a few black lines on their foreheads. They couldn't help but secretly sigh. Bing Yao was so terrifying. He actually tortured the man-eating vines like this. Fortunately, they weren't Bing Yao's enemies. If they were in his place, they wouldn't be able to stand it either. Sigh. The pitiful man-eating vines. Why did you have to provoke Bingyao of all people? Wasn't this just looking for trouble? The fate of the man-eating vines made them believe even more firmly that one could not judge a book by its cover. Despicable humans. After a long while, the god-eating vine was still scolding, but its voice was getting weaker and weaker. Bingyao seemed to be tired as well. He stopped what he was doing and looked at the man-eating vine with a faint smile. I'll rest for a while, and we'll continue later. You should rest too. I don't want to have no energy to scold later. Bingyao suggested with a smile. When the god-eating vine heard Bingyao's words, it was so angry that it almost fainted. However, it did need to rest for a while. This man had too many ways to torture it. If it did not rest up enough, it was afraid that it would be tortured to death. Woo-woo, this demon. I can't believe you would have this day. Suddenly, a weak voice rang in the divine eating vine's ears. When the divine eating vine heard this voice, it immediately became spirited again. How could it have forgotten about this little beast that deserved to die? With this little beast here, these humans wouldn't dare to kill it. Thinking of this, it couldn't help but feel a little proud. This little beast was quite useful. He could be its food when he was free, and now he could save its life. It seemed that he had made the right decision not to kill the little beast. The god-eating vine's long branch gently rolled back, and the little beast it had thrown behind it was brought to its eyes. Moreover, with the little beast as a protective talisman, it felt a little more relaxed. Detestable human, let go of my blood-sucking vines, or I'll kill this little beast. The god-eating vine raised the little beast in front of its eyes and threatened. I say, man-eating vine, you must be mistaken. This little beast has nothing to do with us. Do you think it's useful to use it to threaten us? Bingyao said, a little speechless. Yup. Man-eating vine, do you have a brain? What does this little beast's life or death have to do with us? If you want to use it to threaten us, you found the wrong person. Fengde also laughed and teased. Humph. It's that little b******'s mother. I don't believe that you won't save it for that little b*******. The divine devouring vine said confidently. Previously, it had asked that hateful woman for that little vile spawn, but that woman had refused to give it to it. Therefore, it was very certain that the woman would definitely save this hateful little beast for the little vile spawn in her arms. At that time, it would be able to escape, because it was now very sure that it was no match for these humans. Humph. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. When it had achieved some success in its cultivation, it would naturally come back to seek revenge on these humans. You said it's Xiao Xiao's mommy, so it's Xiao Xiao's mommy? Do you think we're as stupid as you and will believe your words? Leng Ruoxue mocked calmly. Why don't you believe me? This little beast is the mother of the little b****** in your arms. This is absolutely true. The god-devouring vine couldn't help but roar. It was so angry that it was going crazy. These humans were too difficult to deal with. It had seen many humans in the forest, but this was the first time it had encountered such a difficult one. It was really infuriating. If you don't believe it, you don't believe it. Do you need a reason? Don't think that senior brother will let you off just because you randomly find a little beast to pretend to be Xiao Xiao's mother. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head and asked little Xiao, who was in her arms, Xiao Xiao, the man-eating vine said that the little beast in its hands is your mother. Is it? It's not. Xiao Xiao doesn't have a mother. Xiao Xiao looked up at little beastie with its watery eyes and said softly. However, it couldn't help but think, mommy. Mother. Bear with it. Big sister will save you. Why isn't it? She is your mother. You little b******, you don't even recognize your own mother. When the divine devouring vine heard Xiao Xiao's words, it roared angrily. It really isn't. Don't try to find a soul-gnawing beast to pretend to be my mother, I'm not that easy to fool. Xiao Xiao pouted her little mouth and said stubbornly. Damn you, you little b******. Your father died to save you, and your mother suffered because of you. You don't acknowledge them. You really have no conscience. The god-eating vine roared with a pained expression. It's not that I don't recognize it, but I don't even know the soul-gnawing beast you speak of. How do you want me to recognize it? I can't just randomly acknowledge a mother. How can I face my mother who gave birth to me like that? Xiao Xiao said seriously. Quickly tell that little b****** that you're its biological mother. Hurry up and let it recognize you. The god-eating vine saw this and ordered the weak little beast in its hand. Hee hee. It's right, I'm not its mother, and I won't randomly acknowledge my own child. So, don't waste your time, I won't let you have your wish. The weak little beast said with a strong backbone. It looked at the little white beast in Leng Ruoxue's arms lovingly and prayed in its heart, child, you have to take good care of yourself. Mother would rather die than let this demon hurt you. To be able to see you once, mother is already dead without any regrets. Do you believe that I will kill you right now? The god-eating vine was filled with hatred when it saw that it couldn't achieve its goal. It hated the humans who had forced it, but it hated the detestable little beast in its hands even more. Alright. Go ahead and kill. I've always wanted to accompany Brother Fan. The weak little beast said with a light smile. Now that it saw that its child was living well, it had nothing to worry about. Thus, the threat of the god-eating vine to it was not of much use. You wish. I won't let you die. Hearing the little beast's words, the god-eating vine recalled the past. Naturally, it would not let the little beast have its way. Humph. You want to go down and accompany Brother Fan? Dream on. Even if it meant death. It would not let them be together. I knew it. But, even if you die, Brother Fan will not want to see you. The weak little beast provoked the demon on purpose. The Brother Fan that it was talking about was its most beloved partner and also its father. However, he was taken by this demon and was eaten cruelly. It doesn't want to see me, but it also can't see you. Ha ha ha. If I can't get it, then no one else can. The divine devouring vine laughed arrogantly. At this moment, it had even forgotten the threat that these humans posed to it. It only thought of stepping on its love rival. Fengda and the others perked up their ears to listen to the conversation between the man-eating vine and the weak little beast. They all thought to themselves in unison, so that little beast isn't just the man-eating vine's food. There was even some gossip about the emotional entanglement between the two of them. However, weren't man-eating vines plants? Why did she take a fancy to a little beast? Xiao Xiao's father should also be a beast, right? However, on second thought, if even they wanted to keep the man-eating vines as their exclusive property, it was normal for them to take a fancy to a beast, right? From the looks of it now, the man-eating vines had quite a variety of tastes. They ate everything and could take in anything. The divine devouring vine's smug laughter continued for a long time, and Leng Ruoxue and the others didn't interrupt it. After it was done laughing, Bing Yao said indifferently, "Man-eating vine, you've rested enough. Let's continue." "Don't. I don't want to continue. How dare you treat me like this? I'm the king of plants." The god-devouring vine heard Bing Yao's words and immediately roared to refuse. Unfortunately, Bing Yao was not moved at all. He directly cut off the front end of the blood-sucking vine in his hand with his dagger. In an instant, more red liquid spurted out and landed on the ground, emitting a foul smell. The divine devouring vine's screams were even louder, deafening to the ears. Fengda and the others couldn't help but cover their ears so that the demonic sound wouldn't pierce through them. At the same time, they couldn't help but resent Bing Yao for letting the man-eating vines out. He should have blocked its mouth first before cutting off its branches. In the next second, Bing Yao seemed to know what Fengda and the others were thinking. As expected, he blocked the man-eating vine's mouth with his ice attribute skill first. Then, he used his dagger to cut the man-eating vine's blood-sucking vines. At this time, the man-eating vine could not make a sound even though it was in pain. When Fengda and the rest saw this, they let go of their hands that were covering their ears and looked at the man-eating vine with sympathy. Poor guy, this is just the beginning. The god-eating vine trembled in pain. Seeing its blood-sucking vine leave its trunk, it was filled with hatred. It wanted to command its vines to attack the detestable man, but it suddenly lost control of its branches. Fortunately, the weak little beast was still tightly bound by it. Otherwise, it would have lost its last bargaining chip. At this moment, it still believed that the detestable little beast would become its protective talisman. As long as the little beast existed, the humans would not kill it. After cutting off a small part of the man-eating vine, Bing Yao threw out a few more ice blades. Whoosh! With a few sounds, the man-eating vine's branches were all broken into several pieces. In the blink of an eye, the originally luxuriant man-eating vines were all cut off except for the trunk that remained intact. The weak little beast that was bound by the man-eating vines also broke free from the man-eating vines' control and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue quickly brought the weak little beast away from the man-eating vines' range so that it would not be used by the man-eating vines to threaten them. Woo-woo. When the god-eating vine saw that all of its things had fallen into the hands of a human, it couldn't help but glare at Bing Yao with hatred in its eyes. However, its mouth was sealed, so other than whimpering, it couldn't say a single word. Seeing this, Bing Yao kindly removed the restraint on its mouth, and then smiled and said, "All right, you can say whatever you want to say now. Damned human. Return that little beast to me, it's mine." The divine devouring vine shouted crazily, but Leng Ruoxue ignored its words. Leng Ruoxue bent down to check on the weak little beast's condition. Then, she took out a pill from her bracelet and placed it into the little beast's mouth. After eating the pill, the little beast quickly recovered its strength. Although it was still a little weak, it was much better than its previous sickly appearance. Moreover, because the little beast had lost too much blood for a long time and was malnourished, a small pill was not enough to immediately recover. At this moment, Xiao Xiao, who was in Leng Ruoxue's arms, had already jumped down impatiently and pounced into the arms of the weak little beast. It looked at the adult soul-gnawing beast with tears in its eyes and cried out loudly, "Mother! Xiao Xiao really misses you. My child, my child." The adult soul-gnawing beast hugged Xiao Xiao as tears flowed down its cheeks. It had never thought that its own child would actually recognize it. Initially, it had thought that this child had really forgotten about it. After all, when it had sent its child away, its child had not been born yet. "Mother! I'll take revenge for you. I won't let that man-eating vine off." Xiao Xiao looked at its mother's extremely weak appearance and said with a heart full of hatred. No wonder it did not see its parents when it was born. It turned out that it had been captured by these man-eating vines. Woo! Damn man-eating vines. They dared to torture its mother. It would make them regret it. No, don't. Child, you're still too young. You're not a match for the man-eating vines. Don't act rashly. When the adult soul-gnawing beast heard this, it was so frightened that it hurriedly reminded. "It's okay, big sister will help me," Xiao Xiao said confidently. She even turned around and smiled at Leng Ruoxue in an attempt to please her. When Leng Ruoxue heard Xiao Xiao's words and saw the way Xiao Xiao was trying to please her, she could not help but laugh. Was this cunning little guy treating her as a fighter? However, it was indeed impossible for her to let this man-eating vine go. It was quite dangerous to have such a disgusting thing in her territory. Forget it, she would just help the little mother and son along the way. However, before Leng Ruoxue could do anything, the divine devouring vine, who had personally witnessed the soul-gnawing beast's reunion with its mother, was greatly shocked. It roared loudly in disbelief, "Damn it! Didn't you refuse to admit your relationship with each other? Then what are you looking like now? It's our business what we want to do, is it any of your business?" Xiao Xiao replied without giving him any face. "Damned vile spawn, I won't let you off, and I won't let you humans off." The god-eating vine said incoherently and angrily. "I say, man-eating vines. You've already said this many times. If you really want to kill us, then do it. Oh. By the way, you're considered to have no hands now, right? I wonder if you have any other way to kill us?" Feng De asked curiously when he heard the man-eating vine's words. "I'm going to die with you." Provoked by Feng De's words, the divine devouring vine roared in anger. Then, it mobilized all its strength and gathered it on the remaining main vine. As the main vine slowly expanded, the divine devouring vine also grew bigger and bigger. Soon, its main stem had doubled in size. When the adult soul-gnawing beast saw this, it quickly shouted, "Be careful, everyone. The god-eating vine is going to self-destruct." When Bing Yao heard the adult soul-eating beast's words, he remained calm and unhurried as he looked at the man-eating vine that was gathering its power. He chuckled and said, "Man-eating vine, you're too slow. Why don't I help you?" "What do you mean by that?" The tall god-eating vine asked condescendingly, its face full of confusion. It really couldn't understand why these people weren't afraid at all when they knew that it was going to self-destruct and die with them. "I despise the fact that you're too slow in self-destructing, so I want to help you," Bing Yao said with a smile. After that, he quickly gathered divine power in his hand and threw it at the main trunk of the man-eating vine. In an instant, the man-eating vine was filled to the brim with the external divine power, and it was clearly beyond what it could withstand. In the blink of an eye, the man-eating vine grew several times larger, and its human face showed an extremely painful expression. Then, Bing Yao cast another barrier, covering the man-eating vine within. In an instant, everyone heard a loud bang and saw the tall man-eating vine explode violently. The thick main vine was blown into pieces, turning into fragments and falling to the ground. However, after the self-destruction, the man-eating vine did not die completely. After the self-destruction, the man-eating vine turned into a small bud and hid under the debris. It thought that it had hidden well and no one would discover its plan. Little did it know that Leng Ruoxue and the others had long known about its actions. Hence, it was the only one who was pleased with itself and thought that its plan had succeeded. Now, it was only waiting for these abominable humans to leave so that it could find a good place to hide. It had started cultivating again. In this way, it would have the opportunity to regain its human body. Previously, although it had thought of using the method of rebirth to cultivate again, it was reluctant to give up its many years of cultivation. Therefore, it had never had the heart to self-destruct. Now, these humans had forced it to self-destruct, which could be considered as granting it a new life. Speaking of which, it should thank these humans properly. And the way it thanked them was naturally to eat them after it had recultivated. Letting these despicable humans die for him was the highest honor he could give them. As for those two little beasts, he would continue to torture them. Humph. If you want the family of 3 to be reunited, stop dreaming. The god-eating vine isn't dead yet. Don't be fooled by it, it can self-destruct and revive. Seeing that the god-eating vine's self-destruction didn't bring them any danger, the adult spirit-engulfing beast was stunned for a moment before suddenly remembering the god-eating vine's innate ability. Thus, it hurriedly reminded them. When the god-devouring vine, which was hiding under the debris, heard the adult soul-gnawing beast's words, it was so angry that it almost fainted. It couldn't help but curse in its heart. If it had known that the detestable little beast would betray it, it would have taken care of it earlier. However, it believed that those humans would not be able to find it. After all, with so many fragments buried, it would take a lot of effort for those people to find it. As long as it found an opportunity, it would escape. However, before the divine devouring vine could be pleased with itself, it heard Leng Ruoxue's voice, "It doesn't matter, it can't run away. The divine devouring vine is very cunning. It should be in hiding by now. It won't be easy for us to find it. If it escapes, there will be endless trouble." The adult soul-gnawing beast said worriedly. "There's no need to find it. As long as we burn this place down, it won't be able to escape even if it wants to." Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. She would not let the man-eating vines have their way and let everyone search this place bit by bit. Therefore, she would use the simplest and most effective method, which was to burn the fragments of the man-eating vines to ashes. She did not believe that the man-eating vines would be able to escape under such circumstances. At the thought of this, Leng Ruoxue took the little fire spirit out of her bracelet. Without waiting for Leng Ruoxue's instructions, the little fire spirit started to set fire. He set fire not only to burn the man-eating vines, but also to purify the land so that it was more suitable for the growth of other plants. After all, the soil here had been almost destroyed by the man-eating vines. Other than vampire plants, other plants would definitely die here. Following the little fire spirit's flame, the fragments of the man-eating vine within the barrier were quickly burned to ashes. The man-eating vine that was hiding under the fragments endured the pain in its body and didn't dare to make a sound. Although the flame was very powerful, it was still within the range that it could bear for the time being. After all, it had cultivated for many years, so it still had the ability to bear this. The only hope in its heart now was that the flame could be extinguished as soon as possible. Otherwise, it couldn't guarantee that it wouldn't be discovered by those hateful humans. The little fire spirit seemed to know what the man-eating vine was thinking and quickly retracted its flame. After a moment of silence, it released a slightly golden flame. The level of this flame was obviously higher than the previous one. The flame flew to the ashes, and in the blink of an eye, the ashes of the man-eating vine's fragments turned into a part of the air and evaporated instantly. He couldn't help but cry out when he was burned by the scorching flames. Arg! It hurts. It hurts so much, you damn human. I won't let you off. The struggling god-eating vine was still clamoring, but no one was moved. Little fire spirit continued to increase the fire, and gradually, the god-eating vine's voice became weaker and weaker, until it completely disappeared. However, the little fire spirit was still worried about the god-eating vine. Therefore, it decided to conduct a more thorough purification of the place. Thinking of this, it said to Leng Ruoxue and the others, "Big sister, all of you go back to your rooms. I'm going to completely purify this place. Alright, we'll leave this place first and wait for you outside." After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, she temporarily kept the house and led the group out of the mountain stream, leaving the place to the little fire spirit. Once they were outside the mountain stream, Leng Ruoxue placed the house on an empty plot of land. The group then entered the house and observed the movements in the mountain stream through the light screen. The little fire spirit in the mountain stream had already turned into a huge flame. The flame was shining with a dazzling golden light and flickered with a heart-palpitating aura. The little fire spirit transformed into its original form and flew around the mountain stream. Wherever it went, a sea of fire would be set ablaze. All the living creatures in the mountain stream were purified. The originally dark red soil slowly revealed its original appearance as the little fire spirit's flames burned it. The air here also gradually recovered its clarity. After a long time, the little fire spirit finished its purification and transformed back into a chubby 1-year-old baby. It bounced back into the house and pounced into Leng Ruoxue's arms. "Sister, it's done." The little fire spirit asked for credit with excitement. "Well done." Leng Ruoxue patted the little fire spirit's head and praised it. "Little fire spirit, are you sure that the man-eating vine is dead?" Fengde asked curiously. "He can't be more dead, don't worry. It's no longer suitable for plants like man-eating vines to live there, so there shouldn't be any more blood-sucking creatures in the nightmare forest." The little fire spirit said with absolute certainty. "I don't think the god-eating vine will die so easily, so it's best to confirm it." The adult soul-eating beast suggested in a low voice. It had been poisoned by the god-eating vine for many years, so it could be said that it hated and feared the god-eating vine. The influence of the god-eating vine was deeply rooted in its heart, so it wasn't easy to make it believe that the god-eating vine was really gone. "You don't believe in my ability?" When the little fire spirit heard the adult soul-gnawing beast's words, it pouted its little mouth and said unhappily. "No, I just wanted you to confirm it. The divine devouring vine is very cunning, and I'm afraid it will trick us." The adult soul-gnawing beast said carefully. Facing the aggressive little fire spirit, it felt nervous for some reason. "Alright then. Big sister, since this little soul-gnawing beast is so afraid of the man-eating vines, I'll have to trouble you to purify it again." The little fire spirit said with a smile. "Ai. Alright." Leng Ruoxue nodded in response. She then released a small flame and allowed it to fly out of the house. The adult soul-gnawing beast looked at the smug little flame with question marks all over its face. It could not help but guess in its heart, where was this little flame going? Why did he run out by himself? However, when it saw what the little flame did through the light screen, it was so shocked that it couldn't speak. Oh my god. That little flame was really too terrifying. Such a small flame could actually release such a great power. In just a moment, the entire mountain stream had turned into a sea of fire. Moreover, the temperature of the flame was several times higher than the golden flame released by the little fire spirit. This time, the mountain stream was completely clean, without a trace of impurities. Furthermore, after being purified by Leng Ruoxue's flames, the air in the mountain stream was fresher than anywhere else in the forest. The concentration of spiritual energy had also increased by quite a bit. This place had suddenly turned from a filthy place to the most suitable place to live. Many young plants were growing at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. When everyone saw this, their eyes widened in disbelief. No one had expected that Leng Ruoxue's flames could actually promote the growth of plants. This was too unbelievable. Leng Ruoxue could tell what they were thinking, but she didn't bother explaining. In reality, it wasn't her flames that could promote the growth of plants. It was the place that had undergone some evolution after being purified by her flames. Hence, the growth rate of the plants had also increased. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report. After settling the matter of the man-eating vines, Leng Ruoxue and the rest returned to their residence. Naturally, the mother and son soul-eating beast followed them back to their residence. The adult soul-gnawing beast told Leng Ruoxue that its name was Yuqing. According to Yuqing, this name was given to it by little Zhao's father, who was also the brother fan it was referring to. As for Xiao Zhao's father, he wasn't a soul-gnawing beast, but an extremely rare plant. When the two of them met and fell in love, it caused the jealousy of the god-devouring vine, which had always loved Xiao Zhao's father. The god-devouring vine was cunning by nature and used Xiao Zhao's pregnant body as bait. Xiao Xiao's father was controlled by the god-devouring vine, and in the end, in order to save the mother and son, he was killed by the god-devouring vine and became its food. However, even so, the mother and son still couldn't escape the god-eating vine's pursuit. After it laid an egg in advance, it hit Xiao Xiao, who was not yet born. It threw itself into the trap and became the god-eating vine's exclusive domain. It was because of this that Xiao Xiao was able to escape. As for what happened after that, even if Yu Qing didn't explain it clearly, Leng Ruoxue and the rest understood. After that, Leng Ruoxue instructed Feng De to arrange a place for Yu Qing to stay and recuperate. As for where Yu Qing and her son wanted to go after they recovered, it was up to them. After all, she didn't think that Yu Qing and her son would want to stay in this forest. This place had bad memories for them. Half a month later. The Moon Eye's injuries had already been more or less healed, and its strength had also recovered. Its true strength was that of a Class 3 sacred beast. Leng Ruoxue looked at the large and small child standing in front of her. Their snow-white and glossy fur proved that their moon eyes had fully recovered. At this moment, this mother and son were here to thank her. Miss Leng, thank you for saving my life. If it wasn't for you guys, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to see Xiao Xiao in this lifetime. Yu Qing looked at Xiao Xiao with tears in her beautiful eyes and said gently. You're welcome. We all like Xiao Xiao very much, and you're its mother. Saving you was as easy as lifting a finger. Moreover, this is my territory now. I won't allow dangerous plants like the man-eating vines to exist. Leng Ruoxue replied honestly. No matter what, you guys saved my life. I should thank you. The Moon Eye said stubbornly. It didn't like to owe others favors, but now it seemed that it couldn't pay off the favor it owed this human. Not only did he help it take care of Xiao Xiao, but he even saved it. If it didn't repay such a great favor, it would feel guilty. Oh. How do you want to thank us? Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she teased. I'm willing to recognize you as my master and follow you forever. The Moon Eye thought for a moment. This was the only method it could think of at the moment. The soul-gnawing beast's talent was extremely heaven-defying, so it believed that it would be of use to Leng Ruoxue. Are you sure? As far as I know, there aren't many soul-gnawing beasts, and they're all very proud. If you acknowledge a human as your master, how are you going to explain it to your own clan? Will they agree to it? Leng Ruoxue indifferently reminded. We soul-gnawing beasts know how to repay kindness. If they knew that you've done us a favor, they would agree. Yu Qing said with certainty after thinking for a moment. All right then, you can recognize me as your master. Leng Ruoxue nodded. There was no reason for her to reject a precious beast that was willing to offer itself to her. Furthermore, the soul-gnawing beast was indeed very useful to them. Moreover, everyone liked Xiao Xiao, so she naturally went with the flow and agreed. After that, Yu Qing and her son acknowledged Leng Ruoxue as their master and became a part of Leng Ruoxue's family. After Ziyu found out that Yu Qing and her son had already acknowledged her as their master, she pestered Leng Ruoxue to do so. Leng Ruoxue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all, in her heart, Ziyu was different from Beastie. Although he was a half-orc, she had always treated Ziyu as a human. A human wanting to sign a soul contract with her was a strange feeling. However, in the end, Ziyu still got her way. Because Ziyu had actually learned to act first and report later, taking the initiative to acknowledge her as her master. In the days that followed, Leng Ruoxue split Feng De and the rest into 3 groups and sent them out. The purpose of sending them out was naturally to allow them to gain more experience in the god world. As for Leng Ruoxue herself, she looked at the empty house and chose to enter closed-door cultivation with the demon, leaving the house to Yu Qing and Ziyu. Master Ning and the Great Elder went back to the Divine World for the time being. After all, they had been out for a long time, and they couldn't stay on the Divine Land forever. They had to go back to the Divine World to take a look. Bing Yao went with them, ready to find out where her junior brother was. However, no one had expected that this farewell would actually last for 3 years. 3 years later. Yu Qing and Ziyu were sitting together in the garden, watching Xiao Xiao play happily not far away. Although Xiao Xiao was still an infant in terms of the age of the soul-gnawing beast, it was close to maturity after consuming so many spirit fruits and elixirs from Leng Ruoxue. Xiao Xiao was tired from playing, so she laid on Yu Jing's legs to rest. However, her big, watery eyes could not help but steal glances at Leng Ruoxue's tightly shut room. Why hasn't Big Sister come out yet? I'm starting to miss her. Xiao Xiao pouted and complained. Woo. Other than its mother, the only one accompanying it at home was Uncle Ziyu. It had been so long, but the others had not returned. Master is in seclusion. Xiao Xiao, be good. Otherwise, Master won't like you anymore when he comes out. Yu Qing threatened. In the past 3 years, whenever Xiao Xiao was disobedient, she would use her master to scare Xiao Xiao. And it worked every time. I've always been a good girl. Xiao Xiao said with a little grievance. Boo-hoo. Mommy always bullies me and even uses Big Sister to threaten me. In fact, it knows very well that it's so cute. How can Big Sister not like it? At the side, Ziyu listened to the conversation between the mother and son and couldn't help but smile a little. However, the young miss and the others had indeed not appeared for a long time, and he was somewhat missing them. In the past 3 years, the young miss and Commander Yi had been in seclusion. Although Feng De and the others often sent back news, they had not returned for 3 years.